Chapter 1 Family Test. A Herculean Effort. In the vast continent, martial artists are held in high esteem. On this land, martial arts flourish, with near-live practicing the craft mighty warriors to move mountain sandfill seas, traversing the fabric of time and space, while those flesser strength rara ligatetos tada so insignificantens. Their ilms of cultivation are categorized as follows: martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial deity, and divine emperor. In the southwestern region of the continent, numeros empiristantal, including the Tianfeng Empire, the Ice Frost Empire, the Thunder Radiance Empire, and the Flowing Cloud Empire, among others. Duetto relative scarcity fundamental energy compared to the continent center, martial arts cultivation lags behind here, rendringit seemingly inconsequential. Pingyang City, a peripheral town of Tianfeng Empire, Ishamto hundred soft house Sanso residents, ho have enjoyed relative tranquil existence over the years. Within the city, four familias Rinchwei, Li, Yuan, and Feng clans, each boasting a grand master to solidify their dominance, thuzerning the tituli off four overlords of the city. The marketplace Saint Hecity is predominant like controlled by these four families, and event a lord appointed by theme pyre as not offend them lightly. Today, the Feng family's martial arts serenades a buzz with activity, gathering Mastov Heklance members. This day marks the annual potential testing event, where numerous elves will test their capabilities. The test holds great significance, as it determines the allocation of resources and influences their standing, the family. Thus, the young men and women place tremendous importance on is day somiexita confidence, while ethers are fled with trepidation, clustering together in the square, awaiting the commencement of the tests. Evri parentarbers theonate desert for their children to achieve greatness, and thus many adult shavegathired to witness the testing, resulting in a lively atmosphere in the square. The testing platform, constructed of azure stone, rise over 20 meters above the square, with a touring black stoniety skinter, gleaming in the sunlight. Not far from the testing platform stands Santa Thera elevated as of similariant, adorned with double sand chairs, where a seven individuals observeth the proceedings, from their vantage point, known as the viewing platform. Seat Dathis interissa commanding middle league Edmund with a square-fashioned broad nose, his spear gaze irradiating gonorrhea of authority haze Feng Bohan, the head of Feng family. To his left is an elder lemon with graying hair and dot of tough goat-like beard, wearing a gentle lesmolhais Feng leeching, the family's grand elder. To Feng Bohan's right sits an austere elder, his white hair meticulously groomed, exuding serious at Fengjing way, the second elder of Feng family. Next to the second elder is the fourth elder, Feng Bowling, a middle league Edmund with a somi what carefree Edminer, who happens to be Feng Bohan's younger brother. Beside him stands an enchanting woman in her 30s, with a delicate appearance, almond-shaped eyes, and slender lips, her figure graceful thuffer hair styled up, her expressive agaze inadvertent, lie reveal Sacherman galore shays Feng Lin Wan, Feng Bohan Sa younger sister and the family fifth elder. Next to the grand elder sits an etherealder lemon, disheveled and with eridinos, his eyelids drooping as if perpetually drowsy haze Feng Limu, the grand elder Singer brother and third elder of the family. Thellest elder, slight lista opidand with aloe profile, stands behind Feng Bohan, his identitunkly artoal, known in lias few boydised that fubo a savid be Feng Bohan and acid vote himself to serving of Molistord. Among the four prominent familias in Thesity, the Feng fam liposessus the greatest strength, owing to the presidency of 5 elders, alongside the clan head, totaling 6 formidable grandmasters. Theother 3 families, the Curie and Lyclands, each have 5 grandmasters, Wileduan family is the weakest, with only 4. In Sakasmal town, a grand master represents the pinnacle of power Revan T-Lord Spatched be theme pyre Ismaria martial master. Clan head, Mastov T-10 Deshaver Rive shall weckaments? The grand elder suddenly inquired. Feng Bohanadid, rising to servi Theodrius below, his gaze a lingering momentarily Yonaboy whose face bore determination, lips pressed tightly, and fists clenched. With assai, he exhaled deeply, casting a discreet glance off fifth elder Feng Lin Wang for speaking. Today Samamin to Saucasian foro your Feng family, as well as for in this continent, strang thrain supreme foro your familita thrive and progress, where acquire wars. Now, let the distinct be Janai wishin. Those who meet Hefamala standards will receive a preferential resources for cultivation should you fall short. You will need to seek employment within the family's enterprise and toil forthers to file your lives. Litusca Mincithitis. Understood, clan head. Responded onoft Hefamala stewards, halite lilia pedanto thetisting platform. He produced a list, announcing loudly, Function, please a step forward for testing. I out emerged from Thecrode, sprinting a few steps before the Pinganto thetisting platform. This led show spermise, with some encouragement, he may well become a martial spirit, remarketh Grand Elder, observing the testing platform. Let Fata decide. His potential could extend beyond these, Butalas, the familicide Third Elder, drifting back into a sleepy state. Indeed, our family has fallen on hard times. Andres sources are limiteth the rest little wakando. The Grand Elder echoed with Thasai. Our family shall rise again Wamos that wo elders' peak such ward soft despair? Fongbohan interjected. Your words ring true, clan head were merely old. The Grand Elder conceded, falling silent. Now, Fongchen he ledi pliant struck the massive testing stone with a punk. Fongchen, 16 years old, 8-star lower grade, qualified. Upon hearing the steward's announcement, Fongchen smiled, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. The black testing stone displayed a serious off. Numbers 726 this representeth a force exerted. These youth shady eto master any martial techniques, remaining in the body tempering stage, referred to as martial apprentices. Although T continentes ricking elemental energy, Theganeral physical strength of individuals sishub, substantially augmented however, during the initial stage soft martial cultivation, ordinary pli cannot perceive a thys elemental energy. Thus, they devised an alternative approach, long concluding that through persistent body tempering, one can generate a form of energy within, termed inner energy, which can also enhance a physical capabilities. When inner energy has significant strength, a warrior shall likewise a fortified, enabling the perception of elemental energy, through some barking gone the martial pathy. Due to various factors, the body temperings to Jame pose limit soniac individual's physical potential, which indicates here latent capabilities. Through extensive research, it has been established that the maximum strength for martial apprentices is 12 bullsaw force, categorizing talents into 12 stars. In the martial apprentices stage, thegriator and strength, them are formidable the inner energy produced upon breaking through to martial warrior. Subsequently, inner energy can be liquefied, leading to thebrinai through into martial master. Inner energy undergoes compression and transformation, evolving into true energy, culminating in the achievement of grandmaster. Upon beginning to sin elemental energy, true energy merges with, attaining the titly of great grandmaster. In the martial spirit stage, one condenses the vital energy, enabling Theosof Theisnergaforce word flight. The martial king crystallizes the martial essence, referred to as Danuan, allowing for flight through the masterio Thais essence. When the martial emperor's essence shatters, it transforms into a manifestation of power, termed magical power at this stage. Even if a warrior's body perishes, as long as the manifestation injures, they can reconstruct their form. The martial emperor stands as the pinnacle of strength within the Tianfeng Empire, capable of toppling Cadius and annihilating nations. Returning to Theta Scathand, the testing proceeds. Fengyu, 16 years old, 6-star middle grade, qualified. Fengjia, 15 years old, 5-star upper grade, disqualified. 1B1, the youths sent the platform for testing, some succeeding while the others fail, resulting in fear and despair among the families. This event deuce no tie il de singled finitivi outcome, asici out this granteth 3 opportunities for testing. From Theogoth 50 until 18, they may no longer participate. Fengling Xiao, Thestward Caladout name, yet known as Stepidford Heinquard, is represent? Im here. I out full voice replied, tinged with playfulness. Elias Sterned toward a striking la handsome youth, his brightia sandradiant smile complimented be a tall, stature paragano phi outh full charm house thevery boy fong bohan hadrivius la. To king a deep breath, Hestrode with deliberate steps toward the testing platform. Fengling Xiao, the Nephawaf clan head Feng Bohan, is Thesanoff 5th elder Feng Linwan, while at his father remains in the family. However, Duetto his mother Fingline wants exceptional talent as Saint 8-star grandmaster, second on Latoth clan head's 9-star status, Fong Lingzia Augerners considerabletension the family. He proched the testing platform, leaping a fortless slidegrisp teed geoft hestone platforman volten gontoit. Ha! If he struggles justo ascent the platform, what doi outhing his strength will but this time? Hoken say. He seems diligent, so perhaps she has maybe some progressance last time. What a way Stoff T Bundan resources provided bith fifth elder had shouldalized them for her own cultivation, perhaps sarfamally would have produced martial spirit bino. The youths below whispered among themselves. Now. Bang! Thesteward intended to announce a thestart but found Fong Lingxian phased, delivering Gaw punch direct light a thedisting stone. Thestone shimmered, and a glaring 100 materialized prominently. Ha! A wavio flautererip ted from Thecrode, only to beswiftly quelled. After all, while Fong Lingxia mino thave performed admirably, his motherison denia blif formidable thesteward gazed at the scene, uncertain whether Tomakian announcement, caught in a dilamasha furtive lie glance a day Theclan leader, seeking guidance. Announce sight, don't just stand there, Fong Lingxi air marked indifferently. Very well, Thestward sighed, stating, Fong Lingxiao, 17 years old, one a star perfect, not qualified. Ha! Up in hearing this, some could not contain her laughter. In this assessment, while many held semi-zomblancy of decimal points, Lingxia's here strength was unmistakable. Thesteward found himself a talas on how to categorize attachai, medium, or low, and casually uttered perfect, which resonated with that tone of sarcasm. Once that he announcement was made, Thesteward felt Hasens o frongna sit ways ukanoring sultan on swoons, hekast nervous glansoth fifth elder. Hurry khaled that last I erstis displayed escoriof 099 this time I thaden deed increased slightly. Lingxia shukishe dan dwalk head towards Thecrode below he peered cam, yethishi art brimmed with resentment. Thegazi soft hosey around him ranged from sympathito disdain, and heberidal. However, his steadfast lyre framed from casting of his ingle glance off the high platform. As the crow remarked, had it not been for his mother, she might have long since broken through toth martial spiritrium, and the family could have advanced. Yet, in her aspirations for her to achieve greatness, Fong Lin Wan had invested countless resources in a mover theirs. Bu twathed he become? The mostless in the family, aberdinto his mother, rendering her the subjecto ridicule. Having distanced himself significant lie, from the square, Lingxia's vision blurred hellif to disgazita theskiandex. A manster ser seldomst, yet the tissen lie, until the heart is truly wounded. Heffel tap profound sins of guilt, suffocating desperiat insolent lamentation, own lithe pain within made him nearly forge a toe. Chapter 2 The Elder's Proposal. After Lingxio departed, the distinct continued. Fong Kaishuan, 17 years old, 7-star shy, qualified. Fong Yuanshuan, 16 years old, 6-star shy, qualified. Fong Yiyun, 15 years old, 9-star shy, qualified. Suddenly, the evaluation of Nanester shy sin terribly of fast astonishment, through tech road. This 9-star shy signified profound potential, with hup he soft bereaking through toth martial emperor realm, just imagine, in thicity, top reduciatal and individual with such potential was nothing short of astounding. Thought his was merely potential, achieving the martial emperor status required ampler resources, opportunities, luck, and relentless fort. Yet, it ways not talaviver shock and dinvi. Moreover, Fong Yan was merely 15 years old with 3 years until adult who dantha form all practice of cultivation techniques, waddlevel wooed her potential testile bethin. Fong Bohan stowed dupin excitement, clenching gisfistitely the elder stroked his beard, momentarily so agitateth the near line keditout, when sin jin pain. It must be known that thirfamalish shias talent the don lyriact 9-star smiddlevel, and that was silly Fong Lin Wan. Fifth elder Fong Lin Wan maintained a usual faint smile, yet the hand hidden within Euro be trembled slightly. Once he an optimistic can play fool girl, she had encountered her fat dun, and fit had eel thera cruel hand sheffel in love, resulting in Fong Lingxiao but fat had played with her shigan Lingxi Elis the river. Having facets a calamity, she returned to her family, still exuding optimism, as a fun bird be sorrow yet he originaler was ultimately gone, without her thoughts concealed. As he gazed at Theacherman Jungerlinstage, Thorsiferson surfaced, and sudden Lychalos the desire to continue watching. Thus, Fong Lin Wan Rossi and departed. Third sister, do you have something on your mind? Feng Boliang inquired, somewhat puzzled. However, Feng Lin Wan was preoccupied and did not theorem, leaving the square without looking back. What is the meaning of this? Is there no sins of decorum left? The elder was equally perplexed, yet Feng Linwen had, 4 years, devoted resor sesto Feng Lingxiao, while her own cultivation progressed slowly, which displeased him, his tenor revealing his irritation. Perhaps third sister has her own matter sto tinto. Feng Boliang defender they were siblings, sharing a harmonious relationship. Couldn't she at least voice her concerns? Is there an ordered for the clan leader? It propose her future heir sources be halvadan located to Feng instead. The elder declared a trite this washes true intention. Indeed, this approach may serve her well, perhaps prompting her to prioritize her cultivation to family, her strength. The second elder adedlamly. Family interests superseded in the past. Feng Lin Wan's talent was unparalleled, and the family provide abundant resources and hopes would lead them to greater aims yet. She had let the family down. Now, with talent emerging, it was time for resource distribution to be recessed. That is soon acceptable, suddenly reducing third sister's resources with offer cultivation. Harrisor Shavial Reedy Dwin led to a tolling xiao. Feng Boliang vehemently opposed, countering. Has the family ever slighted her? Yet this he considered the family ships? On Sesha ventured out, Shepravit li pledged her li fido another, souring relations with kin family off the imperial capital. 4 years, she has received dampler resource society. What has accomplished? All her efforts were a funnel led in tolling xiao, while her own cultivation stagnated. This time, the family will no longer indulge her. The family belongs stall, not solely to her, the elder asserted firmly. Alas! The third elder sighed, intending to voice something, Budapin meeting Felders resolute gaze, fell silent again. The second elder nodded, indicating his agreement with elder's stance. Now, even if third elder abstained from it, it would stand a tone against Tuo Feng Lin Wan weighs in a precarious position. Ida said that brothers smay fightigers, and since Maybadal worth Feng siblings, dominant twit hint the family for a reason. Decisions regarding significant family matters were made through voting befielders each elder held in a vote, while at Hecklen leader Heltwo, with the majority prevailing. With Feng Boliang and Feng Lin Wan support, clan leader Feng Bohan maintained control over the family decisions at this moment. Feng Bolai on cast a hope he full glance of Feng Bohan, wishing who would speak up for Feng Lin Wan. Yet, disappointment awaited him. Feng Bohan was frowning, fiddling with his teacup, seemingly conflicted. As clan leader, his ambition was to lead the family surgeons years ago. When Feng Lin Wan exhibit exceptional talent, he disregarded opposing opinions, evincing tease with kin familitan nullify a marriage. The long-standing relationship between he familias was deep and thought kin family was enriched after accepting some reparations from Feng family, they were likudaltius without pursuing further consequences. Otherwise, with a martial king presenteth kin family, the existence of Feng family would have been uncertain. During that time, Feng Bohan faced tremendous pressure. Subsequently, Feng Lin Wan became older, allowing him to wield power over family decisions. However, more than a decade, and Feng Lin Wan's slow progress left them feeling disheartened. Feng Bohan had drivelly advised her, yet Feng Lin Wan was quite obstinate repiate attempts at counsel did nor salts, and he eventually let it. Now, with a noodle and Timergen the family, a glimpse said the hope he for surgents, igniting of fervor within. With both elder and second elder advocate in for redistribution of resources, have found himself in agreement internally. Yet, Feng Lin Wan was his younger sister Althoff not sharing the same mother, they had the sympathy moreover, their parentia died young, and had watched her grow their bond was profound. On Anissa del lay family interests and the responsibility so fat clanly drawn theater, sibling affection, plunging high into contemplation. Elder brother, are you outrily going to abandon her sister? Feng Boliang, sensing his silence, grew anxious. Humph! The family's interests surpassal. The elder snorted, exerting pressure. Shu dbq Sadov haven ulterior motives. It cowled beside that Feng Yang was a junior office line, however. His primary concern remained the family. A strong individual could alleviate the family's status significantly, there abyssecoring greater resources. It must be understood that in the southwestern continent, where a cultivation was lodging, a martial emperor could devastate Tisidia Sandana Hylatin nations in the Kinfing Empire, The strongest individual was Maria Martial Emperor, and among its nearly 100 million inhabitants, there were on the three martial emperors. A descendant with the potential to become martial emperor Waswart Hannah sacrificed to cultivate. He was resolute in relocating Fenglin once resource sesto Fenglin. Let us convene family meeting tomorrow. All direct descendants may attend to discuss her redistribution of resources, event those see underage may observe. The elder sans second elder's insistence left Fong Bohan with no alternative but to propose the family meeting. As clan leader, Hahadrevius Lidus regarded family interests sans stubbornly followed, well this time. Eiffeline Edwards Fonglin Wanigan, the family might very well fracture. He cold suppressed elder's faction, but no second elder ways involved should forcibly oppose, the elder likely would no longer tolerate it. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow with the family assembly, the elder declared, rising to leave. The elder made a part of this leisure. Fong Bohan replied coolly. The elder nodded, taking third elder Bethan Dan departing, square. Alt-Hoth third elder typically appeared in different family matters, he was delaying elder of T family. This time, the elder's departure indicate he had matters to discuss with him. Fong Bohan felt in his heart. Ish'll take me leave as well, the second elder stated. Second elder, please to take your leave. Fong Bohan responded coolly. Once the severe elders departed, the old steward went to announce the conclusion of tea testing conference, leaving only Fong Bohan and his brother Fong Bowling on the stitch. Elder brother, are you out relying on diminishing gore their sister's resources? Fong Bowling, shedding is previous like her free edmeanor, fixed is serious upon Fong Bowen. Did you note observe? Their salts from both first and second elders factions interessentai sting were equitive favorable theoritis, satisfied with the original allocation and havenit against us. Asked the clan leader, it must consider the Wolferif teen tire family should we resist their demands. This time, I likely the clan will disband. As long as you remain the clan leader, I can ensure the basic distribution of resources for your lineage. If the clan would fall apart, we might find yourselves with far fewer resources. Sigh. Our third sister as become a author willful, Lingzia possesses a resolute character, Yetheresium stobasomia non element afflicting him hu ilternating extai irif hecanit improvabithin, the opportunity for physical refinement will, like Clibalost, and in the future. I cannot sacrifice the interests soft teen tire from a liforth sacophony individual you and die both they've children, and Lingziao Haskausen and Saswell this time, I fear him a habito endures me hardship. Fongbo Hansen Tinto abandon Lingziao wash becoming increasingly evident. Ariao Trelai prepared to take Chakors? Earthard sister Hazenly Lingzio assure child, and that man has long since finished without a tracee most likely, heist no longer among the living Lingziai Salshi Hashokan possibly accept thy's abandonment, Fong Bowling protested, unwilling to relent. Strength is revered this ice and immutable truth of T continent. Sush's fate, and it is bay and Durkentrol. Gondin former third sister, Sasha may prepare herself. With that, Fongbo handed not lingering turn. Fongboling remains alent for firmament before Itoa departed, burdened by a heavy heart he understood the difficulties and concerns and Fongbo hambit ferret that Fong Lin Wan wood bunable to Bertheblo, leaving Hyman Astado finner turmoil. In the square, although heat testing conference had concluded, many individuals remained Fong Yin stewed prominent lie among the crowd. This washer inaugural test, marking Herazita fame instantly at that moment, Numeragia unjad Myrer surrounded her, showering hair with compliments. Though she maintained a semblancio frestrate, baying bute aungral, she could nathelp bufilis well of pride east heflatera continued unabated. Even as Hamadis lyre marked, the sismer latilentides nothing special, as Miley involuntarily graced her lips. Her parents, however ordinarily unremarkable within the family, now found themselves encircled by many, engaged in conversation filled with flatter yanding ratiation. While a successful rivulet heteration off tech road, that defeated Lingziao Haj retreated to the family's rear mountain alone. Chapter 3. Cursing the heavens and being struck by lightning, Ling Shao ventured alone to the back mountain, a place seldom visited by others, where tranquility reigned supreme. Yet, despite being merely a youth, how could he remain indifferent when faced with scorn? He had already burdened his mother and wished to spare her further worry, feigning strength to mask his vulnerability. Damn the heavens, are you blind? Have you brought me here merely to toy with me? Ling Shao cursed at the sky, unleashing his pent-up resentment and grievances. He harbored a secret. He was not of this world, but a soul from a cerulean planet. Upon his arrival, he was startled awake, cradled in someone's arms, receiving a smack on the backside. Panic and helplessness overwhelmed him as he sought his mother, yet his cries transformed into the wails of an infant. Gradually, he accepted his fate and ceased to weep, for his soul was relatively mature. His unusual demeanor in childhood drew the astonished murmurs of those around him. He could never comprehend how he had inexplicably reverted to infancy. The last vivid memory he retained was of swimming with friends. He had plunged into the water, feeling the icy grip envelop him, his legs seized by cramping pain, as the specter of drowning loomed. As a reborn infant, he was afforded ample time for contemplation, ultimately discerning that he had traversed realms and been reborn. The era he hailed from was one of information overload, with an abundance of time travel novels. And he had indeed heard of the concept of reincarnation. In his nascent memories, he had long since abandoned formula milk, and the sudden imposition of a nipple felt foreign and embarrassing. Yet, he soon discovered its allure. As he grew, he learned the language and script of this world, gradually coming to understand it, only to realize that the physique he had once deemed acceptable was woefully inadequate at the age of 5. He began his training, and though his body showed gradual improvement, the progress was painfully slow. While others rapidly enhanced their strength through training, his efforts yielded minimal results in a bid to accelerate his development. His mother, Feng Linwan, procured medicinal herbs for baths, an endeavor that proved financially burdensome. However, even though the medicinal baths showed some efficacy, the enhancement was negligible compared to that of ordinary individuals in this land. Martial artists held the highest esteem. Nearly everyone practiced martial arts, and while many spent their lives as mere warriors or martial masters, they were still far superior to him. Ling Xiao engaged in body refinement. Yet the solitude of his endeavor left him in the shadows, eclipsed by even the youngest of children. Nevertheless, his memory was prodigious, nearly photographic. In a realm where martial prowess was paramount, the cultural development lagged significantly. It was not due to a lack of intelligence among the populace. Rather, many found greater pleasure in martial training than in scholarly pursuits. Ling Xiao struggled with martial arts, yet he had perused the family's collection of tomes, absorbing knowledge on techniques and skills, thus gaining a general understanding of the vast universe he inhabited. In the martial arts realm, the initial phase of body refinement allowed for the learning of various combat techniques. This stage primarily focused on the contest of strength. When one's physical power stagnated, it marked the time to break through to the martial artist level, typically around the age of 16. However, this was not an absolute rule. Most individuals ceased physical development after 18. Hence, smaller families like the Feng clan would wait until their children reached 18 before permitting them to choose their martial techniques and strive for martial advancement. The breakthrough to martial artist status primarily relied on sensing the fullness of one's vital energy and cultivating the inner strength derived from it, continuously gathering and enhancing this energy until a qualitative transformation occurred. Achieving the Grandmaster level allowed for the perception and absorption of the world's primal energies, marking the true beginning of one's journey into martial cultivation. From this point forward, the cultivation techniques underwent a transformation, acquiring various attributes and becoming increasingly precious. Generally, they were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each subdivided into high, medium, and low levels. Techniques of differing grades absorbed primal energy at varying rates, with yellow being the least effective. Mystery slightly better, earth superior, and heaven the finest. Similarly, martial combat required martial skills, which were also divided into the 4 tiers and 12 levels. The yellow tier represented the lowest level, while the heaven tier embodied the highest prowess. In this continent, martial practitioners cultivated not only through the basic absorption of primal energies, but also through various other methods of training and combat, such as elixirs, formations, talismans, and spiritual treasures. However, practitioners of these methods were relatively rare, as they necessitated special talents and scarce inheritances, rendering elixirs, spiritual treasures, and talismans exceedingly valuable. Transactions on the continent typically involved gold coins. Possessing sufficient coins allowed one to procure most goods. Yet, for heaven-tier techniques, advanced martial skills, and high-grade elixirs or treasures, bartering was often required, with their worth typically measured in elixirs. Elixirs ranged from 1st to 9th grade, with the legendary celestial elixirs requiring the cultivation level of a celestial martial deity for their refinement, thus remaining elusive for many years. Spiritual treasures were categorized into spiritual artifacts and, with the latter sometimes possessing consciousness and the ability to take form. Talismans were rare. Often, powerful individuals would bestow protective talismans upon their descendants or disciples, sealing their martial techniques or transformations. Dedicated talisman crafters had become exceedingly scarce. Additionally, beyond humanity, the continent was inhabited by demon beasts. While humans were widely distributed, occupying the central regions, demon beasts claimed even broader territories. Demon beasts were classified into 9 ranks, with rank 1 being equivalent to a human warrior and rank 9 to a human martial sage, above which lay the demon emperor and divine emperor. Moreover, alchemists required not only spiritual herbs but also the cores of demon beasts and, at times, their blood. The materials derived from demon beasts were also valuable for crafting, further intensifying the antagonism between humans and demon beasts. Encounters typically signified conflict. Nevertheless, certain high-ranking demon beasts possessed profound intelligence and could assume human form. Despite their opposition to humanity, they occasionally engaged in trade with humans. Historically, there had been no full-scale wars between the two races, each maintaining their territories in relative peace. However, entering the survival zones of demon beasts often led to inevitable conflict, whether for gathering spiritual herbs or other rare resources. Thus, battles ensued, with the victor claiming dominion. It is often said that books contain treasures, yet despite Ling Zhao's extensive reading, this continent placed paramount importance on strength. He found himself grappling with the arduous path of cultivation, unable to discern a resolution. Was he destined to lead an ordinary, mundane life? Such a fate was unacceptable to him. Here, martial prowess could elevate one's status, enhance the quality of life, and even grant longevity. Martial kings could live for over 300 years, while the legendary celestial martial deities were said to endure for 100,000 years. Knowing all this, how could he not yearn for greatness? Reflecting on the mockery he faced during the assessment today, the derisive laughter and gloating gazes directed at him felt like daggers to his pride. A profound sense of humiliation welled within him. The faint memories of his past had begun to fade, making him no different from those born and raised in this land. He too longed to stand atop the world, to tread upon the stars, to dominate the cosmos, and to achieve the status of the supreme deity. Yet, the heavens showed no favor, denying him even the most basic qualification to break through to a martial artist. Overcome by frustration, Ling Zhao stood at the precipice, his curses echoing into the void. Before unleashing a long howl, thunder rumbled ominously. Shower. A deafening clap of thunder resonated as a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing Ling Zhao, who fell limp towards the cliff's edge. A gasp pierced the air as Feng Linwan dashed from behind a massive boulder, racing toward the precipice. She leaped, grasping Ling Zhao's ankle just in time. Though she managed to catch him at the last moment, the urgency left her perilously close to falling alongside him. In this critical moment, a flash of light emanated from the ring on her finger, and a long sword soared forth. The keen blade plunged into the cliffside. While Feng Linwan clutched the hilt with desperate strength, halting their descent. Shower, are you all right? Feng Linwan inquired anxiously. Yet, Ling Zhao lay unconscious, unable to respond. He will be fine. My shower will be fine. Feng Linwan murmured, her voice trembling with emotion. With a sudden surge of strength, she leveraged the sword embedded in the cliff to hoist Ling Zhao upward. Shower. Feng Linwan cradled him, her body trembling. Gazing at his charred form, she noted his faint breaths, her hand wavering as it hovered over his face, frozen in midair. Ling Zhao's skin, struck by lightning, appeared like shattered glass, marred by countless fissures yet still tenuously connected. The immense energy of that purple lightning was something Feng Linwan sensed was nearly insurmountable. Even with her utmost effort, survival seemed improbable. Yet, despite his grievous state, Ling Zhao still exhibited a flicker of life. As she felt his tenuous vitality, Feng Linwan was torn between relief and despair. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she cautiously carried Ling Zhao back to the family estate, heading straight for the main hall, where the clan leader, Feng Bo Han typically resided. "Brother, I beg you, save my shower." Upon arriving outside the family hall, Feng Linwan, without even stepping inside, cried out in despair. Hearing her wails, Feng Bohan swiftly approached the entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of Feng Linwan, clutching a charred figure, her face drenched in tears, as he discerned that the charred form was, in fact, a person. His confusion deepened, prompting him to inquire. "Third sister, what has happened to Xiao'er? How could this have come to pass?" Feng Linwan wept uncontrollably, recounting how she had witnessed Ling Xiao furiously cursing the heavens, only to be struck down by a bolt of lightning. However, she could not bring herself to declare that her child had incurred divine wrath. On the back mountain, an unknown surge of thunderous energy had struck Xiao'er, leaving him in this dire state. "Please, save Xiao'er," she pleaded. Upon hearing her words, Feng Bohan moved closer, cautiously examining Ling Xiao's condition. His body was battered, his vital essence depleted, yet a glimmer of life persisted. "This is truly peculiar. Sister, do not panic. Let us lay Xiao'er down and examine him further. Devise a plan." After his inspection, Feng Bohan felt a profound sense of alarm. Such injuries should have led to immediate demise, yet Ling Xiao still clung to life, leaving him at a loss. Thus, he sought to comfort his sister, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. In truth, this is not divine punishment. The mysterious purple lightning merely collided with Ling Xiao during a moment of escape. Meanwhile, in a void at the center of the continent, a group of formidable beings hovered in the air, their expressions grim as they surveyed the shattered space. A young man chastised, "You worthless fools! How could you allow that bolt of lightning to break free from its seal? Jeopardizing my plans? You are utterly incompetent. Please, young master, forgive us." The others bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his furious gaze. "Forgive you? Do you have any idea how many centuries our Fengyun sect has devoted to seeking this divine lightning? To let it escape so easily is an affront to the sect's nurturing." The young man pressed, leaving the others in stunned silence. Returning to the Feng family residence, Feng Linwan staggered into the hall, cradling Ling Xiao in her arms. "You must save Xiao'er. I cannot bear to lose him." Feng Bohan sighed inwardly, his lips parting in a futile attempt to voice his thoughts as he followed her inside. Inside the hall, Ling Xiao was temporarily placed upon a table, while Feng Linwan anxiously hovered nearby, and Feng Bohan continued his grave examination of Ling Xiao's condition. At this moment, Ling Xiao lay in a state of unconsciousness. Yet his soul writhed in torment within the purple realm, grappling with the images swirling in his mind. A mass of purple lightning enveloped his soul, inflicting unspeakable agony, yet his consciousness remained startlingly clear, rendering him unable to succumb to oblivion. The lightning energy incessantly eroded his soul, but at a slow pace, leaving him in pain without complete annihilation. Within this lightning, a peculiar energy seemed to reside. While it had diminished some of his soul's strength, Ling Xiao's essence gradually began to consume this special energy in a bid for recovery. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between his soul and the lightning. Despite the peril he faced, Ling Xiao unexpectedly found himself on the brink of a monumental opportunity. In the external world, Feng Bohan scrutinized Ling Xiao with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. "How is Xiao'er?" Feng Linwan's anxious gaze fixed upon him, her eyes brimming with worry. Although her cultivation was only slightly beneath Feng Bohan's, she understood Ling Xiao's situation all too well. She simply refused to accept the dire reality. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body had been nearly obliterated, yet his soul persisted in a fierce struggle for survival. Such injuries would spell death for anyone else, but Ling Xiao's soul possessed an extraordinary resilience, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. The lightning was formidable, yet it could not swiftly extinguish his spirit, affording him a glimmer of hope for recovery. Perhaps this was what they meant by "heaven never fully abandons those in need." Observing Feng Linwan's near collapse, Feng Bohan found himself at a loss for words. Over the years, Ling Xiao had been a burden to Feng Linwan, and now, on the precipice of death, Feng Bohan felt utterly powerless. Moreover, for a fleeting moment, he even harbored a wish for Ling Xiao to perish. After all, without him, Feng Linwan's resources would diminish. potentially offering her a second chance. With Ling Yun showing remarkable talent but still yet to break through as a martial artist, she would require time to mature. In contrast, Feng Linwan had already reached the level of Grandmaster, and in a short span, she could bolster the family with a martial spirit-level powerhouse. Feng Bohan believed that the elders would ultimately compromise. Yet, Feng Linwan's deep affection for Ling Xiao complicated matters. After all, Ling Xiao did call him uncle, and Feng Bohan felt a twinge of guilt. Feng Bohan's silence prompted Feng Linwan to gradually confront the harsh reality. Xiao'er cannot be lost. It is absolutely unthinkable, she cried out. Yes, there are elixirs. In the imperial capital, we can procure a 5th-grade elixir, the creation pill. It must be able to save Xiao'er. Calm yourself, third sister. How could we afford a 5th-grade elixir? The family would never consent to purchase the creation pill for Xiao'er, Feng Bohan countered. Furthermore, although his life force has not been extinguished, it is perilously weak, and he could succumb at any moment. As he spoke, Feng Bohan paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. Moreover, no one can guarantee that consuming the elixir will indeed save Xiao'er. Impossible. Absolutely not. Xiao'er still has a chance. He must be saved. Feng Linwan fervently shook her head, unwilling to accept such a conclusion. Ling Xiao was her everything. She could not bear to lose him. A 5th-grade elixir costs no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. The elders would never agree to part with such resources. Feng Bohan declared, Cannot part with it? How can that be? You simply do not wish to save Xiao'er, do you? Feng Linwan cried, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of profound sorrow as she gazed at Feng Bohan. While 1,000,000 gold coins was no trifling sum, the Feng family still possessed such wealth. However, it belonged to the family as a collective, not to any individual. To allocate 1,000,000 gold coins for a 5th-grade healing elixir, particularly for one deemed a waste by the family, Feng Bohan knew all too well that such a proposal would face vehement opposition in the family council. Moreover, with the elders having recently resolved to abandon Feng Linwan, seeking 1,000,000 gold coins from the family at this juncture was utterly implausible. Feng Bohan averted his gaze from the heartbroken Feng Linwan, remaining silent in an instant. Feng Linwan felt as though all her strength had been sapped away. Collapsing to the ground, the commotion drew the attention of other family members, who began to flock toward the family hall. After all, many had witnessed Feng Linwan carrying Ling Xiao into the family. What has transpired? The elder inquired as he entered the hall. Xiao'er is in grave trouble, hanging by a thread, Feng Bohan replied, casting a glance at Ling Xiao on the table. The elder followed Feng Bohan's gaze, his expression shifting to one of astonishment upon seeing Ling Xiao's condition. Just moments ago, during the assessment, he had appeared well. The sudden change left him taken aback. Such severe injuries, who could be responsible? The elder asked, perplexed. I do not know. We found no unusual circumstances. He was struck by a surge of thunderous energy, and remnants of that potent energy still linger within him, Feng Bohan explained. The elder stepped forward to examine the situation, falling silent as he did so. Soon after, other family members arrived to learn of the developments, whispering amongst themselves, struck by lightning. Surely, this is divine retribution. With such injuries, it's likely. Silence. Two family members exchanged malicious remarks, but they were swiftly silenced by Feng Bohling's furious glare. The two immediately fell silent, averting their gazes from Feng Bohling. They dared not confront him, for he was an elder, yet they felt little fear. As they belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder, they believed that mere words would not invoke retribution. In the hushed hall, only Feng Linwan's soft sobs could be heard. Time passed quickly, and Feng Bohan inadvertently glanced up to find that darkness had settled outside. Elder, the family. Before Feng Bohan could finish, the elder interjected, It is impossible. The family cannot squander such resources on a member with no visible hope. I wish to withdraw my annual stipend, Feng Linwan suddenly declared. Agreed, Feng Bohan replied without hesitation. Let us discuss this after the family council convenes tomorrow, the elder stated, his face betraying no emotion. Feng Linwan looked at Feng Bohan in confusion. Feng Bohan's brow furrowed. He understood the elder's intentions. They aimed to reduce Feng Linwan's monthly stipend before making a decision. Even if Feng Linwan withdrew her annual stipend, it would not suffice to purchase the elixir, and any further reduction would be unbearable for her. However, as Feng Bohan observed the silent second and third elders, he realized that this decision to diminish Feng Linwan's stipend was likely irreversible. Feng Boling opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He had yet to inform Feng Linwan, who remained unaware of the impending reduction. Is there no way to convene the council now? Xiar's condition is uncertain. I need to withdraw my stipend immediately to take him to the imperial capital. Feng Linwan, facing apathy from her family regarding financial support, resolved to seek solutions on her own. Ultimately, she was determined not to relinquish her quest. Chapter 5. Family meeting very well. Upon hearing Feng Linwan's words, the elder did not hesitate to agree, immediately turning his gaze towards Feng Bohan. Naturally, Feng Bohan offered no opposition. Although he understood that rescuing Ling Xiao was nearly impossible, he could not bear to extinguish Feng Linwan's hope, thus he nodded in assent. With their mutual agreement, the main family members swiftly gathered, as many had already arrived at the family hall earlier that afternoon. As everyone entered the hall and took their seats, all eyes turned towards Feng Bohan, awaiting his address. This family meeting was primarily convened to discuss the elders' proposal regarding the reallocation of resources. Feng Bohan sighed internally before speaking. Feng Linwan's expression shifted to one of confusion, a hint of unease creeping into her heart. What was this about resource redistribution? As a family elder, she had received no prior notice. Moreover, her monthly stipend was on par with that of Feng Bohan, the clan leader, being the highest in the family. The sudden announcement of a redistribution left her apprehensive. She dared not contemplate the implications. At this critical juncture, when she desperately needed funds to save her son, the unexpected convening of a family meeting felt like an attempt to sever Ling Xiao's lifeline. After a brief silence, Feng Bohan fell silent once more, uncertain of how to proceed. The elder, perceiving his hesitation, furrowed his brow and continued, "The family requires strong individuals. Only with strength can we lead the family to greater prosperity. Traditionally, resource allocation within the family has been determined based on talent and contributions. This recent family assessment has revealed several exceptionally gifted juniors, warranting a greater distribution of resources to foster their rapid growth. The fifth elder, Feng Linwan, had once been the most gifted in the family and received the highest monthly stipend. Yet her cultivation had stagnated in recent years. As the elder spoke, he cast a glance at Feng Linwan, disappointment evident in his eyes, before continuing. Now that the family has discovered individuals with superior talent, I propose a reallocation of resources, reducing the fifth elder's stipend by half to nurture these promising juniors. With that, the elder lapsed into silence, resembling a monk in deep meditation. However, upon hearing these words, Feng Linwan staggered slightly, disbelief etched across her face as she looked to Feng Bohan and the other elders. "Why must only my stipend be reduced?" she lamented. She understood that once matters were discussed in the family meeting, the elders had likely reached a consensus with the clan leader. Yet, she was in dire need of money to save her son. "You have disappointed the family's expectations," the elder retorted coldly. "I am currently the second strongest in the family." Feng Linwan replied, her confidence wavering. "With your talent and the family's resources, you should have progressed to the martial spirit stage or even higher by now. Yet, how have you utilized these resources? You squandered them on Ling Xiao, who shows no promise, neglecting your own cultivation and thus stalling your advancement. Do you truly believe you have the family's best interests at heart? Have you done right by the family?" The elder's face was stern. While he harbored his own motives, wishing to secure more resources for his line, his disappointment in Feng Linwan's actions stemmed from a significant history. After all, he had swallowed his pride and severed ties with the esteemed Qin family of the imperial capital for her sake, even compensating them with substantial resources, later granting Feng Linwan the highest stipend as a concession for the family's benefit. In his heart, the family's welfare held paramount importance. Feng Linwan felt a pang of guilt at the elder's words. However, upon seeing the fragile state of Ling Xiao before her, she rose defiantly and declared, "I oppose the reallocation of resources." She could not abandon her son. Ultimately, the final decision in the family meeting rested with the elders and the clan leader. Although all family members together could cast 2 votes, unanimous agreement was a formidable challenge. At the very least, her faction would not benefit this time and could not be expected to support the elder entirely. Turning her gaze towards her brothers, Feng Boling and Feng Bohan, she thought that as long as her two elder brothers supported her, the reduction of her stipend could not possibly pass. I also oppose it. Feng Boling, upon seeing the pleading look in Feng Linwan's eyes, sighed and voiced his dissent. Instantly, the elders' and second elders' expressions darkened. This was a blatant disregard for reason. Their glares turned to Feng Bohan, who, as clan leader, held the ultimate decision-making power. Feng Bohan remained silent. Clan leader, you are the head of the Feng family. You must consider the interests of the entire clan. The elder reminded him, at this moment. While others in the family had not spoken up, the hostility directed at Feng Bohan from the elder and the second elder's factions was palpable. The power within the family was firmly grasped by the trio of Feng Bohan and his siblings, leaving the others powerless. Although Feng Bohan generally acted fairly, should he continue to show favoritism this time, it would lead to unrest. Sensing the shift in the sentiments of the clan members, Feng Bohan felt a sense of helplessness. He could support Feng Linwan, effectively bringing the meeting to an end, but this would undoubtedly create rifts within the family. If the elder and second elder were pushed too far, there was a risk of fracturing the clan. Emotionally, he wished to spare Feng Linwan further heartache, to prevent her from suffering more. Yet, rationally, he acknowledged that the elder's faction was not entirely in the wrong. Under the scrutiny of all present, Feng Bohan made his resolution. He raised his head, surveying the assembly, deliberately avoiding Feng Linwan's gaze. I concur with the reduction of the fifth elder's stipend. Feng Boling looked at Feng Bohan, his eyes filled with understanding, disappointment, and complexity. The other clan members exhaled in relief. But Feng Linwan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body retreating 2 steps before collapsing into her chair. Feng Bohan had endorsed the elder's proposal, prompting the elder to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Feng Bohan continued to oppose, the elder had already mentally prepared to lead his faction and the second elder's faction to restructure the clan. However, that was not his desire. Feng Linwan was engulfed in despair. But the die had been cast. What could she do? The elder glanced at Feng Linwan, then lowered his head in contemplation before stating, "This matter has been decided. Regarding the fifth elder's withdrawal of a year's stipend, I concur. The sum is 30,000 gold coins, which I will personally provide to the fifth elder." With these words, the elder produced a special card, a universal crystal card used for storing and transacting gold coins. Having achieved his objective, the elder did not wish to escalate tensions with Feng Bohan. Thus, he generously offered Feng Linwan 30,000 gold coins from his own pocket to ease relations. The crystal card flew towards Feng Linwan, who hesitated briefly before accepting it. She was in dire need of gold coins. Even the smallest morsel was worth seizing. She would not forsake any opportunity. Subsequently, Feng Bohan instructed the steward to retrieve Feng Linwan's annual stipend, which originally amounted to 240,000 gold coins, but had now dwindled to a mere 120,000. Holding 2 crystal cards, Feng Linwan's expression darkened. "Third sister, this is over 80,000 gold coins that I have saved. Take it." Feng Boling offered a crystal card with a sigh. "Thank you, second brother," Feng Linwan replied as she accepted the card. Feng Bohan also sighed, saying, "Alas, take this. As clan leader, I must navigate some matters. I understand the difficulties you face, elder brother." "Thank you, elder brother," Feng Linwan replied, her tone subdued. Accepting the crystal card that Feng Bohan extended, she gently lifted Ling Xiao in her arms and exited the hall. Chapter 6. Hurrying to the imperial capital. Ling Xiao's epiphany after leaving the family hall. Feng Linwan did not return to her residence, but instead departed the family estate, heading directly towards Jifeng City. The journey to the imperial capital was a daunting one, spanning 1,000 miles, and would require considerable time. However, the Tianfeng Empire possessed rapid transportation options, namely flying beasts. Jifeng City had a flying station, which was where Feng Linwan intended to board a flying beast. She needed to reach the imperial capital as swiftly as possible to procure a creation pill. Ling Xiao's soul was being relentlessly tempered by the thunder, becoming increasingly resilient. Yet, the prolonged agony had rendered him ever more frail. Currently, he was utterly helpless. Having never cultivated any techniques, He could not even refine the thunder and could only instinctively absorb some energy to sustain himself. The longer this condition persisted, the more detrimental it became for Ling Xiao. Feng Linwan's eyes. His vitality was waning by the minute, driving her to a state of frantic urgency. By midday on the third day, Feng Linwan arrived in Jifeng City and headed straight for the flying station. "Hello, miss. Are you here to board a flying beast?" Upon entering the station, a maid approached her promptly. "To the imperial capital." Feng Linwan's voice was hoarse. "Very well, this way please." The maid guided her while explaining, "There are already 2 passengers waiting for the imperial capital. Once the number is complete, we can depart this afternoon. I wish to leave immediately. How many gold coins do I need?" Feng Linwan replied, urgency lacing her tone. Ling Xiao's condition was becoming increasingly critical, and she was unwilling to delay. "To depart at once? That is possible. But the cost is relatively high. A trip for a giant winged bird from here to the imperial capital costs 20,000 gold coins. Currently, with only 2 passengers, you would need to pay 16,000 gold coins to depart." The maid cast a glance at Ling Xiao, cradled in Feng Linwan's arms, and immediately grasped the urgency of her predicament. It was a matter of life and death, and they were hastening to the imperial capital for salvation. Without further hesitation, she introduced, "Here, the number of individuals utilizing flying demonic beasts is relatively sparse. Their flying demonic beasts are not in short supply, so renting one exclusively is certainly feasible. However, each beast can accommodate 10 passengers at a time. And the price remains unchanged. I shall offer 20,000 gold coins to rent a flying demonic beast solely for ourselves, with no stops, flying directly to the imperial capital." Feng Lin once stated resolutely. "Very well. Please follow me. I will make the necessary arrangements," the maid replied enthusiastically. After all, they earned commissions, and on days when only a few guests were introduced, securing a sole rental for a flying demonic beast, as Feng Linwan was doing, would grant her the commission for 10 passengers, much to her delight. Yet, she noticed the sorrow etched on Feng Linwan's face, realizing that they were transporting an injured person to the imperial capital. And thus, she stifled her excitement. Soon, they arrived at the square of the relay station, where several massive demonic beasts rested, their backs adorned with small wooden cabins. Despite their enormous size, these creatures were merely third-tier demonic beasts. Due to their large physiques, great endurance, and docile temperaments, they had been domesticated and raised by the Tianfeng Empire, serving as aerial transportation. "Please wait a moment while I complete the registration. It will be quick." The maid informed Feng Linwan's Danamim. Feng Linwan nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze fixated on Ling Xiao in her arms. The maid paid no mind, proceeding to the registration desk, and shortly returned with a middle-aged man. The caretaker of the giant winged bird, essentially the pilot. "You must first pay the gold coins, and then you may take off with the caretaker," the maid stated, awakening the dazed Feng Linwan from her reverie. "Swipe the card." Feng Linwan produced a crystal card. Following this, the maid took the card, retrieving her own as well, and as the 2 cards touched, she returned Feng Linwan's card, signaling that the transaction was complete. "This method is quite convenient. Please follow me." The caretaker stepped forward, addressing Feng Linwan. She nodded in agreement and followed him to the side of a demonic beast. The caretaker leapt gracefully onto the beast's back, his movements indicating that he was accustomed to such feats. Feng Linwan, holding Ling Xiao, also nimbly climbed onto the beast's back, as a grandmaster, although she could not yet fly on a sword. Her skills were commendable, and with the support of her Yuan Qi, a leap of over 10 meters posed no challenge. With a sharp whistle, the demonic beast unfurled its enormous wings and soared into the sky. The speed of this flying demonic beast was impressive, yet the distance to the imperial capital required 5 days of travel. Along the way, Feng Linwan's anxiety grew, repeatedly urging the caretaker to hasten their journey. For Ling Xiao's vitality was waning. The relentless ordeal over 5 days had left Ling Xiao's spirit weary, and a thought of surrendering to death flickered in his mind, aggravating the damage inflicted by the purple thunder. "No, I cannot die. I have come to such an expansive world. How can I leave without having accomplished anything? I refuse to perish." Suddenly, clarity surged through Ling Xiao's spirit, rekindling his will to survive. Despite life's relentless torment, He cherished existence as one cherishes first love. Even in such a dismal state, he would not relinquish his belief in life. This newfound conviction enveloped his soul, causing the purple thunder that bound him to momentarily falter. As if in astonishment, Ling Xiao was taken aback as well. How remarkably sentient this thunder was. You cannot extinguish me. I shall tread the starry skies and shake the universe. Why not acknowledge me as your master? I shall lead you to the pinnacle of martial arts. Ling Xiao conveyed his thoughts, yet the thunder offered no response and resumed its assault on his soul. However, after 5 days, Ling Xiao's soul gradually acclimated to the thunder. His consciousness clear, and the thunder could no longer harm him. Undeterred by the lack of response, he began to scrutinize the thunder, marveling at its mysteries. Gradually, his spirit entered a state of semi-consciousness, a form of enlightenment. This rare occurrence, a union with the Tao, signified a profound connection with the universe. In this state, Ling Xiao's soul became exceptionally sensitive to the myriad transformations of the thunder, which unconsciously manifested in his mind. This universe was indeed wondrous. Under the nurturing of rules, beyond humans and demonic beasts, other extraordinary entities could also manifest sentience. For instance, thunder, magical artifacts, and elixirs could all exhibit awareness. The thunder enveloping Ling Xiao's soul had developed a rudimentary consciousness. Such anomalies were often formidable, and many martial artists sought to harness them, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. This purple thunder not only possessed immense destructive power but also other extraordinary capabilities, such as devouring and aiding enlightenment. At this moment, Ling Xiao was influenced by the special aura emanating from the thunder, which led him into this state of enlightenment. Yet, he had never practiced any cultivation techniques. Otherwise, his strength would have undoubtedly surged. Nevertheless, even in this circumstance, his gains would certainly be substantial. While Ling Xiao delved into enlightenment, Feng Linwan was still striving to reach the imperial capital, seeking methods to heal him. Chapter 7. Awakening Consciousness. Arrival at the imperial capital 2 days passed, and Ling Xiao's condition stabilized, though he remained immersed in that unique state, sustained by the mysterious thunder, and had yet to awaken. As evening approached, Feng Linwan emerged from the small cabin on the back of the demonic beast. Gazing at the sprawling metropolis in the distance, this colossal city stretched for hundreds of miles, its architecture meticulously arranged. From afar, it exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur. This was the imperial capital of the Tianfeng Empire. Feng Linwan had visited this place in her youth, and though over a decade had passed, little had changed. After paying the entrance fee, she stepped into the city, bustling with life, streets lined with various shops, and throngs of people creating a vibrant atmosphere. Holding Ling Xiao, she attracted curious glances from passers-by. This was to be expected, considering Ling Xiao's body resembled a charred remnant, barely retaining any semblance of human form. Almost entirely carbonized. This was precisely why Feng Linwan had held him tightly in her embrace. She feared that excessive jostling would reduce his fragile body to ash. Given his grievous injuries, no one believed Ling Xiao could be saved. Feng Linwan wished to use elixirs to heal him, but he was in no condition to ingest any, rendering her efforts futile. This concern was a significant factor behind Feng Bohan's decision. Prompted by the elder's suggestion, he was unwilling to see the family's vast wealth wasted on Ling Xiao, who might not survive. Feng Linwan, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, was at risk of being overwhelmed by despair. Thus, he ultimately provided her with 100,000 gold coins. The elder's 3,000 gold coins were also intended for Feng Linwan, for without sufficient funds, she would be unable to procure the necessary elixirs. Once Ling Xiao's life force was entirely extinguished, it was likely that Feng Linwan would give up. After all, she was the second strongest member of the family, possessing great talent, and he did not wish to abandon hope entirely. However, both had underestimated Ling Xiao's indomitable vitality and Feng Linwan's unwavering determination. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul fully awakened. He had adapted to the purple thunder during his enlightenment. The thunder could no longer inflict harm upon him. "Little fellow, have you given up?" Ling Xiao's awakened spirit conveyed with a triumphant tone. The purple thunder flickered, akin to a petulant child, choosing to ignore his spirit and transforming into a small purple bird. sitting quietly to the side. This was the first time Ling Xiao had witnessed the mysterious thunder take on a form. Upon closer inspection, he realized it resembled a phoenix. A phoenix? No wonder you are so proud. You refuse to acknowledge me as your master, yet you cannot leave now. What is the point? What shall I call you? Phoenix Thunder? No, that name is rather unappealing. You come from the 9 heavens, so how about the 9 profound? 9 heavens profound thunder. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take that as consent. After all, we have been intertwined for quite some time. It can be said that we are friends, Ling Xiao persistently transmitted his thoughts. Yet the 9 profound remained silent, perhaps unable to respond at this moment. Perhaps it was fate. Upon witnessing the thunder's emerging sentience, Ling Xiao instinctively bestowed it with a name, inadvertently striking gold. The 9 heavens profound thunder was no ordinary thunder, but rather the most enigmatic and powerful divine thunder in the universe. This thunder was ferocious, imbued with destructive power, and those who could tame such formidable divine thunder would see their combat prowess significantly enhanced. Moreover, the 9 heavens profound thunder possessed an incredible devouring ability and could assist individuals in their enlightenment, rightfully earning its title as the most potent divine thunder in the universe. Originally, the 9 heavens profound thunder was immensely powerful. Its strength on par with martial saints, even capable of transforming into a human form, earning the title of 9 heavens saintess. However, when its identity was uncovered, it faced an ambush, narrowly escaping being refined. In the ensuing struggle, it found itself at a disadvantage. Unwilling to be refined, it self-destructed a significant portion of its essence, leaving only a fragment to escape. Yet, just as it emerged from the void, it collided directly with Ling Xiao. Due to the uniqueness of Ling Xiao's soul, imbued with a trace of temporal power, the 9 heavens profound thunder plunged into Ling Xiao's Zifu space, temporarily trapping it. Its initial intent was to annihilate Ling Xiao's soul. But upon encountering this peculiar being, it failed to succeed and expended a considerable amount of energy, leaving it significantly weakened. It did not wish to ignore Ling Xiao. Rather, its essence was severely diminished, and its consciousness was gradually dissipating, returning to a primordial state akin to its inception. Observing its silence, Ling Xiao refrained from further inquiries and shifted his focus to his own condition. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Where was his body? The remnants of his former form had been entirely reduced to cinders by the 9 profound thunder. What is this? Have you turned me into a wandering ghost? Ling Xiao was stunned. Yet the 9 profound thunder merely flickered once and then ceased all responses. Ling Xiao's current state could indeed be likened to that of a lost soul, given that his body was irreparably damaged. However, upon realizing the plight of his physical state, he found himself at a loss. His soul, possibly due to the influence of the 9 profound thunder, remained intact for the time being. Though he had never practiced, his soul was extraordinary. After several days of interaction with the 9 profound thunder, he had managed to siphon a modicum of thunderous energy to sustain himself. Yet, he was incapable of movement. His awakened soul could not command a body that was utterly lifeless. Was he to languish in this state until death? Ling Xiao felt a surge of indignation. As he meticulously examined his charred body once more, he unexpectedly discovered a drop of miraculous blood. Despite the complete carbonization of his body, a single droplet of blood had astonishingly preserved itself in the region where his heart once resided. You are formidable, yet you could not obliterate this drop of blood. Ling Xiao felt a surge of hope upon seeing that drop of essence. If the 9 profound thunder had failed to destroy it, it must possess extraordinary qualities. However, in his current state without a body, indulging in fanciful thoughts was futile. His weakened soul was incapable of undertaking any actions, leaving him ensnared in peril. After a prolonged silence, Ling Xiao attempted to connect his soul with that blood, eager to uncover its mysteries. After much effort, he finally managed to transfer the blood to his soul's vicinity. What a rich essence of thunderous energy! This drop of blood had absorbed thunder energy through the refinement of the 9 profound thunder, along with the inherent thunder energy carried within his bloodline. Ling Xiao was perplexed in the vast cosmos. Bloodlines were indeed a significant concept. Some beings with potent bloodlines possessed immense potential and exceptional cultivation speeds. Yet, awakening a bloodline required specific methods. Ordinary individuals could only awaken through serendipity. Only those families that had once produced martial emperors possessed the means to awaken their bloodlines. The awakening of a bloodline was invariably accompanied by a tremendous enhancement of potential. Could it be that I possess a remarkable bloodline? Ling Xiao pondered. The Feng family had never been rumored to have any bloodline significance. So could his bloodline be inherited from his elusive father? These thoughts eluded him. What mattered most now was reclaiming a corporeal form. Yet, with merely a drop of blood, how could he achieve that? Peering through the remnants of his body, he observed the outside world, where he was being cradled as they walked through unfamiliar streets. This place felt strange. He was no longer in Pingyang City. He mused. Meanwhile, Feng Linwan had arrived before an imposing edifice, lavishly adorned. The plaque read Qin Auction House in bold characters. Is mother taking me into this auction house? As Ling Xiao contemplated, Feng Linwan had already stepped inside. Miss, how may I assist you? A maid, elegantly attired, approached Feng Linwan immediately. I require healing elixirs. The higher the grade, the better. Feng Linwan replied. Her voice hoarse. Ling Xiao's heart ached as he observed his mother, her eyes red and voice raspy. He could only imagine the depth of her worry and the tears she must have shed for him. He longed to comfort her, but felt utterly powerless. High-grade elixirs can only be obtained through bidding in the auction hall. They cannot be purchased outright. Currently, the auction is underway, featuring a 5th-grade elixir, the creation pill, the maid explained. Take me to the auction hall, Feng Linwan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. For Ling Xiao, the creation pill was her sole hope. Naturally, higher-grade elixirs would yield even better effects and a greater chance of saving Ling Xiao. However, among the surrounding empires, 5th-grade alchemists were exceedingly rare, and 6th-grade ones were even scarcer. The Tianfeng Empire had but one 6th-grade alchemist. Yet it was rumored he could not concoct any healing elixirs of superior efficacy. Furthermore, Feng Linwan had nothing to entice a 6th-grade alchemist. In the Tianfeng Empire, 5th-grade elixirs were already considered top-tier. But they were not frequently available. She feared missing this opportunity. Very well, please follow me. However, the main hall is already full. There are 2 private rooms available, one of the 1st class and one of the 2nd. Which would you prefer? The maid inquired. The 2nd class, Feng Linwan replied. She had no extra funds to afford the 1st class room. Even the 2nd class was a reluctant choice. Chapter 8. An encounter at the auction house following the maid. They ascended to the 2nd floor and entered a room. There was a window that provided a clear view of the auction hall below, offering an excellent vantage point. However, entry to this private room required 5,000 gold coins. Feng Linwan was short on funds, but she endured the pain of parting with the money to attend the auction. That moment, a young woman was energetically hosting the auction on the platform. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? This fire sword is of spiritual weapon grade. Acquiring it would enhance a great martial master's combat power by 20%. Indeed, as her words fell. Another bid was placed. 230,000 gold coins, 240,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins. After a fierce competition, the price reached 320,000, and the bidding momentarily paused. Such weaponry and treasures were significant boosts to strength, yet due to the scarcity of weapon artisans, they were deemed exceedingly precious. This particular long sword was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, yet it had been inflated to over 300,000 gold coins. However, Feng Linwan, who was anxious for the creation pill, suddenly appeared relaxed. Subsequently, she rang a bell within the room and took a seat. Mother intends to purchase the creation pill. Where did she suddenly acquire such wealth? Could it be from the family? Ling Xiao pondered, bewildered by Feng Linwan's sudden lightheartedness. Given his status in the family, after sustaining such grave injuries, apart from his mother, no one else would wish for his survival. They would be relieved if he were to perish, and it was unlikely they would spend exorbitant sums on elixirs for him. His mother had no substantial savings either, although she was the 5th elder of the family. Her monthly stipend was largely consumed by her own needs. He had never seen the creation pill, but he had heard it required at least 100,000 gold coins as a starting price. This was beyond what his mother could afford. Yet, witnessing Feng Linwan's newfound ease sparked a glimmer of hope within Ling Xiao. Could it be that she possessed wealth? Dear guest, how may I assist you? A maid entered the room. Your auction house allows for items to be used as collateral in lieu of insufficient gold coins, does it not? Feng Linwan inquired. Indeed, we do. What would the guest like to pledge? We will need to have an appraiser evaluate it first to determine its value, the maid replied. Feng Linwan touched the ring on her finger, causing a collection of items to materialize on the table before her. There was a long sword, a jade pendant, several medicinal herbs, and a piece of black ore. This was all she possessed. Reluctantly, she held the jade pendant in her hand, caressed it momentarily, and then returned it to the ring. This will suffice. Please assess its worth in gold coins. The sword can be auctioned directly. The others may also be sold through your auction house, she declared. Understood. Please wait a moment, the maid responded before turning to leave. Presumably to fetch an appraiser or manager, Feng Linwan gazed at the long sword on the table. A look of nostalgia washed over her. This sword was a gift from you, yet now that Shower is in such dire straits, I find myself powerless. If I cannot save Shower this time, what meaning is there left in my life? What truly transpired when you vanished without a trace? What am I to do? Feng Linwan murmured, tears streaming down her face. Father? What manner of person was he? Where had he gone? Ling Xiao mused. He knew nothing of his father, save for a name, Lei Yaoguang. Even when he had asked his mother, she had provided no further details. In a rebellious moment, he had claimed that his father had abandoned them, yet his mother had steadfastly assured him that his father was not that kind of person. However, when his mother was pregnant with him, his father had disappeared, and now, 18 years had passed. He had grown accustomed to the absence of a father, seldom thinking of him or mentioning him. Feng Linwan wiped her tears, caressing the jade pendant left by her unseen husband. It glimmered with a hint of green, almost alive, sometimes even moving in a peculiar manner. Truly miraculous. In his youth, Ling Xiao had attempted to study it, yet had discovered no other functions. Feng Linwan remained in a state of uncertainty. Only aware that it was a legacy left by Lei Yaoguang in the past, her mother would often hold the jade pendant, lost in thought, sometimes even smiling, and Feng Linwan understood that she was reminiscing about her father, harboring hope for a reunion. However, as time passed, by the time he turned 10, his mother's smiles became increasingly rare, and eventually, whenever she held the jade pendant, tears would secretly fall from her eyes. Feng Linwan's gaze shifted back to the long sword, filled with reluctance. This sword was a precious gift from her father, yet now she was compelled to sell it, which naturally pained her heart. However, she possessed only a little over 200,000 gold coins, leaving her devoid of hope in purchasing the creation pill, forcing her to make the painful decision to part with it. True feelings lingered in her heart, yet the affairs of the world are often beyond one's control. Ling Xiao knew how much Feng Linwan cherished this sword. However, despite being able to sense the situations in the surrounding area, he found himself unable to communicate with her. This rendered him utterly helpless, stirring a sense of frustration within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling the method he had grasped while his soul was enveloped in a state of unity with the heavens, using thunder to condense his body. This was indeed the path of cultivation through the 9 mysteries, but it was only under such circumstances that Ling Xiao had gained some insight. He aimed to condense his body and defy the laws of nature to be reborn. Yet now, he possessed only a single drop of essence blood. To condense his body, he required a substantial amount of energy. What troubled him most was the absence of a complete cultivation method. Having never practiced any technique, he had no recollection in his mind. Although he had comprehended the method of merging with thunder, he lacked the cultivation method that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Nevertheless, it was evident that Feng Linwan was willing to go to great lengths to save him. At present, all she had left was a jade pendant, and she remained uncertain if it would suffice to purchase the elixir. Before long, the door to the private room was knocked upon once more. Feng Linwan composed herself and spoke. Come in. Greetings. I am Qinjia, the steward of our auction house. Upon entering, the maid introduced herself to Feng Linwan. Waner. Is that you? Qinjia looked at Feng Linwan, surprise etched on his face. Indeed, it has been a long time, Feng Linwan replied calmly. What a coincidence. Qin Jia was the very person with whom Feng Linwan had a betrothal in years past. Later, Feng Linwan had forcefully called off the engagement, leading to a severance of ties between their families. Yet they found themselves reunited once more, as Qin Jia beheld Feng Linwan's exquisite visage. The playful glimmer in her brows was now overshadowed by sorrow and worry, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. She remained as beautiful as ever. However, he wondered what tribulations she had encountered, for he saw no one by her side. Although they had not been in contact for many years, he had not completely moved on. This reunion reignited the ripples in his heart. Yet, it was clear that Feng Linwan held no regard for him. She treated him with mere indifference, as if he were just another familiar stranger. Akin to the maid. After all, time had passed, and the world had changed. They were no longer the same individuals as before. They had parted ways at the time of the broken engagement, severing all connections. Yet, Feng Linwan's indifferent demeanor still unsettled him, even inciting a tinge of resentment within him. Although the realm did not adhere to a strict male superiority over females, the principle of might being right was deeply rooted in society. Being jilted was a significant blow to Qin Jia's pride. His family, the Qin clan, was more powerful than the Feng clan, yet for reasons unknown, his grandfather had suppressed the matter, claiming that the two families were old acquaintances and that the Feng family was willing to offer compensation. He argued that it would be ungracious to stir up further trouble. However, he did not share this view. He believed in reciprocity. If one respected him, he would return that respect tenfold. Due to the events of that year, he had endured repeated reprimands from his grandfather. Over time, he thought he had grown indifferent, but upon seeing Feng Linwan again, his emotions were anything but calm. His gaze shifted, falling upon the injured Ling Xiao beside her. Causing his eyes to brighten suddenly, Feng Linwan had come to purchase the creation pill, presumably to save this man. What was their relationship? What had caused such severe injuries? Qin Zhou inquired with feigned concern. Can you assess the value of these items? This sword should suffice for the auction. Can it be arranged for immediate auction? Feng Linwan, anxious to acquire the creation pill, did not answer him directly but instead pressed for a response. This sword was indeed a medium-grade spiritual weapon, and it represented her hope of acquiring the creation pill. Not having gleaned any useful information, Qin Zhi frowned slightly. Chapter 9. Deliberate underpricing. Seeing Feng Linwan's anxious demeanor, although he was unaware of her connection to Ling Xiao, a smirk crept onto Qin Zhi's lips. Among these items, this sword holds the most value. The others would only fetch around 100,000 gold coins if sold to our auction house. Upon hearing Qin Zhi's words, Feng Linwan's brow furrowed in discontent, as this was far from her expectations. Although she did not recognize the mineral, it was exceptionally hard and heavy, emanating a faint aura of vitality. It was undoubtedly extraordinary, worth at least several 100,000. This mineral is a rare one. Isn't this price exceedingly low? Qin Zhi, however, remained unfazed and simply explained, this black tungsten mysterious iron is merely suitable for crafting high-grade weapons and cannot be used to forge spiritual weapons. Hence its low price. What nonsense! This black tungsten mysterious iron is a premium mineral, capable of crafting treasured artifacts with ease. With sufficient strength, even a pure young treasure is not out of reach. Yet it was evident that Feng Linwan was unfamiliar with the mineral, and Qin Zhi casually fabricated a name, confident that he had her at a disadvantage. Observing Feng Linwan's silence and internal struggle without refuting his claim, Qin Zhi knew he had struck true. As Feng Linwan remained oblivious to Qin Zhi's subtle expressions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. He sought revenge. His grandfather had once intervened, but now fate provided him with an opportunity, and he would not pass it up. However, while Feng Linwan was unaware, Ling Xiao was acutely aware of Qin Zhi's intentions and felt a surge of anger rise within him. Knowing he could not warn Feng Linwan, should I survive today, I will repay this debt 100-fold. Ling Xiao vowed inwardly, once more attempting to control his essence blood to condense his body. Although his energy was insufficient at present, he could at least make some preparations. Meanwhile, Zhuxian quietly restored its own vitality. However, with Ling Xiao lacking a physical form, it and Ling Zhao's soul remained in the original space of the Purple Mansion, hindering its absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Despite Ling Zhao's body being destroyed, his unique soul prevented its demise, allowing the Purple Mansion to remain intact. Otherwise, Jiu Xian would have long since been exposed or departed. It was precisely because of the existence of the Purple Mansion that Jiu Xian had been unable to leave, providing Ling Xiao with the opportunity to truly subdue it. Though Feng Linwan did not notice the subtle changes in Qing's expressions, she was not foolish. Furthermore, the mineral was worthless and would serve no purpose if purchased. After some contemplation, she decided to store it in her spatial ring. At that moment, Qing's face twitched, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly concealed. While he sought to take revenge on Feng Linwan, the circumstances surrounding the past were rather peculiar. His grandfather was a 5-star martial king, one of the 10 strongest in the Tianfeng Empire, and had deliberately suppressed the situation, leading him to consider that there might be some hidden concerns. As for the so-called friendship between their families, that was merely a convenient excuse. Most likely, Feng Linwan had some form of backing. Though this was merely speculation, he remained cautious. Until he clarified the situation, he had no desire to escalate matters. If one plan failed, he would devise another. This sword should be auctioned now, Feng Linwan declared. This is a medium-grade spiritual weapon, and based on the previous auction of low-grade spiritual weapons, it should fetch at least 1 million gold coins. Combined with my current gold coins, I would have enough to purchase a creation pill. That might not be feasible, Qingja countered. Why not? Feng Linwan pressed, her anxiety mounting. The creation pill is not always available. If you miss this opportunity, acquiring another will likely require considerable effort. Moreover, given Ling Zhao's uncertain condition, she was unwilling to waste time, fearing unforeseen complications. However, the more anxious she became, the more satisfaction Qingja derived, and he was determined to thwart her efforts. The auction occurred every 5 days, and the items were announced to major clients a day in advance. Introducing an item midway could upset the preparations of those clients. Maintaining a good reputation is crucial in business. We cannot disrupt the established rules, Qingja asserted solemnly, his expression feigning regret, yet it was all too apparent that he was merely putting on an act. Feng Linwan immediately frowned, as she had never heard of such a rule. Although she felt a surge of anger, the auction house belonged to the Qin family, and what rules they followed were entirely at their discretion. Qingja's refusal to accommodate her was of no concern to him. He was fully aware that he held the upper hand. If I sell it to your auction house, how much gold can you offer? Feng Linwan inquired. At this moment, she vaguely sensed Qingja's intentions to make things difficult for her. However, recalling how her annulment of the engagement had undoubtedly embarrassed him, she forced herself to suppress her rising anger. The price of medium-grade spiritual weapons typically ranged from 80 to 100 million gold coins. Certainly, the auction may yield a higher price. You can wait for the next auction in 5 days. Qingja scoffed inwardly, contemplating the absurdity of wanting to exchange money for the creation pill. He was determined to suppress the price. While the normal price indeed reflected such a value, the Tianfeng Empire lacked proficient weapon masters, rendering spiritual weapons scarce and exorbitantly priced, at least double the norm. The recently concluded transaction of that low-grade spiritual weapon was a testament to this fact. After speaking, Qingja refrained from further comments, intent on compelling Feng Linwan to plead with him. The disdain she had shown him in the past, leaving him utterly humiliated, would now come back to haunt her. The maidservant cast a surprised glance at Qingja. Offering a price more than half lower was exceedingly unscrupulous. Yet, being merely a lowly maid, she quickly resumed her silence, recognizing that it was not her concern. After all, why would she risk offending her employer for someone unrelated? Feng Linwan gazed at Qingja, who merely returned her look with an indifferent smile. The events of the past may have left some scars, but one cannot dwell on the bitterness of bygone times. You might be mistaken, Qingja replied calmly. In commercial dealings, there is an inevitable disparity between acquisition and auction prices. Are you intentionally targeting me? Feng Linwan's fury erupted as she inquired. If you are unwilling to sell, you may seek another buyer. Qingja's eyes narrowed slightly, laced with disdain. It was astonishing that someone who had once surpassed him in cultivation could now be inferior. Talent matters little when a weak family cannot provide adequate resources, ultimately leading to mediocrity. Confronted with Qing's blatant price suppression, Feng Linwan seethed with anger, yet felt powerless. She desperately needed the creation pill and could not afford any delays. If she sought buyers elsewhere, the auction might conclude before her return. Chapter 10. The despicable Qingzhe. Soul transmission. Feng Linwan fixed her gaze on Qingzhe, who remained unfazed by her wrath. He had recently ascended to the martial spirit level, rendering her intimidation futile. The auction was about to commence for the 5th-grade creation pill, entrusted by Master Han Lin. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice resonated, announcing the start of the bidding for the creation pill. Startled, Feng Linwan clenched her teeth and declared, 1,200,000, I will buy it. Our auction house can only offer a maximum of 1 million. Qingzhe replied with composure. Although the creation pill typically priced around 1,200,000, he was aware that 2 other individuals sought it for healing purposes. Even with Feng Linwan's 1 million gold coins, her hopes remained bleak. Otherwise, he would not have acquired that longsword. With no other options, and the auction underway, Feng Linwan reluctantly acquiesced, her heart heavy with sorrow and anxiety. Very well. Including these herbs, 1,200,000. She gazed at Qingzhe with an imploring expression. She had over 200,000 gold coins left. But it was prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Agreed, Qingzhe replied lightly, turning to a nearby maid and instructing, fetch 1,200,000 gold coins for her. Once the transaction was complete, Qingzhe did not hasten to depart. He lingered, eager to witness the despair etched on Feng Linwan's face following her failure at the auction. Upon receiving the crystal card, Feng Linwan steeled herself and joined the bidding. 1,150,000. The bidding had escalated from an initial price of 800,000 to 1,100,000. Feng Linwan raised the bid by 50,000, momentarily halting the competitive calls. However, numerous eager buyers remained, and a voice from a private room called out, 1,200,000. Before Feng Linwan could react, another voice chimed in from a different room, 1,250,000. Their determination to secure the pill was unwavering. Feng Linwan's anxiety surged. With 2 others in contention, she hesitated to voice her bid, keen to see who would withdraw first. The more bidders there were, the more inflated the price could become. 1,350,000. The first bidder added a decisive 10,000, their tone resolute. Feng Linwan's anxiety intensified, with a total of just over 1,450,000 gold coins. Securing the pill seemed perilous. Is there any further bidding? This is the creation pill, the ultimate remedy. The auctioneer's incessant chatter fueled her growing aversion. 1,380,000. 1,400,000. The subsequent bidder, reluctant to concede, raised the bid by 30,000, attempting to gauge the others, but their offer was quickly eclipsed by the previous one at 1,400,000. Sensing the firmness of the competition, the later bidders fell silent, conceding defeat. Private room number 5 bids 1,400,000. Is there another bid? 1,400,000 going once, going twice. Just as the auctioneer prepared to finalize the bid, Feng Linwan hastily increased her offer by 20,000. This was her last opportunity to bid. It wasn't that she was unwilling to spend the gold, but rather that she feared provoking the bidders from room No. 5. In auctions, bidding wars were commonplace. Moreover, with only 1,450,000 gold coins, the distinction between a 20,000 and a 50,000 increase was negligible. Yet, having witnessed the previous bidder raise by only 20,000, she similarly followed suit. 1,500,000. As soon as her bid was announced, Feng Linwan felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing into her seat, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ling Xiao, witnessing his mother in such despair, felt a pang of heartache, casting a dark glare at Qingzhe. Although the creation pill would not suffice for him to solidify his form, it represented Feng Linwan's last glimmer of hope. It was because of Qingzhe that Feng Linwan had to part with her beloved sword, only to miss out on the creation pill. Over the years, his mother had sacrificed so much for him, enduring countless hardships. Now, he could utter not a single word of comfort, his guilt overwhelming. Wait. What you have done today shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future, Ling Xiao vowed resolutely. His turbulent emotions and intense soul fluctuations inadvertently allowed him to grasp the method of soul transmission. His soul, already unique, had been further refined by the nine heavens' mystic thunder. Although his soul power was not particularly strong, his realm was not low on the continent. Souls were categorized into 9 realms: mortal, Yuan spirit, spirit communication, spirit condensing, ghostly soul, domain soul, heaven soul, yang soul, and primordial spirit. Having traversed through time and space, Ling Zhao's soul was inherently powerful. Yet, his newborn body was frail, causing a mismatch. The soul oppressed the body, extracting vast amounts of energy to sustain itself, leading to his arduous physical refinement. After undergoing another round of refinement through the 9 heavens' mystic thunder, his soul had now reached the spirit condensing stage, capable of forming an ethereal shape and transmitting thoughts independently. Although his soul should not have been able to exist apart from his body, the energy from the 9 heavens' mystic thunder, combined with the time-space power inherent in his soul, had miraculously prevented his spiritual core from shattering, allowing him to persist. However, lacking cultivation techniques and knowledge, he found himself unaccustomed to the absence of a body, rendering his soul power weak and hindering his ability to communicate with others. "Mother, do not grieve. Your child will not perish," Ling Xiao transmitted his thoughts, awakening Feng Linwan, who stood up abruptly, tears streaming down her face, yet a smile breaking through. This left Qinzhi bewildered, pondering, could she have lost her mind? "Mother, gather yourself. Let us leave this place and devise another plan." Ling Xiao wished to avoid lingering here, for it was evident that Qinzhi was an adversary, and Feng Linwan was at a disadvantage in this place, where the loathsome Qinzhi held sway. She could not speak freely. Subsequently, Feng Linwan approached and lifted Ling Zhao's charred form, laughing and crying as she made her way outside. Qinzhi observed with a cold, satisfied smile. Once Feng Linwan exited the auction house, he chuckled sinisterly. "This is just the beginning. I will ensure you taste suffering beyond comprehension." His icy tone sent a shiver down the spine of the maidservant beside him. "Come here," Qinzhi commanded the maid. "Young master, I saw nothing, I know nothing. Please spare me." The maid quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. "Come, make sure the young master is comfortable. There will be rewards," Qinzhi declared, revealing a lecherous grin. The maid, too intimidated to protest, crawled forward, eager to please him. He was unconcerned about her awareness of his vendetta against Feng Linwan. Rather, he felt discontented that she, who was once his beloved wife, had fallen into another's hands. Now, seeing Feng Linwan still as enchanting as ever, ignited his desires. The maid's sudden bite startled him, almost causing him to surrender entirely. "Very well, continue." While he reveled in the maidservant's attentions, a malicious thought began to take root in his mind. Chapter 11. The father's identity. Crisis emerges. Having exited the auction house, Feng Linwan urgently whispered, "Shower, how are you? How can mother help you?" "Do not fret, mother. I shall be fine for the time being. Although this incident has been unfortunate, it is not without its rewards," Ling Xiao replied, casting a glance at the silent 9 heavens' mystic thunder beside him. He had heard tales of warriors refining divine thunder, achieving unparalleled strength, and naturally yearned for the 9 heavens' mystic thunder. Now that it was trapped within his spiritual core, he was determined to refine it. "Mother, I urgently need a technique related to thunder attributes, as well as a location rich in energy. The acquisition of elixirs has become quite challenging for us. Although I possess some confidence in reconstituting my body, it will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Once I defy fate and undergo rebirth, I shall ensure that Qinzhi meets a fate worse than death." Ling Xiao declared vehemently. "The Qin family wields immense power. Let us not dwell on such thoughts as long as you return safely. That is all I desire. The family lacks a lightning attribute cultivation method. But your father was once a practitioner of this element, and I possess his techniques. This method is somewhat peculiar, its rank unknown, yet it is capable of leading one to the martial emperor realm, which suggests its quality is not to be underestimated," Feng Linwan explained. Was father truly at the martial emperor realm back then? What was his true identity? Ling Xiao inquired upon hearing this revelation. "You have grown," and there are certain truths that I must now divulge. Your father was a disciple of a martial emperor family at the heart of the continent. However, he failed to awaken his bloodline and was subsequently ostracized by his kin, leading to his expulsion from the family. He wandered the continent, ultimately acquiring this technique in a relic, thus breaking his shackles and ascending to the martial king level. It was during that time, as I faced a fifth-tier beast, the Huayao ape, in the Beast Mountain range, that I contemplated ending my life in despair. Suddenly, he appeared, dispatching the Huayao ape with a single strike. That moment, he was enveloped in thunder, resembling a war deity, and his majestic figure left an indelible mark on my heart. Eventually, we united, and you were born. Though he remained unaware of it on that occasion, he unexpectedly left behind a jade pendant, departing alone with the intent to transcend to the martial venerable realm, promising to return in no less than 3 months and no more than half a year. Yet, I waited in vain for his return, yearning to seek him out, but was left in ignorance of his whereabouts. After the annulment of our engagement and the subsequent rift with the Qin family, he vanished without a trace, compelling me to return to my family. Fearful to inquire about him lest the Qin family discover his absence and retaliate against us, I sense that he is alive, enduring suffering, yet I remain powerless to locate him. Feng Linwan lamented. Do not fret excessively, mother. If he is indeed a martial emperor, then it is improbable that he would easily perish in this remote southwestern continent. Ling Xiao reassured her. In light of this, it becomes understandable. Back then, the Feng family was weak, yet we managed to withdraw from the engagement peacefully. This was due to your father's covert intimidation of the Qin family. In this southwestern territory, a martial emperor stands as the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, if he were on the verge of breaking through to the martial venerable realm, he would be virtually invincible here. The death of a martial emperor in the southwestern continent would undoubtedly be a monumental event, impossible to go unnoticed without a trace of news escaping. However, what could have caused father to remain absent for over a decade? Ling Xiao pondered in silence. Yes, mother knows. This jade pendant must be connected to your father. The green hue within it once faded significantly, but has gradually returned, Feng Linwan remarked, producing the pendant to caress it. Ling Xiao, intrigued, extended his soul to explore it as well. Before long, a look of understanding crossed his face. It was revealed to be a soul jade talisman, with that green essence representing a fragment of his father's soul energy left behind long ago. With this soul talisman, one could ascertain his safety at any moment. Yet, utilizing this talisman to locate his current whereabouts would likely necessitate an exceptionally advanced level of cultivation. Some major powers on the continent craft soul talismans or soul lamps to monitor the safety of their disciples during their excursions. Mother, this pendant is indeed a soul talisman. As long as the green essence remains, it signifies that father is still alive. Surely, there will come a day when we reunite. Ling Xiao comforted. Indeed. You mean to say that you require a cultivation method and sufficient energy in order to reconstruct your body? Feng Linwan nodded, inquiring further. Yes, I possess a method for reconstituting my body along with a drop of my blood refined by lightning. With adequate energy, I should be able to succeed, Ling Xiao replied. This was a presumption on his part. Currently, although his soul realm has reached the spirit condensation stage, akin to that of an ordinary martial emperor, the martial form of a martial emperor can detach to fight independently. And as long as the martial form remains, it can achieve rebirth. However, this not only requires a certain soul realm but also the essence of the martial emperor. Presently, devoid of any magical power, he would find it impossible to achieve bodily reconstruction on his own. These realizations had yet to dawn on him, but voicing them provided Feng Linwan with solace and hope. Having been targeted and suppressed by Qin Jia at the Qin auction house, Feng Linwan opted not to linger in the imperial capital. She made her way directly to the flying station, setting off once more towards the southeast of the empire. This was not only to evade Qin Jia's machinations, but also because the southwestern border was adjacent to the Beast Mountain range. Although perilous, the dangers lay deeper within the mountains. On the periphery, the beasts were not particularly fearsome, mostly mere feral creatures that Feng Linwan, as a Grand Master, could handle. It was a sparsely populated area, and she hoped to find a place rich in elemental energy. Qinjia, reveling in his moment of satisfaction, playfully pinched the cheek of a maid and remarked, "Don't forget to wipe your mouth after you've eaten." As he spoke, he wiped away a trace of residue from the corner of her mouth with his finger, which the maid obediently took into her mouth to go. Informed Qin Shoren to keep a close watch on that woman. Look for an opportunity to administer this to her, preferably in a crowded place. If the young master cannot have her, then we shall ruin her, Qinjia commanded, tossing a small vial from his spatial ring to the maid. Yes, I will notify Qin Shoren immediately, the maid replied, rising to tidy her disheveled dress before exiting the private room. Before long, Qin Shoren received reports from his subordinates that Feng Linwan was traveling towards the southwestern city of Hejiang. This wretched woman is quite swift. Come, let us pay a visit to Hejiang. Uncertain of how she had offended the young master, he thought that if he handled this matter well, there would certainly be rewards in store for him. With that, Qin Shoren rose, accompanied by a few lackeys, and departed the city towards the flying station. Feng Linwan's recent appearance in the imperial capital had brought trouble to the Feng family. Not only had Qinjia dispatched individuals to drug her, but he had also sent agents to Pingyang City to investigate the state of the Feng family. Although his grandfather seemed reluctant to speak of the Feng family, he noticed that Feng Linwan had lacked sufficient gold coins when purchasing the elixir of creation, leading him to believe that the Feng family possessed no hidden trump cards. Nevertheless, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he instructed his men to scout Pingyang City first. Should they uncover the current situation of the Feng family, it might prompt him to take action against them. Chapter 12. Treasure Hunting in the Treasure Pavilion. The mysterious ring. While Qinjia was dispatching individuals to Pingyang City, the Fengyun sect at the center of the continent was also unwilling to let go of the opportunity to capture the Jotian Xianlei. They sent numerous experts to search high and low. There were indeed individuals who had arrived in the southwestern continent via spatial transmission. Although they lacked precise coordinates, the formidable nature of the Jotian Xianlei would inevitably create some disturbances, serving as the clues they sought. However, upon the Jotian Xuanlei's emergence from the void, it collided directly with Ling Xiao, the only witnesses to the Jotian Xianlei being Ling Xiao and Feng Linwan. It would not be easy for the Fengyun sect from the center of the continent to track them down. Nonetheless, this remained a potential threat. The Feng family remained blissfully unaware, celebrating the emergence of their prodigy. Feng Yiyun, entirely oblivious to the impending danger, Feng Linwan finally arrived at Hejiang City, the largest city closest to the Beast Mountain range. Though not comparable to the imperial capital, it still ranked among the foremost cities of the Tianfeng Empire. Upon arrival, Feng Linwan proposed purchasing some elixirs in the city, as Ling Xiao required energy, and having elixirs as an aid was certainly better than having none at all. Very well, however, it is rather inconvenient for you to carry me this way. Please store me in your spatial ring. In my current state, being within the ring will not pose any issues, Ling Xiao suggested. Though entering the ring would sever his connection to the worldly energies, he was currently sustained by the energy provided by the Jotian Xianlei, rendering the absence of worldly essence inconsequential. But spatial rings cannot contain living beings. Feng Linwan hesitated. I am no longer considered alive. Ling Xiao sighed. In that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Feng Linwan, nearly bringing her to tears once more. Oh, not be sad, mother. This can be seen as a new beginning. Once I reconstitute my body, I should be able to cultivate, he reassured her. He also sensed, albeit vaguely, that the reason for his slow physical refinement was due to the transference of his soul through time and space, rendering him a burden to his mother within the family. With this rebirth, bolstered by the Jotian Xuanlei's refinement, his body should emerge powerful, free from the constraints that once held him back. Very well. Shower has yet to venture far. Today, I shall take you to broaden your horizons in Hejiang City. With that, Feng Linwan stored Ling Xiao into the spatial ring. How does it feel? Is there anything amiss? Feng Linwan inquired. All is well. As long as you do not forcibly seal the ring with your soul energy, I will be able to communicate with you, Ling Xiao replied after assessing his condition. All right, mother understands. Sensing the consciousness emanating from within the ring, Feng Linwan hastily released the seal upon it. After all, even though Ling Xiao's soul realm surpassed Feng Linwan's, breaking the seal would not be an easy feat due to its constraints. Subsequently, Feng Linwan entered the city, this time without holding Ling Xiao, making her presence less conspicuous. To procure elixirs, the treasure pavilion in Heijiang City was undoubtedly the best choice. Behind the treasure pavilion lies the esteemed Mingyu sect, the foremost sect of the Tianfeng Empire. The sect leader, Yu Mingchen, is the preeminent master of the empire, possessing the formidable cultivation of an 8-star martial emperor, known by the title of Yu Qian Martial Emperor, whose might is unparalleled, leaving even the imperial family wary of provoking him. The Mingyu sect boasts several alchemists, including the empire's sole 6th-rank alchemist, Dan Wangliyang, who serves as an elder of the sect, thus making the elixirs from the treasure pavilion quite renowned. However, while the efficacy of these elixirs is undeniable, their price is succinctly described by one word: exorbitant. Nevertheless, rarity begets value, and this is hardly surprising. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Feng Linwan initially intended to head directly to the elixir section, but Ling Xiao suggested they explore the peculiar items section instead. This peculiar items section features objects of uncertain utility, catering to the curiosity of the masses, and the prices are likewise steep. Yet, with countless items in the world, no one can identify them all, and there have been instances where treasures overlooked by the pavilion's appraisers were fortuitously discovered by the lucky few. Thus, despite the high prices, patrons still frequent the place, driven by a whimsical hope to unearth hidden gems. "Miss, how may I assist you?" A maid approached with a courteous demeanor. "Take me to the peculiar items section." Feng Linwan replied, "Of course, please follow me." The maid promptly responded. The items in the peculiar section were marked with inflated prices, ensuring substantial commissions for the attendants. Following the maid, Feng Linwan soon arrived at the peculiar items section, where a dazzling array of goods was displayed in rows of cabinets. Upon inspecting the prices, she found them soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Yet, there were no names or descriptions. One either purchased what they fancied or moved on, relying entirely on personal inclination. Having never visited this section before, Feng Linwan felt somewhat at a loss as she gazed at the items. Turning to the maid, she heard her say, "Dear guest, all the products in front are clearly priced. You may choose at your leisure, and once you've made your selection, I shall take you to checkout." Faced with the maid's polite smile, Feng Linwan felt helpless. "Mother, this is merely a matter of luck. You should peruse the shelves one by one. I can also extend my spiritual sense to investigate. If we find something worthwhile, excellent. If not, it matters not." Receiving Ling Xiao's transmission, Feng Linwan reluctantly approached the cabinets. "This is truly outrageous. A piece of dirt-covered scrap metal costs 100,000 gold coins. This is highway robbery," Feng Linwan exclaimed, gazing incredulously at a rusted piece of iron. "That's to be expected. Others are here to earn gold coins, and there's no compulsion to buy. Don't take it to heart," Ling Xiao remarked. "Indeed, some items are deliberately placed by the treasure pavilion, as the number of unrecognized objects is limited. This is simply a commercial tactic. Besides these common items, there are also remnants recovered from ruins, the utility of which is truly indeterminate or entirely lost. However, these items are even more expensive, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions of gold coins." After examining several shelves, Ling Xiao found nothing particularly remarkable. The most he encountered were fragments of spiritual artifacts, devoid of their former vitality, suitable merely as raw materials for refinement, yet priced exorbitantly, rendering them unworthy of purchase. Feng Linwan shook her head in dismay. "Since we're here, we might as well complete the rounds," Ling Xiao suggested. He had come to this place in hopes of testing his luck, feeling that his spiritual perception was notably acute after losing his physical form. However, given the presence of 6th-rank alchemists behind the treasure pavilion, the chances of finding a bargain were slim, and he held no grand expectations. As they ventured further, the items began to exhibit more intrigue, as Ling Xiao's spiritual sense swept over them, revealing none he recognized. Moreover, several individuals had gathered here, deep in contemplation, lingering back and forth. This, he surmised, was where the genuine curiosities resided. Energized, Ling Xiao urged Feng Linwan to approach. The individuals before the shelves glanced up at Feng Linwan briefly before returning to their chosen items. This left Feng Linwan, who had intended to offer a polite nod of greeting, feeling somewhat awkward. However, Since they paid her no mind, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. After all, they were merely strangers crossing paths, likely to have no future connection. As she drew near to the cabinets, Feng Linwan silently observed the items. Yet, as she approached these individuals, she sensed an unmistakable air of vigilance and exclusion. It appeared that the items here were not to be handled lightly. Those who had their sights set on certain pieces were hesitant to touch them, fearing that if they did not make a decision, others might snatch them up. Ling Xiao noted this as well. The individuals here clearly possessed notable backgrounds, and the items they coveted were indeed special. After scrutinizing a few pieces and comparing their marked prices, he shook his head internally, dismissing them. Having completed the final cabinet, Ling Xiao had yet to discover anything of interest and sighed inwardly, preparing to withdraw his spiritual sense when he suddenly detected a flicker of spiritual energy. Prompting a surge of curiosity, upon focusing his soul, he spotted a ring intricately carved with dragon motifs. A meticulous examination revealed it to be unremarkable, and it was not even a spatial ring, merely an ornament. However, its exquisite design suggested that it might have an intriguing origin. Otherwise, it would not be displayed here. Yet, apart from the earlier flicker of spiritual energy, Ling Xiao found no further anomalies, and that initial sensation had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Something is amiss. I cannot have been mistaken in sensing that spiritual fluctuation. This ring must be distorting my spiritual perception, Ling Xiao mused to himself. Upon checking the price tag, he found it to be a staggering 800,000 gold coins. For an ordinary accessory, such a sum was outrageous, explaining why it had remained on display for so long. Recognizing the peculiarity, Ling Xiao was determined to purchase it, hoping to test his luck. "Mother, that ring seems rather special. We should buy it," he transmitted to Feng Linwan. Though Feng Linwan had perceived nothing unusual, Ling Xiao's conviction prompted her to take the ring into her hands. Her curiosity piqued. "Miss, you must not touch the items here. To do so obligates a purchase," an elderly man interjected, observing Feng Linwan's actions. "Huh? Must one purchase what they touch?" Feng Linwan asked, astonished. "Indeed. Young one, exercise patience. While that ring may appear beautiful, it is merely an ornament. When selecting an item, one must scrutinize it thoroughly. Only proceed if it proves useful. Consider this a lesson learned," the elder advised, shaking his head. This was the rule of the place, and although Feng Linwan was aware of it, they could not openly remind her before she touched anything. This old man was quite intriguing. Rest assured, that ring harbors some secret. For now, let us leave this place. Ling Xiao conveyed. "Hmph, what a ridiculous rule. The items at the front could be handled freely," Feng Linwan grumbled, dissatisfied, as she turned to exit. The old man sighed, returning to his examination. As for the elder's identity, he was well known in Heijiang City and held significant renown even within the Tianfeng Empire. His name was Yu Mingquan, the younger brother of the Mingyu sect leader. Though his cultivation talent was lacking, only achieving a 3-star martial spirit, he appeared quite aged now. However, he was a passionate collector and a renowned treasure appraiser, having amassed numerous artifacts under the protection of his elder brother, thus gaining considerable fame. With Ling Xiao's transmission in mind, Feng Linwan reluctantly proceeded to settle the bill and exit the treasure pavilion. Chapter 13. Bai Mingyao. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Feng Linwan and Ling Xiao communicated discreetly when, in a moment of distraction, she collided with another individual. "Oh dear. I apologize. Watch where you're going, will you?" the young woman huffed. Clearly irked, Feng Linwan looked up to see a striking beauty before her. Delicate features, fair complexion, and long, alluring legs, currently rubbing her chest, which seemed to bear an ample resemblance to 2 ripe papayas, her lips pouting and brows furrowed in displeasure. "I was lost in thought. My sincerest apologies," Feng Linwan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she noted the woman's height, towering over her. Ling Xiao observed the woman intently, unable to divert his gaze. The woman's reaction to the pain, unconsciously caressing her chest, was undeniably enticing. Just the sight of her evoked a sense of wonder at her astounding softness and elasticity. Had he possessed a corporeal form, he would have surely drooled in embarrassment. Judging by her appearance, she seemed quite young. Yet her height was nearly comparable to Ling Xiao's, standing at a striking 185 centimeters. Her long, straight legs and the weight she bore on her chest, which was rather disproportionate for her age, were indeed astonishing. Even Feng Linwan, a petite 168 centimeters, felt a twinge of pressure in the presence of this woman. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, yet had already surpassed the martial master realm, indicating commendable talent. "Sister, are you all right?" A few young men behind the woman stepped forward, expressing concern. However, Ling Xiao could discern their insincerity as they cast furtive glances, clearly more interested in the woman than her well-being. Given the woman's cultivation, a mere bump would hardly harm her. Their eagerness to surround her and offer assistance was all too transparent, revealing their intentions. "Get lost?" Evidently, the furtive movements of a few individuals did not escape the notice of the woman, who chastised them with a cold glare, her piercing eyes sweeping over them, causing the group to retreat awkwardly. The glimmer of disappointment in their eyes was unmistakably one of unwillingness. However, the woman's identity was anything but simple. These young men clearly dared not offend her, and thus could only suppress their spirits. Appearing rather timid and submissive, that moment, Feng Linwan cast a glance at the retreating youths, her brows arching in surprise as she deduced their origins. They were disciples of the Mingyu sect. The woman in question was likely Bai Mingyao, a favored direct disciple of the sect's leader. She was, after all, the renowned genius female disciple of the Jade Monarch, whose fame spread throughout the Tianfeng Empire. Aside from Bai Mingyao, the others were clad in the uniform garb of the Mingyu sect, white robes adorned with jade sashes, the chest emblazoned with a violet small sword emblem. For anyone from the Tianfeng Empire, recognizing their identities was hardly a challenge, as no one possessed the audacity to impersonate a disciple of the Mingyu sect. While Bai Mingyao donned a striking red dress with intricate patterns, a closer inspection revealed that her left chest also bore the violet small sword insignia. Perhaps, being a woman with an innate penchant for beauty and the favored student of the sect leader, she had specially crafted this attire. All other disciples wore the same white robes, while she stood out in her distinctive red ensemble, a testament to the Jade Monarch's affection for her, thus elucidating why these disciples regarded her with trepidation. Upon witnessing Feng Linwan's repeated apologies, Bai Mingyao felt no particular grievance. The sudden collision had merely touched upon a sensitive point, and the slight discomfort had already dissipated. Adios, nothing, merely an accident. Bai Mingyao waved her hand dismissively. She sensed that Feng Linwan's strength surpassed her own significantly, and considering this was the entrance to the sect's treasure hall, where others had already apologized, she felt it inappropriate to linger on the matter. "I truly apologize. Miss Baiming, please proceed." Feng Linwan insisted once more, graciously stepping aside to allow Bai Mingyao and her companions to enter the treasure hall. "Very well, let us part ways here." Bai Mingyao, unfazed by her identity being recognized, nodded slightly before making her way into the treasure hall. Being a precious gem of the sect and a notable figure within the empire, she was accustomed to recognition, even if she preferred to keep a low profile. As she passed by Feng Linwan, she cast a casual glance, noting that the latter held a newly acquired ring. Without pausing, Bai Mingyao entered the treasure hall, her purpose being to browse the peculiar items on display. Although the chances of finding something extraordinary were slim, she often indulged in such excursions to unwind after rigorous training. She was well acquainted with the items inside, and while she had not yet discovered anything particularly unusual or uniquely useful, she knew that the goods in the rear section were of remarkable provenance. It was a pleasant diversion to try her luck now and then, especially since there were few female disciples in the sect, for reasons unknown, none of whom had grown close to her, leaving her somewhat solitary. The male disciples, however, clung to her like a persistent adhesive, yet she found them lacking in merit and paid them no mind. This was hardly surprising. Her beauty and talent often intimidated her fellow female disciples, who either felt inferior or harbored envy, resulting in little camaraderie. As for the male disciples, her extraordinary gifts and natural allure instilled a sense of pride, rendering her indifferent to their advances. After all, a phoenix would never wish to nest with a sparrow, nor would a divine dragon deign to associate with a mere serpent. Thus, it was perhaps the plight of the exceptional to find themselves friendless. Once Bai Mingyao had entered the treasure hall, Feng Linwan, spurred on by Ling Zhao's urging, hastily departed the city, heading towards the Monster Beast Mountain range. Ling Xiao was convinced that he had not misperceived the ring. It undoubtedly harbored anomalies, likely indicative of great fortune. Consequently, he was eager to find a suitable location to thoroughly investigate and unravel the ring's secrets. Just as Feng Linwan exited the city gates, Qin Shoren, dispatched by Qin Zhe, hurriedly entered the city, the two parties narrowly missing one another. Upon entering, Qin Shoren promptly instructed his subordinates to inquire about Feng Linwan using her likeness, intent on fulfilling Qin Zhe's orders to the letter and reaping the rewards. Meanwhile, Bai Mingyao, familiar with the layout, arrived at the peculiar items section of the treasure hall, only to quickly notice a change. The ring she had long been curious about was nowhere to be found. Its price had been quite steep, and if someone had purchased it, did that mean they had uncovered its secrets? Contemplating this, a wave of curiosity washed over her. "Wait, you little brat, what has transpired?" Bai Mingyao exclaimed suddenly, startling Yu Mingkuan, who was engrossed in his research, prompting his displeasure. "It's nothing, I have matters to attend to. Please continue your research, Uncle Master," Bai Mingyao replied, swiftly exiting the treasure hall. She suddenly recalled that the ring Feng Linwan held was indeed the very one from the peculiar items section. Had she discovered the ring's secret? Yet, having dashed out of the treasure hall, Feng Linwan had already vanished from sight, leaving her at a loss for what to do. It wasn't that she aimed to reclaim the ring. Rather, her curiosity was piqued. After all, she had devoted considerable time to studying it without any breakthroughs, and she was eager to learn the outcome. Chapter 14. The just intervention of Luyun Town. Feng Linwan made her way to Luyun Town, situated on the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain range. This small town served as a gateway to the mountainous region, inhabited by numerous low-tier adventurers, most of whom engaged in slaying monster beasts to procure materials for sale. While these individuals lacked formidable strength, their numbers were substantial, enabling them to amass a considerable quantity of low-tier resources, such as low-grade spiritual herbs, low-grade monster cores, and the blood and hides of low-tier beasts. Consequently, the town enjoyed vibrant trading activity, presenting a facade of prosperity. The most powerful warrior in town was merely at the master level, instilling little concern in Feng Linwan as she entered. She planned to procure some supplies before venturing into the Monster Beast Mountain range to find a secluded spot and await Ling Xiao's revival. Eager to facilitate Ling Xiao's resurrection, she exhibited remarkable generosity during her shopping spree, spending over 20,000 gold coins. To her, this was hardly a concern, as she intended to stay in the Monster Beast Mountain range for an extended period and required thorough preparations for essential supplies. Until she broke through to the Martial King level, fasting was not an option. She needed sustenance for basic needs, and her purchases were plentiful. Fortunately, she possessed a spatial ring. Otherwise, transporting her acquisitions would have been quite a hassle. However, this was a place inhabited by low-tier martial artists, who typically lacked substantial savings. While Feng Linwan's shopping appeared routine, to the multitude of low-tier adventurers, she soon came to be viewed as a woman of considerable wealth. The allure of riches quickly attracted the attention of others. In the town, 3 adventure groups were prominent: the Tianying Adventure Group, the Yinshi Adventure Group, and the Quangfing Adventure Group, each led by a master-level leader. Among them, the Yinshi Adventure Group was the most formidable, boasting the largest number of members and a reputation for being domineering, as all 3 of their leaders were masters. The Tianying and Quangfing groups had temporarily allied to resist the Yinshi group's attempts at domination. Furthermore, the presence of the town's herbal shop and Hahuan Tower provided a semblance of stability. The head of the Yinshi Adventure Group, Zhang Tianba, was an 8-star master with grand ambitions, constantly scheming to unify Luyun Town. He typically acted with arrogance, relying on his status as the strongest in the town, and his subordinates followed suit in their brazen behavior. "You blind fool! How dare you dirty my clothes? You deserve to die." Zhang Xiao, infuriated, declared, "It was my fault for not seeing. We will compensate you with everything we have. Please, Master Zhang, show mercy." An elder pleaded, "Do you think I lack a few coins? Beat him. No, don't hit my grandfather." Grandfather soon, a crowd began to gather in the street. Just as Feng Linwan exited the herbal shop, she witnessed a group attacking an old man, while a young girl, seemingly 17 or 18, struggled desperately to intervene, crying out in vain, yet the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed her, and the old man was soon left battered on the ground, covered in bruises. Such bullying of an elderly individual, particularly one devoid of any evident martial prowess, was utterly detestable, causing Feng Linwan to furrow her brows in dismay. Alas, old Yi is too pitiful, constantly bullied by this gang. Two onlookers whispered to one another. Feng Linwan couldn't help but inquire, what has caused this elder to be mistreated? Miss, you must be new around here. That's old Ye's granddaughter, who has caught the eye of Zhang Yunfei. He wishes to take her as a concubine, but both the elder and his granddaughter refuse. Consequently, they have incurred the wrath of this scourge and are beaten daily. One explained its not as if Zhang Yunfei is of good character. His reputation is too tarnished. What family would want to marry their daughter to him? The other added. Feng Linwan's gaze shifted to the front, observing the assailants targeting old Yi while deliberately avoiding the girl. Despite her efforts to scream and obstruct their actions, it proved futile. This outfit of mine is quite expensive. If you agree to let your granddaughter marry me, I shall spare you both, Zhang Yunfei declared, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the tormented duo. His intentions had become all too clear. He could have resorted to force, yet he found such an act lacking in satisfaction. As time passed, the novelty waned. After all, she was merely a woman. The true thrill lay in winning her heart willingly. Yet, the old man was blind to the situation, foolishly attempting to leave Luyun town with his granddaughter, forcing Zhang Yunfei, who had planned to conquer her slowly, to alter his strategy. He cared not for the opinions of others. In this town, no one could thwart his ambitions. Feng Linwan, feeling a pang of compassion, hesitated as she observed the crowd around her, none of whom stepped forward to intervene, reluctant to invite trouble. Mother, save those two. Ling Xiao conveyed telepathically. He looked disdainfully at the arrogant Zhang Yunfei, recognizing him as a scoundrel for using such underhanded tactics to force someone into marriage. Fine. It seems there are no formidable opponents in this small town. Since we have crossed paths, I shall offer my assistance. Feng Linwan, equally disapproving of such behavior, decided to act upon Ling Xiao's suggestion without further delay. Halt, she declared, stepping into the fray and sending several members of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild, who were tormenting the old man Yi, flying. How dare you? Who dares to obstruct my affairs? Zhang Yunfei exclaimed, his fury palpable. Upon recognizing Feng Linwan, his eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as he leered at her. Scanning her figure shamelessly, damn scum. Mother, kill him. Ling Xiao's spirit witnessed everything, infuriated by the lascivious gaze Zhang Yunfei cast upon his mother. Such insolence was utterly intolerable. Were he corporeal, he would have torn him to shreds. Trash! Seeking death, Feng Linwan, equally enraged, struck out with a palm, sending Zhang Yunfei flying over 10 meters, his life uncertain. This girl is formidable. Finally, someone has dealt with this menace. Though relieved, onlookers worried for her safety. Alas, by killing Zhang Yunfei, she has drawn the ire of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild. He is the only son of the guild leader. This girl is in grave danger. The murmurs of the crowd reached Feng Linwan's ears. Nevertheless, she approached the fallen old man to assist him. Thank you. Thank you, his granddaughter exclaimed upon seeing Feng Linwan, rushing to help her grandfather while anxiously inquiring about his condition. No need for thanks. Where there is injustice, there are those who stand against it. I merely acted against that villain. I seek no reward, Feng Linwan replied. You have a kind heart. You must leave here quickly. The Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild is powerful. Lingering any longer may spell doomed. It is our fault for involving you. The old man is beyond help. Can you take my granddaughter away? Ye's voice was labored, nearing collapse. Very well. I shall venture into the Beast Mountain range. She may accompany me for the time being. Though Ye's words remained unfinished, Feng Linwan grasped his intent. After a moment's contemplation, she agreed. She was unaware of the true strength of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild. Yet it was evident that the old man was nearing his end. Leaving his granddaughter behind would likely lead to a grim fate. Thank you, the old man said, gratitude shining in his eyes. Though the words exhausted his strength, "Grandfather," Ye's granddaughter wept bitterly as the old man passed away. Yet, recognizing the urgency of their situation, Feng Linwan suggested, "We should leave at once, but my grandfather's body cannot be left unburied. My benefactor is kind-hearted. I should repay you with my life. However, he was my only family. I cannot let him die and be left to rot," Ye's granddaughter declared, cradling her grandfather's body and slowly making her way towards the Beast Mountain range. The crowd sensed her resolve. "What is your name? Do you not seek vengeance?" Feng Linwan inquired. "I am Yi Xiaoxiao, and of course, I wish to avenge him, but I am powerless," Yi Xiaoxiao replied, her voice thick with resentment and despair. Misfortune seemed to seek out the unfortunate. She had been born into tragedy. Her mother had perished during childbirth, never having the chance to gaze upon her. Her father, in pursuit of a meager living, vanished into the Beast Mountain range when she was but a toddler. Raised by the old man Yi, they had relied upon one another. Yet, at the age of 5, he lost a leg to a beast attack. In the martial world, such an injury was not insurmountable, but without gold to procure medicinal pills, they resorted to self-made herbal remedies, resulting in a permanent limp and a continent where martial prowess was paramount. Yi Xiaoxiao, despite her efforts, found her progress painfully slow. Now, at 17, she possessed the strength of a mere novice, with little hope of avenging her grandfather. "Where there is a will, there is a way," Feng Linwan encouraged, attempting to ignite a spark of determination in Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet, her words appeared to have little effect. "Who dares to kill our young guild leader? Seize them." At that moment, members of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild arrived, pursuing Feng Linwan and Yi Xiaoxiao with haste. "Benefactor, hurry! The one approaching is a commander of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild, wielding the strength of a 9th-tier warrior," Yi Xiaoxiao urged, concerned for Feng Linwan's safety. "Fear not. He is merely a minor warrior," Feng Linwan replied coolly, her figure flashing forward to confront the approaching foe. With a flick of her wrist, her sword gleamed, transforming into countless shimmering blades that surged towards the enemy like a tempest. The commander, taken aback, hastily deployed his martial skills to counter her assault. However, Feng Linwan's swordplay was exceptionally sharp, each strike aimed for the kill, forcing him to retreat. Ultimately, with a decisive thrust, she struck a vital point, and the commander fell, howling in pain. The death of their leader sent the remaining lackeys into a panic, retreating in terror. Feng Linwan surveyed the scene but chose not to pursue them further. "Let us depart. You shall accompany me from now on. It is better to endure life than to seek a noble death. As long as we live, hope remains," she declared, seizing Yi Xiaoxiao by the shoulder and swiftly entering the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Feng Linwan was not afraid of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild, but their numbers were considerable, and she preferred not to waste time. However, she had not sought trouble with them, yet they were unwilling to let her be. Upon learning that his precious son had been killed by a stranger, Zhang Tianba's rage erupted. Though his son was inept, he was his only heir and now slain. How could he not be furious? He immediately gathered a group of guild members and rushed to the scene. Yet, he was too late. Feng Linwan and Yi Xiaoxiao had already entered the Beast Mountain range. Cradling his son's lifeless body, Zhang Tianba roared to the heavens, "Damnable wench! I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged. Men, scour the Beast Mountain range for them. I will ensure those 2 little vixens pay dearly for this." "Yes, guild leader." The members of the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild surged into the Beast Mountain range, intent on tracking down Feng Linwan and Yi Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Bei Mingyao, having emerged from the treasure pavilion in Heijiang City, found herself puzzled by Feng Linwan's disappearance. Her curiosity gnawed at her, prompting her to enlist the aid of the Mingyu sect to aid in her search. However, just as she began, news reached her that members of the Qin family from the imperial capital were also seeking Feng Linwan. This intrigued her, yet she deemed it irrelevant and chose not to delve deeper. Nevertheless, her desire to uncover the secrets of that ring remained undeterred, so she devised obstacles for Qin Shorin, ensuring that the Mingyu sect's people temporarily concealed Feng Linwan's whereabouts while she stealthily made her way towards Luyun town. Though she was a gifted martial artist at the 3rd tier, surpassing most of her peers, Her lack of experience rendered her unprepared for the dangers of the Beast Mountain range. Having always been well protected by her sect, her identity held little weight in this town. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the Silver Serpent Adventurers Guild had mobilized to search for Feng Linwan and Yi Xiaoxiao, allowing her to navigate without disturbance. However, the town was filled with lowly adventurers of poor character. The arrival of a stunning beauty drew unwanted attention, igniting Bei Mingyao's ire, yet she felt powerless to retaliate. This venture was meant to be a clandestine escape, and she had come without guards, leaving her at a disadvantage. Though she yearned to unleash her frustration, her strength forbade it, and she feared escalating tensions that could lead to danger. Upon reaching the town, she quickly learned of Feng Linwan's entry into the Beast Mountain range, and her initial enthusiasm waned as she recognized the inherent peril. What a rash decision! Entering alone poses great danger. Standing outside the town, gazing towards the Demon Beast Mountains, Bei Mingyao found herself in a state of hesitation. "Young lady, are you venturing into the Demon Beast Mountains all alone?" A rugged voice startled her from her contemplation. Turning around, she noticed a group of individuals who had also exited the town, now positioned a short distance behind her. The middle-aged man who had spoken bore a terrifying scar that traversed from the corner of his left eye, across his nose, to the vicinity of his right ear, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Upon seeing Bei Mingyao turn, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, though it quickly vanished with a sinister smile. He continued, "I am Li Lang, the leader of the Gale Adventure Group. Seeing you alone, I merely inquired out of curiosity. While the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountains are relatively safe, there are occasions when demon beasts roam. It would be perilous for a young lady to venture forth alone. We, too, are heading into the mountains to hunt a third-tier demon beast, the crimson-scaled python. If you lack companions, you are welcome to join us. At least you will find some semblance of safety on the periphery." Bei Mingyao considered Li Lang's words, feeling a twinge of temptation. His momentary admiration for her beauty had been fleeting, quickly replaced by a sincere demeanor as he spoke. Although his appearance was somewhat unappealing, he did not exude the aura of a nefarious individual. However, she remained cautious. One can never fully gauge the intentions of a stranger. "Thank you for your concern, but if you are hunting demon beasts, would my presence not be a burden to you?" Bei Mingyao inquired, her hesitance evident. "We have already ascertained the location of the crimson-scaled python and are quite familiar with the route, so the dangers are minimal. However, if our paths do not coincide with yours, we may part ways after a short distance," Li Lang replied. He merely intended to inquire, recognizing the inherent risks of a solitary venture into the Demon Beast Mountains without substantial strength. "I am entering the Demon Beast Mountains without a specific purpose. I merely wish to explore," Bei Mingyao stated. Upon hearing this, Li Lang's thoughts shifted. Perhaps others were wary of them and reluctant to divulge their true intentions. He bore no ill will. It was only natural for her to be cautious in their first encounter. "We have planned our route for hunting demon beasts. If you choose to accompany us, it may offer you some protection," Li Lang suggested. "Then I express my gratitude to you, Leader Li. Upon my safe return, I shall surely reward you handsomely on behalf of the Mingyu sect," Bei Mingyao affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to follow Li Lang and his group into the Demon Beast Mountains, albeit with lingering unease. Thus, she offered a few words of caution to the members of the Gale Adventure Group. "Are you affiliated with the Mingyu sect?" Li Lang's heart raced at the revelation. They were mere small fries, unaccustomed to interactions with the Empire's foremost sect. Yet, the name of the Mingyu sect was one he had certainly heard before. His intentions had been benign. He had no designs on Bei Mingyao. Now, knowing her connection to the Mingyu sect, he felt compelled to abandon any thoughts of malice. One's name echoes like a shadow. He mused, their humble adventure group could not withstand the wrath of the Mingyu sect. Regret washed over him as he realized his good intentions had inadvertently invited trouble. "Captain, it may be best if we do not allow her to accompany us. Even a mere attendant of the martial emperor would be beyond our capacity to confront. This woman could prove to be a significant liability," the vice-captain whispered to Li Lang, his reluctance palpable. "I understand your concerns. However, I have already extended my invitation. To retract it now would surely offend her. Let us remain vigilant as we enter the Demon Beast Mountains. even if we forego the hunt for the crimson-scaled python? Li Lang sighed in resignation. Thus, they proceeded into the Demon Beast Mountains together. Feng Linwan seemed remarkably familiar with this region of the Demon Beast Mountains, her destination clear as they advanced at a brisk pace. "Where are we headed, benefactor?" Yi Xiaoxiao queried. Her curiosity piqued as they journeyed onward. "We shall pause at a canyon. Be prepared for some hardships, as we may have to endure the elements for a while." Feng Linwan replied. She had visited this canyon before, where she had encountered Lei Yaoguang. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. The earth appeared as though it had been cleaved apart, creating a fissure that extended for several miles, with its widest point measuring 20 to 30 feet and its narrowest merely over 10 feet. Gazing downwards, the depths seemed unfathomably dark, obscuring what lay below. Years prior, Feng Linwan had stumbled upon the path leading to the canyon's base while fleeing for her life. Despite the fissure's modest width, the canyon below was extensive. However, its profound depth rendered it somewhat ominous. With insufficient sunlight illuminating its recesses, continuing down the sheer cliffs, what was described as a path was more accurately an absence of one. As they descended, Ling Zhao's spirit observed the surroundings, astonished by the treacherous route Feng Linwan had chosen. Nevertheless, she successfully guided Yi Xiaoxiao safely to the bottom of the valley. This is the place it is secluded and rarely frequented by either people or demon beasts. Furthermore, its depth obscures the view from above, and the vitality of the surroundings is quite rich. Shower, what are your thoughts? Upon reaching the valley's floor, Feng Linwan temporarily set aside the nearly exhausted Yi Xiaoxiao and hastily communicated with Ling Xiao. "This place is splendid. How did you discover it, mother?" Ling Xiao praised, though a hint of confusion colored his inquiry. "It was here that I encountered your father," Feng Linwan revealed. As her words trailed off, Ling Xiao understood that she was likely reminiscing about Lei Yaoguang. "Mother, please take out that ring now," Ling Xiao urged. He wished to resurrect, and although he felt a degree of confidence, uncertainty lingered regarding the time it might take. His curiosity regarding the mysterious ring he had procured from the treasure pavilion prompted him to investigate it first. Feng Linwan produced the ring but found no peculiarities. It appeared to be an ordinary ornament. Yet, in a world where martial arts were paramount, who would craft such an intricately designed piece without purpose? Ling Xiao found this hard to believe. Moreover, he had indeed sensed a fluctuation of soul energy within it. "This ring harbors secrets. If there is a soul concealed within, I implore you to reveal yourself." Ling Xiao transmitted his thoughts directly to the ring, as he had no other recourse. The absence of any detectable anomalies led him to suspect that the soul's perception was being obstructed. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it to appear unremarkable. What material was used to forge this ring? Ling Xiao pondered, his curiosity unanswered. Such a scenario was inconceivable, even devoid of a corporeal form. His soul sensitivity should have discerned the ring's structure. Yet, the investigation yielded only the ordinary. This contradiction was the very essence of its strangeness. Ling Zhao's mental communication reached Feng Linwan, who also found herself puzzled. She then voiced, "Esteemed one, why do you hide away like this? Is it to maintain an air of mystery?" At that moment, within the ring, a spectral figure was enveloped in turmoil. Having encountered misfortune, it was left with a fragmented soul. Once a powerful being, it could not resign itself to oblivion. Thus, it continuously plotted its revival. This ring was a high-grade storage ring, containing numerous treasures from its former owner's collection. Despite its severely damaged soul, it had once attained the realm of domain-level soul mastery. Although its current state was but a fraction of its former self, it retained certain unique abilities, such as deceiving lower-tier soul probes. Now lacking much combat power and possessing a wealth of possessions within the ring, it was reluctant to place its trust in anyone. Yet, reviving was no simple feat. While martial emperors could condense martial manifestations, allowing for rebirth as long as the manifestation persisted, such was only feasible when the manifestation was whole. The soul within the ring was utterly incapable of forming a martial manifestation. To truly resurrect, certain conditions had to be met. As a former alchemist, it had no shortage of elixirs. However, the need for essence blood and a sufficient amount of transformative energy posed a significant challenge. Although the other requirements were manageable, the search for adequate transformative energy was no easy task. Having perished nearly a century ago, this lingering soul had passed through the hands of many without finding the necessary conditions for revival. Transformative energy was a unique force of nature, and the only source it could conceive of lay within certain rare entities on the continent. These extraordinary beings, born of the world, harbored potent transformative energy, such as divine lightning. Although divine lightning was fierce and destructive, the extremes of destruction ultimately lead to creation. Ling Xiao's confidence in his ability to revive stemmed from his fulfillment of these conditions. Yet, he had never practiced the necessary techniques, leaving him uncertain how long it would take to convert essence blood into a physical form. With the aid of an 8th-tier elixir, the Heavenly Transformation Pill, alongside the 9 Heavens Divine Lightning, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Ah, young one, I have evaded the scrutiny of many, only to be discovered by you. Perhaps this is fate. In the ring, the soul lingered in a state of muted silence before ultimately deciding to reveal itself. As the words hung in the air, a surge of white light emanated from the ring held by Feng Lin Wan, and an ethereal figure materialized before her. Indeed, it was fate. Mother, release me, came the voice of Ling Xiao, who also expressed his astonishment and urged Feng Lin Wan to set him free. Little one, how did you come to be in such a state? Ah, what an extraordinary condition! The mysterious soul gazed upon Ling Xiao's body, which resembled a charred remnant, filled with curiosity. Moreover, he was unable to detect Ling Xiao's spirit, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 17. The emergence of Dan Lao. Ling Xiao's soul remained ensconced within the enigmatic purple realm. Without his consent, the mysterious elder was unable to ascertain his condition. This was only natural, as the elder had been deceased for many years, his lingering essence sustained solely by this ring. Within the ring lay a soul-nurturing jade, capable of nourishing the spirit. However, the elder's essence had been too severely fragmented. Although the ring had preserved his life, restoring his soul proved exceedingly arduous. Initially, there were elixirs that could slightly mend the soul. Yet the need to control the ring's flight and seek a safe haven consumed much of his regained strength. Perhaps due to ill fortune, he had spent over a decade in hiding without discovering a means of resurrection. As the supply of soul-restoring elixirs dwindled, he was compelled to seal the ring, allowing his spirit to drift into slumber. This was a last resort. He entrusted his fate to destiny, hoping that a destined individual might unlock the seal and perhaps save him. The seal was peculiar. Only a soul of equal or lesser realm could uncover the secrets of the ring. Perhaps the time of opportunity had arrived, for he awakened from slumber, just as Ling Xiao's probing soul energy collided with him. Although he quickly retracted his soul energy, Ling Xiao's subsequent investigation yielded nothing. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao insisted that Feng Lin Wan procure the ring, firmly believing his instincts were not misled. Upon arriving in this nameless canyon and once again examining the ring, the elder realized he had been exposed. Yet, after such a lengthy period, perhaps this exposure was a sign of his fortune. Thus, he resolved to reveal himself. Destiny is predetermined. It brings both peril and reward. After so many years, he faced it with tranquility. Death was not as terrifying as once thought, and he harbored far less resentment. However, upon revealing himself, he was captivated by Ling Xiao's strange condition. His curiosity piqued. Little one, what has caused you to assume such a form? The elder inquired, casting a glance at Feng Lin Wan. What do you wish to be called, esteemed elder? Ling Xiao asked. My situation is rather complex and will require some time to explain. Feng Lin Wan regarded the elder with caution, for although his spirit was frail, the aura he exuded was no less formidable than that of a martial king in the presence of a stranger. She was wary of her shower coming to harm. As for my name, you may call me Dan Lao, the elder sighed, seemingly lost in memories of the past. Dan Lao, known as Yin Zixuan during his lifetime, had been a figure of great renown, achieving the rank of 2-star martial saint. Not solely for this accomplishment, but for his extraordinary alchemical skills. A century ago, he was widely recognized in the heart of the continent, primarily due to his prowess in alchemy. The alchemy saint, Yin Zixuan, was capable of concocting 9-tier elixirs, attracting many seeking his services, thus forming numerous connections. Yet, despite having many friends, they could not always provide aid in critical moments. Even a few enemies could prove fatal. In his youth, a calamity struck his family when his parents, who had ventured out, were met with tragic news, leaving him bereft of support. Subsequently, he was bullied by the grandson of the elder, who had contentious relations with his father. In defiance, he injured his opponent. This was a mere squabble among the younger generation, and as long as he remained unharmed, it was not a grave matter. However, the situation escalated into a spiral of despair. Not only did he have to compensate his adversary with substantial resources, but he was also expelled from his family by the elder. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, as he eventually joined the continent's foremost sect, the Tianyu alchemy sect. His talent for cultivation was remarkable, and he even exhibited an innate aptitude for alchemy. From that point, his rise was meteoric, earning him significant fame across the continent. He once contemplated returning to his family to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise, but ultimately relinquished the idea. His family was an imperial clan, and even as a martial saint, he lacked the authority to compel them to acknowledge him. The elder wielded considerable power within the clan, making it no easy feat to confront him. Without evidence, a reckless return could even threaten his life. Within the sect, his rapid rise incited the envy of his senior brother, Ho Tianfeng. Both had developed feelings for a junior sister, but due to Yin Zixuan's superior talent in alchemy, she favored him. Consequently, their relationship soured into one of enmity, and their rivalry became increasingly blatant. Yin Zixuan, however, remained naively considerate of their camaraderie, merely seeking to embarrass his rival. Yet, each victory over Ho Tianfeng was perceived as a blatant humiliation, leading to a transformation of resentment into hatred, and eventually, an all-consuming desire for vengeance. In a premeditated assassination attempt, Yin Zixuan fought desperately, leaving behind only a fragment of his soul. As he neared death, he finally learned the truth behind his parents' demise. It turned out that his parents had obtained the Yin-Yang sacred spirit fruit alongside the elder, who had treacherously attacked and killed them, seizing the fruit for himself. The Yin-Yang sacred spirit fruit was a rare fruit of heaven and earth, consisting of two distinct entities, the Yin spirit fruit and the Yang spirit fruit. Although they grew from the same plant, the fruits possessed contrasting attributes and appearances. Even a martial saint would see their power increase by 1 star upon consuming one, and taking both simultaneously could elevate one's cultivation by 2 stars and assist in comprehending the Tao. The elder's acquisition of the Yin-Yang sacred spirit fruit had propelled him to the 7-star martial saint level, and the insights gained during his enlightenment had culminated in his achieving the 8-star martial saint level by the time he attempted to eliminate Yin Zixuan. Reflecting on that moment, the elder's disdainful words echoed. Only when an enemy is truly dead can one find peace. Back then, he refrained from being too ruthless within the family, sparing Yin Zixuan's life. Little did he expect that in less than a century, Yin Zixuan would have surpassed the martial saint threshold. Although he currently posed no real threat, the elder had no inclination to nurture a potential adversary. Rest in peace. No, Yin Zixuan, consumed by rage, was crushed by the overwhelming Taiji palm print, his soul at the late stage of the soul domain gradually disintegrating. In a critical moment, a fragment of Yin Zixuan's soul fled into the ring, escaping through a tear in space. The memories resurfaced, and the once serene and composed figure of Dan Lao transformed, a torrent of hatred erupting from within, causing Feng Linwan's expression to shift dramatically. Ling Xiao hastily interjected, "So it is Elder Dan Lao. I pay my respects." He then regarded Dan Lao with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. "I lost my composure, reflecting on events of the past. My emotions are still unsettled," Dan Lao said, regaining his composure upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, a hint of remorse in his tone. "It is of no consequence. Can one truly exist devoid of desires, joys, or sorrows? To sever worldly attachments and eradicate desires, perhaps even the divine emperor cannot achieve such a feat." Ling Xiao responded earnestly. Just moments ago, the elder's fury had startled him to his core. "Ha! You are quite astute. The divine emperor is merely a legend. There is little record of such a being in the continent, though whispers remain. How could one like me dare to compare? Dan Lao remarked. You insisted on my emergence. What is your intention? I was but a one-star martial disciple, yet I inexplicably fell victim to a thunderous assault, resulting in my current state. I seek to condense my form and thus arrived here. Might you lend your assistance, esteemed elder? Ling Xiao implored. To condense your form and be reborn is no simple task, yet it is not without means, Dan Lao replied with a smile, his gaze on Ling Xiao taking on a somewhat cunning aspect. I humbly request your guidance, and I would be eternally grateful, Ling Xiao urged in his eagerness. Ling Xiao sensed Dan Lao merely observing him. Our encounter is serendipitous. Would you be willing to become my disciple? After a prolonged contemplation, Dan Lao posed the question. His hesitation stemmed from Ling Xiao's dual affinity for wind and thunder, which would not significantly enhance his alchemical prowess. Beyond his cultivation, Dan Lao's expertise lay in alchemy. And it was indeed a pity that Ling Xiao could not inherit his knowledge in this regard. Nonetheless, as he contemplated the fateful encounter, Dan Lao ultimately decided to take Ling Xiao as his disciple. To resurrect himself relying solely on his fragmented essence seemed a distant hope. He required a reliable aid, and taking on a disciple appeared a wise choice. Upon hearing Dan Lao's question, Ling Xiao did not hesitate. Decisively bowing, disciple pays respects to the master. Though Dan Lao was now in a state of decline, his age alone signified a wealth of experience, making it a worthwhile endeavor to apprentice under him. In alchemy, fire and wood attributes offered substantial enhancements. Although Ling Xiao did not possess fire or wood attributes, he remained undaunted. The inability to practice alchemy would not hinder his ascent as a formidable warrior. Very well, dispense with the formalities. Ling Xiao currently lacks a physical form, and Elder Dan is rather indifferent to such mundane formalities. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Dan remarked, Your condition is peculiar. Although your soul possesses a high realm, it is, in fact, frail and weak, lacking the nurturing essence of a body. To reconstruct your form, one requires the method of body condensation, vital essence, and sufficient transformative power. While acquiring these elements is not particularly difficult, your unpracticed and underdeveloped body may prove too feeble to accommodate your soul, potentially disrupting harmony and impeding your cultivation progress. However, to solidify a robust physical form presents a certain degree of challenge. It is well known that a martial sovereign can rely on their Dharma form to coalesce and be reborn. The fundamental reason for this capability lies in the fact that the Dharma form of a martial sovereign is a manifestation of the essence, spirit, and energy of a martial artist. Presently, you possess only your divine soul, devoid of martial energy and vital essence. To revive, you must hunt down a formidable demon beast, harvest its vital essence, and supplement it with elixirs to provide the necessary energy. With my guidance, you shall have the opportunity to regain your corporeal form and achieve true resurrection. Elder Dan analyzed Ling Xiao's situation and offered his counsel. Master, I do possess vital essence. Although the divine lightning obliterated my body, the vital essence within me was not annihilated. Rather, it was refined by the divine lightning and has become remarkably condensed and robust. Furthermore, I also possess the method for body condensation. What I currently lack is merely the elixir that provides transformative power. Ling Xiao replied earnestly. Oh, it seems you are indeed fortunate. I happen to have an elixir, albeit a 7th grade one, which should suffice. Elder Dan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. A golden elixir then appeared in the air, releasing an enticing fragrance, and surrounding it, a celestial glow formed, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. This is the 7th grade elixir, the bone and blood transformation pill, which has the efficacy of transforming essence into flesh and bone. Its transformative power is abundant and will greatly assist you in solidifying your body, Elder Dan elaborated. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude hastily. Let us commence at once. Given my current limitations, I cannot contain the elixir's aura from dispersing, lest we attract unforeseen dangers, Elder Dan warned. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao did not hesitate and promptly replied, Thank you for the reminder, Master. I shall begin immediately. Shower. Focus on solidifying your form. I shall protect you. Feng Linwan said, her aura suddenly surging as she was influenced by the elixir's energy, breaking through to the Grandmaster 9 stars level. Congratulations, Mother, on your breakthrough. Ling Xiao rejoiced for Feng Linwan. Let us begin. Although we are on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountains, danger lurks nearby. It is best to succeed swiftly to avoid attracting formidable demon beasts, Feng Linwan urged. Indeed, I shall start now, Ling Xiao declared, directly incorporating the elixir into his original purple abode space. As the elixir entered, its energy expanded, causing Ling Xiao's soul to tremble, an indescribably pleasant sensation washing over him. He did not dare to be complacent and hastily followed the method within his soul to solidify his form. However, at that moment, the nine heavens' divine thunder suddenly erupted, attempting to seize the energy of the elixir. How outrageous! Ling Xiao exclaimed, furious. He had believed he had extinguished the sentience of the nine heavens' divine thunder, and its refinement was merely a matter of time. Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, he was taken aback by its interference. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to hasten the process of solidifying his body. The energy surge caused Ling Xiao's remarkable purple abode space to shatter. Elder Dan, deep in thought, was suddenly startled as Ling Xiao's soul, vital essence, elixir, and the nine heavens' divine thunder were exposed in the open. The nine Shin Saintus? This is the divine thunder, Elder Dan and Feng Linwan exclaimed in unison. By sensing the aura, Elder Dan recognized the familiar presence of the nine Shin Saintus from the past, while Feng Linwan immediately identified her as the culprit responsible for Ling Xiao's physical obliteration. Elder Dan, will this divine thunder affect Shower's resurrection? Feng Linwan inquired anxiously. That, I cannot say for certain at this moment. This divine thunder evokes the essence of an old friend. It is strikingly similar, Elder Dan remarked, observing the nine heavens' divine thunder vying for energy from Ling Xiao. The nine heavens' divine thunder was ferocious, and even Elder Dan's soul dared not approach it lightly. Yet, Ling Xiao remained calm and collected, transforming a seemingly fatal predicament into an enigma, leaving Elder Dan uncertain of the outcome. The vital essence enveloped the soul, continually devouring the elixir's potency as Ling Xiao's body progressively took shape and improved. However, the nine heavens' divine thunder viciously consumed energy, persistently sabotaging Ling Xiao's newly formed body and slowing his progress. Nonetheless, Ling Xiao's soul remained unaffected, steadfastly solidifying his form, albeit at a gradually decelerating pace. Despite the peril, he adhered to his methodical approach, and his body ultimately coalesced into shape. Under the combined influence of the nine heavens' divine thunder and elixir energy, it was continuously destroyed and restored. At long last, a new purple abode space was re-established, allowing Ling Xiao's soul to inhabit it and successfully reclaim control over his body. Feeling the sensations of pain and touch emanating from his body, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, meticulously attuning himself to his physical form, seeking to expedite the integration of body and soul. 90 cattle strength, 100 cattle strength. Ling Xiao could distinctly sense the increment in his body's power. 120 cattle strength. Ordinarily, at this stage, he should seize the opportunity to cultivate his techniques and break through to the warrior tier. However, an instinctive feeling urged him to pause, sensing that his physical strength could continue to rise. After a brief suspension at 120 cattle strength, it suddenly surged again, gaining momentum at an accelerating pace. 130 cattle strength, 140, 24 cattle strength, 36 cattle strength, 72 cattle strength. The rapid escalation of power filled Ling Xiao with exhilaration and urgency. This was the true essence of the martial apprentice stage. Achieving such power was unprecedented. How could he not be thrilled? Yet, Ling Xiao sensed the nine heavens' divine thunder regaining its strength. If he could not suppress it in time, it might escape. This was absolutely unacceptable to Ling Xiao. Having endured immense tribulations, he had already regarded the nine heavens' divine thunder as his own possession, and he would not allow this cooked duck to fly away. Chapter 19. Refinement. Merging the divine thunder, breaking through in cultivation as Elder Dan and Feng Linwan anxiously awaited. Ling Xiao's bodily strength reached 108 cattle strength before finally ceasing. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He activated the techniques he was already familiar with and directly broke through to the warrior stage. With the techniques in play, Ling Xiao's rate of devouring the elixir's energy accelerated. and his cultivation level continued to rise. Simultaneously, his soul power began to ascend, or rather, it was recovering, considering the realm of his soul. Seizing the opportune moment, Ling Xiao ingested the remaining elixir and the 9 heavens divine thunder. This audacious act shocked Elder Dan. This little fellow has quite the audacity. He must not squander the newly solidified body. Feng Linwan watched nervously, her heart racing as she fervently prayed, unable to sit still. Overwhelmed with concern, the elixir's sentience was not overly potent, so its ingestion did not provoke a violent reaction. However, the 9 heavens divine thunder was not willing to comply, beginning to clash violently as it sought to break free from Ling Xiao's control. Although the 9 heavens divine thunder had grown stronger, Ling Xiao was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had cultivated techniques that provided him with new means to contend with the 9 heavens divine thunder. As the divine thunder could not harm Ling Xiao's soul, he used his soul power to intercept it, guiding it along the path of his techniques. Ling Xiao aimed to forcibly refine the 9 heavens divine thunder, obliterating its sentience and thoroughly subjugating it for his own use. This ambition was nothing short of audacious. It is well known that these divine thunders and other anomalies are innately powerful. Attempting to refine and control them with mere warrior-level cultivation is akin to a fool's errand. Yet, Ling Xiao resolutely embarked on this course of action. This near-suicidal endeavor caused Elder Dan to question whether he had made a misjudgment in taking on this disciple. Such recklessness was overwhelming for his heart. While there have been instances of successful refinement of divine thunders, divine waters, divine fires, and other anomalies, those who achieved it were invariably extraordinary individuals of unparalleled strength. However, for every success, there were many failures that came at a terrible cost, even resulting in death. Such an act of attempting to refine divine thunder at the warrior stage, without any preparation, was virtually unheard of. Yet, Ling Xiao's audacity stemmed from a solid foundation. Although he acted decisively, he was not a fool. He would not impose such demands without hope. One reason was that his soul had undergone a profound enlightenment, rendering him unafraid of the 9 heavens divine thunder. Another was his technique, the Thunder God Art, which exerted a formidable suppression over thunder. Additionally, a portion of the bone and blood transformation pill's potency remained within him, providing energy and healing. Thus, he felt emboldened to attempt this. As his techniques activated, Ling Xiao could distinctly perceive the sentience of the 9 heavens divine thunder gradually diminishing. The weakening of the divine thunder's autonomy bolstered his confidence. As long as he could erase its sentience, even if it remained fiercely violent, he would take a significant step closer to truly subjugating it. As time passed, Ling Xiao's injuries miraculously stabilized, showing signs of gradual improvement. Fortune favored him, and the power of heaven and earth converged. It seemed he was on the brink of success. Observing the situation, Elder Dan couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Linwan, upon hearing this, also let out a sigh of relief. Although things were gradually coming to a conclusion, achieving success would still require a considerable amount of time. Elder Dan turned his gaze towards Yi Xiaoxiao, who had just arrived not far away, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. While Yi Xiaoxiao appeared unremarkable, Elder Dan always sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, 2 fire feather hawks suddenly swooped down from above the canyon. Damn beasts! How dare you come here to cause trouble? Die! Feng Yun fist! Feng Linwan declared, immediately unleashing her martial technique. A massive fist imprint, accompanied by a swirling tempest, struck directly at the 2 fire feather hawks. The hawks screeched, flapping their wings rapidly, conjuring 2 fiery clouds before them to block the fist imprint. Though pushed back, they suffered no significant harm. Humph! If it weren't for the fact that I sold my sword, I would have slain you both with a single strike today, Feng Linwan exclaimed, her body moving swiftly as she charged towards the 2 demonic beasts. Without her weapon, she had no choice but to engage in close combat. However, despite being 4th-tier beasts, they were merely at the initial stage, comparable to a grandmaster of 1 or 2 stars, and even without a weapon, Feng Linwan was more than capable of handling them. As expected, it wasn't long before she seized an opportunity, landing a powerful punch on one of the fire feather hawks, severely injuring it and sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, The remaining Fire Feather Hawk began to panic, contemplating retreat. Yet, Feng Linwan, now free to act, denied it the chance to escape, swiftly appearing on its back during the skirmish. This marked the definitive end for the Fire Feather Hawk. Feng Linwan ruthlessly stomped down 3 times on its back, causing it to plummet to the ground. After dispatching the 2 Fire Feather Hawks, several other demonic beasts, all of 3rd and 2nd tiers, invaded the canyon, but were easily defeated by Feng Linwan. Finally, the area fell silent. It seemed that the nearby beasts drawn by the allure of Danxiang had all perished. After all, this was merely the outer edge of the demonic beast mountain range. And encountering 2 4th-tier beasts was already quite formidable. Elder Dan glanced at Ling Xiao, knowing that complete success would still take some time. His presence in the outside world had also incurred a considerable drain on his energy. Thus, Elder Dan retreated into his spatial ring for a temporary rest. After all, there was no immediate danger with Feng Linwan guarding the area. Time passed unknowingly, and over 10 days slipped by. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's aura surged once more, this time more frenzied than before, as he broke through from Martial Master to Grandmaster, soaring all the way to Grandmaster 9 stars, before finally managing to stabilize the rapid increase in his cultivation. This was a result of refining the energy feedback from the 9 heavens Xianlei, the divine thunder. Although only a trace of its original essence remained, its might was comparable to that of a martial emperor. Ling Xiao refined and fused it, turning it into his own innate divine ability, and the energy he gained was immense. However, Ling Xiao was concerned that such a rapid breakthrough might compromise his foundation, potentially sowing the seeds for future troubles. Fearing that his power might be superficial, he decided to compress his soul energy to halt further advancement. Although his soul was of a high realm, its energy was insufficient, not yet reaching the fullness expected at the soul condensation stage. He exerted himself to suppress this, but could only slow the pace of his breakthrough. After a brief stalemate, he inevitably advanced to the Grandmaster stage. A Grandmaster could sense the elements of heaven and earth and begin to transform their techniques, truly embarking on the path of martial cultivation. However, Ling Xiao's technique, the Divine Thunder Art, was somewhat unique, possessing a complete set of corresponding techniques for further training. In truth, Ling Xiao's ability to refine the 9 heavens Xianlei was largely due to the assistance of his technique. During his time as a martial apprentice, although his internal energy was significantly more powerful than that of an ordinary person, it was still merely internal energy. The Divine Thunder, on the other hand, was a convergence of the world's vital energy, far surpassing internal energy in rank. At that time, he had no choice but to activate the Grandmaster stage of the Divine Thunder Art ahead of schedule, utilizing the vital energy provided by the elixirs, which ultimately enabled him to successfully refine the 9 heavens Xianlei. The subsequent fusion was achieved through his own enlightenment, merging with myriad thunders to break through to a higher realm. The 9 heavens Xianlei was his first divine thunder and also his innate divine thunder. Thus, it was only natural that its enhancement would be substantial. Ling Xiao explored every possible avenue, yet did not achieve his desired outcome, ultimately reaching Grandmaster 5 stars. Chapter 20. The enemies should be turned to ashes as his cultivation stabilized. Ling Xiao finally slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet. The sensation of once again possessing a physical form was truly delightful. Stretching his body, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. He was utterly oblivious to his current state. Having just reconstituted his body, he was entirely unclothed. Wei Xiao, upon noticing this, immediately flushed crimson and hurriedly turned away. Put on some clothes first. Feng Linwan tossed a martial robe to Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's recovery, her heart brimmed with joy. However, Ling Xiao's unrefined gesture of stretching his waist was quite unseemly and detracted from the decorum of the moment. As the robe landed on him, Ling Xiao swiftly reacted, hastily covering himself and turning around. Yet, while he managed to cover the front, he exposed the rear, leaving his handsome visage flushed a deep shade of red. Hurry and get dressed. There are no outsiders here. Feng Linwan chuckled at Ling Xiao's bashfulness. Ling Xiao scrambled to don his clothes, offering an awkward smile. Still shy? Huh? My shower is growing up, Feng Linwan teased. Mother, there are others present, Ling Xiao replied. a hint of exasperation in his tone. At T-17, he was no longer a child, and this situation was quite embarrassing for him. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao turned back, her face slightly flushed as she curiously regarded Ling Xiao. Initially, it had only been him and Feng Linwan who had arrived. Yet later, an ominous soul appeared, followed by a surge of thunder that birthed a young man. This sequence had left her in a state of continuous shock. Feng Linwan, noticing that Ling Xiao had fully recovered, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Observing Yi Xiaoxiao's curious scrutiny of Ling Xiao, she introduced, "This is my son, Ling Xiao. His physical body was destroyed earlier, leaving only his soul, which has been residing in my spatial ring. Rescuing you was also his intention. You two chat for a moment. I shall take a brief rest." With that, Feng Linwan shot Ling Xiao a knowing glance and gracefully departed. Ling Xiao. Yi Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened slightly, but she still expressed, "Thank you. Ah, it's nothing. When one sees injustice, one must act." It was only right to intervene, especially since that scoundrel was utterly despicable, Ling Xiao replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he had little experience interacting with girls and found himself at a loss for words, inadvertently quoting lyrics from his past life. Realizing the inappropriateness of his statement, he felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late to retract. He could only fall into silence. The implications of Feng Linwan's words were unmistakably clear, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao feeling a mix of shyness and nervousness. However, feeling indebted for his life-saving intervention, she found no reason to reject Ling Xiao, especially as he was undeniably handsome. Yet, his earlier comment left her feeling a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, sensing Ling Xiao's own unease, she reminded herself that there would be plenty of time in the future. Just then, Ling Xiao's stomach let out a loud growl, protesting the hunger of his newly formed body. "No matter what, young master has saved me. You must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare something for you right away," Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, quickly turning to rush off. Their first meeting was undoubtedly awkward, prompting both to seek a temporary escape. Although Yi Xiaoxiao was quite lovely, Ling Xiao couldn't help but see the image of Bei Mingyao in his mind. Shaking his head to dispel such distracting thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the spatial ring resting on a nearby stone. Thanks to the elixirs gifted by Elder Dan, he had been able to successfully reconstitute his body and harness the momentum to refine and fuse with the nine heavens Xianlei. Although he had only recently taken Elder Dan as his teacher, Ling Xiao felt an immense gratitude towards him for the gift of rebirth. "Teacher, I humbly thank you for the gift of life." Ling Xiao reverently bowed towards the ring, performing 3 kneels and 9 knocks. This act was not only to make up for the lack of a formal apprenticeship, but also a sincere expression of gratitude. "Good, rise. Your current accomplishments are commendable, and even compared to the young talents of the imperial clans, you are not to be underestimated. However, your sudden leap from martial apprentice to Grandmaster 5 stars is somewhat concerning. Although the tempering from the divine thunder has refined your vital energy, your lack of combat experience could be a disadvantage in battle," Elder Dan materialized, expressing his satisfaction while pointing out Ling Xiao's weaknesses. This served to illuminate the path forward for Ling Xiao. "Thank you, teacher, that I understand," Ling Xiao replied humbly. Well done," Elder Dan nodded in approval. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You possess both wind and thunder attributes, making it quite suitable for you to cultivate techniques of the thunder attribute. I may not be well acquainted with your technique, but it is evidently extraordinary. Thus, there is no need for you to switch to another technique. Do you have any suitable martial skills? In the past, my physique was quite poor. As a martial apprentice, I could only muster the strength of a single ox, and I have never practiced any martial skills. The technique I possess was left by my father, but I am unsure if my mother has any martial skills available. If not, once I return to my family, there should be some martial skills I can learn." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Although his family ultimately abandoned the effort to save him, they had indeed treated him and his mother well in the past. In truth, given his grievous injuries, his family was simply unable to afford the treatment. The last of the consumed 7th-grade elixir, the bone and blood transformation pill, was something that could not be procured even if the entire family were to be sold. His father mysteriously disappeared before he was born, and the family had cared for him and his mother for over a decade, for which he felt a deep sense of gratitude. His desire to return to the family was only natural. Does your family possess any suitable martial arts techniques for you to cultivate? Elder Dan inquired. My family is merely a small one, consisting of just 6 members. Including myself, there are only 7 Grandmaster-level martial artists. There was once a martial king among us, but now we have fallen into decline. Ling Xiao replied, Yes, it merely a family founded by a martial king. Yet, from the drop of your blood? It seems rather extraordinary, Elder Dan remarked with curiosity. The records of the Feng family's former strength are long lost. However, it is said that the lineage has endured for quite some time. The martial king is the most formidable figure recorded in the family's history. My blood is special due to my father's lineage. According to my mother, my father was cast out from the imperial clan of the Thunder family. Ling Xiao explained. The Thunder family? No wonder. This fortuitous encounter has allowed you to awaken your bloodline. Do you have any intentions of returning to the Thunder family? Elder Dan asked. I grew up in the Feng family. My father having vanished, and I have taken my mother's surname, I possess no knowledge or connection to the Thunder family. Furthermore, my estranged father was expelled from the Thunder family. I have no reason to seek them out. Though I am not fully aware of the intricacies of their disputes, I understand the importance of gratitude and integrity. A man should possess a backbone. If someone shows me respect, I shall return it tenfold. If they regard me with disdain, I shall treat them as a mere passerby. If an enemy strikes me, I will ensure their bones are ground to dust, Ling Xiao declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Expressing his thoughts clearly, well said, gratitude and integrity, a proud spirit. If they are enemies, they ought to be crushed, Elder Dan exclaimed with delight, laughing heartily. Chapter 21. Elder Dan's promise. Seeing his teacher laugh, Ling Xiao also broke into a smile. However, when it came to martial techniques, Ling Xiao contemplated that his teacher had evidently been a superlative powerhouse in life, casually possessing 7th-grade elixirs. He should surely have access to profound martial arts techniques. He had initially considered selecting a few techniques from his family, but now he realized the folly of that thought. Suddenly, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, Ling Xiao turned to Elder Dan and asked, Do you have any advanced martial techniques in your collection? Are you not planning to return to your family to acquire martial techniques? Elder Dan inquired with a smile. The most formidable techniques in my family are merely of the advanced Xian rank. If you don't mind me being a disappointment, I would like to return to my family and select a few techniques to cultivate, Ling Xiao replied, his tone filled with a sense of grievance. Ah, you little rascal, trying to provoke me. Then go ahead and seek martial techniques from your family. I am tired now, and shall return to my sleep, Elder Dan said, momentarily taken aback by Ling Xiao's words, then feigning a desire to retreat to his storage ring for a nap. Teacher, please wait. I was wrong. Just now, I was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere. How could such a trivial trick escape your discerning eyes? Ling Xiao quickly interjected, admitting his fault and flattering his teacher. A true man can bend and stretch. It is no shame to yield to a teacher, he thought. Humph, you little brat. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, it is only natural that I pass on the techniques and skills to you. Let me see what I have collected over the years. I shall help you select a few suitable ones. Elder Dan was not genuinely angry. He was merely teasing. The teacher's duty is to impart knowledge, provide instruction, and resolve doubts. Ling Xiao already possessed suitable cultivation methods, and the compatibility and rank were appropriate for his training. As for martial techniques, they were naturally to be passed on to him. However, in combat, merely possessing numerous techniques does not guarantee effectiveness. It is often said that it is better to master one skill than to be a jack of all trades. A martial artist cultivates to control immense power, and conflicts are inevitable. With a sword in hand, the heart of slaying arises. In battle, martial techniques are indispensable. Thus, one typically selects a limited number of techniques to train in order to prepare for combat. It is only after attaining a higher cultivation level that one should consider learning additional techniques. As Elder Dan rummaged through his storage ring for martial techniques, Ling Xiao waited in eager anticipation. At that moment, he could not see the vast space within Elder Dan's storage ring. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Elder Dan was once a martial saint, a master alchemist, and the treasures within his storage ring were extraordinarily abundant. Numerous martial techniques and scrolls were haphazardly piled together, with only a select few neatly arranged on a shelf in the space, clearly indicating that those were the finest treasures at tea this time. Elder Dan was searching among the disorganized scrolls. This was not due to his unwillingness to be frugal, but rather because the higher the rank of the martial techniques, the greater the difficulty in cultivation. Presently, Ling Xiao had yet to practice any martial techniques. Elder Dan intended to allow Ling Xiao to learn a few advanced Xian rank techniques first. After a thorough selection, 3 scrolls materialized in the air, delivered to Ling Xiao by Elder Dan using his spiritual power. These are a few martial techniques I practiced during my youth. You may begin your training with these. The Wuhan Blade is an intermediate Xian rank technique. Boasting considerable power in battle, the blade strikes without a trace. Its speed so swift that it is exceedingly difficult for opponents to defend against. It is particularly suitable for surprise attacks, before one even hears the whistle of the blade. The edge has already grazed the target, Elder Dan explained as Ling Xiao unfurled a scroll of martial techniques. Speed is paramount. Is it not said that in martial arts, only speed is invincible? Ling Xiao murmured, captivated by Elder Dan's description as he clutched the scroll tightly. What invincibility? This is merely an ordinary intermediate Xian rank technique, intended as a transitional means for you to break through to martial king. Earth rank techniques harness the forces of nature to crush opponents with overwhelming power. Heaven rank techniques embody the might of the heavens. Once unleashed, they unleash the wrath of the universe, severing the flow of primal energy and attacking foes with the strength of nature itself. Without comparable heaven rank techniques in battle, one cannot harness the power of nature and must rely solely on one's own energy, which can be quite disadvantageous, Elder Dan elucidated. Is it truly that formidable? Does my teacher possess any heaven rank techniques? Ling Xiao inquired, his eyes glinting with excitement as he gazed at Elder Dan. If I had a heaven rank technique, with your extraordinary energy, overcoming opponents of higher realms would pose little challenge. Do not aim too high. Heaven rank techniques are not easily cultivated. Even if you learn them now, your current strength makes it impossible to wield them effectively in combat, Elder Dan cautioned. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked, unwilling to accept this explanation. The use of heaven rank techniques demands immense energy. Only a martial venerable possesses sufficient energy to wield them. However, in battle, martial venerables rarely employ heaven rank techniques. After all, utilizing such techniques is no simple feat, and in combat, adversaries will not simply stand idly by while you prepare to unleash a heaven rank technique, Elder Dan explained. I see. So the conditions for utilizing heaven rank techniques revolve around multitasking and possessing enough energy. This means they can potentially be employed in combat, Ling Xiao gradually articulated. He was not one to easily give up. Once he had an idea, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. If you wish to utilize heaven rank techniques early, then you must swiftly break through the soul realm to the ghost realm, achieving true multitasking. Furthermore, cultivating heaven rank techniques is no easy feat. Without sufficient comprehension, one cannot master them. I possess a heaven rank technique, the flame-devouring palm. If you can meet the minimum requirements for its use, I shall impart it to you, Elder Dan, noticing Ling Xiao's relentless pursuit, initially felt some displeasure, but upon reflection, he realized that such ambition was a source of motivation. Moreover, it is better to guide than to restrict. Teaching students requires tailored approaches. Each individual is unique, and perhaps this method would yield better results. Thus, he directly presented the allure of a heaven rank technique to Ling Xiao, offering him a goal to strive for. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. What? Do you suspect that I am deceiving you? Elder Dan replied, his expression turning serious. Teacher, please do not be angry. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement and did not mean to express any distrust. You are like the sun in my life, illuminating my world, providing warmth, hope, and direction. Why admiration for you flows like an endless river. Ling Xiao quickly responded, eager to appease Elder Dan as he sensed his displeasure. Enough! No need to put on a show before me. Elder Dan chuckled, observing Ling Xiao's antics with amusement, noting the boy's occasional lack of decorum and his youthful shyness. This was largely due to Ling Xiao's soul having traversed through time, influenced by the information overload of that era. However, before his journey, he was still a student, having never had a girlfriend or engaged in early romance. His cheerful personality made his conversations with Elder Dan seem casual. Yet, he remained a novice, feeling bashful and out of place in the presence of attractive young women. He, Ling Xiao chuckled sheepishly. This environment is quite pleasant. Let us cultivate here for the time being. Once you have mastered the techniques, we shall hunt some magical beasts to hone your skills and adapt to your newfound strength, Elder Dan proposed after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, I have no pressing matters. Cultivating here suits me just fine. This place is tranquil, secluded, and the aura is fairly rich, quite splendid, Ling Xiao agreed. Then it is settled. You should inform your mother, Elder Dan concluded. The young lady Yi Xiaoxiao is indeed quite remarkable. She feels deeply indebted to her savior and is keen to express her gratitude. As she prepares the meal, she glances at Ling Xiao and raises an eyebrow in his direction. Ling Xiao internally grumbles. This old teacher is quite the libertine. Is he the type to hold a grudge over favors? How ridiculous, in truth, he has misjudged Dan Lao. The mention of Yi Xiaoxiao has its own purpose, not merely to ensnare his disciple in the throes of romance. Chapter 22. The appearance of a fifth-order beast with a single phrase, Dan Lao entered the spatial ring. Ling Xiao took the ring that floated before him and slipped it onto his finger. Take your time to ponder. Tomorrow I shall formally begin instructing you in martial techniques, Dan Lao remarked before falling silent. Ling Xiao paid little heed to Dan Lao's words. At 17, he was in no rush. Young master, please have something to eat. Yi Xiaoxiao approached, carrying a platter of freshly prepared dishes. Here, in the monster beast mountain range, the recent aura of medicinal herbs had attracted numerous beasts, all of which were slain by Feng Linwan, yielding abundant materials for their meal. The feast was quite sumptuous. The meat of monster beasts, when consumed regularly, could invigorate one's vital energy and expedite the cultivation process. Back in his family, Ling Xiao seldom had the luxury of such fare. Thank you. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. The aroma alone is enough to whet one's appetite. Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude and complimented her. Yi Xiaoxiao blushed slightly, responding, "Oh, it's nothing. This is the flesh and blood of a fourth-order beast, which is naturally rich in energy. Please eat more." Though she feigned modesty, Ling Xiao's praise brought a smile to her face. Her background was pitiable. Growing up, she had relied solely on the elderly Yi, and their struggles had rendered her somewhat introverted. Since Feng Linwan had rescued her and brought her here, despite Feng's preoccupation with Ling Xiao's progress, she felt a sense of security in the abundance of resources. After the passing of the elderly Yi, she had once contemplated surrendering to despair, but the passage of time had gradually calmed her spirit. Feng Linwan was keen to foster a connection between her and Ling Xiao. And with Ling Xiao's handsome appearance and amiable character, it was only natural that she would develop feelings of attachment, especially now that she found herself alone and vulnerable indeed. However, your cooking is truly excellent. The meat is tender and flavorful, with a vibrant hue. Delicious. Ling Xiao took a bite and involuntarily praised her once more. Yi Xiaoxiao remained silent, her face illuminated by a gentle smile as she watched him eat. Sweetness blooming in her heart, I shall fetch more for you, young master. As soon as Ling Xiao finished the meat in his bowl, Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly took it from him and turned to leave. You needn't call me young master. Just refer to me as Ling Xiao, he said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the title. After all, they had only saved her once. She was not a servant in his household, and it felt inappropriate given that she prepared meals and washed dishes daily. I owe my life to you, young master, and I cannot repay you adequately. Allow me to serve you, if I cannot repay you. Being your maid is the least I can do, Yi Xiaoxiao said, her voice tinged with sadness as she turned back. Seeing her like this, Ling Xiao relented, saying, Very well, as long as it makes you happy. Thank you, young master. Yi Xiaoxiao's sorrow transformed into joy as she cheerfully returned to fetch more food. Without anyone to rely on, she felt as if she were drowning, and Ling Xiao was her only lifeline. One she was unwilling to relinquish. Observing this charming young woman, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Yet, his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the enchanting Bei Mingyao he had encountered that day. Was it possible he had feelings for her? But she doesn't even know me, he questioned himself, shaking his head. He was merely a disciple from a small clan, while she was the prized jewel of the empire's foremost sect. Their meeting had been a mere coincidence, and it was unlikely they would cross paths again. Let fate take its course in the depths of the monster beast mountain range. A group of individuals was desperately escorting a young woman. Fleeing for their lives, behind them, a colossal beast roared in pursuit. It was none other than Bei Ming Yao and her companions. They had entered the mountain range with the intent to hunt. But upon learning of Bei Ming Yao's identity, they shifted their focus to protecting her. Bei Ming Yao sought to find Feng Linwan but had no specific target. She intended to rely on luck near the mountain's edge. This posed little danger, as Li Lang and the others were quite familiar with the perimeter. However, while the beasts outside posed no threat, they encountered members of the Silver Snake Adventurers Guild. The leader of the Silver Snake Guild, having lost his son, was consumed with vengeance, seeking to confront Feng Linwan. Yet, after so long in the mountains without a trace of her, his frustration mounted. Upon stumbling across Li Lang and his group, an idea took root in his mind. Zhang Tianba had long harbored ambitions to unify Luyun Town, and his strength was unrivaled. However, aside from his own Silver Wolf Guild, there were other factions in Luyun Town, making it impossible for him to manage alone. Now that the elite members of the Gale Adventurers Guild had ventured into the Monster Beast Mountain range, with no other forces present, it was a golden opportunity he could not afford to miss. Thus, Zhang Tianba began covertly gathering his subordinates while approaching Li Lang's group. "What a coincidence to encounter you here, Leader Li. This truly is a rare occasion," he remarked. Li Lang frowned slightly. "There's something you need?" "Leader Zhang, we merely seek to hunt beasts. Since you are here, we shall take our leave." He was reluctant to engage with Zhang Tianba, who was known for his ruthless and decisive actions. In the Monster Beast Mountain range, no one could aid him. Should Zhang Tianba turn against the Gale Adventurers Guild, their only option would be to submit or face annihilation. After speaking, Li Lang offered a respectful bow and prepared to depart with his companions. "Oh, why the haste, Leader Li? Since we have crossed paths, why not linger a while?" Zhang Tianba intercepted them, showing no hesitation in revealing his intentions. "Leader Zhang, we have no conflict, do we? Must you truly pressure us?" Li Lang tightened his grip on his weapon, becoming more alert. On this continent, the strong prey upon the weak. Such is the way of the world and this small Luyun town. If we wish to rise, reasoning often falls short. To become strong, we require ample resources, which are exceedingly hard to come by. If we join forces, no one in Luyun Town could stand against us. Together, we can seize greater resources in the Monster Beast Mountain range. Does Leader Li not wish to advance further? Zhang Tianba stated earnestly. He was resolute in his intention to take down the Gale Adventurers Guild, and he shared all this with Li Lang not merely to persuade him, but also to buy time. Although he was confident in defeating Li Lang, he was aware that Li Lang commanded a considerable number of men, and a direct confrontation would come at a cost, one he was not willing to bear. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have acted long ago. "If you refuse, then I shall make you submit." "Leader Zhang, while I am the leader, such a significant matter still requires discussion with my brothers. Once we return to town, we shall deliberate further," Li Lang replied. Although he agreed with Zhang Tianba's reasoning, he was reluctant to merge their adventuring groups. He preferred to be the top dog rather than a subordinate. Become Zhang Tianba's underling was something he could not accept. His words were merely a means of deflection. "I believe this place is quite suitable. Why must we return to the town?" Zhang Tianba insisted, showing no signs of retreat. Li Lang glanced at Bei Ming Yao. Feeling uncertain, Zhang Tianba was unyielding, and he had no confidence in escaping. Furthermore, he worried about Bei Ming Yao's safety during a confrontation. Her unique identity meant that any mishap could provoke the ire of the Mingyu sect, which they could not afford. Bei Ming Yao frowned deeply, preparing to speak when suddenly a deafening roar startled everyone. Roar! The colossal sound made them all turn in its direction. "Leader, run!" a voice suddenly shouted, causing Zhang Tianba to startle. It was one of his Silver Snake Guild members. Without a moment's thought, he saw a group of people sprinting towards them, closely pursued by a massive, lightning-infused beast. "Get lost. It is the Fifth Order beast, the thunder-roaring tiger. Run for your lives!" Zhang Tianba bellowed, taking off at a frantic pace. His subordinates, lacking foresight, had drawn the Fifth Order beast here, infuriating him further. However, there was no time for grievances. Survival was the priority. The sudden appearance of the thunder-roaring tiger made everyone acutely aware of the imminent danger, and they scattered in all directions. Chapter 23. The terrifying beast tiger. The thunder-roaring tiger had initially been leisurely pursuing a handful of members from the Silver Snake Adventurers Guild. Upon encountering the sudden throng of people ahead, a moment of astonishment struck, swiftly followed by exhilaration. Unlike humans, demon beasts progress slowly, hindered by their bloodlines, with some unable to break through even unto death. Humans consuming demon beast flesh can accelerate their cultivation speed. Similarly, when demon beasts devour warriors, their advancement is likewise hastened. Tio the thunderous demon tiger, a mere handful of warriors and martial masters would be nothing more than a light snack. However, upon witnessing such a multitude of warriors, including several grandmasters, how could it not feel a surge of excitement? With a fierce roar, the thunderous demon tiger's speed surged, swiftly closing in on the nearest individual, its claw striking with lethal intent, resulting in instantaneous decapitation. Following this, it claimed its second and third victims in quick succession. The sight of the thunderous demon tiger pursuing them relentlessly rendered those targeted utterly defenseless. Whether by design or coincidence, several high-ranking members of the Silver Serpent Adventure Team, as well as those from the Gale Adventure Team, including Baiming Yao Yao, fled in the same direction. They had reacted promptly and, with their superior cultivation levels, had already covered a considerable distance. Yet, despite the thunderous demon tiger's limited intelligence, it could discern the strength of its foes. Its singular desire was to slaughter warriors and consume their remains to enhance its own power. The more formidable the warrior, the more it would benefit from their demise. Thus, while the group scattered in a desperate bid for survival, the stronger individuals among them naturally drew the attention of the thunderous demon tiger. After a brief spree of carnage, the thunderous demon tiger abandoned its pursuit of the others, instead honing in on the energy signatures of Baiming Yao Yao and her companions. Captain Zhang is indeed formidable. Your team members are utterly unmatchable, Li Lang remarked, his expression darkening as he glanced at Zhang Tianba. Humph. Zhang Tianba snorted dismissively, opting for silence as he continued to flee with haste. Though the thunderous demon tiger was no longer visible, the threat remained imminent. The distance was too close, and it would not be overly challenging for a fifth-tier demon beast to locate them. Yet, Zhang Tianba found himself somewhat astonished that Li Lang could keep pace with him. Their cultivation levels were comparable, and Li Lang, being of the wind attribute, had a natural advantage in speed. However, accompanying Li Lang was only Baiming Yao Yao, a martial master of Tier 3, unfamiliar with Baiming Yao Yao. Zhang Tianba had assumed her to be merely a member of the Gale Adventure Team and had paid her little mind. Yet, her surprising speed now indicated her extraordinary capabilities, though her cultivation may have been lacking. The martial techniques she practiced were undoubtedly of a high caliber. These thoughts flitted through Zhang Tianba's mind, but with danger still looming, he chose not to dwell on them. With a resounding roar, the group had already put considerable distance between themselves and the threat. Yet before they could catch their breath, the thunderous roar of the demon tiger echoed once more, causing their faces to pale. Damn it, with so many people, why does it specifically chase after us? Zhang Tianba bellowed. Let us separate. Even if we all gather, we would be no match for the demon tiger. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility lie with the heavens. Take care, everyone. Suddenly, the vice captain of the Gale Adventure Team shouted, immediately altering his course and sprinting away. Li Lang hesitated, glancing at Baiming Yao Yao. Split up. Each of us must flee for our lives. Baiming Yao Yao urged through gritted teeth, her complexion pale from excessive internal energy expenditure. Just as the previous individual had stated, gathering together against the thunderous demon tiger would serve no purpose. Although being alone in the Demon Beast Mountains was perilous, they first needed to survive the immediate threat before contemplating future challenges. As for carelessly confronting other demon beasts alone, that could only be attributed to bad luck. Li Lang remained uneasy. After all, Baiming Yao Yao had entered the mountains alongside them, making it easy for Mingyu sect to trace her. If anything were to happen to her, the Mingyu sect would not concern themselves with the Gale Adventure Team's reasoning. He was still wavering when several high-ranking members of the Silver Serpent Adventure Team had already scattered. Take care, Li Lang shouted, gritting his teeth as he separated from Baiming Yao Yao. Now even more dispersed, the group acted with remarkable synchronicity, each opting to move solo, for this was the best chance for survival. The thunderous demon tiger surged toward them, but it once again came to a halt. Originally, a cluster of high-level individuals had been in this direction, yet now all had scattered, making it significantly more challenging to eliminate them all. After a brief moment of indecision, the thunderous demon tiger chose Zhang Tianba, the highest ranked among them, as its primary target. Upon realizing the thunderous demon tiger was in pursuit, Zhang Tianba's complexion drained of color. Why? Zhang Tianba's heart roared in frustration as he changed direction once more. However, the thunderous demon tiger would not alter its course this time. It remained steadfastly on his tail, now moving with even greater speed. Prepare to meet your end. Realizing there was no chance of escape, Zhang Tianba began to gather his strength, readying his martial technique. Though he knew he would be no match for the beast and could inflict little harm, he still prepared with determination, his heart unwilling to accept defeat. He resolved to carve out a piece of flesh from the thunderous demon tiger before his demise. Just as the thunderous demon tiger's claws were about to strike down upon Zhang Tianba, he suddenly pivoted, charging towards the beast with his sword gleaming in the moonlight. In that moment, his sole focus was to inflict some damage upon the thunderous demon tiger, indifferent to the prospect of life or death. It was a mutually destructive tactic. Evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the thunderous demon tiger faltered, allowing Zhang Tianba's sword to pierce its abdomen. Roar! Infuriated by the audacity of such a feeble prey inflicting harm upon it, the thunderous demon tiger let out a furious roar, retracting its claws with lightning speed and crushing Zhang Tianba's skull in the process. The renowned tyrant of Luyun town met his end thus. Shaking off the sword embedded in its abdomen, the thunderous demon tiger opened its maw wide, consuming the lifeless body. Subsequently, its nostrils flared, and it began to pursue another target. The act of devouring Zhang Tianba had been no trivial feat. Such capability was typically reserved for high-tier demon beasts, at least at the level of a demon sovereign. Yet here was a mere fifth-tier beast demonstrating such prowess, indicating a possible awakening of ancient bloodlines and the acquisition of extraordinary abilities. The thunderous demon tiger, unexpectedly emerging at the outskirts, continued to rampage through the mountains, relentlessly hunting adventurers. Although the group had scattered, the disparity in strength between them and the thunderous demon tiger was vast. Few truly managed to escape. Furthermore, as they fled in different directions, the survivors inevitably gravitated toward the mountain's periphery, for retreating deeper into the mountains would be akin to fleeing from the tiger only to stumble into the jaws of a wolf. The further one ventured into the mountains, the more formidable the demon beasts became. Thus, the general direction remained toward the location of Luyun town, as the roads there were familiar. Wandering aimlessly could lead to a treacherous dead end. Having temporarily evaded danger, Bai Ming Yao Yao found herself lost, the path unfamiliar as she inadvertently headed toward the valley where Ling Xiao resided. Although she had not yet encountered any immediate peril, her journey was fraught with challenges. Suffering injuries from several demon beast attacks along the way. Chapter 24. Ling Xiao's unsteady mindset amidst the chaos of the demon tiger's rampage in the mountains, as others fought for survival. Ling Xiao began his formal cultivation in the valley. Lacking any combat experience, he commenced training in martial techniques under Master Dan's guidance. Contrary to his expectations of requiring considerable time to master the 3 profound tier techniques selected by Master Dan, Ling Xiao astonished him. Having absorbed the 9 heavens' profound thunder, his comprehension had dramatically increased. The 9 heavens' profound thunder had inherent properties that facilitated enlightenment, and with it, he experienced further epiphanies during his training. In just 3 days, Ling Xiao had proficiently mastered the Wuhan blade, the thunderstorm fist, and the lightning step, executing them with a degree of finesse. You, my boy, have truly surprised me. Such enlightenment is not something one encounters often. Master Dan remarked, observing Ling Xiao's adept execution of martial techniques. Enlightenment is nothing extraordinary. This is my 2nd time experiencing it. Go be honest. I don't feel like I've gained much, Ling Xiao replied, his tone teasing. Though his words rang true, they sounded jarring to Master Dan, laced with a hint of arrogance. Humph. Since you can now proficiently execute martial techniques, we shall begin practical combat tomorrow. Merely being able to perform techniques is far from sufficient. In battle, circumstances change in the blink of an eye. Only by executing the appropriate technique at the opportune moment can one be deemed a qualified warrior. This necessitates ample combat experience, which can only be cultivated through relentless fighting and exploration. Life and death trials most effectively evoke one's potential. You have reached the Grandmaster realm and are no longer weak. Starting with some first and second tier low-level demon beasts should pose little danger, Master Dan advised. I can hunt demon beasts now. That's wonderful, Ling Xiao exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he anticipated the meaningful endeavor of hunting demon beasts. It's getting late. Focus on your cultivation, refine your energy, and replenish your strength. Tomorrow, we shall seek out demon beasts for training, Master Dan instructed before retreating into his ring in silence. Is it really that late? Ling Xiao looked around, finding himself in a place where day and night were indistinguishable. The light perpetually dim, leaving him somewhat disoriented. On the morning of the second day, he arrived at the valley's edge, instantly feeling invigorated. To be honest, while the valley had its merits, the oppressive darkness made prolonged stays rather stifling. Upon entering the forest, Ling Xiao commenced his daily training regimen. Not long into his journey, he encountered his training target. Today's exercise is quite simple, Master Dan stated. You are to utilize your martial skills to defeat this late-stage first-tier beast. Suddenly, Master Dan's voice pierced the air, heightening Ling Xiao's alertness. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal black bear appeared within Ling Xiao's line of sight. The creature lay asleep beneath a large tree, emitting a series of deep snores. Although Ling Xiao could have launched a surprise attack, he sought to hone his combat skills rather than merely hunt beasts. Hey, wake up, Ling Xiao called out, startling the black bear. It immediately turned its gaze towards him, baring its massive jaws and letting out a furious roar as it lunged at Ling Xiao. Undaunted, Ling Xiao swiftly dodged the bear's assault using his lightning step. Evading the attack in an instant, he then unleashed his thunderous fist, striking the bear with considerable force. The bear, stung by the blow, became even more enraged and charged at Ling Xiao once more. Ling Xiao deftly avoided the bear's onslaught while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At last, he spotted a flaw in the bear's defense and executed his silent blade, delivering a decisive slash across the bear's neck. With a pained howl, the bear collapsed, defeated. Master Dan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Your martial skills are becoming increasingly proficient. However, this was merely a late-stage first-tier beast. Greater challenges await you in the future. Keep striving. I understand, Ling Xiao replied. Let me seek out a stronger beast. This first-tier creature posed no challenge at all. Then press deeper into the forest, Master Dan instructed. I shall not remind you again. Unless you find yourself in mortal danger, I will not intervene. Navigate the Beast Mountain range on your own. Very well. I shall hunt beasts and search for spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao agreed, a sense of pride swelling within him. At 17, possessing the cultivation level of a Grandmaster at 5 stars was no small feat. Especially without any deep-seated vendettas in the southwestern continent. Such an achievement was remarkable, and his rise seemed imminent. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Master Dan urged him to venture alone into the Beast Mountain range, to face setbacks and witness greater powers, thus igniting his motivation. This principle applied universally. Without lofty ambitions, how could one hope to succeed? Although Ling Xiao harbored aspirations of becoming a martial emperor or a divine emperor upon learning of the cultivation realms, his limited experiences hindered his imagination of the truly terrifying powers that existed. This time, Master Dan intended to allow Ling Xiao to solidify his convictions. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Ling Xiao followed the path chosen by Master Dan, which led deeper into the Beast Mountain range. On the first day of combat, he felt a surge of excitement, as the beasts here were feeble, predominantly at the first and second tiers, presenting no real challenge. Ling Xiao relaxed his vigilance, bulldozing through all the beasts he encountered, which could not impede his progress. He merely focused on his direction and charged ahead. Master Dan, however, did not offer any warnings. Suddenly endowed with formidable power, Ling Xiao found himself somewhat intoxicated by it. Although he was unaware of this shift, Master Dan, with his keen perception, had already discerned the instability in Ling Xiao's mindset. All suffering is but a means of self-liberation. Master Dan mused. While his intervention could have some effect, it might also render Ling Xiao's experiences less genuine, potentially leading to future mistakes. Only through personal experience, sustaining injuries, enduring pain, and awakening to reality could true hazards be eliminated. For martial artists, combat was inevitable, and underestimating one's opponents was a grave error. Perhaps at last, Master Dan's hopes bore fruit, for as Ling Xiao advanced, he suddenly heard cries for help, igniting his spirits. Someone is calling for help ahead. Should we go? Ling Xiao asked, his eagerness already betraying his intentions. Master Dan remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding outside, allowing Ling Xiao to make his own decision. He had previously stated that he would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. With Master Dan's silence, Ling Xiao hesitated briefly before proceeding towards the source of the cries. This area was on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, devoid of formidable beasts. The strongest he had encountered thus far was merely mid-tier third level, which he easily dispatched without much effort, hardly taking it seriously. Upon rounding a bend, he finally beheld the one calling for help. Just a glance left Ling Xiao momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a mixture of joy and furious indignation. "You wretched creature! How dare you act so brazenly?" With a sharp shout, Ling Xiao dashed forward at full speed. Chapter 25. Fierce battle with the Hua Yao monkey. It turned out that the one in distress was Bei Ming Yao. Just from a distance, Ling Xiao recognized her. Some individuals, with just a single glance, become forever etched in one's memory. Seeing Bei Ming Yao filled Ling Xiao with joy, but upon realizing she was in danger, his heart raced. He didn't take the time to assess the beasts surrounding her. Instead, he rushed forward in haste. Alone in the Beast Mountain range, Bei Ming Yao had been fleeing for her life. Lost and facing perilous situations, yet she had managed to survive thus far. However, here, she found herself encircled by a group of Hua Yao monkeys. The strongest among them were at the 4th tier, while most were 3rd-tier beasts. Initially, Bei Ming Yao was merely a junior martial artist. Even after consuming a 3rd-tier spiritual herb, the Juyuan flower, to break through, she was only at the 6-star martial artist level. Vastly outmatched by these Hua Yao monkeys, had she encountered other beasts, she would have perished long ago. Though temporarily spared from death, the encirclement of these Hua Yao monkeys was more terrifying than death itself. Their grotesque forms resembled a blend of human and monkey, and if a person fell into their clutches, they would not be killed or devoured immediately. Instead, these creatures harbored a perverse fascination with humans, regardless of gender, and would first toy with their captives. Historical records indicated that no human captured by Hua Yao monkeys had been killed outright. Even those who eventually escaped often succumbed to mental breakdowns. Choosing to end their own lives, Bei Ming Yao howled in despair, contemplating suicide to preserve her dignity. An elderly man, his expression grave, hurriedly approached from the sky. Indeed, he was flying, indicating formidable strength. His anxious demeanor, eyes fixed on Bei Ming Yao, and the martial technique already prepared in his hands indicated he was ready to intervene. At that moment, Ling Xiao recklessly charged onto the scene, attracting the attention of the Hua Yao monkeys, temporarily alleviating Bei Ming Yao's peril and allowing her to relax her grip on the sword, a flicker of hope igniting within her. The elderly man, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief, but upon seeing Ling Xiao's cultivation level, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. "I asked this kid out of his mind. But as long as the young lady is safe, that's all that matters. What are these repulsive creatures doing here? Weren't they exterminated?" The old man muttered to himself, observing the small valley from a distance. Meanwhile, Master Dan, who had been monitoring the situation through his spatial ring, was also taken aback, his spiritual energy becoming more concealed. How could there be a martial emperor here? This girl's identity is not simple. She has a martial emperor secretly guarding her. This foolish boy, doesn't he realize the situation? Charging in like this? What am I to do? Master Dan deduced some circumstances, feeling somewhat troubled. Had there been no martial emperor present, he could have intervened without hesitation to deal with the Hua Yao monkeys without difficulty. But now, with this unknown martial emperor around, he was reluctant to reveal himself, caught in a moment of indecision. Ling Xiao reached the front lines and finally recognized the danger he was in. Yet he felt no regret. If given another chance, he would still leap into action without hesitation. "Fear not, fair maiden. I am here to rescue you," Ling Xiao called to Bei Mingyao, quickly averting his gaze to avoid making her uncomfortable. "Be careful. These Huayao monkeys are formidable. 3 of them are 4th-tier beasts," Bei Mingyao cautioned. Though her strength was inferior to Ling Xiao's, having grown up in the Mingyu sect, she was sensitive to the auras of martial artists below the martial emperor level and quickly deduced that Ling Xiao was merely at the grandmaster level. Although 4th-tier beasts were comparable to human grandmasters, the physical prowess of beasts typically surpassed that of humans of the same level before reaching the martial emperor stage. Moreover, with 3 4th-tier Huayao monkeys and over a dozen 3rd-tier ones, it was nearly impossible for Ling Xiao to contend with them alone. Bei Mingyao had little faith in him. However, recognizing that Ling Xiao was risking himself for her sake, she felt compelled to offer a word of warning. Oh! The numerous Huayao monkeys, upon seeing Ling Xiao's arrival, exhibited no fear. Instead, they grew increasingly excited, parting to surround him. "Hold on for a moment. I will deal with these monkeys." Ling Xiao's voice rang out as he charged forward, brandishing his blade against the Hao Yao Yuan. Though his combat experience was not particularly extensive, his exceptional insight allowed him to wield his martial techniques with remarkable finesse. In his hand was a jet-black longsword, a formidable weapon prepared for him by Dan Lao, noted for its extraordinary durability and sharpness. As he approached the Hao Yao Yuan, he unleashed the seamless blade technique, moving at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The 3rd-tier Hao Yao Yuan stood no chance against him, as he swiftly dispatched 6 of them in quick succession. At this moment, the remaining Hao Yao Yuan finally recognized Ling Xiao's prowess. He was not to be trifled with, however. Witnessing the demise of their comrades ignited their fury, revealing their ferocious visages, baring their teeth in rage. "You shall pay for this." Suddenly, one of the Hao Yao Yuan spoke with human-like articulation, its gaze fixed ominously on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao regarded it with growing seriousness, for this creature was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and its ability to speak indicated a significant mutation. Typically, a beast must reach the 7th tier, becoming a demon emperor, to gain the ability to articulate human speech after surviving the heavenly thunder tribulation and taking on a human form. As this Hao Yao Yuan spoke, the cacophony of the others fell silent, clearly indicating its role as their leader. Angered, "Are we? Then come, try to kill me," Ling Xiao retorted, unyielding and dripping with sarcasm. His speed was blistering. Having just employed the lightning step in conjunction with the seamless blade technique, the 3rd-tier Hao Yao Yuan posed little threat. Although the initial opponents were relatively weak, Ling Xiao was confident in swiftly eliminating all the 3rd-tier Hao Yao Yuan. The only concern lay with the 3 4th-tier beasts. "Humph! Kill him," commanded the leader of the Hao Yao Yuan, waving its claws. Immediately, a throng of enraged Hao Yao Yuan surged toward Ling Xiao. This time, he felt a palpable pressure, not due to their numbers, but because their intentions had shifted to a concerted effort to eliminate him. Initially, the few Hao Yao Yuan had merely aimed to capture him. However, having been caught off guard by Ling Xiao's ambush, they fell victim to his swift strikes. Now, these beasts were fully intent on attacking, and Ling Xiao had to tread carefully. Despite his speed, the sheer multitude of foes posed a significant challenge. Once again, he seized the opportunity to slay 3 more Hao Yao Yuan, but the leader could no longer restrain itself and dispatched 2 4th-tier Hao Yao Yuan to join the fray. Be cautious. In the midst of battle, Ling Xiao was inadvertently ambushed by a 4th-tier Hao Yao Yuan. Despite Bei Mingyao's warning, he could only muster enough energy to shield his back before being sent flying. As he hit the ground, he sprang back to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing even more focused. Although the injury was not severe, it exposed his lack of combat experience. Fixing his gaze on the creature that had ambushed him, its grotesque, furry face twisted into a sinister grin, Ling Xiao couldn't help but express his displeasure. "What are you so pleased about? I will surely slay you." Though the injury was minor, the embarrassment before the fair maiden left Ling Xiao greatly agitated. Chapter 26. A Rampage, Caught Off Guard. "You celebrate too early," Ling Xiao stated with a grave demeanor. Upon witnessing his injury, Bei Mingyao felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yet upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, she found herself filled with a flicker of hope. Observing the calmness of the injured youth, her curiosity piqued in a world where those aged 17 or 18 possessing martial master capabilities were rare geniuses. She had confirmed through the recent skirmish that Ling Xiao had reached the Grandmaster level. Such talent would be considered extraordinary even in the heart of the continent. Who could this remarkable youth be? How did he find himself alone in the perilous Beast Mountains, despite his evident injury? He remained composed, overflowing with confidence. Did he possess some hidden trump card? Bei Mingyao's mind was filled with intrigue. This foolish boy has a hidden card, she mused. After all, to achieve Grandmaster status at such a young age in the Southwest continent, his background must be formidable. It would not be surprising if his elders had prepared some contingencies for him. I look forward to being astonished by you. An elder not far away watched with keen interest, observing quietly from a distance. What could this trump card be? Is he about to employ that technique? Dan Lao, having discerned Ling Xiao's intentions, understood the implications of revealing such power. However, with a martial emperor nearby, he found himself unable to adequately protect Ling Xiao and was reluctant to have him expose his final maneuver. He contemplated intervening but ultimately sighed and remained silent. Such power was an integral part of Ling Xiao's capabilities, and it could not be concealed indefinitely. Moreover, whether revealing it now would be beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. If he refrained from intervening, Ling Xiao might not be able to contend with the horde of Hao Yao Yuan without revealing his trump card. The Hao Yao Yuan leader merely smiled, remaining silent and observing from the rear without joining the fray. The other Hao Yao Yuan were focused on Ling Xiao, while Bei Mingyao needed to be vigilant. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had his hidden cards, and the leader had its own means. Allow me to demonstrate true terror. For daring to confront me, your deaths are well deserved. Prepare to meet your end, Ling Xiao proclaimed, no longer hesitating as he sprang back into action. However, this time, a violet lightning aura began to emanate from his body, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a deity commanding thunder, exuding an overwhelming aura. He had finally unleashed his ultimate and most formidable technique, the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder. This thunder had been completely refined and integrated by him. Although its power was diminished due to insufficient essence, its nature remained unchanged, still as violent and imbued with tremendous destructive force. Heaven and earth divine thunder, Bei Mingyao exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. What luck for this lad to possess such a divine artifact. The elder nearby was equally taken aback. This heaven and earth divine thunder was a peculiar entity formed from the convergence of the continent's lightning energy. A martial artist capable of subduing it could significantly enhance their combat prowess. However, the divine thunder was notoriously wild, and attempting to subdue and refine it was fraught with peril. Yet, those who managed to acquire this divine thunder had undoubtedly achieved remarkable feats and earned renown across the continent. Their combat capabilities were formidable, making it easy for them to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Thus, many martial artists sought out these heaven and earth divine thunders. However, while not singular in type, they were exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. As Ling Xiao revealed the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder, the terrifying lightning raged around him, instilling fear in the hearts of the Hao Yao Yuan, who hesitated momentarily, paralyzed by dread. Since the divine thunder was birthed from the heavens and the earth, it inherently bore the weight of celestial authority, causing all living beings to fear it instinctively. With the divine thunder protecting him, the unarmed Hao Yao Yuan could not approach. Simultaneously, as Ling Xiao executed his seamless blade technique, it was now enhanced by the electric lightning shadows, amplifying its power in an instant. Ling Xiao resembled a deity of thunder descending upon the earth, rampaging fiercely as he continued to reap the lives of the Hao Yao Yuan. What is this? A heavenly tier martial technique? Such ferocious lightning. The Hao Yao Yuan leader's eyes widened in shock and fear, yet it did not resign itself to defeat. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and exhaled, releasing a stream of pink mist that silently spread, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, it appeared slightly weakened. However, as a beast, its robust physique quickly recovered, This moment, all eyes were glued to Ling Xiao's battle, oblivious to the actions of the Hao Yao Yuan leader. Nonetheless, Ling Xiao, enveloped in thunder, remained unaffected for the time being, his combat prowess still soaring. However, Bei Mingyao, situated close to the Hao Yao Yuan leader, was soon impacted. She felt her face flush, her breath quickening, and her expression gradually turned hazy. Shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to regain clarity, she found herself engulfed in a wave of heat. Her legs weakening, her consciousness blurring, rendering her vision of Ling Xiao a mere illusion. What is happening? The remnants of her awareness questioned, but no one answered. She attempted to call out, yet her mind fell completely into chaos. Ling Xiao, having finished off the nearby Hao Yao Yuan, pivoted to confront the last of the leaders. Yet, at that very moment, Bei Mingyao collapsed to the ground. "What is wrong with you?" Ling Xiao exclaimed, rushing toward her. But at that instant, the Hao Yao Yuan leader had already retreated a considerable distance. It had observed Ling Xiao's battle, recognizing that it could not withstand a direct confrontation, opting for a temporary retreat. It waited for the opportune moment when Ling Xiao was compromised to make its return. "Miss, curse this situation." The elder nearby noticed Bei Mingyao's distress and hurried forward, but then halted, his expression darkening significantly. At this moment, Bei Mingyao, in a trance, began to tug at her dress, exposing large swathes of her fair skin. Ling Xiao, rushing to her side, found himself momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. Although he wished to avert his gaze, the allure of her exposed beauty captivated him, making it difficult to look away. After Ling Xiao revealed the divine thunder, Dan Lao foresaw the outcome of the battle, contemplating how to respond should the martial emperor, presumably Bei Mingyao's protector, intervene. He had momentarily lost focus on the outside world. When he regained his senses, he was met with the sight of Bei Mingyao lost in a hallucinatory state. While Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his breathing becoming rapid. "Hold your breath," Dan Lao transmitted a warning, but it was already too late. Ling Xiao had inhaled a considerable amount of the toxic gas. Upon hearing his mentor's admonition, Ling Xiao hastily held his breath, feeling a pang of guilt akin to being caught in a misdeed. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Dan Lao observed the elder's troubled expression not far away. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to approach or to remain distant. His mind in a state of turmoil, a sudden idea struck his mind. "Take that girl and hurry," urged Dan Lao. As a master alchemist, he possessed profound knowledge of various toxins. With just a glance, he discerned the situation. The poison was not lethal, yet the antidote would be troublesome to procure. The protector hesitated, evidently at a loss. And for the moment, he felt a sense of relief. Oh, Ling Xiao uttered as he picked up Bei Mingyao. However, the toxin's influence caused Bei Mingyao to cling to him, writhing in his embrace, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. After taking a few steps, Ling Xiao, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Master, where to now? What should we do?" "Find a safe place." "What to do?" "Just leave me be," Dan Lao's voice echoed in his mind, abruptly falling silent and entirely sealing the spatial ring. Ling Xiao, momentarily dazed, could only retrace his steps while cradling Bei Mingyao. He recalled a cave nearby where he had previously slain the beasts. It should be secure. Chapter 27. The true identity of Bei Mingyao. Ling Xiao swiftly departed with Bei Mingyao in his arms, feeling a surge of heat course through him, compounded by her movements against his skin, stirring a maelstrom of desires within him. He aimed to reach the cave quickly, remembering a pool of water there, hoping to regain his composure. His elevated spiritual realm allowed him to resist complete intoxication for the time being. But he knew this state would not endure as Ling Xiao carried Bei Mingyao away. The elderly man nearby sensed impending trouble. Yet, what could he do? The young lady was ensnared by lustful poison. Her consciousness adrift, he felt utterly powerless. Allowing Ling Xiao to take her would leave him unable to fulfill his obligations. He could foresee the consequences of this episode being revealed to his clan, potentially costing him his life. Rage coursed through him as he focused his spiritual essence, swiftly locking onto the leader of the Huayao Yuan. That creature had not fled far. It had merely evaded Ling Xiao for the moment. As Ling Xiao departed with Bei Mingyao, the beast intended to follow. The elder considered the repercussions of this incident being exposed to his family. His life was at stake. His anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead, as he quickly approached the Huayao Yuan leader. "Where do you think you're going?" His cold voice sliced through the air like a frigid wind, causing the Huayao Yuan leader to tremble involuntarily. Faced with this sudden, formidable presence, the creature exhibited no hesitation and turned to flee. It was no match for the elder. Escape was futile. This creature was the root of his impending doom, and the elder's wrath would not allow it to slip away. "Return to me," the elder ground out through clenched teeth. With a motion akin to an eagle's talon grasping forward, his formidable azure energy ensnared the Huayao Yuan leader, freezing it in place as if it were a mosquito trapped in amber, its expression of terror forever captured. "Damnable wretch! I shall rend you limb from limb," the elder declared fiercely. Without further ado, he began to constrict the released energy, causing the Huayao Yuan leader's skin to crack and splinter like shattered glass. Strangely, no blood flowed from these fissures. The cracks intensified, spreading over an extended period. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of air escaping from a balloon erupted, and the Huayao Yuan leader burst apart, dissipating into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Having vanquished the Huayao Yuan leader, the elder remained unsated, roaring in fury as he struck the ground before him, causing a nearby hill to collapse, leaving behind a massive imprint of his palm. As the dust settled, the elder stood in silence, his demeanor a tempest of unease. Fear and wrath. "My lady, what am I to do? You are but 18, soon to return to the clan. At that moment, it will be my end." The bloodline had yet to awaken, and if he were to be held accountable, how could he face the clan leader? Moreover, she was betrothed. If word of this reached the clan, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The elder murmured to himself, lost in thought. It turned out that Bei Mingyao was no ordinary person. She was a descendant of the imperial lineage, the youngest daughter of the leader of the Bei Ming clan at the heart of the continent. At the tender age of 5, her memories had been sealed, and she was sent to live at the Mingyu sect. The elder, known as Feng Xing, was a servant of the Bei Ming clan and her protector. The reason for Bei Mingyao's relocation was linked to the Bei Ming clan's discovery of information indicating that sending their direct descendant to this energy-deficient southwestern region of the continent was far from trivial. It likely involved a grand scheme in this land. While certain sects and sacred sites wielded considerable power, the true apex was still held by a few imperial families. However, the martial emperors could establish small worlds, and the descendants of these imperial families existed within these realms, living in a semi-reclusive state. Apart from a select few powerful beings or long-established factions, ordinary people remained oblivious to their presence. They rarely traversed the continent, and when they did, it was discreetly, avoiding drawing attention. The vast and ancient universe had birthed numerous martial emperors. However, some did not leave behind descendants, while others had declined over the ages, their bloodlines thinning and fading into obscurity. Currently, 7 imperial families persisted. The Jin family, descended from the Jin Guang martial emperor; the Mu family, from the Qing Mu martial emperor; the Bei Ming family, from the Bei Ming martial emperor; the Yin family, from the Lai Yin martial emperor; the Shi family, from the Zhu Shi martial emperor; the Lei family, from the Lei Ting martial emperor; and the Su family, from the Su Kong martial emperor. Millennia ago, there existed another family, the Feng family, descended from the Kuang Feng martial emperor. However, their bloodline had waned when their leader was ambushed and fell during an attempt to ascend to the martial emperor rank, leading to the near annihilation of their clan. The Feng family's elder, a powerful 8-star martial saint, protected a portion of their kin to the southwestern continent, though his injuries proved too grievous, and he ultimately perished. The Feng family's decline has since transformed into the current Feng clan. The original imperial families, including the Feng family, possessed a token, a key, to open a divine emperor's cave. The Bei Ming clan had discovered that this token might have fallen into the hands of the Mingyu sect, explaining Bei Mingyao's presence there. In truth, the title of divine emperor was somewhat nebulous. It served more as an honorific. Legends spoke of the divine emperor's ability to suppress martial emperors, yet within the lore of the continent, martial emperors could depart the realm and ascend to higher planes. Akin to transcendence, some martial emperors chose not to leave, attempting to break through to the rank of divine emperor, only to discover that such a breakthrough was unattainable within the confines of the universe. A conclusion corroborated by numerous martial emperors. Thus, the concept of the divine emperor became a mere legend, and the mythical figure of the divine emperor became an unparalleled existence. The allure of obtaining the key to the cave left by this figure was immense. For that token, imperial families clashed in battle, resulting in countless casualties, ultimately leading to a compromise where each family retained a token, maintaining a balance of power, ushering in a prolonged period of recovery. However, since the emergence of the Divine Emperor's token 100,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, no one had successfully ascended to the rank of martial emperor. The insatiable nature of human greed, particularly among those 9-star martial saints of the imperial families, and the torment of stagnation was unimaginable. Millennia ago, the ambush of the Feng family by the Su family stemmed from the Feng family's formidable strength, which had begun to threaten the other imperial families. Furthermore, the Su family's leader had long coveted the Divine Emperor's cave, seeking to seize the Divine Emperor's token. Yet, fate intervened, resulting in the loss of the Feng family's token. Even acquiring tokens from the other imperial families proved futile, leading the Su family leader to retreat into silence following the Feng family's destruction, shelving his original plans. Beyond the human race, the continent was also home to the beast clans. Although they had not engaged in open warfare, their relationship was far from harmonious. Should the human race sustain significant losses and fail to produce martial emperors, the consequences could be dire. This was yet another reason the Su family had to temporarily suspend their plans in the absence of the Feng family's token. After all, the beast clans also had their own imperial families, such as the Feng clan, descendants of the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor, and the Baihu clan, descendants of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. The Dragon clan had once seen the Black Dragon Demon Emperor, while the Wolf clan boasted the Silver Moon Demon Emperor and the Fox clan the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, among others. These imperial families were formidable, yet to maintain mutual leverage and balance, they often intermarried. Bei Mingyao, at a tender age, had been betrothed to the son of the Jin family leader. Despite her memories being sealed due to her family's mission, Bei Mingyao, guided by Feng Xing, subtly sought the token. However, the token was shrouded in mystery, and the Mingyu sect may not even recognize its significance. As the sect leader's direct disciple, Bei Mingyao had scoured the entirety of the Mingyu sect in search of it, but found nothing. This pursuit was one reason she took such an interest in the treasures of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. That ring could possibly be a spatial ring, but its contents were uncertain, compelling her to risk following Feng Lin Wan. Yet, fate had taken an unexpected turn, leading to the current predicament. Chapter 28. Detoxification and Farewell. While Feng Xing was engulfed in anger and fear, Ling Xiao hurriedly carried Bei Mingyao towards the cave etched in his memory. He understood the gravity of the situation, yet his powerful spirit allowed him to resist the encroaching intoxication, even resorting to biting his tongue to remain lucid. This was their second encounter, though for Bei Mingyao, it was the first. Even in his spiritual form, he had been unable to forget her, often reminiscing about the angelic figure she embodied. However, he was still unfamiliar with the situation and did not wish to take advantage of another's misfortune. Nevertheless, his resolve was unwavering, yet the poison had already permeated his bloodstream, and Bei Mingyao was utterly consumed by the toxin, akin to a beautiful serpent, languidly coiling around him. She even began to recklessly kiss his neck and cheeks. The fervor of her touch, soft and delicate, was overwhelming for a man who had been a virgin for 2 lifetimes, and no matter how steadfast one's will, such passionate assault was like fire, destined to melt away any resistance. Her crimson lips ensnared his senses, while her exquisite curves captivated him. Her supple, resilient form relentlessly eroded his resolve. At last, they arrived at the cave, and Ling Xiao dashed inside. He intended to place Bei Mingyao by the water pool outside to regain his clarity. Yet, though he let go, Bei Mingyao clung to him tenaciously, using her limbs to entwine herself around him. "So hot! Give it to me! I want it!" she whispered softly. Ling Xiao felt as if a thunderclap had struck him. His consciousness could no longer withstand the onslaught and he succumbed completely, though there were no delicate silks or fragrant flowers. The cave was alive with spring's essence. The moon quietly ascended the treetops, and the chorus of insects filled the air. The day slipped away into slumber as the morning sun illuminated the earth. A new day began. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the cave. You must detoxify first, however. No one emerged afterward, and tranquility reigned. The mountains remained unchanged, the waters still flowed, as the sun rose high, yet no one appeared. The setting sun, having indulged in the earthly delights, wore a drunken blush upon its face. The landscape remained as it had been, and before long, the moon climbed to the willow's tips. This day seemed to pass in the echo of detoxify first. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure reappeared. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he quickly rushed to the water pool's edge. Observing the pool, a bolt of lightning manifested in his hand, which he directly cast into the water. Soon, fish of all sizes surfaced, belly up. Remarkable! The efficiency of his catch was astounding. Selecting several plump fish, he stored them in his spatial ring and hurried back to the cave with a large fish in hand. Once again, the cave was devoid of people. Day after day, 3 days passed. What more do you want? My poison seems not yet fully cleansed. Can I wait just one more day? The dialogue arose, and after Ling Zhao's weak voice faded, the cave fell silent once more. Indeed, another day passed without a soul in sight. When the bright sun shone upon the world again, the handsome man and beautiful woman finally appeared before the cave. The enchanting beauty retained her peach blossom complexion, yet her gaze towards the handsome man revealed deep-set eyes. This toxin appeared rather peculiar, injuring men while sparing the fair maidens. What shall we do next? Ling Xiao tenderly inquired, holding Bei Mingyao's hand. Suddenly, Bei Mingyao's expression shifted, revealing a mix of shyness, worry, reluctance, and helplessness, before finally settling into determination. You should go. From this day forth, let us part ways upon finishing. Bei Mingyao withdrew her delicate hand, her demeanor turning cold. Ling Xiao was momentarily bewildered. How could she change so suddenly? Was this still the same person who had shown such tenderness and passion over the past few days? Gazing at her now frigid, composed visage, he sought to confirm the truth of her words. Yet, for a long while, that icy demeanor remained unchanged, her tranquil expression betraying no hint of emotion. Why? Ling Xiao asked. We are but two strangers who happened upon each other. You saved me and received your due reward. We are no longer indebted to one another, and thus, we need not entangle ourselves further. Bei Mingyao replied calmly, however, her tightly clenched fists, the knuckles paling in contrast, betrayed the turmoil within her heart, which was far from the calm she projected. Though their intimate connection had arisen from a twist of fate. During their interactions, the stimulation from Ling Zhao's Nine Heavens thunder had awakened Bei Mingyao's bloodline, breaking through her sealed memories. At this moment, she had astonishingly reached the cultivation level of an 8th star grandmaster. Upon discovering her true identity, along with the marriage and mission imposed upon her, she was instantly engulfed in confusion. Later, as Ling Xiao gently entangled himself with her, her heart fluttered sweetly in response, acquiescing to his every whim. Yet, her identity forbade any future with Ling Xiao. Should the Beiming clan or the Jin clan discover her relationship with him, a storm would surely ensue, endangering Ling Xiao's life. Though their time together was brief, she had already engraved his memory upon her heart. Nevertheless, she was a princess of an imperial lineage, surrounded by formidable family members, while Ling Xiao was but a member of an inconspicuous clan from the southwestern continent. The disparity in their statuses was insurmountable. Despite Ling Zhao's exceptional talents, he still required time to mature. The accomplishments he had thus far achieved were utterly insufficient to sway the clan's decisions, only serving to place him in jeopardy. She herself also needed time to grow, requiring vast resources. Without strength, even as the daughter of the clan leader, she could not protect Ling Xiao. Thus, Bei Mingyao chose to sever their relationship in this manner, resolutely deciding to cultivate diligently. When she reached the pinnacle of her power, no one would be able to bind her, and only then could their paths intertwine once more, when the golden wind and jade do meet. It surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Do I truly hold no significance in your heart? Ling Xiao lamented. You, Bei Mingyao nearly faltered at his outburst. If you do not leave, you shall face death. Before they could exchange further words, Feng Xing suddenly appeared, reaching out to seize Ling Xiao with the intent to kill him. As Bei Mingyao's protector, should such an incident occur, his family would demand accountability. And as a servant, his fate would be sealed. Fear and fury surged within him, compelling him to eliminate Ling Xiao. Stop! Upon witnessing Feng Xing's aggressive advance, Bei Mingyao hurriedly intervened, placing herself before Ling Xiao. Old servant, I have seen the young lady, he said, bowing. If he lives, the young lady will encounter great trouble. Feng Xing ceased his movements, offering a respectful bow. No. You cannot kill him. Bei Mingyao suddenly broke down, tears streaming down her face. Yao Yao, do not cry. What is happening? Who is he? This turn of events made Ling Xiao realize that there might be deeper reasons behind it. Bei Mingyao clearly cared for him. The anger that had risen within him transformed into concern. I do not wish to part, but I have no choice. Bei Mingyao sobbed, burying her face in Ling Xiao's embrace. Do not fear. Is he threatening you? With me here, he is merely a martial emperor. He cannot act with impunity. Ling Xiao glared fiercely at Feng Xing, offering comfort. Old Feng, please step back for now. I have matters to discuss with him. After weeping for a while, Bei Mingyao finally extricated herself from Ling Xiao's embrace. Feng Xing, young lady, step back. Come for me tomorrow. Sigh. Yes, Feng Xing was reluctant but dared not defy Bei Mingyao's orders, resigning with a sigh as he took his leave. Once Feng Xing departed, Ling Xiao temporarily abandoned his intention to contact his master. Foolish boy, sigh. In the spatial ring, Dan Lao also sighed. Chapter 29. Bei Mingyao's departure. What on earth is happening? Ling Xiao inquired. I am a descendant of the imperial lineage at the heart of the continent. Why childhood memories were sealed, but with the awakening of our bloodline, they returned to me. Bei Mingyao gradually revealed her identity and the marriage arranged by her family. She recounted the consequences they would face should their relationship be exposed. I do not wish to part from you, but our current strength leaves us with no choice. Bei Mingyao expressed her thoughts, tinged with sorrow. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering thunder and lightning. As long as our love is genuine, no one can prevent us from being together. Ling Xiao declared with conviction, I believe in you, and I trust you will become a powerful warrior. Bei Mingyao leaned against Ling Xiao, her voice soft. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood that their temporary separation was inevitable. This was the consequence of lacking strength. He could not intervene, even if he united with his master to eliminate Feng Xing. The Bei Ming clan and the Jin clan would send more powerful warriors, whom they would still be unable to confront. I will wait for you to find me. I will always wait for you, Bei Mingyao promised. Wait for me. You must wait for me, Ling Xiao insisted. Bei Mingyao nodded. Yes, but you must promise me. Do not seek me out until you possess sufficient strength. Do not expose yourself to the imperial clan's scrutiny. They have dominated the continent for many years, perched high above, accustomed to their arrogance and tyranny, and will not tolerate any provocation. Brother Ling Xiao, I will miss you, long for the moments we spent together. But more than that, I wish for your safety. I do not want you to be in danger. Do you understand? Promise me. You must promise. Ling Xiao held Bei Mingyao tightly, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, listening to her pleading words, feeling a pang of sorrow. Yes, I promise. I will strive to cultivate diligently and will not keep you waiting too long. When the time comes, I will command the might of countless thunderbolts and arrive at the Bei Ming clan to marry you in splendor. No one will be able to stop me. Trust me, Ling Xiao vowed, gently caressing Bei Mingyao's hair. Yes, I believe in you, brother Ling Xiao. Yao Yao will also work hard to cultivate. Bei Mingyao nestled closer in Ling Xiao's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. Take care of yourself, Ling Xiao cautioned, suddenly recalling that old Feng Xing. Did that old man know about their relationship? Would he report back to the clan, bringing danger to Bei Mingyao? Yao Yao, what is that old man's status? Will he not heed your words? Ling Xiao asked. You need not worry about that, brother Ling Xiao. Feng Xing is a protector sent by the clan to ensure my safety. He dared not speak of this matter, for otherwise, his family would not spare him, Bei Mingyao remarked. Over the years, Bai Mingyao had her memories sealed and had remained within the confines of the Mingyu sect without encountering much danger. Thus, she had little interaction with Fengxing and did not care much for him. However, the recent attempt by Fengxing to kill Ling Xiao had ignited her fury, and her tone turned cold at the mention of him. That is good, Ling Xiao felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, his heart would have been filled with murderous intent towards Fengxing. Should Fengxing entertain any thoughts of defying Bai Mingyao's orders, he would have united with his master to eliminate Fengxing, regardless of the cost. Poor Fengxing had secretly protected Bai Mingyao for over a decade, yet his fate was far from favorable. Now, he faced a life-threatening peril. Such was the fate of a servant. "Love me," Bai Mingyao implored. Ling Xiao lifted her into the cave. The following day, as the sun rose, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, resting his head upon his hands in the cave, yet he could not find Bai Mingyao's presence. She had departed before dawn, and though he was aware of this, he made no move to rise. He understood that, for the time being, he lacked the power to prevent their separation. She was a princess of the exalted imperial lineage, while he was merely a small figure from a remote corner of the continent. Was he saddened? Elder Dan inquired. Not at all. It is merely a temporary parting. We shall meet again in due course. The wait will not be long, Ling Xiao replied stubbornly. In truth, Elder Dan was pleased with this outcome. Had it not been for this incident, Ling Xiao's desire to leave the southwest continent would not have been as fervent. With this catalyst, he believed Ling Xiao would strive harder in his cultivation. Although it was said that a martial emperor could condense their form and be reborn, this held true only under the condition of a complete manifestation. For someone like Elder Dan, who had been slain, his soul fragmented and his vital energy diminished, resurrection was not so easily attained. Furthermore, even if he were to be revived, lacking strength would mean that the journey of cultivation would require time. And whether he could rise again was uncertain. Thus, he desired to achieve a flawless resurrection, which necessitated considerable preparation. Powerful essence blood, high-grade elixirs, and the assistance of extraordinary entities such as the divine thunder he had discovered during Ling Xiao's bodily condensation. These wonders were birthed by the heavens, imbued with extraordinary energy. Had he realized this at the outset, it was inconceivable that he would remain merely a remnant spirit after over a century. While he possessed some treasures within his spatial ring, acquiring the necessary items for resurrection required the aid of a sufficiently powerful and reliable individual. Undoubtedly, Ling Xiao was the person he had chosen. Having accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple, Elder Dan, though he had observed him for a short time, was satisfied with his character. Since he had taken on a disciple, he naturally hoped for his success. Moreover, in the realm of martial cultivation, it was not solely about talent and perseverance. Fortune also played a role. How does one attain fortune? Besides possessing great strength to contend and seize opportunities, sometimes it requires a stroke of luck. The fortune of heaven and earth is profoundly mysterious. Although he did not fully comprehend it, he had gleaned some insights. For instance, Ling Xiao's acquisition of the 9 heavens divine thunder was, in itself, a testament to great fortune. At that time, Ling Xiao had been sitting comfortably at home when the thunder descended from the heavens, directly into his embrace. Later, when he successfully refined and integrated the 9 heavens divine thunder, Elder Dan would not believe it had occurred without the assistance of heavenly fortune. At that time, Ling Xiao had yet to truly cultivate and was merely a weakling. How could such powerful 9 heavens divine thunder fail to annihilate him? Furthermore, in this recent endeavor, while battling demon beasts, he encountered an exceptional beauty and won her heart. All these instances illustrated that his fortune was extraordinarily robust. In Elder Dan's heart, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly a prime investment, worthy of all efforts to support his rise. Excellent. You possess ambition. Have you contemplated your future path in cultivation? Elder Dan praised, then inquired. The future path of cultivation? This disciple is dull-witted. I humbly ask for your guidance. Master, Ling Xiao responded, a bit bewildered. Is cultivation not about progressing from martial spirit to martial king, martial emperor, and ultimately to the legendary divine emperor? Although the continent follows a hierarchical system of martial cultivation, with each tier having its distinctive characteristics, it does not mean that every martial artist's journey is identical. Most cultivate their techniques, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, progressively advancing day by day. Some consume elixirs to quickly elevate their ranks. Others seek out heavenly spiritual treasures to devour for advancement. Within this, the paths of cultivation differ significantly, Elder Dan pointed out. What do you mean, Master? Ling Xiao's thoughts began to crystallize, and he looked toward Elder Dan expectantly. Chapter 30. Ling Xiao's Choice. Elder Dan speaks of divine thunder. Seeing Ling Xiao had formulated his thoughts, Elder Dan smiled and stated directly, "Devour and merge with the divine thunder of heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you not say you wished to command countless thunders to descend upon the Baiming clan?" Elder Dan continued. "Indeed, this is a commendable path. However, how many divine thunders exist? And where should one seek them?" Ling Xiao clearly aligned with Elder Dan's thoughts, yet having fortuitously acquired the 9 heavens divine thunder, his experience remained limited, prompting him to voice his concerns. "Very well. As long as you harbor this intent, I shall elucidate it for you," Elder Dan said earnestly. Ling Xiao had felt the immense power of the 9 heavens divine thunder. After refining and merging it, he had ascended from being a waste to a grandmaster of the 5th rank. He was indeed eager to continue devouring and merging with the divine thunder of heaven and earth, recognizing it as a swift path to advancement. Thus, he listened intently. Elder Dan was a former martial sage, a figure of great renown in the continent's center, well-versed and experienced. There was no comparison between reading thousands of books and listening to Elder Dan's insights. Without delay, Elder Dan began, "First, I must inform you of the dangers you may encounter on this path. Consider it carefully. After all, it is a road that no one has traversed before. Some may have attempted it, only to fail midway. The divine thunder of heaven and earth is extraordinarily violent. Even the refinement of a single type of divine thunder is no easy feat, let alone the collision and merging of 2 types, which can lead to intense conflict. There are some who have successfully refined a single type of divine thunder, but as far as I know, only the current leader of the Thunder Clan, Lei Mingfeng, has succeeded in refining 2 types. However, due to the conflict between the 2 thunders, he suffered backlash, resulting in a decline in his cultivation, and several others have even perished. Hence, this path, devoid of precedent, leaves me unable to offer guidance, and the hardships involved are self-evident. Consider it thoroughly." Although Elder Dan believed in Ling Xiao's great fortune and his experience with the 9 heavens divine thunder, which gave him a higher likelihood of success than others who had refined the divine thunder, he also recognized the rapid advancement this path offered. The temptation was immense. Thus, he could not help but suggest this route to Ling Xiao. Yet, having chosen Ling Xiao, he remained steadfast in his conviction that their fates were intertwined, sharing both glory and ruin. Speaking of the difficulties and dangers associated with merging the divine thunder of heaven and earth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, ultimately reminding Ling Xiao once more with utmost seriousness. "Have there been no precedents?" Ling Xiao could not help but smile, a hint of pride gracing his features as he declared, "Then I shall be the first to take the plunge. What is there to fear? Just because it has not been done does not mean it cannot be achieved. Heaven does not forsake those who strive. With unwavering determination, all things are possible. This endeavor, though fraught with unknown dangers, offers substantial rewards, does it not? To dare to attempt is not without merit. A great person once said, 'Cross the river by feeling for stones,' and I have read a tale called 'The Little Horse Crosses the River,' from which I learned a valuable lesson. Without trying, how can one succeed? Only by boldly stepping forward can hope for success arise. In this world, paths do not exist until many tread upon them. Thus they become roads, I have decided. I shall merge with the divine thunder of heaven and earth and be a pioneer. A life devoid of direction is the saddest of all. Choosing a direction and courageously moving forward, be it failure or success, hardship or ease, are all scenery along the journey of life, all worthy of experiencing. Are they not?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he felt a surge of elation. Even the sorrow of Baiming Yao's departure faded considerably. Elder Dan observed Ling Xiao at that moment, and he seemed to radiate a different brilliance. This was the result of having a clear goal in cultivation, a sense of direction in life, and a heart filled with purpose. Given that his disciple was so resolute and possessed such a pioneering spirit, unafraid of difficulties, Elder Dan felt a deep sense of satisfaction and was determined to provide all the assistance within his capabilities. Ha ha ha, well done. I truly did not misjudge you. With such disposition, becoming a formidable powerhouse is merely a matter of time. Elder Dan exclaimed with great mirth. Master, you mustn't overpraise me, or I shall become conceited. I still have many shortcomings and require your guidance, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, eager for more of Elder Dan's encyclopedic wisdom regarding the continent's experiences. While he now had a clear goal, it was a long-term ambition, and he needed to strategize how to embark on this journey. He was still unsure of what divine thunders existed and where to seek them. Although Elder Dan could not know everything, his vast experience would undoubtedly provide him with valuable insights. Do not rush. I shall share this with you shortly. As Elder Dan observed Ling Xiao's anxious demeanor, he couldn't help but reflect on the impetuosity of youth. Nonetheless, rather than offering a lecture, he uttered a few soothing words before resuming his explanation. The celestial thunder of this world is a wondrous phenomenon. With 24 known types, they include the primordial creation thunder, the 9 heavens profound thunder, the reincarnation thunder, the yin-yang thunder, the 5 elements thunder, the creation thunder, the nirvana thunder, the heavenly punishment thunder, the 3-colored thunder, the supreme thunder, the dream thunder, the holy light thunder, the dark magic thunder, the wind and flame thunder, the Jiawood thunder, the Yiwood thunder, the Bing fire, the Ding fire, the Wu earth, the Ji earth, the Gung metal, the Xian metal, the Rin water, and the Kuei water. These legends of the continent remain unverified, and the origins of such tales are shrouded in mystery. However, each form of thunder possesses unique characteristics and specific descriptions, suggesting they are not mere fabrications. The primordial creation thunder has never manifested in the present world, perhaps due to my own ignorance. The 9 heavens profound thunder, which you have acquired, has taken on a human form. This is merely conjecture, for within this 9 heavens profound thunder, I sense the aura of the former 9 heavens saintess. This enigmatic figure appeared suddenly at the heart of the continent, her past unknown to all. Yet she attained the formidable rank of 8-star martial saint. Your acquisition of the 9 heavens profound thunder, coupled with its diminished essence, leads me to suspect her demise. The reincarnation thunder and the Xian metal thunder were merged by the leader of the Thunder Clan. It is said that the reincarnation thunder was once a sentient being, possessing the strength of a 6-star martial saint. The yin-yang thunder belongs to the Void Clan, boasting a strength of 5-star martial saint. Yet it has not been refined by anyone, rather it remains a member of the clan. Additionally, the Void Clan possesses the Supreme Thunder, which serves as a legacy, refined by the clan's prodigies. The 5 elements thunder has also taken on human form, with a strength of 4-star martial saint, yet it was forcefully refined, becoming one of the legacies of the continent's mightiest sect, the Fengyun sect. The whereabouts of the creation thunder and the nirvana thunder remain unknown. Their strengths undetermined. The heavenly punishment thunder resides within the Gold Clan. The 3-colored thunder is with the Baiming clan. The Yin clan possesses the Ding fire thunder. The Wood clan has the Jiawood thunder. The Stone clan holds the Ji earth thunder, and the Dream thunder is found at the Southwest Lingyun Academy. Millennia ago, there existed an imperial clan known as the Wind clan, rumored to have possessed the holy light thunder, dark magic thunder, and the wind and flame thunder. However, the Wind clan mysteriously vanished, along with these 3 types of thunder. As for the other thunders, I have not heard of their appearances elsewhere. Listening to Elder Dan's elucidation, Ling Xiao gradually furrowed his brow. The majority of the divine thunders are in the hands of the imperial clan, a testament to their formidable strength. Such extraordinary phenomena are not easily obtained. Their emergence inevitably incites fierce competition. Acquiring them requires not only luck but also profound strength. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. It seemed inevitable that he would confront these imperial clans in the future. Chapter 31. The Quest for Spiritual Herbs. Noticing Ling Xiao's grave expression, Elder Dan surmised his thoughts. The imperial clans are powerful, holding a multitude of divine thunders, making Ling Xiao's desire to merge with them fraught with conflict. A natural cause for concern. Are you afraid? Elder Dan inquired softly. Not at all. Having made my choice, I shall not yield, no matter the difficulty. Ling Xiao declared resolutely. In truth, you need not focus solely on the divine thunders possessed by the imperial clans. Beyond the 11 types I mentioned, many others exist across the continent, and there is no rule stating there can only be one of each. Provided the conditions are met, a second may very well arise. Elder Dan reassured him. Is that so? Then I am even more confident. Ling Zhao's demeanor lightened. By the way, master, what is the story behind the Wind Clan? Ling Zhao suddenly inquired with curiosity. Originally, there were 8 great imperial clans among the human race. But the Wind Clan mysteriously vanished a millennium ago. When the other clans ventured into the Wind Clan's domain to investigate, they discovered only a multitude of bones, indicating a terrible fate. Only the other 7 imperial clans could possess such strength to enact such a massacre. This incident sowed seeds of distrust among the remaining 7 clans, leading to years of suspicion, Elder Dan explained. After all, as a scion abandoned by the imperial clan, he had considerable insight into their affairs. To think such a powerful imperial clan was completely annihilated, Ling Zhao lamented, unaware that he himself was a descendant of the Wind Clan. Due to the presence of the 9 heavens' profound thunder within him, his bloodlines of both the Wind Clan and the Thunder Clan manifested, with the latter overshadowing the former. Furthermore, the Wind Clan had indeed fallen into decline, intermarrying with outsiders over the years, thereby diluting their bloodline. Now, to activate the Wind Clan's lineage would be nearly impossible. Such is the unpredictability of life. However, perhaps the clan leader's attempt to break through to Martial Emperor was thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, allowing their enemies to take advantage, resulting in the complete destruction of their lineage. Currently, among the 7 imperial clans, the Void Clan and the Biming Clan are the most powerful, with their leaders being peak 9-star martial saints. These 2 clans are the most likely culprits behind the Wind Clan's demise. The leaders of the Thunder Clan, Gold Clan, and Yin Clan are 8-star martial saints, slightly inferior in strength to the former 2. The leaders of the Wood Clan and Stone Clan are merely 7-star martial saints, having also fallen into decline, even outmatched by the leader of the Fengyun sect, Yun Xiaotian, who stands at the peak of 8-star martial saint. Elder Dan, too, expressed his lamentations regarding the Wind Clan's downfall. He then shifted the discussion to the strengths of the other imperial clans, particularly highlighting the overwhelming power of the Fengyun sect. The Fengyun sect, is that formidable? What is their reputation on the continent? Ling Zhao inquired. Reputation? Once you reach a certain level of strength, the number of detractors diminishes. The Fengyun sect, also known as the Fengyun Holy Land, is a unique force on the continent. Although they lack the bloodline of the Martial Emperor, they gather talent from across the realm, maintaining a consistently strong presence. Their might and relatively open nature make them a coveted force that many aspire to join. However, the Fengyun sect only recruits disciples once every decade, an event of great significance across the continent. Yet, it seems the Fengyun sect has some agreement with several imperial clans, limiting their expansion and keeping them in a semi-reclusive state. Presently, the most active forces on the continent include 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 5 gates, alongside various smaller sects and family powers. These matters are still distant for you. There is no rush to venture into the central domain. The strongest force in the southwest domain is the Lingyun Academy. It is said that the founder of the academy possesses the strength of a quasi-martial saint, and there should also be a martial venerable station there. Nonetheless, they publicly promote the Martial Emperor as the strongest, making it challenging for you to obtain the Dream Thunder sealed within the academy. Careful planning will be required. Elder Dan elaborated on the formidable powers of the continent, especially regarding the Dream Thunder of the Lingyun Academy. Shall we go to the Lingyun Academy now? Ling Zhao asked, determined to embark on the path of devouring and merging with the divine thunders. The Dream Thunder was already located and was the closest to him, making it a natural desire to acquire it. Not so fast. While your cultivation may allow you to reach the Lingyun Academy, strategizing for the Dream Thunder requires more than mere proximity. It might be more advantageous to remain free outside. Perhaps you may encounter other opportunities, Elder Dan advised. Ling Zhao's ability to refine the 9 heavens' profound thunder stemmed from its diminished essence. These celestial thunders are immensely powerful from their inception, requiring even martial emperors to approach with caution. In Elder Dan's view, Ling Zhao's cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Moreover, future conflicts over the divine thunders were inevitable. This was only the beginning of his journey, and he still lacked sufficient combat experience. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Let us continue to delve deeper into the Beast Mountain range. It has long been a haven for ferocious beasts, and its depths may hold treasures unseen for many years, Ling Xiao proposed. Indeed, we can venture forth. I can handle the Beast Kings, but encountering a Beast Emperor could spell danger, Elder Dan cautioned. He understood that Ling Xiao's confidence in traversing the depths of the Beast Mountain range rested upon himself. However, being aware of his own current limitations, he felt it prudent to offer a warning. Master, in your current spiritual state, cannot you cultivate? How long will it take to restore your strength? Ling Xiao inquired. I can cultivate, but progress is exceedingly slow. Without a physical form, this fragmented soul faces immense challenges. While my understanding remains intact, it is akin to starting anew. It is not an easy feat, Elder Dan lamented. Then does that mean the revival process will be protracted? Ling Xiao mused, aware that Elder Dan would not be content to return hastily without regaining his full strength. I require potent blood essence, preferably from a being with the bloodline of a martial emperor. A 9th-grade life-death transformation pill is necessary, along with robust lightning to assist in the refinement. Only then can a successful revival be achieved, ensuring that my strength and potential are not too diminished. Otherwise, what significance would my revival hold? Elder Dan indeed expressed his reluctance to return to life under current circumstances. His situation differed from Ling Xiao's. And although Ling Xiao's soul was unique, appearing weak yet intact, Elder Dan's soul was fragmented, necessitating its complete restoration before he could be revived. Then, Master, is there no way to enhance your strength? Ling Xiao inquired. Not entirely. Should we discover spiritual herbs capable of restoring my soul, my strength will naturally increase, Elder Dan replied. Then during our exploration of the depths of the Beast Mountain range, we shall seek out some herbs to restore your soul, enabling you to regain your strength. Ling Xiao remarked, the low-tier spiritual herbs are likely of no use to me. I require at least 6th-grade herbs for any effect. You must set out. This all depends on fate, urged Dan Lao in such a vast mountain range teeming with monstrous beasts. I refuse to believe I cannot find a soul-restoring herb of 6th grade or higher, Ling Xiao declared resolutely, exiting the cave. He resumed his training, venturing deeper into the monster Beast Mountain range. Chapter 32. Pursuit days passed, and Ling Xiao spent his time slaying monstrous beasts and gathering various spiritual herbs, though their grades were rather low. He had only procured a single 3rd-grade herb, duoluo grass, while the rest were of 1st or 2nd grade. Ling Xiao felt dissatisfied. These herbs were of no use to him and were carelessly stored in his spatial ring. Fortunately, Dan Lao's spatial ring was quite expansive, making temporary storage convenient. A sudden tiger roar caught Ling Xiao's attention. Be cautious. That is a 5th-grade monstrous beast, Dan Lao warned. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, he had slain a few 4th-grade beasts with relative ease and felt no pressure. It is only in the face of danger that one can fully unleash their potential. Ling Xiao sought to test himself against a formidable beast. However, the strongest beasts encountered thus far had only been in the late 4th grade. Hearing Dan Lao mention a 5th-grade beast, he became invigorated. A 5th-grade beast was equivalent to a human martial spirit and could be even more challenging to deal with. Yet, Ling Xiao was eager to discover the limits of his full power and was undaunted. He sought to hone his skills, knowing that even in defeat, his master would provide protection, ensuring his safety. Seeing Ling Xiao brimming with enthusiasm, Dan Lao contemplated for a moment before saying, if you wish to go, then give it a try. Ling Xiao nodded and swiftly headed toward the source of the roar. Peering from behind a large tree, Ling Xiao observed an open area not far away where a formidable beast, a monstrous tiger, was feeding. It seemed the tiger had just hunted, despite its massive size. Its prey was a 4th-grade armored bull, which was no smaller than the tiger itself. After a brief observation, Ling Xiao prepared to reveal himself. However, a sudden scene left him astounded. What the? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He saw that although the armored bull had lost part of its body to the tiger, the majority of its remains still lay there. The tiger opened its mouth, seemingly forming a black hole, and effortlessly swallowed the bull's remains whole. The roar of the tiger startled Ling Xiao, who quickly turned to look. This was unmistakably the thunderclap tiger that had recently wreaked havoc on the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range. Preying upon numerous adventurers, "Master, what kind of supernatural ability does this creature possess?" Ling Xiao quickly inquired telepathically. This sight truly astonished him. Just imagine, in the midst of battle, if the tiger suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed you whole. Wouldn't that be akin to becoming its meal? The thunderclap tiger had awakened an ancient bloodline, granting it powers unique to ancient beasts. They could create a special space within their bodies to store or absorb things. However, you need not worry too much. It cannot yet swallow struggling living beings into that space. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hunted the armored bull before devouring it, Dan Lao explained. That's a relief. I thought that ability was far too terrifying. If it could swallow living beings, there would be no chance of survival. Ling Xiao sighed in relief. This is due to its recent awakening. Otherwise, it would be able to consume living creatures as well. Of course, this ability can be countered. As long as the strength disparity isn't too great, directly swallowing is no simple feat, Dan Lao added. Well then, as long as it can't swallow me in one bite. There's nothing to fear, Ling Xiao said, slightly relaxing, firmly gripping his pitch-black blade, ready for battle. Upon sensing Ling Xiao, the thunderclap tiger was immediately excited, especially as it felt his strength. Having consumed numerous martial artists, its power had increased significantly, and Ling Xiao, in its perception, was far more formidable than its previous meals. If it could devour him, it might even evolve into a beast king. With a roar, it lunged straight at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately employed the lightning step to evade. Due to the size and defensive capabilities of the monstrous beast, engaging in a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for human martial artists. Dodging the tiger's pounce, Ling Xiao barely had time to catch his breath before the tiger continued its pursuit. Despite its large stature, the tiger was not clumsy. Its movements were agile and swift. Ling Xiao's cultivation level was ultimately lower by 1 rank, making his speed comparable to the thunderclap tiger's. He dared not be careless, fully concentrating, using his relatively smaller size to nimbly evade the tiger's attacks. For a time, although Ling Xiao faced no immediate danger, he found himself unable to counterattack. Prolonged defense leads to inevitable defeat, and Ling Xiao sought a solution. After dodging several more attacks, he had no choice but to unleash the 9 heavens mystic thunder. Without it, he had no chance of victory. As the thunder rumbled, the thunderclap tiger grew tense. This lightning evoked a deep-seated fear within it. The reason the thunderclap tiger awakened its ancient bloodline was that it had encountered a peculiar location where it underwent lightning trials, narrowly escaping death, which led to its bloodline awakening. The lightning emanating from Ling Xiao felt far more terrifying than the one that had nearly killed it. Thus, upon summoning the 9 heavens mystic thunder, the thunderclap tiger hesitated. Its attack momentarily halted as it cautiously observed Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao's source of thunder was insufficient, limiting its destructive potential, its grade and characteristics were immensely powerful. The thunderclap tiger, having been psychologically scarred by previous lightning encounters, sensed the overwhelming might of Ling Xiao's thunder and felt intimidated. In truth, even if Ling Xiao unleashed the 9 heavens mystic thunder, it would only be a 50-50 chance of victory. Yet, the thunderclap tiger, seized by fear, turned tail and fled. What is going on? Ling Xiao was bewildered. In battles between beasts and humans, it was rare for beasts to flee unless there was a significant disparity in strength. Especially among those below the 6th grade beast king, such behavior was almost unheard of. It seems to be extremely fearful of your divine thunder. Logically, as a lightning attribute beast, it should not fear thunder. Dan Lao mused, equally puzzled. Chase it. I want to see where it thinks it can escape, Ling Xiao declared, pursuing the creature. After all, he had finally encountered a 5th grade beast, and before he had the chance to engage in a proper battle, it was already fleeing, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. Dan Lao made no objections. They had initially intended to delve deeper into the monster beast mountain range, so this was of little concern. As Ling Xiao continued his pursuit, he rapidly penetrated deeper into the mountain range. The thunderclap tiger led the way, easing Ling Xiao's concerns about inadvertently stumbling upon a beast king or emperor. The thunderclap tiger had initially aimed to shake off Ling Xiao and avoid venturing further. Intending to find a temporary refuge, IT was on the verge of breaking through to 6th grade, planning to advance before heading deeper into the mountains as a beast king. However, Ling Xiao's relentless pursuit left it no choice but to keep moving. In this unfamiliar territory, it instinctively began retracing its path back to the exit. Ling Xiao was only momentarily irritated and continued to chase the thunderclap tiger. However, unbeknownst to him, the rewards that awaited him would be astonishing. Is this creature deranged? It has been fleeing without a hint of courage, Ling Xiao panted, feeling fatigued from the chase, while the thunderclap tiger remained focused solely on escape. 5th grade beasts rarely appeared on the outskirts of the mountain range. It likely intended to return to its original lair, Dan Lao speculated. I will pursue it relentlessly and see if it still dares to flee once it reaches its lair. Perhaps I can capture a few tiger cubs, which could fetch a handsome sum of gold coins, Ling Xiao said, his temper rising. Its still not fully grown. However, there might be some rewards in its lair, Dan Lao chuckled. Chapter 33. Encounter with the fire god Thunder from noon until nightfall. And then into the next morning, Ling Xiao was nearly numb from the chase. Suddenly, the fleeing thunderclap tiger halted, turning to face Ling Xiao, silently seeming to have given up. Behind the tiger loomed a volcano, emitting smoke, evidently an active volcano. Yet, despite the heat, the surrounding vegetation flourished, suggesting that this volcano had not erupted in quite some time. Why have you stopped fleeing? Ling Xiao inquired, fully aware that the thunderclap tiger could not respond. But he asked nonetheless. At that moment, the thunderclap tiger seemed to have made a decision, abruptly turning and charging toward the volcano. Was that merely a half-time break? Ling Xiao found himself speechless as the thunderclap tiger fled once more. This was evidently the vicinity of its lair, and he decided to follow. Dan Lao spoke indeed. We must see what lies ahead. Since we've come this far, we should definitely take a look, Ling Xiao agreed, heading toward the volcano's mouth. This time, the thunderclap tiger's target was unmistakably the volcano's opening. Although the mountain was steep, Ling Xiao and the thunderclap tiger were swift, and the ascent would not take long. Before long, the thunderclap tiger disappeared from Ling Xiao's sight, obscured by clouds. Have we entered the volcano? The thunder energy here is incredibly potent. This must undoubtedly be its lair, Ling Xiao remarked as he quickened his pace. No, the situation on the mountain seems a bit unusual, Dan Lao replied, his powerful soul allowing him to sense events from afar. Unusual? What do you mean? Ling Xiao was filled with confusion as he inquired. Yet he had already traversed the misty region. However, the sight at the mountain peak left him utterly astonished. It was indeed a volcano, but above the crater loomed an ominous mass of dark thunderclouds. A manifestation of concentrated thunderous energy, bolts of lightning periodically struck the volcano's mouth. As he drew nearer, Ling Xiao felt his hair bristle in response to the overwhelming thunder energy. The lair of the thunder demon tiger was extraordinarily opulent. With such an enviable den, why would it wander elsewhere? Sleeping here would undoubtedly accelerate its evolution. Ling Xiao found it perplexing that the thunder demon tiger had chosen to vacate this location for the periphery of the mountain range. Be cautious. The thunder demon tiger has not ventured deep into the crater. It has merely circled to the opposite side, where it lies in wait. Dan Lao cautioned Ling Xiao. Is it lying in ambush? Does it intend to launch a surprise attack, or does it seek to employ the thunder here against me? Ling Xiao pondered, heightening his vigilance. Nevertheless, with Dan Lao's warning, he was aware of the thunder demon tiger's location and felt reassured. However, the thunder demon tiger had no intention of moving. It held its breath, trembling in its concealment. Though it appeared that reaching the volcano's mouth brought Ling Xiao close, in truth, it had long circumvented to the rear. Gradually ascending to its current position, the crater harbored a terrifying thunder, and any living being that approached would trigger its wrath and face an assault. Its hiding spot was perilously close to the thunder's warning line. If Ling Xiao wished to reach it, the shortest route would inevitably cross through that perilous range. This was its cunning strategy. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, he merely observed the thunderclouds above the crater, perceiving no danger, and proceeded directly toward the crater's edge, driven by an insatiable curiosity for this unfamiliar volcano. Upon nearing the crater, before he could even navigate to the side of the Thunder Demon Tiger. Dan Lao urgently exclaimed, "Be careful." Simultaneously, Dan Lao emerged from the ring in his spirit form, enveloping Ling Xiao in a formidable surge of soul power. Ling Xiao was jolted awake, only to witness a fiery beast charging forth from the volcano's mouth. Its gaze greedily fixated on him. "What manner of beast is this?" Ling Xiao queried, sensing its formidable presence, comparable to that of Feng Xing. A look of gravity etched on his face. "Focus your senses." "This is not a beast," Dan Lao responded. "Not a beast?" Ling Xiao questioned, yet he remained vigilant in his observations. The creature was ethereal, with a dark red hue, born of the volcano's fiery depths, a fusion of earthly fire and celestial thunder. It took a century to form, a millennium to cultivate its spirit, and 10 millennia to attain its canine form, resembling the legendary hellhound. After another 10 millennia, if 3 were to gather, it would take shape. Is this the divine thunder of Ding Fire? Master, is this truly the divine thunder of Ding Fire? Ling Xiao inquired, his excitement palpable. Deep down, he already harbored an answer, yet he could not suppress the urge to have Dan Lao confirm it. "Indeed, this is the divine thunder of Ding Fire. I did not anticipate encountering it here. Should you manage to refine and merge with it, your chances of mastering the dreamlike divine thunder would significantly increase." Dan Lao elucidated. The celestial thunder's energy was immensely potent. If fully refined and merged, one could ascend to the rank of martial emperor. However, Ling Xiao could not hope to entirely absorb or refine its energy. In truth, most of it would be wasted. It was akin to when he refined the 9 heavens' profound thunder, merely breaking through to the 5th star of the Grand Master. Furthermore, he had also utilized the energy of a 7th grade elixir during that process. "Master, can we subdue it?" Ling Xiao asked, brimming with anticipation. "Not at the moment. We must retreat for now and prepare adequately before returning," Dan Lao advised. Ling Xiao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet he understood that Dan Lao was correct. Recalling his harrowing experience refining the 9 heavens' profound thunder, which had been a life-and-death struggle, he knew that luck had played a significant role in his success. Should he attempt to repeat that ordeal, he could not guarantee his survival. "Patience was essential. I can concoct some elixirs for you, and we will require items that can restrain the divine thunder of Ding Fire to weaken its energy. This is its birthplace, a nexus of immense thunder and fire energy. Engaging it here would challenge even a martial emperor," Dan Lao remarked. "I understand." Ling Xiao nodded. "Even the severely depleted 9 heavens' profound thunder, with only a trace of its essence remaining, nearly brought me to my demise. The complete divine thunder of Ding Fire will undoubtedly be far more formidable." At that moment, in such close proximity, he could sense the pulsating energy of the 9 heavens' profound thunder within him. Its essence had suffered significant loss and was in dire need of thunder attribute energy to recover. Sensing the divine thunder of Ding Fire, it naturally throbbed, transmitting a yearning intent. However, having been refined and merged with Ling Xiao, its intelligence remained limited, preventing it from reacting significantly. Before him, the hellhound's avaricious gaze fixated on Ling Xiao, drawn by the scent of the 9 heavens' profound thunder. Devouring it would greatly benefit the creature, thus explaining its insatiable desire. Such celestial entities inherently possessed a longing to consume one another. Which was hardly surprising. "Master, what shall we do now?" Ling Xiao inquired. "Now that we have drawn its attention, escaping will not be an easy feat. However, despite Dan Lao's inability to contend with it, his vast knowledge and myriad techniques suggested he had a means of escape, albeit with a hint of gravity in his demeanor. Woof woof. Before Dan Lao could respond, the divine thunder of Ding Fire could no longer contain itself and charged directly at Ling Xiao. "Temporarily entrust your body to me," Dan Lao declared, seamlessly merging with Ling Xiao. Though his soul could also attack, it lacked martial power, leading to significant consumption and limitations in strength. Ling Xiao immediately released his consciousness, allowing Dan Lao to take control of his body for the time being. "Humph! Insolent! Begone!" Ling Xiao bellowed, brandishing his blade, unleashing a flash of light that severed one of the hellhound's front legs. Woof! Woo woo! The hellhound, now wounded, became cautious, Yet the severed limb quickly regenerated. Its form was an energy manifestation, rendering such injuries inconsequential. Chapter 34. The desire to open the central dantian. Dan Lao observed that such a strike had inflicted only minimal damage, prompting a sigh of admiration. Truly, it was a celestial entity. The blade he had wielded was a mid-tier, Earth-level martial technique, one that even a martial emperor would not dare to underestimate. Yet the Hellhound, born of the divine thunder of Ding Fire, effortlessly neutralized it, revealing its formidable nature. It was clear that he could not harm its essence. Any lost energy would swiftly be replenished, and prolonging their engagement would yield no meaningful results. Dan Lao was disinclined to linger longer. Although he could utilize Ling Xiao's body to execute martial techniques, the energy consumed would ultimately drain Ling Xiao's reserves, which, due to his cultivation level, could not sustain prolonged combat. Since capturing it this time was unattainable, they would have to return on another occasion. With this resolve, just as the Hellhound prepared to launch another assault, Dan Lao controlled Ling Xiao's body to deliver another strike. As the Hellhound evaded, they swiftly turned and fled. Woof, woof. The creature pursued them, indicating that their chances of capturing it next time were considerably greater. Dan Lao mused, accelerating their escape. Heavens, is that a martial king? A young man exclaimed in astonishment. That beast has no wings, yet it can fly. What manner of creature is this? Quickly, we must leave. If such a powerful entity is being pursued by a beast, our discovery would spell our doom. A middle-aged man sternly commanded. We should vacate this place immediately. They all descended from the southern ridge volcano. If that beast cannot catch the man, it will surely return. An elderly man concurred. This elderly individual possessed only the strength of a one-star Grand Master, yet his age was considerable. He gazed at the volcano, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. As Dan Lao and the Hellhound sword passed overhead, they remained oblivious to the group of adventurers concealed within the dense forest below, who had been discovered. Though the Hellhound was swift, it had strayed somewhat from its birthplace and, feeling out of place, ultimately abandoned the pursuit, returning to its lair. Master, next time we come, we must capture it, Ling Xiao proclaimed from atop a mountain peak. Dan Lao's figure materialized beside him, assuring, rest assured. I shall undoubtedly assist you in refining and merging with it. Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded. By the way, Master, what preparations should we make? This divine thunder of Ding Fire is a peculiar entity formed from the union of thunder and fire. While it possesses fiery attributes, it also bears a potent thunder characteristic, making it quite extraordinary. Your affinity lies with wind and thunder. Although your soul is exceptional, you are ill-suited for alchemy and cannot learn my alchemical techniques, which is rather unfortunate. This time, however, refining the divine thunder of Ding Fire will be advantageous, as its fiery aspects can be utilized in alchemy, Dan Lao elucidated. That is splendid news, Ling Xiao exclaimed joyfully. He understood that Dan Lao's greatest pride lay not in his former prowess as a martial sage, but in his unparalleled mastery of alchemy. Taking oneself as a disciple, while Dan Lao expressed satisfaction in other aspects, he felt a profound regret that he could not pass on his alchemical skills. Today, however, an opportunity arose for him to learn the art of alchemy. Although his innate talent may not be exceptionally remarkable, it serves as a comfort to his teacher. With a wood-fire affinity and a formidable soul perception ability, he possesses the optimal gifts for alchemy. Although other attributes can also be harnessed through various means to concoct elixirs, they ultimately fall short. Considering that he will need to integrate other divine thunders, such as Jiamu Shenlei and Yimu Shenlei, it is conceivable that he has the potential to become an outstanding alchemist in the future. Ling Xiao resolved to diligently study his teacher's alchemical techniques, determined not to disappoint Dan Lao's expectations. I digress. To restrain Ding Hua Shenlei, besides possessing formidable strength, there are indeed other methods to in this world. All things exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. This presents an excellent line of thought. The challenge lies in the fact that there are few effective countermeasures against the thunder attribute of Ding Hua Shenlei. But the fire attribute is more manageable. Water extinguishes fire. If he could concoct a 6th-grade cold ice pill, it would surely suppress the fire element within Ding Hua Shenlei. significantly diminishing its power and facilitating its suppression. Furthermore, when he refines and merges with the divine thunder, the thunder will inevitably resist, potentially harming his body. Thus, he will require at least a fifth-grade blood flower pill to safeguard his physical form. Though the blood flower pill is quite beneficial, it remains somewhat unreliable. The heat from the fire attribute should ideally be tempered with North Ming cold water to alleviate the pain during the refining and merging process. Additionally, the divine thunder he intends to merge with must also be relocated. The Purple Palace serves as the abode of the spirit, while the lower Dantian stores primordial energy. The human body also possesses a middle Dantian, which he can open up to accommodate the divine thunder. After all, although these heavenly divine thunders have been refined and merged by him, they still possess sentience. As they grow stronger, their sentience will likely intensify. And it remains uncertain whether this cohabitation with the spirit will have any repercussions. Typically, martial artists on the continent refine divine thunders within the space provided by the void stone heart in the lower Dantian. Summoning them is needed. While the space within the void stone heart is not small, the multitude of divine thunders he intends to merge may exceed its capacity. Thus, opening a powerful middle Dantian is a commendable option. Dan Lao articulated his preparatory thoughts regarding the refinement and merging of Ding Huashen Lei, recalling his earlier experience of controlling Ling Xiao's body and discovering that Ling Xiao had stored the nine heavens' mysterious thunder within the Purple Palace's space, leading him to offer a suggestion. The Purple Palace space and the lower Dantian space are of paramount importance to martial artists, essentially forming the foundation of their being. However, the middle Dantian is seldom utilized. Nevertheless, as martial arts cultivation flourishes across the continent, people possess a clear understanding of the middle Dantian within the human body. Some unconventional martial artists even forsake the lower Dantian, choosing to store their primordial energy within the middle Dantian. Therefore, Dan Lao's suggestion to open the middle Dantian specifically for housing divine thunder is entirely feasible. Storing divine thunder in the middle Dantian? Ling Xiao paused momentarily, then revealed a contemplative expression. He had not previously paid much attention to this matter. But the Purple Palace, as the dwelling of spirits and the control center of the body, seems somewhat inappropriate for housing a sentient divine thunder. Although it is a divine thunder he has refined and can control with ease, there have been instances on the continent where individuals suffered backlash from divine thunder. Leaving it near the essence of the spirit poses an immense risk in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Very well. I shall attempt this, he declared, proceeding to prepare the medicinal herbs. Currently, my highest capability allows me to concoct sixth-grade elixirs. We merely need to locate the materials, and I shall personally craft the elixirs for you. Dan Lao stated, Indeed. The spiritual herbs required for the sixth-grade elixir should be found within the mountain ranges. We shall set out to search for them shortly. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, although purchasing them would be quicker. He currently had no funds and could only seek them out through arduous effort in the southwestern continent. Sixth-grade elixirs are considered top-tier. Their primary ingredients are exceedingly rare, and even trading for them is likely to be a challenge. Regardless, within the Demon Beast Mountain range, he resolved to rely on his own efforts to ensure ample provisions. Determined, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, attempting to open his middle Dantian to provide a new dwelling for the nine heavens' mysterious thunder. Chapter 35. Ling Xiao opens the middle Dantian. Dan Lao's anxious protection. The middle Dantian, also known as the Jiao Palace, resides between the breasts and is one of the three principal dantians in the human body. Ling Xiao's soul descended within, swiftly arriving at the location of the middle Dantian, which appeared shrouded in a grayish haze, reminiscent of chaos. Opening a Dantian is akin to the creation of the universe. According to legend, Pangu separated heaven and earth, dividing yin and yang, with pure essence ascending to form the heavens and turbid essence descending to create the earth. The three talents, for symbols, and five elements ultimately culminated in Pangu manifesting all things and establishing the primordial world. Though these are merely legends from his previous life, at this moment, gazing upon the chaotic middle Dantian, Ling Xiao could not help but reflect upon them. Moreover, he had heard Dan Lao recount various types of thunder, seemingly encompassing attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. This middle Dantian is intended to house divine thunder, With such a plethora of attributes, will it not undergo some transformation? A myriad of thoughts surged within Ling Xiao's mind, prompting him to reconsider his initial plan to casually open the middle dantian. If he were to undertake this task, it should be executed to the best of his ability, though he is not an excessively demanding perfectionist. Striving to achieve excellence is certainly warranted. Despite his current strength rendering the creation of a world a mere fantasy, opening the middle dantian will yield a spatial formation, existing as a dimensional space within his body, a truly wondrous process. Although legends remain just that, they possess a semblance of credibility, and having traversed into another world, the extraordinary nature of this realm suggests that not all legends are devoid of truth. Besides, the endeavor to open the dantian entails minimal danger. Even if the middle dantian were to fail, he still possesses the upper and lower dantians he is cultivating, ensuring his path of cultivation remains unbroken. Why not give it a try? Resolute, Ling Xiao began his preparations, aspiring to forge an extraordinary middle dantian. Achieving this would bear profound significance. His prior life was filled with countless tales and an abundance of information, yet upon arriving in this vast continent, he had scarcely conducted any experiments. The practice of martial arts relies heavily on the experiences and techniques of predecessors on the continent, rendering much of his past knowledge seemingly irrelevant. As the saying goes, knowledge is meant to be applied. Having acquired such vast information and leaving it unutilized would render his arduous memorization meaningless. Pengu wielded the heavenly axe to create the world, yet Ling Xiao lacks such a tool. However, he possesses the gifted by Dan Lao, which, while its grade remains unclear, is both resilient and sharp, fitting comfortably in Ling Xiao's grasp. As a grandmaster, he has already attained the ability to condense primordial energy. Moreover, the opening of the middle dantian is meant to accommodate divine thunder, so the nine heavens' mysterious thunder should naturally lend its assistance. Ling Xiao's soul, in the state of condensation, took form as a silhouette within the middle dantian. The nine heavens' mysterious thunder enveloped his entire being as he stood quietly in the midst of the gray haze, firmly gripping the. Imagining the scene of Pengu creating the world, he gently closed his eyes, slowly raising the as if to strike down, yet hesitating, finding himself momentarily immobile. Time passed gradually, and as midnight approached, Ling Xiao remained motionless. Dan Lao, emerging from his spatial ring, observed Ling Xiao in profound silence with curiosity. Given Ling Xiao's cultivation level, opening the dantian should not pose a challenge. After all, he had already undergone the process of opening the lower dantian, and his strength within the upper dantian's purple palace was formidable. There should be no reason for him to take so long. Yet, Ling Xiao remained in a trance, and Dan Lao sensed no danger, thus refraining from prematurely interrupting him. Instead, he carefully observed for a moment before preparing to return to his spatial ring. However, as this location was a temporary choice and the surrounding circumstances were unclear, Dan Lao grew concerned about the potential for demon beasts to disrupt Ling Xiao. Consequently, he set up a soul barrier as a precautionary measure. Though it was a casual endeavor, his level of soul cultivation was sufficient to withstand the assault of third-tier demon beasts without faltering and could endure for a moment against fourth-tier beasts, granting him ample time to react. Having completed this task, Dan Lao returned to his spatial ring to recuperate, albeit slowly. Any recovery would be beneficial. Ling Xiao's thoughts raced as he mentally rehearsed the process of opening the middle dantian. Yet he remained inactive. As the sun rose and the purple aura emerged from the east, Ling Xiao, who had remained silent throughout the night, finally sensed that the time was ripe. A smile graced his face. Yes, the moment had indeed arrived. Ling Xiao's exceptional comprehension allowed him to grasp the concept of officially opening the middle dantian. In an instant, Ling Xiao's soul silhouette wielded the, drawing forth an arc of profound mystery. The previously gray atmosphere began to tremble, and a fissure emerged, gradually expanding. The misty air began to swirl and separate, revealing an emerging space. Ling Xiao unleashed a booming shout, summoning forth the nine heavens' mysterious thunder to strike the edges of the space. Relentlessly expanding its boundaries, the thunder descended with tremendous force, exploding and further enlarging the area. At this moment, in the outside world, a tempest of wind and clouds surged forth, an immense quantity of elemental energy converging upon Ling Xiao. A colossal cloud of primordial energy formed above him, swirling towards the center. A fierce wind howled, sending nearby demon beasts scurrying in panic. Gradually, a swirling vortex of vitality, akin to a tornado, took shape, with its base connected to the body of Ling Xiao. Even Dan Lao, who resided within the storage ring, was stirred by this spectacle. Upon emerging and witnessing the scene, he was rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of the convergence of celestial energies, which had surpassed that of a breakthrough to the martial emperor level, and could even be likened to that of a breakthrough to the martial venerable level. What on earth has this young rascal done? Could it be that he is on the verge of a sudden enlightenment, ready to break through to the martial venerable level right here and now? Despite Dan Lao's extensive experience, he found himself flustered by Ling Xiao's current state. It is often said that one sees much in a long life, yet in all his years, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, nor had he even heard of it. This was unprecedented in the vast expanse of the universe. Dan Lao fixated intently on Ling Xiao, the disciple upon whom he had pinned all his hopes. However, he soon sensed something amiss. While Ling Xiao was rapidly devouring the energies of heaven and earth, the increase in his internal power was not particularly pronounced. At that moment, he resembled a glutton, consuming copiously yet growing at a sluggish pace, so much so that one might not even notice the change. Where, then, had the celestial energies gone? Dan Lao was puzzled. In that very moment, Ling Xiao's central dantian space was continuously expanding, an inexhaustible flow of heavenly energies flooding in, fortifying the entire space. The murky chaos that lingered here was still present and was expanding at an astonishing rate. As time slipped by unceasingly, Ling Xiao's spirit operated tirelessly, like an indefatigable deity, wielding the profound thunder of the nine heavens to continually carve out this space. Days and nights passed unnoticed, and before long, the ninth day had arrived. During this time, Dan Lao felt as if he were enduring a year for every day, plagued by confusion and suffering from his inability to comprehend the situation. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, yet receiving no answers, he appeared somewhat dispirited. However, a slight comfort arose from the fact that Ling Xiao's cultivation had unconsciously advanced, not by a mere fraction, but had surged directly to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. This realization reassured Dan Lao that Ling Xiao had indeed reaped substantial benefits. Otherwise, he might have impulsively interrupted Ling Xiao's progress. The sheer volume of celestial energy consumed posed a significant risk. Should any misstep occur, it could lead to a chaotic eruption of energy, resulting not only in Ling Xiao's demise, but also in Dan Lao's spiritual obliteration. The dangers were immense. With Ling Xiao's cultivation having advanced, Dan Lao managed to suppress his urge to intervene, and despite his anxiety, he devoted himself earnestly to protecting him. Chapter 36. The World of the Central Dantian. Dan Lao's astonishment after a full 9 days had elapsed. Ling Xiao's spirit began to show signs of fatigue. It appeared that he had reached the limits of his current capacity. Was this what it meant to create a new world? Indeed, it was extraordinary. This space was so vast that it could almost be deemed a miniature universe. Ling Xiao surveyed his central dantian with great satisfaction. Yet, the darkness that pervaded this space was far from pleasing. In the primordial world, the golden crow illuminated the land, bringing light to the world. Why, then, could he not utilize the profound thunder of the nine heavens as the sun of this world? The nine heavens thunder, taking the form of a phoenix, albeit one of lightning rather than fire, could still radiate brilliance and warmth akin to the sun's flames. As the sovereign of his own realm, Ling Xiao was not one to procrastinate. Swiftly setting his plans into motion, he transferred the nine heavens thunder from the purple mansion space to this realm, controlling it to hover at the center, thereby initiating the formation of a dreamlike, purple-hued world. Perfect. I am truly a genius, Ling Xiao unabashedly proclaimed. With his mind returning to the purple mansion, he clearly understood his situation. To his astonishment, he had unknowingly broken through. What a fortuitous turn of events. Such celestial energies would be a waste if squandered. Thus, he resolved to press on and break through to the martial spirit level. Assessing his condition, Ling Xiao firmly decided to pursue this breakthrough. Although the majority of the energies had fortified his miniature dantian world, a vast space, They had nonetheless significantly enhanced his physical form as well. At this moment, his body was not at all inferior to that of a martial king, and may even have surpassed it. Hence, he had no concerns about instability in his foundation. Commencing his cultivation, Ling Xiao harnessed the momentum from his previous absorption of celestial energies, devouring an abundance of them. However, this time, they were refined into his own internal power, concentrating within his lower dantian to bolster his strength. As his internal power surged, he began to feel a slight pressure in his lower dantian, indicating that he had reached its limits. To increase his power, he would need to break through his current realm. Once he transcended to the martial spirit level, the dantian space would expand and solidify further, allowing for the accommodation of even greater power. His original lower dantian was already significantly larger than that of an average martial artist, possessing over tenfold the capacity for internal energy. Thus, the process of breaking through would require considerable effort. Nonetheless, as he intended to follow the path of assimilating the celestial divine thunder, which harbored immense energy, this would not hinder his progress. To achieve a breakthrough to the martial spirit level, the first step involved compressing the internal energy, transforming it into a liquid state, thus saving considerable space. Subsequently, he could use this liquid energy to reinforce his lower dantian, thereby marking his official breakthrough to the martial spirit level. For Ling Xiao, this stage posed little challenge. His formidable spirit was more than capable of handling the backlash from compressing the energy. With his spiritual power surging, he began to compress the internal energy, and after a brief while, changes began to manifest. Ding! A sound reminiscent of water droplets echoed, signaling the birth of the first drop of liquid internal energy. Following this, the process became significantly simpler. With the emergence of the first drop came the second. The internal energy gradually transformed into liquid form, coalescing into a swirling vortex within his body, rotating slowly. The birth of liquid internal energy signified an advancement in energy quality, prompting the dantian to autonomously absorb this energy, reinforcing and expanding itself. After some time, this process eventually ceased. At this juncture, the dantian had broadened considerably, and the original internal energy had been partially absorbed, leaving it feeling rather empty. However, this did not indicate a decrease in his internal power. Rather, it had increased substantially, exceeding 100-fold compared to before the breakthrough. One drop of liquid internal energy held the potency of 100 drops of gaseous internal energy, bestowing even greater strength. Having consumed copious celestial energies, Ling Xiao had officially broken through to the martial spirit level. However, due to his excessive absorption of energy, the liquid internal energy within him continued to increase rapidly. His already exceptional dantian and internal power now showed signs of breaking past the 2-star martial spirit level. Nonetheless, Ling Xiao managed to halt his progress before reaching the 5-star level, gradually withdrawing from his cultivation. As the colossal energy vortex surrounding him began to dissipate, Ling Xiao's once indistinct form gradually became clearer. With a deep exhale, he released a stream of slightly murky energy that dissipated into the air. This was the result of his recent breakthrough, the impurities absorbed from the celestial energies. Slowly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, only to be startled by a pair of eyes staring directly at him, nearly prompting him to throw a punch in surprise. "Teacher, you scared me half to death. What is the meaning of this?" Upon recognizing Dan Lao before him, Ling Xiao halted his instinctive reaction, grumbling in mild displeasure. "What, do you still wish to strike me? How ungrateful of you. I have been worried about you for 10 days. You little rascal." Dan Lao feigned anger, glaring at Ling Xiao. "Is it not acceptable to admit my fault? It is entirely the disciple's fault for being timid and being frightened by the teacher's imposing presence." Ling Xiao responded begrudgingly, his tone laced with a sense of grievance. "Enough. Speak. What on earth transpired?" Establishing a central dantian and breaking through to the martial spirit level should not take this long. Moreover, after consuming such an abundance of celestial energies, breaking through to the martial emperor level would be more than feasible. Why, then, have you only managed to reach the martial spirit level? Dan Lao could no longer contain his curiosity and began inquiring about the matter at hand. So much celestial energy consumed? A breakthrough to the martial emperor level? Ling Xiao was taken aback. While he had been immersed in the creation of his central dantian, he had been entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. The absorption of celestial energies had occurred without his conscious realization, driven by the spontaneous actions of his central dantian. What sort of expression is that? Do you mean to say that such a vast amount of celestial energy entered your body and simply vanished without a trace? Dan Lao, furious and bewildered, glared at Ling Xiao, exasperated by his navet. That is not the case. It is likely that it was absorbed by my central dantian. Teacher, take a look. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before uncertainly suggesting. Let me show you. He guided Dan Lao's spirit into his central dantian. He was fairly certain that the energy had indeed been absorbed by it, as creating such a stable space could not have occurred without reason. The vitality of the world is rather normal. However, under typical circumstances, this energy should be sourced from the vortex of primordial force in his lower dantian, yet he seems to be somewhat abnormal. Subsequently, Ling Xiao pondered. Normalcy often signifies mediocrity. For someone like him, the favored child of destiny, who stands tall and graceful, akin to a tree laden with pear blossoms overshadowing the crabapples, it is only fitting that he be anything but ordinary. After all, he feels no adverse effects. Whether he is normal or not is of little consequence. Dan Lao appeared within Ling Xiao's central dantian space, his spirit unable to discern the boundaries of this realm. As if he had entered an entirely new world. Gazing up at the violet sun suspended in the sky, Ling Xiao's 9 heavens' profound thunder, he recognized it and formed a conjecture. Yet, as he surveyed the vast and boundless expanse, disbelief washed over him. Is this truly your central dantian space? Dan Lao's voice trembled with excitement. He could scarcely believe it. A martial saint could indeed carve out a realm. Albeit one where the laws are not complete and initially somewhat monotonous, yet still vast. Upon reaching martial emperor, one could establish a small world based on the continent, the very realms where the descendants of emperors reside. Crafted by their ancestors. Yet, Ling Xiao was merely at the martial spirit level, having only attained the status of a grand master while creating his central dantian. How could this space have been forged? It was utterly unfathomable, indeed. My world is rather splendid, isn't it? Ling Xiao boastfully remarked, his spirit coalescing within the central dantian. Enough with the arrogance. Speak properly. Dan Lao, filled with excitement, had no time for Ling Xiao's bravado and promptly delivered a playful smack to his head. Chapter 37. The Dantian World, Soul Breakthrough to the Ghostly Realm. Ling Xiao stowed away his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. Ordinarily, such a powerful central dantian would imply unparalleled strength. However, he seemed unable to wield much of the power contained within it. For now, this space could only accommodate the 9 heavens' profound thunder. This perplexed him, prompting him to seek Dan Lao's wisdom. After all, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The elder's vast knowledge might illuminate his confusion. Teacher, I intended to successfully establish the central dantian world, yet I find myself unable to utilize much of its power, which leaves me somewhat perplexed. Ling Xiao recounted the thoughts he had during the establishment of his central dantian and the subsequent developments, ultimately voicing his queries. Is there any other sense of discomfort, such as repulsion or an independent consciousness? Dan Lao inquired with a serious expression. None of that, just an inability to wield much power. The 9 heavens' profound thunder remains at my beck and call, Ling Xiao replied. This was, after all, his body. The inability to employ its full force was already quite vexing. Had there been any repulsion, he would have leaped 3 feet high in desperation. Then that is reassuring. This is your dantian, and the power contained within is a part of your own strength. The temporary inability to access much of it likely stems from your lack of mastery over the methods. Dan Lao sighed in relief. Not having mastered the method of power manipulation? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Lost in thought. Teacher, could this be due to the nature of the cultivation technique? Ling Xiao pondered aloud. The method he employed to carve out this world was reminiscent of the legendary cultivation practices of the primordial realm. Pangu's creation of the universe was also a means to attain enlightenment. He had merely established a nascent world, possessing scant understanding of the way. How could he possibly command the power of this realm? The techniques of the primordial world were the keys to mastering such power, yet he lacked them. You young fool. Such techniques have been meticulously refined through countless experiments by our predecessors. They are not easily conjured. Your spontaneous ideas could lead to trouble. Your path has already been largely determined. As long as you continuously refine it, your future is boundless. There is no need for such reckless methods, Dan Lao admonished. Momentarily at a loss for direction, before continuing to lecture Ling Xiao, at this juncture, Ling Xiao recognized his own impulsiveness. The legends from his past life were mere fantasies, yet he had foolishly chosen to experiment with them. However, the outcome thus far was not entirely unfavorable. He had merely been unable to tap into the power within himself for the time being. Understood, teacher. I apologize for causing you concern, Ling Xiao acknowledged, aware that Dan Lao's nagging stemmed from genuine care for his well-being. Although he could not presently resolve the issue of his power being inaccessible, he had achieved his objective of opening the central dantian. These problems were of little consequence for now. Good things take time. Having attained this, he would surely find a way to wield it one day. Ling Xiao relaxed his mind. A surge of power began to converge upon his soul. Dan Lao was startled, immediately turning his attention to Ling Xiao. What a fortunate lad! To break through in such a manner defies all logic. Were I to possess such rapid breakthrough speed, even a rebirth would be an acceptable endeavor. What is this? Suddenly, Dan Lao sensed his own soul beginning to restore itself, leaving him bewildered. As time passed, Ling Xiao's soul, in the midst of its breakthrough, suddenly furrowed his brow. In an instant, Dan Lao was expelled from the dantian space, and Ling Xiao returned to tranquility. Alas! This time, I was a tad greedy and nearly disrupted Xiao Er's opportunity. Dan Lao bore a look of shame rather than anger. Ling Xiao's breakthrough was a result of establishing this dantian world, and the stabilizing world offered feedback of power to its creator. Given the world's weakness, the primordial will could not clearly distinguish, inadvertently redirecting part of its power to Dan Lao's soul, granting him a significant boost in strength. Yet, in his moment of delight over the rapid recovery of his soul, Dan Lao had unwittingly forgotten that this was Ling Xiao's dantian world. The soul subconsciously began to vie for control over the world. This nearly startled Ling Xiao awake. After all, this was his dantian realm. How could Dan Lao be allowed to seize control? Ling Xiao's instinctive repulsion cast Dan Lao out of the dantian world. Awakened, Dan Lao felt his face flush with embarrassment, uncertain how to face his disciple. Having gained tremendous benefits and significantly increased his strength, he had nearly usurped his disciple's domain. It was indeed a loss of face. Though it was an unconscious act, the deed had been done, and even an explanation would feel awkward. However, Ling Xiao was also in a state of unconsciousness. Sensing a threat, he had instinctively expelled Dan Lao from his dantian world. Unaware of it himself, a powerful soul pressure emanated, seemingly accompanied by a chilling wind. The surrounding sounds of insects ceased abruptly, plunging the environment into silence. Even the trees swaying in the moonlight became motionless. This marked Ling Xiao's official breakthrough to the ghostly realm. Ghostly spirits, also known as spirits, entail the condensation of the soul into a tangible form, capable of leaving the body and wielding true offensive capabilities. However, they possess attributes, often feeling suppressed by light and holy forces, rendering them unable to remain outside the body for extended periods during the day, lest they suffer great exhaustion. Fortunately, it was night. Ling Xiao's soul energy surged above him, gradually taking on a corporeal shape, indistinguishable from Ling Xiao himself, save for a darker complexion. Teacher, I've broken through to the ghostly realm. Now we stand together. More like master and disciple. Ling Xiao's soul body chuckled. Quickly hide that smile. You look rather sinister, Dan Lao advised. At that moment, as Ling Xiao had just materialized his soul body, the excessive energy surrounding him gave his smile an eerie and chilling aura. How could this be? Ling Xiao conjured a mirror, gazing into it with bewilderment. In a wonder he had been cautioned about the ghostly realm. His appearance resembled that of the spirits described in legends, appearing ghostly even in laughter. Though he was dissatisfied with the appearance of his soul body, the power it embodied was undeniably authentic, intoxicatingly so. He beckoned, and the inked jade sky-splitting blade, previously embedded beside him, materialized in the soul body's hand. Subsequently, wielding the blade, the soul body demonstrated the seamless blade technique, fluidly and powerfully. Excellent, excellent. This soul now possesses tangible offensive capability. Henceforth, I have an additional means of combat. Ling Xiao concluded with satisfaction. Then, he attempted a new technique. With a sweep of the blade, a series of phantoms materialized before him. Is this the power of the domain soul realm? No. It seems the strength isn't particularly formidable. Dan Lao remarked, astonished. This isn't the domain soul realm, but rather a portion of the power from the central Dantian world, Ling Xiao clarified. After receiving the feedback of power from the Dantian world, not only did his soul transcend its realm, but he also gained partial dominion over the world's power. This was not particularly surprising. Establishing a world typically requires one to utilize their own primordial force. However, given his low realm and insufficient primordial force, he had entirely relied on the world's vitality to carve out this space. Since he had not refined or integrated these powers himself, it explained the inadequacy of his control. After receiving the soul power feedback from the world, Ling Xiao grasped the essence of this process and realized that, moving forward, in addition to his regular cultivation, he now had the task of refining and mastering the central Dantian world. Have you comprehended the method to control the central Dantian world? Dan Lao inquired. Indeed. However, I tried it just now, and the speed is rather slow. Akin to regular cultivation, Ling Xiao responded. When the disciple fully masters this power, it is likely that they will have already transcended the martial emperor level. Ling Xiao remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mastering the method is sufficient. Time is not an issue. One can break through to martial spirit around 200 years of age, while reaching martial king can take between 300 to 500 years, and martial emperor may require anywhere from 800 to 1500 years. This timeline is more than ample. However, there are those who, after a century, find themselves unable to make any progress. That is the true despair. You possess such an opportunity. The path to becoming a martial emperor is indeed smooth sailing for you. What more could you possibly wish for? One must have aspirations, the pursuit of strength, but it is equally important to understand the value of contentment. Dan Lao said, his voice tinged with a sense of reflection. The disciple understands, Ling Xiao replied. Subsequently, he entered a meditative state, rising to his feet. Let us cultivate. At dawn, we must seek out the spiritual herbs. It has been a month since we entered the mountains, and your mother is still waiting for you in the valley, Dan Lao stated. Ling Xiao nodded, his thoughts turning to the need to accelerate his pace. He then resumed his meditation. At this moment, his cultivation was not aimed at increasing his elemental energy or breaking through realms. It was solely to refine his elemental force and enhance his control over it. Chapter 38. The letter from Feng Linwan arrives at the family early the next morning. Ling Xiao opened his eyes to greet the rising sun. It is time to set forth, he declared, making his way deeper into the Beast Mountain range. This journey is for training, to augment his combat experience, and to search for spiritual herbs, preparing to refine the elixir for the divine fire thunder. When he departed from the valley, he had promised Feng Linwan that he would return within 3 months at the shortest, or 6 months at the longest, to accompany her back to the family. During Ling Xiao's critical moment, the family had reduced Feng Linwan's offerings, a matter she had never mentioned to him, leaving Ling Xiao unaware. Feng Linwan still felt grateful towards the family. After all, at that time, the family was unaware of Ling Xiao's father's true strength, yet they had torn ties with the formidable Qin family in the imperial capital for Feng Linwan's sake, compensating with considerable resources. Over the years, they had not treated her and her son poorly. Although it appeared that her stipend had been cut, the elder and her 2 brothers had ultimately provided her with gold coins exceeding the amount she had lost. Ling Xiao's circumstances were dire back then, and the family saw no hope. Thus, they acted in a businesslike manner. Feng Linwan understood the family's predicament. She refrained from sharing the news of her reduced stipend with Ling Xiao, wishing to spare him any resentment. In truth, even if Ling Xiao were to learn of it, he would understand the family's position, though discomfort would undoubtedly linger. However, now that Ling Xiao had been resurrected and his strength had surged, Feng Linwan felt it best that he remain unaware of this matter. Thus she chose not to mention it. Meanwhile, a stranger arrived at the Feng family in Pingyang City, claiming to deliver a letter and requesting an audience with the family head. Feng Bohan. Shortly thereafter, he was brought to the family hall. Are you the one seeking to meet the family head? What individual has sent you with this message? Feng Bohan inquired. He sat at the head of the hall, flanked by the elder and the second elder, both regarding the visitor with curiosity. A young lady entrusted me to deliver this letter, stating that upon reading it, the family head would reward me with 10,000 gold coins. The man, merely a martial artist of 8 stars, said nervously as he looked at Feng Bohan and the others. He had received a mere 1,000 gold coins from Feng Linwan for travel expenses, which had been exhausted over the course of a month. If he failed to receive the promised 10,000 gold coins upon delivering the letter, it would be a significant loss for him. In families within the city, where great masters preside, a common man without support has no recourse should he be taken advantage of, making his anxiety quite understandable. Though, present the letter, I will verify it. There will be no issues, and you shall receive your 10,000 gold coins, Feng Bohan stated. Upon hearing that a young lady had sent the letter, he quickly thought of Feng Linwan. It had been over a month since she had left with Ling Xiao to seek medical aid, and the family had received no news, leaving him somewhat concerned. The messenger was eager to exchange the letter for payment and leave as soon as possible, but Feng Bohan insisted on reading the letter first, and he dared not refuse. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously retrieved the letter. Feng Bohan did not rise. He merely extended his hand, and the letter was drawn to him through the air. The Master's technique, retrieving objects from a distance, was executed with an effortless grace. Yet, this display only heightened the messenger's anxiety. After all, sensing that Feng Bohan was a grandmaster and witnessing such prowess firsthand was a vastly different experience. Upon seeing the words "to my dear brother" on the envelope, Feng Bohan confirmed his suspicions. He hastily opened the letter and began to read. As he continued, he soon rose with excitement, unable to restrain a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Splendid! The elder looked on in astonishment and inquired, Is it a letter from Feng Linwan? Has that rascal Ling Xiao been saved? He had noticed the writing on the envelope earlier, though he had not focused on it. A grandmaster's eyesight is remarkable, and he had casually recognized Feng Linwan's handwriting from a distance. One moment. Let us discuss this later, Feng Bohan said to the elder, then turned back to the messenger. Here is your 10,000 gold coins. You may depart now. The messenger took the spirit crystal card with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, family head. Thank you. Enough. That is your rightful reward. You may leave now. Feng Bohan interrupted, having matters to discuss with the 2 elders and preferring not to have an outsider present. The messenger, having received his payment, recognized the cue and bowed respectfully before hastily exiting. What does the letter say? The second elder inquired. Feng Bohan handed the letter directly to the elder, who read it and then passed it to the second elder. Once all 3 had perused the letter, Feng Bohan leisurely sipped his tea, remaining silent, as he knew the elder and the second elder would speak. Indeed, the elder was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, I never imagined that Ling Xiao would encounter such an opportunity. This is a remarkable rise after 10 years of stagnation. Wonderful news for the family. After a moment of reflection, the elder fell silent. Savoring his tea, the second elder cast a glance at the elder, feeling somewhat vexed. It had been the elder who initially proposed the reduction of Feng Linwan's resource allocation. He too had been somewhat disappointed in her and had consented to the decision for the sake of the family's interests. Now, however, this situation made him feel uncomfortable. He had merely cooperated with the elder, but suddenly recalled that the elder had personally gifted Feng Linwan 30,000 gold coins at that time. This was simply unacceptable. He had not given Feng Linwan any assistance, and had instead stepped on her when she needed help. The elder had managed to both strike and show kindness, but he had been dragged into this mess, and the resentment had shifted onto him. Observing the elder feigning nonchalance as he sipped his tea, the second elder felt an overwhelming urge to slap that old face. Yet, he could only ponder such thoughts in silence, knowing he had to accept the situation. Now that Feng Linwan and Ling Xiao were rising to prominence, he had no choice but to attempt to remedy the situation. Suddenly, he recalled Feng Linwan's mention of the stipend reduction in her letter, which Ling Xiao was still unaware of. a light bulb went off in his head. The fact that Feng Linwan had specifically brought it up in the letter meant she did not intend to pursue the matter. As long as Ling Xiao remained oblivious, it would be as if nothing had ever happened. Cough. Since the fifth elder has broken through and is about to advance to martial spirit, it seems he has come to terms with things. I believe the decision to reduce her monthly stipend can be revoked. Let us restore it to its original state. Ling Xiao is still underage and has already reached the rank of 5-star Grandmaster. His talent is extraordinary and represents the family's hope. Upon his return to the family, he should be allocated the greatest resources for focused cultivation. I propose that Ling Xiao be appointed as the family's young patriarch to lead us to greater strength. The second elder's statement was forceful, leaving Feng Bohan and the elder Agape, their expressions twitching. The second elder was indeed a formidable character. But are you not planning to back down? Although everyone received a family stipend, there were other sources of income as well. The second elder's proposal would leave the elder and the family head with nothing. Initially, the elder had felt quite pleased with himself for having personally gifted gold coins, thinking he had shifted the primary conflict onto the second elder. However, the second elder's self-sacrificial approach, making himself uncomfortable while ensuring the elder suffered as well, suddenly tugged at the elder's heartstrings. Feng Bohan stared at the second elder, bewildered. You wish to mend relations with Feng Linwan, but this is not the way. The position of young patriarch cannot be given away so easily. Although Ling Xiao is my nephew, my 3 sons are not lacking either. Nephew, though close, does not surpass a son in terms of kinship. Besides, he is still young. Why rush to designate him as the young patriarch? Feeling uncomfortable, he hesitated to voice his opposition, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil. Seeing the family head standing aloof and the elder appearing unfazed, the second elder, who was typically stern and unsmiling, nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it. He rarely smiled unless he could not help it. Even then, he would sometimes hold it in until he found a private place to laugh. Feeling quite satisfied, he picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped, content in his amusement. Sometimes, when one feels displeased, it is gratifying to ensure others are equally uncomfortable. It brings considerable relief. This might well be a method of displacing one's own discontent. However, the second elder secretly resolved to be cautious around the elder in the future. This old fellow was certainly not to be underestimated. Though he appeared upright, he possessed many hidden agendas. Chapter 39. The little beggar Nyonyo in the family, a letter from Feng Linwan sparked a series of cunning intrigues among several elders. Ultimately, after much deliberation, each elder agreed to allocate 30% of their monthly stipend to Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Feng Linwan's stipend was restored to its original amount. The family members were also warned not to mention the matters discussed in the previous family meeting again. Once the arrangements were finalized, several elders sat in the family hall, their expressions clouded with worry. Although the issues had been settled, the increase in monthly stipends for many had put the family's finances in a precarious position. While it was easy to raise them, lowering them later would undoubtedly breed resentment. Thus, the reduced stipends were reinstated, while the increased ones remained unchanged, leaving the family's funds somewhat strained. Well, what shall we do about this? Feng Bohan inquired, prompting the others to turn their gazes toward the Grand Elder. What do you mean by that? This is a family matter. Why are you all looking at me? Am I expected to single-handedly subsidize the family? The Grand Elder's face darkened. This predicament arose from your previous proposal, did it not? Surely, you should devise a remedy, Feng Boling remarked. The second elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. The third elder sighed helplessly at his elder brother's grim countenance. What a mess this is. It seems that one must always pay the price for their actions. I do not possess that many gold coins. The Grand Elder retorted, his expression grim. Silence fell over the group. They were intentionally vexing the Grand Elder. It would be inappropriate to expect him alone to subsidize the family. Why the silence? Our family has withdrawn from the imperial capital and settled in Pingyang City. It has been many years of stability. It is time for a change, Feng Bohan suddenly proclaimed. Are you suggesting that, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder looked up at Feng Bohan. The family is simply facing a financial shortfall. It is not insurmountable. If gold coins are lacking, then we shall earn more, Feng Bohan stated matter-of-factly. But if conflict arises and the other 3 families unite, we would be at a disadvantage. the Grand Elder cautioned. With the fifth elder and Ling Xiao included, we would only have 8 grandmasters, whereas the other 3 families combined boast 14. Is that not a bit reckless? The second elder added. There is nothing reckless about it. The family's finances will not be an issue for at least half a year. Besides, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, Feng Bohan asserted as he exuded his formidable aura. The others sensed the fluctuations in his energy. It was clear that he was not injured but rather on the brink of a significant advancement. Good. It is indeed time for the family to rise. The Grand Elder exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Shall we begin our preparations in secret, then? Please, give the order, clan leader, the second elder said, a joyful expression on his face. Preparations? What preparations? Once we leave this hall, you all continue as usual, and no matter how meticulously we plan, there will always be oversights. If word leaks, it could ruin everything. I will notify you at the time of action. The other elders and I will launch a surprise attack, eliminating their grandmasters of late stages and above, while the Grand Elder organizes our grandmasters to take down any remaining threats, Feng Bohan explained. Plans seldom survive contact with the enemy, and he had no intention of making elaborate preparations. Moreover, the more individuals who knew, the greater the risk of unforeseen events. Although the Feng family had not intermarried with the other 3 families over the years, they had not severed all ties. Who could say if anyone in the family had formed friendships with members of the other families? Emotions could lead to indiscretions. If someone were to slip and reveal their plans, it could result in a preemptive strike against the Feng family by the other 3 families. Thus, Feng Bohan only informed a few elders, eschewing any extensive preparations. His intention was to strike with the force of thunder, delivering a decisive blow. Clan leader, you possess remarkable foresight, the Grand Elder praised. Despite their aged appearances, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder were all grandmasters at the 7th star level. Feng Bowling was a grandmaster at the 6th star level as well. This was the source of the Feng family's strength. The other 3 families had numerous grandmasters at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star levels. Had the heads of those 3 families not been grandmasters at the 9th star level, Feng Bohan would not have needed to wait for his breakthrough to martial spirit. He could have directly led a force of elders to seize control of the 3 families without much difficulty. With the unification of Pingyang City, the resources currently controlled by the other 3 families would become available to the Feng family, resolving the so-called resource crisis the family faced. The atmosphere lightened considerably. However, at that moment, Steward Fu entered with news that someone had come to deliver a message. What is this about? Who sent the message? Feng Bohan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Feng Linwan had mentioned in her letter that she would return to the family in 6 months and would not be in contact during that time. So it was puzzling to receive another message. Let them in, the Grand Elder suggested, glancing at Feng Bohan. After all, Feng Bohan was the clan leader and was on the verge of a breakthrough to martial spirit, prompting the Grand Elder to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Feng Bohan nodded, and Steward Fu went out to bring the messenger in. Before long, a small girl was led into the hall. Is she the one delivering the message? Feng Bohan asked, looking quizzically at Steward Fu. Indeed, clan leader, Steward Fu replied, slightly stooped over, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. It was rather absurd to entrust a 4-year-old child with such a task. Confirming this, Feng Bohan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The little girl was busily surveying the hall, her eyes wide with curiosity. Despite her tattered clothing and dirty face, which clearly marked her as a beggar from the streets, her bright eyes emanated a soothing calmness. Little girl, did someone ask you to deliver a message to us? Feng Bohan inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor. The girl snapped back to attention. My name is Nyonyo. I'm hungry. Feng Bohan sighed inwardly at her timid expression. Please give the letter to Uncle, and I will have someone take you to bathe and change clothes. Then we can go eat. The pretty big sister told me to deliver the message. Can I really get new clothes and food? Nyonyo asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. The disjointed conversation left Feng Bohan feeling exasperated, yet he maintained his patience. Of course. How could Uncle lie to Nyonyo? Can I have that fruit to eat? Nyonyo continued, her gaze fixated on a platter of fruit resembling apples on the table beside the Grand Elder, her mouth watering as she swallowed hard. Feng Bohan's expression darkened further. The Grand Elder chuckled and brought the fruit platter closer to Nyonyo. Here, eat up, thank you, Grandpa, Nyonya exclaimed, her hunger apparent that it had been so long since she had eaten anything. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, counting to 3, then 2, before finally settling on one finger, her left hand cautiously reaching for the platter. She picked up a piece of fruit and began to munch on it with her small, dirty hands. Although her teeth were uneven, she ate with surprising speed. Once Nyonya finished the fruit, the Grand Elder finally asked, "Where is the letter? Can you give it to Grandpa? Then you can wash up and rest." "All right. My mommy is asleep, and I couldn't find anything to eat. I've been hungry for a long time." That chubby boy snatched a bun that an auntie gave me and pushed me down. "My leg hurts. Today, some bad men took my mommy away, and they won't let me stay with her anymore. Now I'm going to be a child without a mommy." Perhaps due to the Grand Elder's gentle tone and the promise of food, Nyonya opened up about her plight. Her mother had passed away, and she had been begging on the streets, always returning to the dilapidated house where her mother lay in her mind. Her mother was merely asleep. Today, someone discovered her mother's lifeless body, which had begun to decay, and they took it away outside the city for disposal. She was cast out as well, and the broken house was burned to ashes to prevent disease outbreaks. Consequently, she found herself homeless. Though this world was one of martial arts and fantasy, the lives of ordinary people at the bottom were fraught with hardship. Nyonyo's tale evoked sympathy, yet the elders were more interested in the message she was supposed to deliver. If they were to encounter children like Nyonya, the Feng family might consider adopting them, raising them to become maids, or perhaps even elevating their status if they displayed exceptional talent in martial arts. However, they could not simply take in every beggar from the city. The Tianfeng Empire allowed these beggars to fend for themselves, and their small family in this minor city lacked the means to eliminate poverty entirely. Chapter 40. Arrogant Feng Xing and the Enraged Emperor Wu Yuchan. Nyonya, do not worry. You will live here from now on, and you will never go hungry again, the Grand Elder said kindly, patting her little head. Really? Can Nyonya live in a beautiful big house and have food every day? Nyonya asked, excitement mingled with apprehension in her voice. For her, the fear of hunger was the most terrifying thing. Yes, it is absolutely true. Now be a good girl and tell Grandpa what that pretty big sister asked you to convey, the Grand Elder coaxed. Oh dear, I almost forgot. That big sister asked me to tell the head of the Feng family that the Qin family from the imperial capital has come and gone, and to be wary of their revenge. Yes, that is it. Nyonya pondered for a long while, and the words that escaped her lips were evidently incomplete. However, the crowd grasped the general situation. Had the Qin family come to the city? They had refrained from retaliating against us for many years. Why then had the Grand Elder suddenly risen, furrowing his brow and inquiring? Unclear. But who was this messenger? Why did she feel compelled to inform us? Feng Bohan also felt a weight in his heart, perplexed as to who had divulged this information to them and for what purpose. The group, which had been brimming with excitement at the prospect of an impending confrontation, now found their spirits doused as if cold water had been thrown over them. Confusion and heaviness enveloped the crowd, leaving them at a loss. I shall step out for a moment, Feng Bohan declared, striding directly out of the hall and making his way towards the city. The messenger had evidently arrived in the city as well. He intended to seek her out to quell the doubts swirling in his mind. His reaction had been swift, yet Nyonyo's disjointed speech had wasted considerable time. Yes, he exited his family's gates. A carriage was just departing from the city. To his surprise, within the carriage sat Bei Mingyao. Having learned of his identity from Ling Xiao and recalling the Qin family members who had investigated Feng Linwan in Hejiang City, she swiftly uncovered the long-standing grievances between the Qin Feng families and Qin Zha's vendetta through the influence of Ming Yuzong. Upon arriving in Pingyang City, she discreetly dealt with those sent by Qin Zha and took the opportunity to inform Feng Bohan. Qin family, you had best refrain from any excessive actions. Otherwise, your existence may become obsolete. No one shall harm him, nor those he holds dear. Bei Mingyao spoke slowly from within the carriage. Regrettably, she was on the verge of leaving the Tianfeng Empire to return to her family. This only postponed Qin Zha's assault on the Feng family without altering his intentions. However, it provided the Feng family with ample time, as by then, Ling Xiao would have returned to his clan as well. Bei Mingyao made her way back to Ming Yuzong, where she encountered Emperor Wu Yuqin in the main hall. Disciple pays respects to the master. Bei Mingyao slightly lowered her head in greeting. Yaoer has returned. Has your journey led you to a breakthrough in the Grand Master realm? Emperor Wu Yuqin, surprised by her cultivation, did not chastise her for her lack of formalities. Indeed, I have been fortunate enough to break through to the 8th star Grand Master realm. Bei Mingyao replied candidly. Such a significant leap at once. Have you experienced any discomfort? Emperor Wu Yuqin inquired with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. While breakthroughs are a positive development, achieving too much at once may not be so favorable. I hold you in high regard, and should your foundation be compromised, it would be unacceptable. Do not worry, master. I have not harmed my foundation, Bei Mingyao assured him. Although she had ulterior motives for visiting Ming Yuzong, she held a degree of respect in her heart for Emperor Wu Yuqin, who had treated her with genuine kindness. That is good to hear. Is there something you wish to discuss with your master? Emperor Wu Yuqin, relieved, finally broached the main topic. Disciple has come to bid farewell, and my family has sent someone to escort me back, Bei Mingyao announced. What? Farewell? Your family? Emperor Wu Yuqin inquired, perplexed. He had found Bei Mingyao as a child during his travels. She had been an orphan. What family could she possibly have? Due to certain circumstances, my memories were sealed in the past. Now that they have been restored, my family has summoned me back, Bei Mingyao stated calmly. Over the years, although she had not discovered the Divine Emperor's token, she had effectively ruled out the possibility that it had fallen into the hands of Ming Yuzong. With her coming-of-age ceremony approaching, she was surprised by the early awakening of her bloodline. However, participation in the ceremony was mandatory. Moreover, resource allocation would depend on talent after the ceremony, in Ming Yuzong. Resources paled in comparison to those available within her family. Thus, there was no reason to remain. Have I done you a disservice in any way? Emperor Wu Yuqin asked, suppressing his anger. He had raised her from childhood, treating her like his own daughter, even considering her as a potential successor for the sect's leadership. Now, with a mere word from her so-called family, she was eager to return, as if Ming Yuzong were nothing more than a passing fancy. Were all their years of master-disciple affection merely a facade? Sensing Emperor Wu Yuqin's fury, Bei Mingyao found herself at a loss for words. While he had indeed treated her well, from a young age, Feng Xing had provided her with resources and subtly encouraged her to seek the Divine Emperor's token within Ming Yuzong. Over the years, despite their seemingly close relationship, it had all stemmed from Bei Mingyao's act. Yet, Emperor Wu Yuqin's feelings were genuine, leaving her uncertain as to whether her own feelings towards him were real or feigned. Having worn her mask for so long, she had even deceived herself. At a loss for how to respond, Bei Mingyao fell silent, inadvertently offering some solace to Emperor Wu Yuqin. However, at that moment, Feng Xing appeared beside Bei Mingyao, furious at her forced silence. Ignorant insect, what is wrong with my lady returning to her family? This small pond of Ming Yuzong cannot possibly nurture a dragon. Out of courtesy, he had come to deliver the message and caution them not to overestimate themselves. Feng Xing's arrogance ignited Emperor Wu Yuqin's wrath. Although Bei Mingyao had been silent, it was evident that she still held feelings for her master. Now, as she prepared to return to her family, he did not wish to impede her. Yet, Feng Xing's sudden, haughty remarks were nothing short of disdainful and humiliating. I in the southwestern continent, who among those who had cultivated to the rank of emperor was not a paragon of excellence? Who did not possess a proud spirit? Accustomed to being revered, how could one tolerate such affront? Moreover, while Feng Xing was slightly stronger than Emperor Wu Yuqin, both were emperors, with the latter being Bei Mingyao's teacher, while Feng Xing was merely her servant. Though Ming Yuzong may be a small pond, it is not one that a mere old dog like you can run rampant in, Emperor Wu Yuqin retorted. Seeking death, Feng Xing exploded, launching himself at Emperor Wu Yuqin. Stop, Bei Mingyao called out in an attempt to intervene. Yet, Emperor Wu Yuqin, feeling his honor besmirched, was unwilling to relent without a fight. Feng Xing, believing the imperial clan to be untouchable, aimed to teach Emperor Wu Yuqin a lesson. Feigning ignorance to her command, a battle ensued. Victory was not easily won. The Ming Yuzong, with its long-standing heritage, was a sect founded by a martial sage. With superior techniques and skills, Feng Xing, hailing from the imperial clan, was merely a vassal and servant, lacking any advantage in martial arts. The two, fueled by their fury, unleashed earth-tier martial techniques, their clash obliterating the entire main hall of the sect. They burst forth from the crumbling structure, confronting each other in mid-air. Emperor Wu Yuqin's face darkened with rage, while Feng Xing wore a scornful expression. "Is this all you are capable of, you provincial bumpkin?" Feng Xing taunted again, provoking the emperor further. Emperor Wu Yuqin, now completely incensed, shouted, "Disciples of Ming Yuzong, heed my command. Form the formation and annihilate this scoundrel." A collective shout rose from the numerous elders and disciples gathered in the square. As they promptly began to set up a formation, "Master," Bei Mingyao exclaimed in alarm. "Step aside." Emperor Wu Yuqin, in a fit of rage, flung Bei Mingyao away with a flick of his hand. Fortunately, despite his anger, he truly cherished her as a disciple, using just enough force to avoid harming her. However, as Bei Mingyao was cast aside, Feng Xing revealed a triumphant smile, though it quickly vanished. "Kill. No one shall save you today. As I have decreed. Even if my sect is reduced to ashes, I will ensure your demise." Emperor Wu Yuqin's voice was icy. He could not tolerate such humiliation. A mere dog of a great family dared to speak so brazenly before him. If he did not avenge this insult, how could Ming Yuzong maintain its standing in the future? Yet, the more enraged he became, the more exhilarated Feng Xing appeared, unaware that he was purposefully inciting his anger. Chapter 41. The pressured Emperor Wu Yuqin. Emperor Wu Yuqin stepped into the formation. "Kill," he commanded. The disciples of Ming Yuzong responded in unison. A surge of elemental energy gathered, and in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the disciples, leaving only Emperor Wu Yuqin standing in the At this moment. Emperor Wu Yuqin's aura surged, swiftly catching up to Feng Xing, and did not cease until he broke through a threshold. A formidable and terrifying presence rising, felt even by those in distant Hejiang City. Feng Xing involuntarily swallowed hard but maintained his facade of calm. He knew he was merely carrying out orders for his master. Even if Emperor Wu Yuqin harnessed the formation's power, he could not kill him, as his master would intervene. Upon landing and stabilizing herself, Bei Mingyao did not rush forward but instead cast a flickering gaze at Feng Xing. A hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Feng Xing's blatant defiance of her commands and his disrespect towards Emperor Wu Yuqin left her momentarily at a loss. Although she did not understand his motives, this act of insubordination was sufficient grounds for her to eliminate him. She wished to conceal her intimate connection with Ling Xiao, allowing him ample time to develop. Having believed Feng Xing would not dare expose their secret after years of protection, she had turned down Ling Xiao's proposal to kill Feng Xing, expecting to have everything under control. Feng Xing's recent disobedience made her realize that he might betray her. At the very least, he could expose her relationship with Ling Xiao. This would endanger Ling Xiao, and she would not permit it. Only the dead can keep secrets. In the heart of Bai Mingyao, a decision was made to sentence Feng Xing to death without hesitation. At this moment, the Yuqing martial emperor held an absolute advantage, and Bai Mingyao's eyes flickered with the thought of leveraging the Yuqing martial emperor to eliminate Feng Xing. As the battle reignited, Feng Xing's demise seemed imminent. However, the formidable handprint conjured by the Yuqing martial emperor was about to strike Feng Xing, its gust of wind nearly imprisoning him, when suddenly, that terrifying blow dissipated without warning. Terror filled Feng Xing's eyes as he stood in midair. Gasping for breath, the sensation of death looming so close had nearly suffocated him. Thankfully, a powerful figure from his family had intervened. The feeling of being alive was truly exhilarating. After a slight adjustment, Feng Xing respectfully descended to the ground, awaiting the arrival of that esteemed individual, master of the Jade sect. What a formidable aura! A seemingly ordinary voice caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Bai Mingyao felt a twinge of unwillingness due to Feng Xing's survival. The members of the Mingyu sect were astounded, having witnessed their collective power effortlessly shattered by the newcomer. Feng Xing, feeling a spark of excitement, realized he had successfully provoked the Yuqing martial emperor into action, completing his mission. Rewards surely awaited him. under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The air above shimmered like rippling water as a colossal beast materialized, bearing an elder and a dozen middle-aged men upon its back. The ice guard, Bai Mingyao furrowed her brow. Tio merely escort her back to her clan. They had dispatched a martial saint elder along with a team of ice guards. Was her family placing an excessive emphasis on her? Was her father, the clan leader, truly so concerned for her? Doubt lingered in Bai Mingyao's mind. The ice guard served as the protective force of the Bai Ming clan, comprised of martial venerates, and symbolized their might in external affairs. Of course, there existed an even more formidable force, the Xianbing Guard, also composed of martial venerates, but only those of the bloodline could join, many of whom were martial saints. The imperial clan had not been active on the continent for many years. So what could be the reason behind the Bai Ming clan's grand display now? As Bai Mingyao pondered this, the Yuqing martial emperor, with a serious expression, inquired, "Might I ask who you are? What brings you to my Mingyu sect?" The newcomer bore ill intent, and the Yuqing martial emperor sensed this. He speculated that the individual must be a member of Bai Mingyao's family. Yet, Bai Mingyao had seemingly only come to bid farewell, while Fengxing appeared to be intentionally stirring up trouble. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, why would these individuals choose to navigate such convoluted waters? Just then, Bai Mingyao approached the Yuqing martial emperor, and upon seeing her, a realization dawned upon him. After all, he was the instructor of this esteemed young lady from her family. It would be unreasonable to attack him without cause, as it would tarnish their reputation. How clever they were to orchestrate this! The Yuqing martial emperor chuckled coldly to himself, dismissing their duplicitous actions with contempt. Yet, he was aware that he stood at the mercy of fate today. One misstep could lead to a river of blood within the sect. His only hope lay in Bai Mingyao, and he wished she still remembered the bonds forged over the past decade. Standing tall, even if death awaited him in the next moment, he would maintain his noble spirit and refuse to yield. "Elder Yuan has come to escort me. Let us depart," Bai Mingyao declared decisively. She sensed a peculiar shift in her family's attitude towards the Mingyu sect. Over the years, she had come to ascertain that the divine emperor token was not within the Mingyu sect. Having spent over a decade there, she still held a degree of affection for it. She urged the situation forward, fearing that her family might not yet relent in their pursuit of the Mingyu sect. However, her thoughts were her own. The clan leader was unlikely to relinquish their goals easily in her explorations. Bai Mingyao had indeed utilized her status to investigate various matters, yet there remained one aspect she had yet to explore, the Yuqing martial emperor's storage ring. As the leader of the Mingyu sect, it was said that the storage ring of the Yuqing martial emperor was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. If the divine emperor token truly resided within the Mingyu sect, it was highly probable that it lay within the Yuqing martial emperor's ring. Thus, Elder Yuan's visit was aimed at the Yuqing martial emperor's storage ring, not to seize its contents, but merely to conduct an inspection. Yet, as a personal item, who would willingly surrender their storage ring for scrutiny? Moreover, Bai Mingyao was not only a lady of the clan, but also a disciple of the Yuqing martial emperor. To forcefully demand such an inspection would be a matter of disgrace. "Greetings, miss." The ice guard saluted in unison. "Please wait a moment," Elder Yuan smiled, then turned his attention to the Yuqing martial emperor, who recognized that the moment of truth was at hand and steeled himself. "So, you are the Yuqing martial emperor?" The Yuqing martial emperor merely nodded slightly, choosing silence as he contemplated the meticulous efforts of his adversaries. "Our esteemed lady went missing under our watch, and thanks to your intervention, she has been well cared for during her time in the Mingyu sect. Now that she is on the verge of adulthood, our clan leader seeks to reclaim her, which is reasonable, is it not? Yet, why do you stand in our way? Why do you resort to violence against our lady and seek to slay one of our kin?" Elder Yuan questioned, his tone laced with indignation. "Why, teacher, never." Bai Mingyao attempted to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Elder Yuan. "Miss, do not speak further. The dignity of our clan is not to be trifled with." Fury blazed within the Yuqing martial emperor, yet he remained silent. Though fabricate accusations is a common tactic, it was evident that they were attributing blame to him. In this moment, his words would hold no weight. The disparity in their strengths rendered reasoning futile. The Yuqing martial emperor fell silent, leaving Elder Yuan somewhat awkward. As if he had expected a rebuttal, he had envisioned the Yuqing martial emperor's counter, provoking a confrontation and Bai Mingyao intervening to spare the Yuqing martial emperor's life. The bond between teacher and disciple would surely compel such actions. Let us not dwell on this, Elder Yuan. Simply state your desires, and I shall cooperate. The Yuqing martial emperor relented, transmitting his thoughts directly. What a predicament! The opposing force was overwhelmingly powerful, and the Mingyu sect lacked the capacity to resist. He had no desire to provoke Elder Yuan. That would yield no benefits. He maintained his pride, unafraid of death, but he bore the weight of his sect's legacy upon his shoulders. The sudden mental communication prompted Elder Yuan to nearly lose his composure. Had he been that obvious? All his carefully laid plans had now crumbled. Yet, the matter of their quest could not be disclosed. A sudden thought of malice towards the Yuqing martial emperor emerged in Elder Yuan's mind. A dead man could convey no secrets. The Yuqing martial emperor sensed this murderous intent, and a chill ran down his spine, filling him with regret. Clearly, he had stumbled upon a secret. Sometimes, knowing too much could itself be a transgression. Sighing inwardly, he recognized that a resolution was necessary. The adversary was a martial saint, deliberately seeking trouble with him. Either it was a matter of great importance, or they desired something from him. He pondered further. What could a mere martial emperor possess that would attract the covetous gaze of a martial saint? I am unaware of your family's grievances against me. I harbor no enmity towards you. Moreover, given your strength, I pose no threat to your clan. My storage ring is open for your inspection. I hope, in light of our shared history with your esteemed lady, you will spare my Mingyu sect. The Yuqing martial emperor conveyed this thought once more. Elder Yuan, I trust you will not make things difficult for my teacher. Should any issues arise, I will communicate them to my father. At this moment, Bai Mingyao interjected to halt the proceedings. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yuan acquiesced to the request of the martial emperor Yuqian. His objective was to seek the divine emperor's token. As for the martial emperor Yuqian, he was merely a martial emperor, not worth the effort to eliminate. Very well, I shall spare your lives today, but I do not wish for anyone else to know of this matter. Otherwise, I shall leave no one alive in the Mingyu sect, Elder Yuan conveyed telepathically. The martial emperor Yuqian did not hesitate, releasing the 2 storage rings on his person, guiding Elder Yuan's spiritual power to enter and investigate. Upon Elder Yuan's spiritual essence penetrating the storage ring, he found nothing unusual in one, but in the ring of the sect's legacy, a token was glaringly present. At first glance, Elder Yuan nearly mistook it for the divine emperor's token. However, upon closer inspection, it was evidently not. The resemblance was uncanny, yet the aura it emanated was vastly different. Elder Yuan initially intended to inquire about the origin of the token from the martial emperor Yuqian, but restrained himself from doing so. At this juncture, he comprehended that the news obtained by the family in years past was erroneous. The Mingyu sect had merely acquired a token of similar appearance. All those years had been in vain. With the objective achieved, the Mingyu sect was completely exonerated from the suspicion of possessing the divine emperor's token, rendering further presence here unnecessary. Humph! For the sake of the young lady, I shall spare you today. Elder Yuan declared, turning to Bai Mingyao, my lady, shall we set forth? Bai Mingyao nodded, then turned to the martial emperor Yuqian. You are a commendable teacher. I, your unfilial disciple, bid you farewell. Alas. The martial emperor Yuqian nodded with a sigh. Subsequently, Bai Mingyao mounted the beast, and the group vanished into the void, departing at last. Everyone disperse. Do not speak of today's events lightly, the martial emperor Yuqian commanded calmly, before flickering away, leaving no trace. Elder, what shall we do now? An elder inquired, surveying the ruins of the sect's grand hall. First, we shall tidy the grand hall and undertake its reconstruction. I will meet with the sect master, the elder replied. Understood, the others complied. The grand elder of the Mingyu sect was a stern-faced elder, and upon issuing commands, the other elders and disciples responded with utmost reverence. His authority within the sect was considerable. Although the grand hall had been destroyed today, thankfully, no one was injured, and the losses for the Mingyu sect were not significant. Now that the matter had passed, The disciples had witnessed the clash of the martial emperor's might, followed by the appearance of a martial saint. Thus, they bore little resentment. It was not that the disciples were disloyal to the sect, but rather that their adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Had a martial king been the one to destroy the grand hall and depart unscathed, the disciples would surely have been incensed, feeling their sect's prestige had been affronted. Yet, with a martial saint involved, they could only think, I have witnessed a martial saint. What? The grand hall was destroyed. We can simply rebuild it. Humanity is indeed peculiar. The same event, when executed by different individuals, yields vastly different reactions. Despite the brazen inspection of the storage rings and the subsequent threats, the martial emperor Yuchun appeared composed. Yet his heart was heavy. Moreover, his most cherished disciple had been sent to the sect since childhood to seek out artifacts, leaving him feeling somewhat duped. The series of setbacks had led the foremost powerhouse of the Tianfeng Empire into a state of despondency. Throughout his life, he had been the focus of admiration, sailing smoothly towards his accomplishments, which he took great pride in. This latest blow made him realize how vast the continent was and how numerous its strong practitioners were. Even a martial emperor reigning over the southwestern continent was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of the entire continent. Standing atop the cliff of Yuguang Peak, the martial emperor Yuchun felt a renewed thirst for strength. In the southwestern continent, it was quite challenging for a martial emperor to further enhance their prowess. The limited resources often forced many martial emperors to abandon their pursuits and either relocate to the continent's center or succumb to the passage of time. Dying in regret. Must I leave the sect to venture towards the continent's core? The martial emperor Yuchun pondered slowly, still somewhat hesitant, asked the sect master. His departure was not a trivial matter. The sect had dominated a region within the Tianfeng Empire, with even the royal family keeping their distance, primarily due to his presence. Should he depart, the imperial protector Jiang Fengyu would likely suppress the Mingyu sect and reclaim imperial authority. The Tianfeng Empire boasted 3 martial emperors. Yuchun was an 8-star martial emperor, Jiang Fengyu was a 5-star martial emperor, and the old imperial marshal Lin Changtian was a 2-star martial emperor. It was precisely due to the suppression of the 2 imperial martial emperors by Yuchun that the Mingyu sect had nearly controlled 1/3 of the southwestern territory of the Tianfeng Empire. Naturally, the imperial family was unwilling to see this, yet Yuchun's strength, coupled with the presence of the monster Beast Mountains to the southwest and the significant strategic position between the Luyun Empire and the Tianfeng Empire, forced the imperial family to acquiesce temporarily. If Yuchun were to leave the sect and head to the continent's center, he would undoubtedly be unable to return in the short term. Regardless of whether it was the imperial family of the Tianfeng Empire retaliating or the Luyun Empire invading, the Mingyu sect would be unable to withstand such pressures. Having grown up within the sect, with only a younger brother as his sole family, his bond with the sect was profound. It was his aspiration to elevate the sect, ensuring its legacy continued. To abandon the sect and seek breakthroughs alone in the central region was a decision he could not make. Although he was the strongest in the Tianfeng Empire, he was still a newcomer, merely over 180 years old. The lifespan of a martial emperor was considerable, and he was confident that even in the southwestern continent, he could break through to the martial venerable realm. This was one of the reasons he found it difficult to resolve to leave the sect and wander alone. Does the sect master wish to depart? The Grand Elder approached Yuchun, having overheard his musings, remaining silent for a moment before asking, Today, the sect has been humiliated, and we can only feign indifference. This is all due to insufficient strength. The martial emperor Yuchun did not express his determination outright, still wavering. The central region of the continent thrived in martial cultivation, undoubtedly accelerating the pace of training. However, without a support system, establishing a foothold in the central region would likely prove challenging. The former sect master had ventured to the central region in his time, but returned with injuries and soon perished. With your talent, sect master, in another 10 years, you should have the opportunity to break through to the martial venerable realm. Why take such a risk? I fear I have no hope of breaking through. I can only persist for another decade at most, and I am already powerless to protect the sect's safety. The Grand Elder's expression fell as he spoke. I understand. The sect indeed lacks someone I can entrust my legacy to. Yuchun sighed as well. Chapter 43. The Grand Elder of the Mingyu Sect. Speaking of the Grand Elder of the Mingyu sect, he is also one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Tianfeng Empire, ranked 4th, and a figure of great renown. His name is Chen Yujie, and he is considerably older than the martial Emperor Yu Chen. He is a fierce individual, notorious for his bloodshed, having once been the foremost general under the previous sect master. During the 5 years the previous sect master was away in the central region, he single-handedly safeguarded the sect, propping up the Mingyu sect. Although Yu Chen was the disciple of the previous sect master, it was the Grand Elder Chen Yujie who had imparted the most knowledge to him. This man would invariably charge to the forefront in times of conflict for the sake of the sect. In terms of loyalty and contributions to the sect, no one surpassed him except for the sect master who held dominion over it. Thus, his status within the sect was exceedingly high. However, frequent battles inevitably led to injuries. While he did not perish, he certainly bore some hidden wounds. Now, his cultivation had stagnated for many years, and his lifespan was dwindling. The sect had developed well over the years, accumulating some resources. I shall seek to procure an 8th grade Ziyun Tiandan for the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's breakthrough, I could also find some peace of mind. After much contemplation, the martial Emperor Yu Chen suddenly voiced his thoughts. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Yujie's eyes, only to quickly fade into darkness. An 8th grade pill is not so easily acquired. Such pills cannot simply be bought with money. The Mingyu sect, pooling all its resources, might manage to gather the value of an 8th grade pill, but they have no channels, and those capable of refining 8th grade pills would hardly require the inferior resources they could provide. Traveling to the central region to purchase pills is also a treacherous journey, fraught with uncertainties, and safety cannot be guaranteed. Let it be. An old man on the verge of death is not worth the sect's substantial investment. Moreover, there is no assurance of safely bringing the pill back to it is not worth the risk. Chen Yujie sighed, declining Yu Chen's proposal. However, the Grand Elder has toiled for the sect throughout his life. How can I just watch him helplessly wither away? Yu Chen was acutely aware of the difficulties and dangers involved, but still felt a sense of reluctance. The Mingyu sect was where the martial Emperor Yu Chen placed his utmost trust, particularly in the Grand Elder Chen Yujie. To outsiders, this old man may appear cold-hearted and ruthless, but his unwavering loyalty and steadfast dedication to the sect earned Yu Chen's deep respect. He had no heirs. The sect was his family, the only softness in his ironclad heart. As long as the sect remains safe, continues to develop, and passes on its legacy, I will die without regret, Chen Yujie stated resolutely. Such was his demeanor, this unchanging determination. How many years had it been? Chen Yujie endured tremendous hardships during his childhood, facing hunger, cold, and humiliation. In his most desperate moments, it was the newly appointed sect leader who rescued him, allowing him to enter the sect and become an ordinary outer disciple. Just an ordinary outer disciple, yet he remained grateful, gradually advancing from the outer sect to the inner sect, ultimately rising to the position of sect elder and, eventually, the Grand Elder. Although his innate talent was not particularly remarkable, he persevered, step by step, over time, to reach the esteemed rank of Grand Elder. He faced countless life and death situations, and it remains uncertain whether he was simply lucky or unfortunate. Each battle left him injured, yet he always managed to endure. After outlasting the Grand Disciple, he ascended to become the Grand Disciple himself. Surviving until he reached the Martial King rank, he became an elder, outliving many elders alongside him to become the Grand Elder. His life could certainly be described as legendary. However, he now bore the weight of hidden injuries, unable to progress in his cultivation, and could only wait in despondence for his downfall. Alas, the martial Emperor Yu Chen sighed. Sect leader, I am aware of your exceptional talent, a rarity in the Mingyu sect throughout its history, perhaps even rivaling that of our founding ancestor. Under your leadership, the sect has flourished, but now, we truly cannot do without you. Not to mention the imperial family of the Tianfeng Empire. If you were to leave, the Luyun Empire would likely strike first, putting our sect in peril. Let us wait a few more years. Once the next martial emperor of our sect is born, you can pursue your own martial path, Chen Yujie replied. Wait a few years? A martial emperor? The martial Emperor Yu Chen expressed his confusion. Currently, there is no one in the sect poised to break through to the martial emperor realm. I am already at my wit's end. merely surviving on dwindling energy. Let me perform one last act for the sect. I will expend all my energy before my death to assist the second elder in breaking through to the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor Yuchen stared at Chen Yujie in shock. Never expecting this resolute grand elder to make such a decision, no, that's far too dangerous. The martial emperor Yuchen hurriedly rejected. Chen Yujie shook his head, stating, "This is currently the fastest way for the sect to attain a martial emperor. Moreover, considering my present condition, I cannot last much longer." But just as the martial emperor Yuchen was about to say something, he was interrupted by Chen Yujie. "Do not hesitate any longer, sect leader, for the future of the sect. This is a necessary sacrifice." Chen Yujie's gaze was unwavering. The martial emperor Yuchen gritted his teeth and finally nodded heavily. Chen Yujie smiled, as if he could envision the glorious future of the Mingyu sect. A martial emperor. While it may not guarantee significant development for the Mingyu sect, it would suffice to protect its safety in the short term, at the very least, until the departing martial emperor Yuchen's fall. Other forces would not dare to overstep their bounds. The martial emperor Yuchen looked at the grand elder with a complex expression. Though he had agreed to the proposal, he could not help but feel a desire to abandon the sect. Within the sect, there existed a method for imparting energy, which involved sealing one's own energy within a chosen individual of the sect, allowing them to refine and inherit this energy, thereby cultivating a powerful individual in a short time. However, this method would leave the imparting individual devoid of energy, reducing them to an ordinary person. Given that the Grand Elder's lifespan was already limited, if he were to impart his energy, it would almost certainly lead to his immediate demise. Furthermore, if the recipient of the energy were to refine it too quickly, although they could achieve rapid breakthroughs, they might face irreversible consequences, potentially being unable to advance further in their lifetime. With the martial emperor Yuchen needing to leave in a short time, there would not be enough time for the second elder to refine the energy slowly. The end result would be the Grand Elder's demise, while the second elder would attain the martial emperor rank but at the cost of exhausting their potential. Losing two elders at once was something the martial emperor Yuchen found difficult to accept. After all, the second elder was also a 7-star martial king with ample lifespan, destined never to remain at the martial emperor rank. Utilizing this method would ultimately be a loss for the sect in the long run. Would he accept such a method? The martial emperor Yuchen gazed once more at the ethereal sea of clouds and inquired, "Will I be able to convince him? I will ensure he agrees. He stands to gain as well, and he has no choice." The Grand Elder replied calmly, "But what if he harbors resentment and betrays the sect?" The martial emperor Yuchen questioned. The second elder is not like the Grand Elder. While he is loyal to the sect, everyone possesses their own self-interest. I cannot be certain that he would serve the sect without complaint. The martial emperor Yuchen reflected. All individuals have desires, and the more desires one possesses, the more vulnerabilities they have. Although he was calculative in his actions, the existence of the sect served as his best stepping stone. And the strength of the sect leader was his most formidable support. With these factors in place, he would have enough means to protect the sect once the leader departed. Though he harbored some potential, the prospect of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm seemed utterly hopeless, and he lacked confidence in himself. In that case, did it truly matter whether he became a 1-star martial emperor or a 9-star martial emperor? Such distinctions, when compared to the benefits the sect leader would gain upon breaking through to the martial sovereign or even the martial saint realm, were negligible. His confidence in the sect leader surpassed that in himself. Moreover, even if he could not advance further, he would not despair, for he still had a remarkably gifted grandson. The Grand Elder stated, "Very well. There is no need to force him. The prosperity of the sect cannot rely solely on one individual. We must be accommodating where necessary. The sea embraces all rivers, and true greatness lies in inclusiveness." The founding ancestor established the sect without creating a family, suggesting a heart of tolerance. He has never committed acts detrimental to the sect. Forcing him would be inappropriate, the martial emperor Yuchen instructed. Chen Yujie nodded, "I will exercise discretion." Chapter 44. The Beastmaster Keita in Luyun Town. A group of weary adventurers returned hastily. They were the very individuals who had witnessed the hellhounds, transformed by the divine thunder of Dinghua, pursuing Ling Xiao in the Beast Mountains. They were members of the Tianying Adventure Group, one of the three major adventure groups in Luyun Town, led by their captain, Song Fei. Initially intending to indulge in a hearty meal at the tavern upon their return, they suddenly overheard two individuals conversing, prompting them to slow their pace. Have you heard? The Silver Snake Adventure Group has suffered a terrible fate. The deputy captain was killed, and now even the captain has been devoured by a demon tiger. There is nothing left of him. That's just desserts. They were so arrogant, and now look, their retribution has come. However, it's a shame that the second and third captains managed to escape. Like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't have many days left to leap. What? What news have you heard? The Quangfing Adventure Group has also experienced some losses. But their captain managed to escape. It seems they are preparing to take action against the Silver Snake Adventure Group. Upon entering the town, they heard this news for the first time, as they had not been present when others returned to Luyun Town. Zhang Tianba is actually dead. The members of the Tianying Adventure Group were taken aback. Captain, we should return to our base, someone suggested immediately. Though Zhang Tianba was not a good person, his death may alter the situation in Luyun Town. And we must be cautious. Captain Kuing pondered briefly before decisively saying, let us return. Hence, the group hurried back to their base. The captain has returned. As soon as they entered the base, a member rushed over, clearly anxious. What is it? Tell me everything that has transpired recently. Ke Ying entered the hall and took his seat in the main position. Reporting to the captain of the Silver Snake Adventure Group was killed in the Beast Mountains, and the elite members of the group suffered severe casualties, significantly reducing their strength. A member reported, we just heard about that. But why is the Quangfing Adventure Group planning to attack the Silver Snake? Even if Zhang Tianba is dead, the second and third captains are still alive. They shouldn't be pressured to such an extent, Ku Ying inquired, puzzled. The Silver Snake Adventure Group was once the dominant force in Luyun Town, and Zhang Tianba's 9-star mastery is one reason, but their considerable strength cannot be overlooked. They boast 500 members, with the second captain being a 7-star master and the third captain a 5-star master. Although they have suffered heavy losses, they still possess strength that may surpass that of the Quangfing and Tianying Adventure Groups, the member explained. While Ku Ying and Li Lang of the Quangfing Adventure Group were both 8-star masters, their numbers were limited, with only a little over 100 members each. Thus, he was puzzled about Li Lang's intentions. If they were to clash, it could lead to mutual destruction. What you may not know is that Li Lang not only escaped from the tiger's jaws, but has also obtained some fortuitous opportunity, breaking through to the Great Master level, now being a 3-star Great Master. Their vice-captain, Liu Yaohui, has also broken through and is now an 8-star master. It is said that during their encounter in the Beast Mountains, Zhang Tianba intended to coerce Li Lang's Quangfing Adventure Group into merging with the Silver Snake. However, when the demon tiger attacked, everyone fled for their lives, resulting in Zhang Tianba's demise in the tiger's jaws. With their newfound strength, they are naturally seeking revenge. Moreover, the Silver Snake Adventure Group has always acted tyrannically, which has created animosity with other factions, including the Quangfing Adventure Group. The member continued, we have just received word that Li Lang has issued an ultimatum for the Silver Snake to join his Quangfing Adventure Group. The day after tomorrow is the final deadline. What? He has broken through to the Great Master. Upon hearing that Li Lang had transcended to the status of a Grand Master, Ku Ying was utterly astonished, only to soon furrow his brow. This was far from a favorable development. Although Zhang Tianba had been domineering, the coalition of other factions had kept him from acting recklessly. However, the emergence of a Grand Master changed the landscape entirely. In Luyun Town, a Grand Master was invincible. Even if other factions joined forces, they would be unable to contend with such power. Currently, the Quangfing Adventure Group was merely focused on devouring the Yinshi Adventure Group. Should the latter be consumed, the Quangfing Adventure Group would undoubtedly become the true overlord of Luyun Town, with Li Lang as their Grand Master, surpassing the former Yinshi significantly. At that point, how would the Tianying Adventure Group find their footing? Is the leader concerned that the Quangfing Adventure Group will eventually turn their sights on us? Inquired an elder who had just returned alongside Ku Ying. Indeed, this is unavoidable. Shu, what do you propose we do? Ku Ying asked. The elder, known as Kuda, was Ku Ying's uncle. Though lacking in talent and advanced in years, having just barely achieved the rank of a master, he still held some standing within the Tianying Adventure Group due to his extensive experience. Alas, it appears that in the future, Luyun Town will be left with only the Quangfing Adventure Group. While the Spirit Herb Workshop and Huan Tower may endure, our Tianying Adventure Group faces two choices: either be swallowed up or leave Luyun Town. The leader should prepare accordingly, Kuda remarked. Is there truly no other possibility? Kuing asked, clearly reluctant to accept the two options presented by Kuda Nun. If we resist, the Tianying Adventure Group will undoubtedly face annihilation. We simply lack the strength to oppose a Grandmaster. Kuda replied. Suddenly, he recalled the hellhound he had encountered in the Beast Mountain range. Having spent considerable time in that perilous realm, he had acquired knowledge about the various beasts, enabling him to navigate dangers adeptly. Typically, as long as he caught a glimpse of a beast from a distance, he could identify it and discern its habits and rank with ease. This skill was his leverage within the Tianying Adventure Group. Of course, this ability was not innate. In his youth, he had stumbled upon a book detailing the beasts of the continent, which he perused often, thereby gaining an intimate understanding of various creatures. When he encountered the hellhound that day, he initially failed to recognize it, but later recalled some descriptions from the book. Although the hellhound was not a creature of reality, it existed in legend. The book described it as the guardian beast of the gates of hell, possessing formidable strength. While such creatures might not exist in the world, there were indeed extraordinary phenomena known as heavenly divine thunder. Upon gaining sentience, these thunders could manifest in myriad forms, some resembling the beasts of the continent, while others were purely mythical. Ding Fire Divine Thunder, born in volcanic craters, was a fusion of heavenly lightning and earthly fire, taking a century to form, a millennium to cultivate spirit, and 10 millennia to transform into the form of a hellhound. At the time, since it was merely a legendary beast, he had not paid it much mind, but the illustrations in the book had imprinted the image of the hellhound in his memory through repeated readings. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that it was indeed the fabled hellhound. Although they had merely flown overhead that day, the terrifying aura had left them trembling. It was clearly beyond their capacity to confront. Heavenly divine thunder was exceedingly rare, and those who refined it possessed immense strength, often capable of battling beyond their rank. Although he had never witnessed such power, he had heard tales of it circulating widely across the continent. Now, faced with the potential downfall of their adventure group due to insufficient strength, he contemplated how to leverage this extraordinary phenomenon to secure a path to survival. After all, this adventure group was established by his nephew, who had invested much effort. It was evident that he did not wish to relinquish it easily. Furthermore, if they abandoned Luyun Town, where could they possibly go? Life would likely become even more arduous. However, their current strength was too feeble, and they lacked the means to refine heavenly divine thunder. That entity appeared utterly terrifying, far beyond their reach. Yet, the fact remained that it was an extraordinary phenomenon of the heavens. Its value incalculable. How could they simply feign ignorance of it? Just because they lacked the strength to seize it did not imply that others were equally powerless. Just like the formidable individual pursued by the hellhound that day, a young man, unfamiliar to him, who he had never heard of as being from the Tianfeng Empire. Nevertheless, he could sell this information, and surely, it would yield considerable benefits. With such a gain, the existence of their adventure group seemed less significant. This was an object of desire coveted by all, and those who could scheme for it would surely reap immense wealth. A mere token reward would rival what they had earned during their years of peril in the Beast Mountain range. With this resolve, Kuda was determined. However, he had no intention of announcing it publicly. Although the adventure group could be considered his own, their bonds were primarily driven by self-interest. He was reluctant to share his good fortune. Let us observe for now. If the Quangfing Adventure Group becomes too aggressive, we shall reconsider. Everyone has just returned. Let them rest. You continue to monitor the movements of the Quangfing Adventure Group and report back at any moment. Ku Ying deliberated for a long time before making a decision, wanting to assess the situation further before acting. He then ordered everyone to rest. Understood. They replied in scattered agreement, gradually departing, their expressions shadowed by worry, leaving only Kuda behind. Uncle Da, is there something on your mind? Ku Ying inquired, puzzled by Kuda's lingering presence. There is a matter I wish to discuss with the leader, Kuda replied solemnly. What is it? Why not speak up when the key personnel were present just now? Kuing frowned. Can we truly trust them? Kuda questioned. Just moments ago, the gathered individuals had been silent, yet their expressions had varied. It was evident that the Quangfing Adventure Group's dominance over Luyun Town was inevitable. They were likely contemplating their own escape routes. They lacked strength. What could they do if they left Luyun Town? Though the Beast Mountain range was perilous, it still offered decent returns. Finding a good livelihood elsewhere would not be easy. Thus, few would be inclined to follow Kuing away from this place. Realizing this, Kuda had no plans to lead these individuals any longer. You saw the expressions of the others. Very few are willing to follow you if you leave. If we stay, we lack the strength to confront the Quangfing Adventure Group. The eventual outcome is either submission or departure with our families. If that is the case, is there still a need to concern ourselves with the Adventure Group? Kuda stated calmly in such a situation. It could not be said that these individuals were disloyal. Rather, they simply saw no hope in following Kuing away. Human nature is such that self-interest prevails. A degree of selfishness is inevitable. However, Kuing felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing these words. The Adventure Group had absorbed so much of his effort. How could he bear to abandon it so easily? We should also plan for ourselves and our families. Now, an opportunity presents itself. Should we succeed, establishing a family is not out of the question, Kuda continued. What opportunity? Kuing asked. Do you recall the beast we saw in the Beast Mountain range? The one that pursued a powerful individual overhead? It bore the visage of the legendary hellhound, but it is not a genuine beast. Not a genuine beast? Are there false beasts? Kuing said, bewildered and impatient. In truth, that was not a beast at all, but rather a manifestation of the heavenly divine thunder that had gained awareness. This should be known as Ding Fire Divine Thunder. Not far from here lies Thunder Mountain, a volcano where thunder frequently roars. This is precisely the environment for the birth of Ding Fire Divine Thunder. The heavenly divine thunder is coveted by all martial artists. Despite the myriad dangers, many still flock to it. While obtaining it seems impossible, selling the information would surely yield significant returns. With such gains, where could we not go? Your talent is commendable. When the time comes, with resources at our disposal, breaking through to Grand Master or even martial spirit is within reach, and my Ku family would shine brightly. Keida laid bare his thoughts, observing Kuing, who was lost in contemplation, a look of confusion on his face. Such news should inspire excitement, yet we, as ordinary individuals of limited strength, to whom could we sell this information? If the news were to leak, would it not endanger us? After a prolonged silence, Kuing finally raised his head to ask. Kuda found himself momentarily speechless. Human hearts are inscrutable. There exists a method known as silencing witnesses. To negotiate with formidable individuals requires strength. Here, there are no rules for fair trade. Our lack of power makes it seem as if this information could benefit us. Yet who knows if it might not bring us peril? Moreover, our choices for trading partners are scarce. Only the royal family and the Mingyu sect are viable options. You have witnessed the might of the divine thunder. If we attempt to sell this information to other factions, they may very well suspect us of plotting against them, Kuing lamented. The heavenly divine thunder, once it can manifest as a beast, possesses strength that rivals that of a martial emperor. In the Tianfeng Empire, the only credible parties for trade are indeed the royal family and the Mingyu sect. I believe it would be prudent to choose the Mingyu sect. While the royal family also boasts martial emperors, the Yuqing martial emperor is the paramount powerhouse of the empire. In truth, regardless of whom we choose, the perils remain constant. So, why not select the strongest among us? Kuing remarked. Though he contemplated various possibilities, the fear of danger would lead to surrender, which was undoubtedly unsatisfactory. Yet, I firmly believe that the royal family represents the optimal choice. In recent years, due to the formidable presence of the martial emperor Yuqian, the royal family has repeatedly compromised with the Mingyu sect and has been suppressed. Should they acquire the divine thunder of heaven and earth, they would possess the strength to contend with the martial emperor Yuqian. They can offer us greater benefits, aligning more closely with our interests. However, Kuda proposed an alternative perspective. That being said, irrespective of which faction we choose, it is unlikely that we can casually disclose this information to just anyone. Gaining an audience with the principal decision-makers is likely to prove quite challenging. Kuing stated, present. Their most pressing issue was the need to meet either the protector of the royal family or the leader of the Mingyu sect. The information must remain confidential. The more factions that are aware, the greater their danger. Yet, to meet with the principal decision-makers, their own strength was insufficient, rendering them unqualified, which was the most daunting obstacle. Hejiang City is relatively close. The Mingyu sect is located on Yuhua Mountain, just outside Hejiang City, making it easier for us to meet the martial Emperor Yu Qian. Gaining access to the royal family would require numerous layers of notification, which is quite difficult given our current status. Ke Ying's reasoning was indeed sound. Although meeting the martial Emperor Yu Qian would also be challenging, it would be significantly easier than entering the royal palace. Do you have a plan? Kudo inquired. Yes, Kuing nodded. Then let us first attempt to contact the martial Emperor Yu Qian. After some contemplation, Kudo concurred. While he believed the royal family could offer greater benefits, he harbored little confidence in meeting with the royal decision-makers. The two conferred and began their preparations. This was a significant endeavor for them, leaving no room for carelessness. Ultimately, Kuing found it difficult to part with the adventuring group. So he dispatched Kudia to Hejiang City. At that moment, Ling Xiao was still foraging for spiritual herbs within the Beast Mountain range, preparing to subdue the divine fire thunder, unaware that news had already leaked, and unforeseen complications were likely to arise. Chapter 46, Blood Spirit Crystal Fruit. As Ling Xiao ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range, a raw and untamed aura enveloped him. This area was rarely trodden upon, and indeed, spiritual herbs had become more abundant. However, with the increase in spiritual herbs, the number of beasts had also surged, and their ranks were significantly higher than those found in the outer regions. Nevertheless, this did not deter Ling Xiao. Rather, it invigorated him. After breaking through to the martial spirit realm, fourth-tier beasts no longer posed any threat to him, and his progress in seeking combat to hone his skills had slowed. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, fifth-tier beasts were more prevalent, providing him ample opportunity to engage in battle, refine his abilities, and seize the spiritual herbs guarded by these beasts, resulting in substantial gains. Be cautious. Ahead lies a sixth-tier beast king. Try it yourself, and if you cannot manage, I shall intervene, Dan Lao suddenly cautioned. Ling Xiao's eyes brightened at the mention of the beast king. Finally, he had encountered one. He hurriedly advanced, his movements light and soundless. During this time, Ling Xiao had grown increasingly adept at employing his three martial techniques, as if they had become a part of his very instinct. Initially, Dan Lao intended to impart to Ling Xiao earth-tier martial techniques to enhance his combat prowess, but Ling Xiao declined. These martial techniques, particularly the invisible blade, were of neutral attribute, emphasizing speed. The blade passed without a trace, achieving such velocity that enemies could not react or evade. Although the technique lacked raw power and had a relatively weak attack, Ling Xiao wielded the ink jade opening blade, which was exceptionally sharp. When combined with the technique, their synergy resulted in formidable strength. Ling Xiao was proficient in his blade techniques, yet he remained unsatisfied. The cultivation of martial techniques not only depended on their tier, but also on other methods to amplify their power, namely, comprehension. Integrating the profound mysteries of the world into martial techniques would enhance their potency and facilitate their advancement. This method was challenging but not unattainable. Martial techniques were inherently crafted to incorporate a martial artist's understanding into their offensive, defensive, and agile maneuvers. Ling Xiao believed he possessed considerable insight, and thus he chose the invisible blade as the martial technique he would elevate through comprehension. Legends tell of a class of cultivators known as sword practitioners, capable of cultivating sword energy, comprehending sword intent, and mastering sword momentum, ultimately forging a sword heart and attaining enlightenment in the principles of the sword path, thus achieving immortality. He harbored no affection for swords, instead favoring blades. Therefore, when asked by his teacher which weapon he preferred, he unhesitatingly chose the blade and received the ink jade opening blade as a gift from his master. Ling Xiao entered a valley. Concealing himself behind a massive rock, cautiously peering towards the valley, he observed a sheer cliff within, at the midpoint of which lay a colossal cave. At the entrance of the cave lounged a magnificent golden giant eagle, its golden feathers shimmering like flames, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that left Ling Xiao utterly astonished. Good heavens! Is this the Beast King? Truly awe-inspiring, Ling Xiao whispered. What kind of beast is this? He inquired softly. This is the golden feather-blazing eagle, which is born at the 5th tier and possesses the might of a Beast King during its maturation phase. Upon reaching adulthood, it becomes a Beast Emperor. And with fortune, it may even ascend to the 8th tier as a Beast Sovereign. I never expected to encounter a golden feather-blazing eagle that has recently entered its maturation phase here. Dan Lao explained to Ling Xiao that it is said that this creature carries the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow, which is a rare sight on the continent. What? The bloodline of the Golden Crow? Is there truly a great sun Golden Crow on the continent? Upon hearing mention of the Golden Crow, Ling Xiao recalled the legendary Beast Emperor Dijun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, prompting him to inquire with curiosity. Hearing Ling Xiao's question, Dan Lao was momentarily taken aback before responding. The Golden Crow did indeed exist in ancient times, but later it vanished. It is said that they ascended to the Great Sun illuminating the continent, thus earning the title of the Great Sun Golden Crow. We are indeed fortunate. Do you see that small tree resembling coral? That is the blood jade crystal fruit tree, an exceedingly rare 6th-tier spiritual herb. The primary ingredient for the 6th-tier elixir, the blood essence refining bone pill, is the blood spirit crystal fruit that grows upon it. Remarkably, this tree bears 3 fruits. Although this elixir is not of high tier, it can be consumed multiple times. Its unique properties and extremely low resistance to the body have led to the blood spirit crystal fruit's disappearance tens of thousands of years ago. I had thought it extinct, yet here we are, Dan Lao exclaimed, filled with wonder. Casting a glance at Ling Xiao in his heart, he could not help but ponder, could this be the fabled child of destiny? Although Ling Xiao's Thunder Clan bloodline had awakened, it was not particularly high-ranking. After all, his father was merely a discarded offspring of the Thunder Clan, and even if he had some fortune, the bloodline awakened later would not be of significant caliber. Especially considering that Ling Xiao was born from the fusion of the discarded Wind Clan bloodline. With these 3 blood spirit crystal fruits, he could concoct 3 blood essence refining bone pills. After 3 rounds of bloodline refinement, Ling Xiao's bloodline would likely rival that of the prodigies from the imperial clans. Refining bloodlines? Does one require a bloodline to become powerful? In ancient times, did not those martial emperors also lack bloodlines? Ling Xiao, however, did not express great joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow and questioned. He had never met his estranged father, and moreover, his father had been cast out by the Thunder Clan. Ling Xiao felt a tinge of aversion towards the Thunder Clan's bloodline. The notion of bloodlines was indeed peculiar. If a member of the same clan broke through to the martial emperor level, those with similar bloodlines would also experience an enhancement in their bloodline, significantly boosting their power. This was a form of grace bestowed by the laws of bloodlines on the continent. However, Ling Xiao's aversion to the Thunder Clan naturally made him reluctant to receive any favors from them. Even if a member of the Thunder Clan ascended to the rank of martial emperor, he would be disinclined to accept the blessings of the continent's bloodline laws. Do not think me foolish. I simply do not wish to entangle myself with the Thunder Clan. Dan Lao was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging that a high-ranking bloodline could indeed accelerate one's cultivation speed. Furthermore, an imperial bloodline could enhance combat strength, as each clan possessed unique bloodline secret techniques that could temporarily elevate one's power during battle. Dan Lao explained, as he himself was a descendant of an imperial clan and was quite knowledgeable about such matters. He presumed that Ling Xiao, having grown up in a small family, was unaware of the advantages of bloodlines, which was why he did not regard the blood spirit crystal fruit with much esteem. However, he was unaware that Ling Xiao, although not fully comprehending the implications of bloodlines, possessed considerable insight. Having traversed to this realm, he did not fully align with the continent's views on bloodlines, if given a choice. He would prefer to inherit the bloodline of the Yin Huang descendants. Yet, as he could not change the bloodline of his current body, he found himself more inclined towards the Wind Clan's bloodline due to his mother, Feng Lin Wan's unparalleled care and affection. He aspired to cultivate diligently and achieve the rank of martial emperor. At that time, under the laws of bloodlines, those with similar bloodlines to his would receive the continent's blessings. Benefiting the Wind Clan as for the Thunder Clan, with which he had little connection, their gain made him somewhat uncomfortable. Is it possible to sever the Thunder Clan's bloodline from me? Ling Xiao inquired directly. What? Why would you wish to do that? Dan Lao was taken aback. Teacher, you are aware that my father was merely a discarded child of the Thunder Clan. Moreover, I am of the Wind Clan's bloodline, named Feng Ling Xiao, and have not received any benefits from the Thunder Clan in the past. The Thunder Clan looked down upon my father, expelling him from the clan. Should I, Feng Ling Xiao, ever rise? The Thunder Clan would not dare to approach me. Why should I be tied to them? Ling Xiao declared with determination. Dan Lao, at a loss for words, found himself momentarily speechless. He, too, shared a similar fate as Ling Xiao. Being cast out from his clan due to his mistaken identity, he harbored resentment, once hailed as the martial saint. Yet after his rise, he was filled with pride, looking down upon the bloodline of the imperial clan. However, this bloodline is innate and beyond one's control. Alas, how easily can one sever the ties of blood? But fret not too much, die in truth. The blessing of the martial emperor's bloodline during the time of the emperor's ascension was likely influenced by the martial emperor himself. At that time, the elevation of bloodline rank and surge in power were determined by the proximity to the martial emperor's bloodline, rather than being conferred by the original imperial bloodline's rank. 4. With the birth of a new martial emperor, the unique bloodline they formed could not possibly align perfectly with the original imperial bloodline. Each martial emperor possesses a bloodline that is utterly unique. Old Dan sighed, once more elucidating the matter to Ling Xiao. Utterly unique? Can one control the object of the blessing? Ling Xiao inquired further. How would I know? I am not a martial emperor. You should cease your stubbornness and concern yourself with such matters once you ascend to the rank of martial emperor. Old Dan replied with a hint of impatience. Just asking, is there a need to be angry? Am I truly overthinking? Ling Xiao responded. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle with the Golden Feather Flame Eagle. Overthinking indeed. For the journey to become a martial emperor is still far from complete. When the cart reaches the mountain, a road will surely appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. We shall see when the time comes. Ling Xiao shook his head, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the Golden Feather Flame Eagle. Old Dan, meanwhile, kept his eyes on the blood spirit crystal fruit. Ling Xiao held a deep fondness for the Golden Feather Flame Eagle, for it bore the bloodline of the Golden Crow. If he could tame it as a steed and use the blood marrow refining bone pill to enhance its bloodline, would he not then possess a steed of the Golden Crow? To ride upon a golden crow, enveloped in thunder, would surely be a sight to behold. Didn't he wish to practice against this beast? Proceed. What are you waiting for? Old Dan urged, seeing Ling Xiao lost in thought. Having pride is commendable, but daydreaming about bizarre and unfathomable matters left him somewhat exasperated. Master, is there a method to control beasts? I wish to tame this beast as my mount. Ling Xiao inquired. A method to control beasts? Old Dan was taken aback, however, upon observing the Golden Feather Flame Eagle, which was both strikingly handsome and possessed considerable potential. He deemed it indeed suitable as a mount. Yet, there are numerous martial arts and techniques across the continent, including those specifically for beast taming, but it seemed he had not collected such methods in his lifetime. However, as a master alchemist, he had delved deeply into the application of the soul. Thus, after some contemplation, he imparted a method of condensing a soul seal to Ling Xiao, as for subduing the beast. I have no effective means. However, if you defeat it and threaten its life, given that the Golden Feather Flame Eagle possesses considerable intelligence, there remains hope for it to submit, at that time. Implanting this soul seal into its demon core can serve to prevent its betrayal. At the very least, should it harbor any ill will, you will be able to sense it in time to respond. I ask that so? Very well, then let us fight. If it refuses to yield, then we shall battle. This method is straightforward and direct. Master, your approach is brilliant, Ling Xiao exclaimed gleefully. You little rascal. The so-called taming of beasts, apart from possessing a unique talent, relies on strength. If you are powerful enough, it will lack the qualifications to resist. Do not underestimate the simplicity of my soul seal. Once implanted, it will leave the beast with no secrets from you. If necessary, the soul seal can be detonated to inflict severe damage, Old Dan remarked. Master, do not be angry. I was merely jesting. The key is that it is my first battle against a beast king, and I wish to alleviate some tension, Ling Xiao replied. Go forth. Old Dan was not truly angry. If he were so easily riled, he would be driven to his demise by this impudent boy. Though he had observed Ling Xiao's rapid improvement in battle experience, owing to Ling Xiao's possession of the Nine Heavens' profound thunder, he remained uncertain of the true extent of his combat prowess. Heaven and earth divine thunder, truly marvelous. This time, I shall give it my all and see just how formidable the Beast King is. Ling Xiao's gaze hardened with determination as he stepped forth from behind the boulder, the spirit of battle coalescing within him. Having concealed his presence to avoid detection, he refrained from using his soul power to scout, preferring to observe quietly and prepare himself mentally. As soon as Ling Xiao revealed himself, the golden feather flame eagle immediately turned its gaze upon him, its fierce aura striking like a gale, firmly locking onto Ling Xiao. "Human? You dare to trespass into my domain? Have you grown weary of life?" came the crisp voice of the young eagle, who had begun to speak. Ling Xiao was not surprised by this. Beasts at the 6th tier of the Beast King rank possess true intelligence, and the ability to articulate human speech was a clear indication of this. Prior to the 6th tier, beasts were classified by rank, but upon reaching the 6th tier and being bestowed the title of Beast King, they clearly distinguished themselves from ordinary beasts. Ling Xiao casually replied, "Brave and unafraid of difficulties." "Brave and unafraid of difficulties? What manner of expression is that? Well, I have been napping here all day, and I am quite bored. You shall entertain me, but do not die too quickly." Though Ling Xiao's spirit of battle was intense, he was still merely a one-star martial spirit, and the golden feather flame eagle regarded him with disdain. A mere martial spirit was nothing more than easy prey for it. The bird may be small, but its tongue is sharp. "Come, let me pluck your feathers." Ling Xiao brandished his blade, not rushing to unleash the Nine Heavens' profound thunder. This little bird appeared to have been lonely for far too long. Despite its harsh words, Ling Xiao did not sense any murderous intent. It was an opportune moment to test the limits of his abilities without resorting to divine thunder. "Pluck my feathers? Just you? You must still be half asleep." The golden feather flame eagle scoffed, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, not expecting such an attack from the bird. While the force was not overwhelming, the temperature of the flames was considerable, and his martial techniques proved ineffective against it. Relying on elemental energy for defense would deplete his resources excessively. With the attack already upon him, there was little time for contemplation. Ling Xiao concentrated his energy, executing the invisible blade technique, cleaving the flames in twain with a swift downward stroke. He then advanced, employing the lightning step to breach the fiery barrier and close in on the cliffside. Not bad. If I had been incinerated in one blow, that would have been quite dull, the golden feather flame eagle remarked nonchalantly. However, Ling Xiao, being merely a martial spirit, was unable to soar through the air directly. Utilizing weapons or other means to elevate himself in battle limited his full combat potential, placing him at a disadvantage. The golden feather flame eagle perched at the cave's entrance, looking down upon him, forcing Ling Xiao to lift his head in discomfort. "How can I draw the golden feather flame eagle into ground combat?" Ling Xiao pondered, suddenly glancing at the blood marrow jade crystal fruit tree, his eyes lighting up with inspiration. Noticing Ling Xiao's focus on the spiritual herb, the golden feather flame eagle finally took him seriously. It was not due to fear of Ling Xiao seizing its guarded herb, but rather concern for any accidental damage to the herb that was nearing maturity. This spiritual herb had been under its protection for many years and was crucial for its bloodline advancement and elevation in rank. Thus it could not afford any mishaps. Before Ling Xiao could approach the spiritual herb again, the golden feather flame eagle shot towards him like an arrow, blocking his advance. Quick reflexes, but close combat suits me just fine, Ling Xiao thought with delight, preparing himself for the encounter. As the eagle drew near, Ling Xiao swung his long blade, clang. The golden feather flame eagle dodged the blade's edge, delivering a powerful strike with its claw upon the open sky blade, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The force behind this blow was tremendous, causing Ling Xiao to stagger back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground before he regained his stance. Ultimately, there was a disparity in their realms, and the beast's formidable physique rendered the outcome of their clash immediately evident. However, Ling Xiao was not injured. Again, Ling Xiao shouted, halting his retreat and charging forward. The MOU open sky blade whirling around him like a storm, enveloping the golden feather flame eagle in a flurry of slashes. Old Dan had not disclosed the rank or origin of this blade, but it was certainly not a mere ordinary spiritual weapon. Ling Xiao had not refined it, yet even as a simple weapon, the golden feather flame eagle dared not engage with its blade edge, opting to evade, allowing Ling Xiao to gain the upper hand for a moment. Nonetheless, as a flying beast, the golden feather flame eagle was incredibly swift. After a prolonged skirmish, Ling Xiao had yet to achieve any tangible results, and his impatience began to rise. In contrast, the golden feather flame eagle appeared to be enjoying itself. Indeed, it was merely playing with Ling Xiao. Stay calm. One must always maintain composure during battle. At that moment, old Dan's voice echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Ling Xiao replied, adjusting his breath to regain his tranquility. He possessed the capability to inflict harm upon the golden feather flame eagle. At the very least, the sharp blade of the MOU open sky blade was something the eagle dared not approach lightly. Yet, while his blade was swift, the golden feather flame eagle was swifter still. And he found himself unable to land a blow, which constituted his greatest challenge. Ling Xiao continued to wield his blade, pondering strategies. How could he make his strikes faster? This won't do. Can it be made any quicker? The mocking laughter of the golden feather flame eagle echoed through the air. Ling Xiao paid it no heed, relentlessly wielding his blade. Gradually, he surprisingly closed his eyes, relying solely on sound and airflow to discern the location of the golden feather flame eagle. Instinctively attacking with his body, as time passed, the energy flowing through Ling Xiao's blade became erratic, and the blade's shadow grew increasingly indistinct. Faster, yes, even faster. The golden feather flame eagle exclaimed, exhilarated. It sensed that Ling Xiao's strikes were indeed becoming swifter. Yet it still evaded harm. Chapter 48. Defeating the golden feather flame eagle. Despite the incessant clamor of the golden feather flame eagle, Ling Xiao remained unmoved, his speed of attack steadily increasing, and the shadows of his blade fading further. The untraceable blade technique allowed his strikes to leave no trace. The blade was undeniably real. How could one achieve such a feat? It melded with space, transcending time itself. Ling Xiao contemplated that when speed reached a sufficient threshold, both space and time could be transcended. Within his soul, the strand of temporal and spatial power that accompanied his soul's traversal was awakened. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's blade slashed forth, seemingly vanishing in midair, only to reappear abruptly beside the golden feather flame eagle. This momentarily stunned the eagle. However, in battle, even the slightest misstep could yield irreparable consequences. You shall pay dearly. How dare you wound this young master? The golden feather flame eagle, unable to evade this strike, felt its left leg cut, blood gushing forth, and it immediately became furious. Yet, Ling Xiao's technique had grown increasingly enigmatic. There was the motion of a strike, but the transitional phase seemed to vanish as the blade descended. Was it spatial power? No, that was incorrect. Was it temporal power? No, that too was wrong. It seemed to embody both. What kind of technique was this? Elder Dan muttered to himself within the spatial ring, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was well acquainted with spatial power, for upon reaching the martial emperor realm, one could sense it and even wield it to some extent. The martial sovereign could tear through space, entering the chaotic currents of the skies. The martial saint could even establish a stable space, and upon reaching the martial emperor, one could create a small world. However, Ling Xiao was merely a martial spirit yet wielded both spatial and temporal powers, which were energies of a higher order. This was not impossible. It was merely a testament to the prowess of martial techniques. Cultivation more so determined the absorption and storage of energy, while martial skills focused on the application of energy, reflecting one's comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's blade technique became increasingly adept. And finally, after another clash with the claws of the golden feather flame eagle, he regained his clarity. The earlier encounter had still left him feeling pressured. It seemed that even with his utmost effort, he could not contend with a martial king without resorting to the nine heavens Xian Lei, at most capable of battling a late-stage martial spirit. Nonetheless, This was already commendable, as it meant he could fight beings of 5-star caliber, which was his current limit. However, after such an extended battle, he had temporarily set aside his exertions. There was a more pressing matter at hand. To subdue the golden feather flame eagle, he first needed to defeat it. Ling Xiao wasted no time, directly summoning the Nine Heavens Xianlei to enhance himself, intending to take down the golden feather flame eagle alone. Upon witnessing the Nine Heavens Xianlei enveloping Ling Xiao, the golden feather flame eagle instinctively perceived a threat and became cautious. Yet, this was not sufficient to compel its retreat, so, you possess such means. No wonder you dared to intrude upon my territory. However, now I shall be serious, the golden feather flame eagle declared, its demeanor growing increasingly fierce, revealing its murderous intent. Then let us engage with all our might. Ling Xiao replied earnestly. He sought to acquire a mount and did not wish to rely on his teacher's assistance. Though that would be easier, he feared that even if the golden feather flame eagle submitted, it would still harbor lingering resentment. However, after gaining insights into a new blade technique during battle, he was now capable of inflicting harm upon the golden feather flame eagle. With the divine thunder aiding him, defeating the eagle was not beyond the realm of possibility. Flames of the burning heaven. The golden feather flame eagle unleashed a torrent of flames, descending upon Ling Xiao. Thunderous shield. Ling Xiao, not daring to underestimate the situation, summoned the Nine Heavens Xianlei to protect himself. Instantly, the searing flames clashed violently with the ferocious thunder, intertwining in a brilliant explosion of light. This confrontation lasted for over a moment, and seeing that the sheer flames could not harm Ling Xiao, the golden feather flame eagle abandoned that tactic, opting instead for a swift, close-quarters combat. At this juncture, bolstered by the thunder, Ling Xiao remained unperturbed, employing an increasingly peculiar blade technique that caused the golden feather flame eagle to fight with hesitation. You are not so impressive when you take things seriously, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, feeling himself at a distinct advantage. I concede that you possess some skill, but to defeat this king is utterly impossible, the golden feather flame eagle retorted defiantly. Impossible? Let us put that to the test. In truth, my desire is to recruit you as my mount. What do you say? Ling Xiao casually proposed. You seek death. How dare you insult this king? I shall reduce you to ashes. The golden feather flame eagle roared in fury, feeling deeply humiliated, and its attacks became increasingly frenzied. Yet, such rage proved futile. Ling Xiao wielded the ink jade heaven-splitting blade, consistently positioning it in the path of the golden feather flame eagle strikes, rendering its efforts fruitless. This left the golden feather flame eagle feeling quite vexed. Despite its superior strength, it found itself perpetually suppressed in battle, unable to even gain the upper hand. Gradually, the eagle grew anxious, its attacks becoming erratic. Are you losing your composure? Prepare to face your fate, Ling Xiao mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he initiated an offensive. In an instant, purple lightning flashed, and Ling Xiao's figure darted around the golden feather flame eagle like a bolt of lightning. This left the eagle disoriented, receiving blow after blow. Although the beast's tough hide and flesh rendered the wounds seemingly insignificant, they nonetheless impacted the battle's outcome, causing the golden feather flame eagle to lose its final opportunity. Finally, with a dull thud, the golden feather flame eagle was knocked to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting. So, what now? Will you submit? Ling Xiao inquired, standing over the fallen eagle. Go ahead and kill me. A warrior may be slain but shall never endure humiliation. I will never agree to become your mount, the golden feather flame eagle declared, turning its head away from Ling Xiao. Oh, you still possess some spirit. Ling Xiao chuckled. He then added regretfully, since you are so resolute, then farewell with that. He revealed his murderous intent. The golden feather flame eagle's heart raced with panic. After all, even an ant clings to life. How could it disregard death? Its gaze grew increasingly tense. As it observed Ling Xiao advancing steadily, the eagle inwardly cursed profusely. Why not try to persuade me a bit more? Perhaps I would relent. In truth, I had no intention of seizing your spiritual herbs. If you were to submit, I would refine these herbs into pills solely for you, aiding you in enhancing your bloodline to become a true daylight golden crow. Ling Xiao proclaimed, lifting his blade in a manner that suggested he intended to slay the eagle. Is that true? The golden feather flame eagle asked uncertainly. Indeed, it is. Such a pity. Ling Xiao sighed, yet his blade still descended. Poised to strike the eagle down. Wait, I am willing to submit. The golden feather flame eagle exclaimed in a frenzy, hastily calling out to halt Ling Xiao's actions. A wise choice. Ling Xiao halted, the inked jade heaven-splitting blade nearly grazing the feathers at the eagle's neck. The chilling aura of death palpable. Chapter 49. Planting the soul seal, maturing the crystal fruit with the golden feather flame eagle's submission. Subsequent matters became considerably simpler. I do not desire a mount that feigns compliance with my commands. Are you truly resolved? Do not claim I am coercing you, Ling Xiao stated earnestly, brandishing the inked jade heaven-splitting blade. You think I'm scared just because you have a blade? I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. The golden feather flame eagle grumbled internally, though feeling compelled to lower its head. It spoke sincerely. I genuinely wish to submit. From the moment I first saw my master, it felt so familiar. Meeting you is surely a divine arrangement. Ha 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 ha, well said. Now, release your soul. I wish to deepen our bond. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. How shall we deepen it? The golden feather flame eagle inquired, somewhat apprehensive, yet unable to resist the urge to comply under the imposing presence of Ling Xiao's blade. Ling Xiao's gathered soul seal smoothly entered the body of the golden feather flame eagle, merging within its demon core. Only then did Ling Xiao sheath the inked jade heaven-splitting blade. The golden feather flame eagle sensed the soul imprint within its core. Instantly feeling deflated, realizing that its life and death were no longer its own. It could only hope that its master was reliable and did not perish too soon. Fear not, even if you die. I shall not. The golden feather flame eagle merely thought this, but Ling Xiao immediately sensed it and retorted, deepening the eagle's discomfort. Now, with its thoughts under surveillance, how could it hope for any semblance of freedom? The golden feather flame eagle cast a resentful glance at Ling Xiao, yet that very glance brought upon its misfortune. Still not convinced? I shall make you submit. Ling Xiao advanced, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Ah, master, spare me, oh no! The golden feather flame eagle cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy. Dare you defy me again? Ling Xiao unleashed a ferocious beating upon the golden feather flame eagle, only pausing to inquire. Are you still defiant? I dare not. I shall never dare again. The golden feather flame eagle hastily responded. Although its life was not at stake, the pain was indeed excruciating. It was no masochist, and thus it obediently capitulated. That's more like it, from now on. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Once you evolve into a golden crow, I shall procure a tying jade rabbit as your mate. Ling Xiao admonished the golden feather flame eagle in a boastful manner. Should you choose disobedience, consider this beating a mere trifle. Weigh your own consequences. Elder Dan observed the entire exchange, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This is a healing elixir. Recover swiftly, for we must delve deeper into the mountains without delay, Ling Xiao declared, handing the golden feather flame eagle a medicinal pill before hastily soaring into the eagle's lair. Upon entering, a soul barrier was promptly established at the cave's entrance. As for Ling Xiao, his countenance suddenly flushed, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, appearing markedly weakened. It turned out that he too had sustained injuries during the recent skirmish. After all, the golden feather flame eagle was of a higher realm, and while he had managed to fend off its attacks, each clash had nonetheless jolted his vitality. This was merely due to his intentional evasion. Had he not, he would have experienced far worse than a mere spitting of blood. You should also tend to your wounds. Your physical resilience is still somewhat inferior to that of the demon beasts. Yet, to have defeated a beast king of the 3rd star with your martial spirit at the 1st star is truly remarkable. Elder Dan interjected, presenting Ling Xiao with another medicinal pill, his tone affirming. Previously, Ling Xiao had forcibly suppressed his vitality, reluctant to exhibit any vulnerability before the golden feather flame eagle. Although he harbored no fears of betrayal, he still desired to project an image of strength before his steed. It's nothing. This injury will heal swiftly. After expelling the reverse blood, Ling Xiao felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, you continue your training. I shall investigate the blood spirit crystal fruit. Once this spiritual fruit ripens, demon beasts within a radius of several dozen miles will sense it, and we must secure it immediately to avoid significant trouble, Elder Dan stated, gracefully exiting the cave. Who goes there? The golden feather flame eagle, still recuperating, suddenly sensed a formidable and unfamiliar aura, causing it to be taken aback. Stay calm and heal. That is my master. At that moment, Ling Xiao conveyed this information to the golden feather flame eagle's consciousness through a soul imprint. Hee, you are quite perceptive, little one, but for now, focus on your recovery. You need not concern yourself with the spiritual fruit. Allow me to refine it into a medicinal pill first. Very well. The golden feather flame eagle cast a reluctant glance at the blood spirit crystal fruit before closing its eyes to continue its healing. As time passed slowly, a peaceful night ensued. When the sun rose, the blood spirit crystal fruit suddenly emitted a unique and enchanting fragrance, rapidly spreading to the surroundings. It is ripening, HM? Wait, why is there only one mature fruit? This commotion immediately caught Elder Dan's attention. His face lit up with joy as he moved to harvest it. After all, if the fruit was not collected, the lingering fragrance would undoubtedly attract demon beasts, leading to an unnecessary conflict. However, as he approached, Elder Dan was taken aback to find that only one fruit had matured, while the other two still required time. In truth, this was a characteristic of such spiritual herbs, as they had long since gone extinct, and the recorded information was insufficiently detailed. Elder Dan was unaware of this fact. With the aura already emanating, the other two fruits would inevitably attract other demon beasts, which was now unavoidable. It seems I must intervene, Elder Dan sighed, plucking the mature crystal fruit and placing it into a jade box for safekeeping, before resuming his meditative state nearby. The earlier aura had also roused the golden feather flame eagle, which now appeared majestic and clearly restored. However, with Elder Dan present, it merely gazed longingly at the fruit, refraining from approaching. Shortly thereafter, Ling Xiao emerged from the cave, looking invigorated, indicating his own recovery. Have you broken through to the second star of martial spirit? Elder Dan inquired, directing his gaze towards Ling Xiao. I had already broken through earlier, but chose to suppress it. After adapting to my current strength over the past 10 days, I naturally ascended during last night's training, Ling Xiao explained. This is commendable. Your aura is stable and shows no adverse effects. Your training has been remarkably smooth. It won't be long before you experience another significant leap, at which point you shall need to stabilize once again, Elder Dan remarked. Ling Xiao smiled, contemplating the divine fire thunder, feeling a sense of anticipation, though preparations were still necessary. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, Elder Dan's attention shifted to the entrance of the valley. Huh? A demon beast approaches. Just a fourth tier. Is it seeking death? Ling Xiao mused, extending his soul power outward and quickly detecting a demon beast heading towards them. Let the golden feather flame eagle handle it, Elder Dan suggested. Indeed. You go deal with it. A fourth-tier demon beast dares to intrude upon your territory. What kind of beast king are you? Ling Xiao stated, directing his gaze at the golden feather flame eagle. Understood. The golden feather flame eagle felt a mix of frustration. Having recently advanced, it had not left the valley to guard the spiritual herbs. The surrounding demon beasts had sensed its aura but had never seen it. Now, with the enticing spiritual herb capable of advancing its bloodline, this fourth-tier demon beast dared to disregard its sovereignty, a grave offense. Observing the golden feather flame eagle surge out of the valley in anger, Ling Xiao merely chuckled and chose not to intervene. Chapter 50. Determination. The beast assault the golden feather flame eagle had already submitted. Henceforth, it would serve as an ally, and there was no need to be overly harsh with it. Elder Dan advised, I understand, Master. Since I have claimed it as my steed, I certainly do not wish for it to lag behind. However, advancing a demon beast is no simple feat, and thus I plan to have it consume all 3 blood marrow refining pills. If I treat it too kindly, it may become complacent. I intend to maintain this approach, withholding favorable treatment, so that when I finally bestow the elixir, it will be even more grateful and loyal. Ling Xiao articulated. You still do not intend to consume the blood marrow refining pills yourself? Elder Dan furrowed his brow, sensing Ling Zhao's stubbornness. Master, I merely seek to maximize the benefits. While the blood marrow refining pills would greatly aid me, I am on the path to merging with the divine thunder, during which my bloodline will continuously evolve. Thus, whether I consume the pills or not is ultimately inconsequential, Ling Zhao clarified. Merging with the heavenly divine thunder yield such effects? Elder Dan expressed surprise, though he contemplated Ling Zhao's bloodline awakening after merging with the nine heavens' mysterious thunder and seemed to ponder deeply. Ling Zhao nodded. He was quite clear about his own circumstances. Nevertheless, merging with the heavenly divine thunder came with numerous uncertainties. If he were unable to acquire sufficient divine thunder, what then? The blood marrow refining pills were already in hand, and their potency was assured. Elder Dan urged, I am confident. Though the power of the bloodline is extraordinary, it cannot elevate me to the martial emperor level. Moreover, during my bloodline awakening, I sensed a subtle calling. Ling Zhao paused, lost in thought. At the moment of his bloodline awakening, alongside the bloodline of the Thunder Clan, there was indeed another bloodline, his mother's Wind Clan bloodline. At that time, the Wind Clan bloodline exhibited signs of awakening, and a mysterious call arose from the depths of his heart. However, the dominant Thunder Clan bloodline, in closer proximity to the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder, had directly siphoned away the energy drawn from the Wind Clan bloodline, resulting in the awakening of the Thunder Clan bloodline while the Wind Clan bloodline fell silent. This left Ling Zhao feeling quite helpless. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his Wind Clan bloodline seemed to be quite unique. It was known that those without the bloodline of a martial emperor, regardless of their extraordinary talent, had no need for the awakening process at all. Later, when Elder Dan mentioned the 8 great imperial clans, and how the Wind Clan had been exterminated, Ling Zhao began to speculate. Could it be that the Wind Clan was once an imperial clan? What then of that mysterious calling? With such questions lingering in his heart, he found no answers. He felt a stronger affinity towards the Wind Clan, while experiencing some aversion to the Thunder Clan. However, the powerful Thunder Clan bloodline overshadowed the Wind Clan bloodline, leaving him with no option but to submit. The energy of the blood marrow refining pills would likely be completely absorbed by the Thunder Clan bloodline, and as the pills were only of the 6th grade, even if they could enhance his strength, how much could they truly increase it? Merging with the heavenly divine thunder, however, would greatly benefit the Thunder Clan bloodline. He could sense that this would significantly enhance the Thunder Clan bloodline, making it far more suitable for elevating his bloodline than any medicinal pill. Even if he harbored a dislike for the Thunder Clan, he would not forsake his own strength enhancement. Elder Dan's words about the golden feather flame eagle possessing the golden crow bloodline ignited Ling Zhao's hope for the eagle's bloodline advancement. He yearned to have a golden crow steed. With one option being expendable and the other offering monumental enhancement, Ling Zhao naturally chose to support the golden feather flame eagle. Having already subdued it, its advancement would also signify his own elevation. Thus, he was resolute in his decision. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. He understood this principle well. Certainly, it will not be as Dan Lao envisions. One cannot simply reject the advantages bestowed by the Lei clan bloodline out of disdain for them. It was merely that the earlier mysterious summons had left him somewhat perturbed and overly proud, leading him to utter words about discarding the Lei clan bloodline, which caused Dan Lao to misunderstand. In any case, esteemed teacher, there is no need for concern. While I may not harbor fondness for the Lei clan, I have never had any direct dealings with them, and thus cannot be said to harbor animosity. The power gained from cultivation is solely my own, and I would be foolish to forfeit the benefits that the Lei clan bloodline affords me. The Lei clan bloodline inherently resonates with the divine thunder of heaven and earth, and these divine thunders significantly enhance the potency of one's bloodline. Rather than consuming medicinal pills to achieve negligible gains, it is far more advantageous to nurture the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao. Its enhancement will undoubtedly be substantial, as my mount. Its increased strength will also greatly aid me. Pausing briefly, Ling Zhao continued his explanation. Is that truly the case? Dan Lao inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. Ling Zhao nodded. My father is a discarded offspring of an imperial clan, with a diluted bloodline. One can only imagine the state of my original Lei clan bloodline. However, Having refined and integrated the Nine Heavens mystic thunder, I dare say my current Lei clan bloodline could be considered a minor prodigy among the Lei clan. Additionally, we have now discovered the unclaimed Ding Hua divine thunder. The blood essence refining pill holds little significance for me. Upon hearing this, Dan Lao found it reasonable. If that is the case, then so be it. The grade of the blood essence refining pill is indeed somewhat lacking. Other pills designed to enhance bloodlines tend to be quite specific, but this pill is effective for anyone. The Lei clan and the divine thunder of heaven truly complement each other well. Take for instance the Yin clan's Tianyang refining marrow pill, or the Bei Ming clan's Xian Ming cold jade pill, both of which are 9th grade pills. However, their effects on you are minimal, and they may even have adverse effects. Reflecting on Ling Zhao's words, Dan Lao ceased his persuasion. The Tianyang refining marrow pill should be quite beneficial for the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao. Should it not? Ling Zhao asked. It should have a significant effect. However, 9th grade pills are quite rare, and even gathering the required spiritual herbs is no easy task. Otherwise, how could those imperial clans gradually experience bloodline depletion? If you wish to enhance the bloodline of the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao, besides this opportunity, the 9th grade Tianyang refining marrow pill is worth a try. However, that must wait until later. Even if the herbs are gathered, this old man lacks the ability to refine them, Dan Lao stated. Indeed, it can be tried later. Having a Jin Wu mount would undoubtedly be impressive, Ling Zhao remarked. Ha ha, then you must put in the effort, Dan Lao chuckled. At that moment, the Jin Yu Lai Yin Jiao had yet to return, but the battle outside had intensified. Indeed, it appears there are quite a number of beasts arriving, Ling Zhao observed, glancing towards the valley's entrance. Yes, one of them is a beast king. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Jiao will likely struggle to handle it alone. You should join as well, Dan Lao advised. Very well. I shall also take the opportunity to practice, Ling Zhao replied, nodding as he soared out of the valley on his sword. Currently, 3 beasts were charging towards the valley. 2 were peak 5th-tier beasts, and 1 was a 6th-tier early-stage beast king. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Jiao was facing all 3 alone, but found it somewhat taxing. Were it not for its extraordinary flames, the 3 beasts would likely have already breached the valley. The blood spirit crystal fruit was crucial for its bloodline advancement, significantly impacting its potential. It did not wish to live its life merely as a beast emperor. Ling Zhao had also mentioned that once refined into a pill, it would bestow great benefits upon it. Thus, even amidst the struggle, it steadfastly guarded the valley's entrance. Chapter 51. Slaying the Deming Poison Python King, the troublesome Gale Wolf King upon Ling Zhao's arrival. The battle momentarily paused. A human, you stand in our way, only to benefit this human. Why not join forces to eliminate him first? A gigantic python suddenly suggested, its eyes filled with malice. Ha ha, Deming Poison Python. Do you wish to kill me? Ling Zhao inquired with a smile. Die. How dare you harbor such thoughts against my master, you fool? The Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao seized the opportunity when the Deming Poison Python was distracted and launched an attack. It was bewildered. Although it was subservient to Ling Zhao, he seemed indifferent towards it. Seizing this chance, it sought to prove its worth, fighting with great enthusiasm. Master, you dare submit to this human, truly a disgrace, hissed the Deming Poison Python, infuriated after taking a hit. Ignorant insect, perish. Ling Zhao sensed more beasts approaching and, unwilling to waste time, directly empowered himself with divine thunder and attacked the Deming Poison Python. The Deming Poison Python's speed was already inferior to that of the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao. Having been defeated by Ling Zhao, the Deming Poison Python was even more vulnerable. Ling Zhao's long knife slashed out in an eerie manner. The Deming Poison Python barely had time to react before it suffered a terrifying gash, its body nearly severed in 2. The surrounding flesh charred by lightning, leaving it gravely injured. The sudden injury made the Deming Poison Python roar in agony. Yet, there was still the Jin Yu Lai Yin Jiao of the same realm. The immense pain caused it to writhe on the ground, but the Jin Yu Lai Yin Jiao swiftly approached and, with its claws interlocking, forcibly extracted its demon core, observing the writhing Deming Poison Python. Both Ling Zhao and the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao chose to ignore it and immediately pounced on the remaining 2 5th-tier beasts, swiftly dispatching them. At this moment, more beasts appeared in the distance. revealing two more beast kings. Are there truly so many beast kings here? Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback but remained unperturbed. Fear not, master. There are only these three nearby. The others are too far away to sense the maturation of the spiritual herbs. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao explained. Just these two? That is manageable. Once they approach, we strike without hesitation. There is no need for delay, Ling Xiao commanded. Understood, master. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao obediently complied. These two beast kings were slightly stronger, both being mid-6th tier. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao remained cautious. However, as Ling Xiao had issued the order, when the two beast kings arrived, the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao immediately launched an attack, catching them off guard. Ling Xiao also swiftly engaged, targeting the same foes. Striking at their fingers is less effective than severing a limb. One of the massive earth demon bears, caught unawares by the sudden attack, was severely injured before it could react. Roar, you seek death? The earth demon bear bellowed, its massive paw swinging towards Ling Xiao, who dared not underestimate the attack and immediately dodged. However, the other beast, the Gale Wolf King, did not advance but merely observed from a distance. Its eyes glinting with cunning, had clearly gauged the strength of Ling Xiao and the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao, considering itself capable of handling them, and plotted to take advantage of their struggle. Ling Xiao, seeing this, smirked inwardly. Should they join forces, he and the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao might face some difficulty, perhaps even defeat. Yet, in this scenario, his chances of victory had significantly increased. The Earth Demon Bear, though wounded, continued its relentless assault. However, with the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao drawing most of the attacks, Ling Xiao patiently awaited his moment. Soon, the Earth Demon Bear's injuries worsened, gradually awakening from its fury. Now gravely wounded and with the Gale Wolf King nearby, it realized that it would not be able to claim the spiritual herbs for itself. Suddenly, the Earth Demon Bear lunged fiercely, forcing the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao back. Ling Xiao, not wishing to engage directly, evaded. Seizing the opportunity, the Earth Demon Bear swiftly turned and fled. It has escaped, and no matter. Once this matter is resolved, I shall seek retribution. These beast kings must have numerous treasures around their lairs, and I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Seeing the Earth Demon Bear flee, the Gale Wolf King wore an expression of surprise, yet it quickly discerned that there was still a gap in strength between itself and Ling Xiao. Though it was merely faster, but you do not flee. Quite confident, are you? Ling Xiao remarked, gazing at the Gale Wolf King. Why should I run? The one who should flee is you, the Gale Wolf King replied confidently. Just based on you? I fear you lack the strength. The Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao, having just slain one beast king and driven another away, brimmed with confidence, regarding the Gale Wolf King with disdain. Then let us wait and see, the Gale Wolf King retorted, yet did not rush to attack, leaving Ling Xiao puzzled. However, he quickly learned the reason. His expression darkening. It turned out the Gale Wolf King was indeed the true Wolf King, far superior to the Earth Demon Bear and the Jin Yu Lai Yin Diao, and commanded many subordinates. At that moment, a pack of Gale Wolves was seen racing towards them in the distance. Numbering at least 100, a horde of such size would be a formidable challenge. No wonder this wretched creature appeared so confident. Kill, Ling Xiao decisively commanded, launching an immediate attack, as long as the Wolf King fell. The wolf pack would be much easier to handle. It is known that humans differ from beasts. Once they enter the martial spirit realm, human warriors can utilize weapons to fly with swords. Beasts, even at the 5th tier, cannot fly unless they possess wings. By eliminating the Wolf King, the remaining Gale Wolves would fall apart without a fight. Yet, as the battle commenced, Ling Xiao found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. The speed of the Gale Wolf King is truly astonishing, and for the moment, Ling Xiao finds himself at a loss against it. However, continuing to delay is not a viable solution. If the pack of demon wolves arrives, it is likely that both he and the golden-feathered flame eagle will be unable to hold their ground. Although Dan Lao is still present in the valley, his recovery is painfully slow, and Ling Xiao is keen to avoid forcing him into action, reserving him as a last resort. The Beast Emperor roams the Demon Beast Mountain range, although typically remaining deep within the mountains and seldom emerging. The entire expanse of the Demon Beast Mountain range serves as the territory for these creatures, and as long as they do not venture beyond its bounds, human warriors of significant strength generally refrain from intervening. This has become an unwritten rule. The powerful seldom strike at the weak. Yet, within their own domain, the will of the strong dictates the rules. No matter the actions taken, they seldom provoke conflict between the two races. Thus, despite being merely at the martial spirit realm, Ling Xiao possesses combat capabilities comparable to a martial king, ensuring his relative safety within the Demon Beast Mountain range. The Beast Emperor disregards him as little more than an ant, while the Beast King cannot do much to him, allowing Ling Xiao to roam freely for an extended period. However, should Dan Lao take action, it would signify the intervention of a figure at the martial emperor level, likely prompting the Beast Emperor from the depths of the mountains to respond. This concern arises as the Gale Wolf Pack draws near, potentially forcing Dan Lao to act, which is what Ling Xiao fears. Chapter 52. Dan Lao takes action. A mysterious woman arrives. The cunning Gale Wolf King relies solely on its speed to entangle with Ling Xiao, patiently awaiting the arrival of the wolf pack. Damn it! You worthless creature, is dodging all you know. To even call you a beast king is an insult. Suddenly, after a prolonged stalemate, Ling Xiao, seemingly at his wit's end, erupts into a tirade of curses, leaving the Gale Wolf momentarily stunned. As Ling Xiao's frustration mounts, his attacks, though still fierce as a tempest, gradually reveal openings. This, however, is not a genuine display of anger. It is a ruse, by vociferously berating the Gale Wolf King. He aims to provoke it into revealing a vulnerability, feigning weakness to entice the creature into attacking. Despite appearing desperate, Ling Xiao remains calm and calculated, fully prepared for any opening that may arise. His ruse is executed flawlessly, even managing to baffle the golden-feathered flame eagle. Witnessing its master in distress, the eagle feels a surge of trepidation, eager to offer a warning, yet fearful of inciting Ling Xiao's ire, resulting in a moment of genuine confusion in its attacks. The Gale Wolf King, observing Ling Xiao with a cool demeanor, remains unable to discern the truth. Its cautious nature prevents it from making hasty decisions. Surrounded by its pack, it seldom engages directly, excelling instead in commanding its wolves. Thus, even as Ling Xiao and the golden-feathered flame eagle make frequent missteps, the Gale Wolf King refrains from launching an immediate counterattack. Damn it, this wretched creature is overly cautious. Ling Xiao, feeling the futility of his efforts, grows increasingly exasperated. With the Gale Wolf King refusing to take the bait, Ling Xiao reluctantly decides to signal for Dan Lao's intervention. What a cunning little wolf, but you were never meant to be here. As Dan Lao's voice resonates, the Gale Wolf King is taken aback, glancing towards the valley entrance, where Dan Lao's spirit materializes. The manifestation of a martial emperor? No, merely a fragment of a powerful soul? For a 5th-tier Gale Wolf, to achieve 6th tier is truly remarkable. It must be attributed to your caution, yet your fate is sealed, Dan Lao declares, showing no hesitation as he strikes with a single palm. The colossal hand descends, locking onto the Gale Wolf King with martial prowess, leaving it with no escape, its eyes wide with terror, yet it is all in vain. Boom! In the aftermath, only a vast hand-shaped crater remains where the Gale Wolf King once stood. Dan Lao, having eliminated the threat, does not linger but returns to the depths of the valley. Is this the might of a martial emperor? Truly formidable, Ling Xiao muses, gazing at the deep pit with a mixture of awe and admiration. With the Gale Wolf King defeated, the remaining wolves pose no threat to Ling Xiao and the golden-feathered flame eagle. After they dispatch a few more, the pack scatters in panic. According to the golden-feathered flame eagle, there are only 3 beast kings in the vicinity. Now, with 2 dead and 1 fled, and with the eagle's presence, it is unlikely any more demon beasts will intrude. After ensuring everything is in order, Ling Xiao heads back to the valley. Yet, fate often plays its hand in unexpected ways. Not far from the valley, a woman leisurely wanders, cradling a small kitten. Even when confronted by demon beasts, they bow submissively, trembling on the ground. Just as Dan Lao strikes down the Gale Wolf King, the woman suddenly turns her gaze towards the valley. A martial emperor? How audacious! She exclaims, her voice laced with ire, before she effortlessly ascends into the air, heading directly for the valley. Not long after Ling Xiao enters the valley, The remaining 2 blood spirit crystals ripen. Excellent. Such rare herbs, even I cannot resist the urge to concoct some elixirs, Dan Lao remarks. His spirits lifted. I too have a keen interest in alchemy and have long wished to witness the process. Ling Xiao adds, however, these herbs are indeed hard to come by. I shudder to think how long it will take to gather all we need. Not good. How can such a terrifying presence appear here? Dan Lao suddenly exclaims, hastily stowing away the blood spirit crystals and retreating into his spatial ring. What is it, master? Ling Xiao asks, puzzled. Do not speak. Treat me as if I do not exist. If danger arises, relinquish control and allow me to guide your body. Dan Lao communicates urgently, falling silent. Just as Ling Xiao prepares to inquire further, an overwhelming aura descends upon the valley, rendering him nearly immobile. His heart racing in alarm. This presence is no mere martial emperor but something far beyond. This thought echoes in Ling Xiao's mind. Where has that martial emperor gone? A breathtaking woman clad in crimson appears above the valley. Exuding an air of nobility, her face marked by curiosity. Ling Xiao, stifled by her imposing presence, finds it difficult to even speak, staring at her in astonishment. Boy, I am asking you a question. The woman, receiving no reply, casts a discontented glance at Ling Xiao. Though he curses inwardly, he is rendered immobile to this moment. He cannot utter a word, and her pressing inquiry feels as though it could spell his demise. Observing Ling Xiao's stunned expression, the woman seems to realize something, allowing her aura to subside slightly. Regaining his ability to move, Ling Xiao gasps for breath, nearly collapsing. In this brief moment, he feels as if every ounce of strength has been drained from him. Where has the martial emperor gone? The woman inquires again. I do not know. Ling Xiao responds, filled with dread. Simultaneously, he speculates that this might be a demon beast in the southwest continent. It is widely known that martial emperors represent the pinnacle of power. Even if there are martial sovereigns, their numbers are few, and they do not roam freely. You do not know? To lie before my presence comes at a cost. The woman threatens ominously. Ling Xiao, unaware of why Dan Lao has chosen to hide, remains silent, knowing that he cannot reveal anything if Dan Lao wishes to remain undisclosed. A martial spirit. How did you manage to venture so deep into the mountains? The woman scrutinizes Ling Xiao's cultivation level, frowning slightly. This is a realm where demon beasts reign supreme. Even a martial king would find it challenging to navigate here. I came seeking herbs and found myself here, Ling Xiao explains. Dan Lao remains concealed. To the woman, he is but a mere insect. When questioned, Ling Xiao feels compelled to respond. What herbs are you searching for? Have you truly seen no one else? The woman queries, her skepticism evident. However, she has also scanned Ling Xiao, finding no other presence. Although Dan Lao's aura as a martial emperor appeared fleetingly, the woman is convinced she did not misinterpret it. Yet, Dan Lao, being merely a sole entity, is concealed within the spatial ring, which prevents her from detecting him. She does not perceive Dan Lao, and with Ling Xiao's cultivation being that of a mere martial spirit, she cannot be bothered to take action. This is the reason for Dan Lao's concealment. Sometimes, being weak serves as the best shield. Chapter 53. The Demon Sovereign, Purple Flame Sun Tiger. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation realms, there remains a chance for Ling Xiao to evade disaster. Nevertheless, Dan Lao does not dare to relax, remaining poised within the spatial ring, ready to act. How could a being of sovereign-level strength appear deep within the Demon Beast Mountain range? Dan Lao is filled with astonishment. Indeed, this woman in red is not human but a transformed demon beast, and she is no ordinary creature. Her cultivation is at the 8th tier sovereign level. Dan Lao, possessing a higher spiritual realm, immediately concealed himself upon sensing her approach. Otherwise, he would likely have met a grim fate. This woman is the true ruler of the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Once one of the 3 great beast emperors, she has recently encountered an opportunity, breaking her shackles and ascending to 8th tier. Afterward, he defeated the other 2 demon emperors, becoming the true master of this realm. Long ago, beasts and humans fought fiercely for dominance, resulting in mutual slaughter. Eventually, powerful beasts and formidable humans reached a compromise. Refraining from indiscriminate incursions into each other's territories, Naturally, the law of the jungle still allowed the weaker beings to engage in conflict. However, the presence of the demon emperors in the Beast Mountains ensured that anyone below the martial emperor rank could not guarantee their safety. While martial emperors could enter the Beast Mountains, they were forbidden from wantonly slaughtering the beasts, lest they provoke the wrath of the demon emperors. This peculiar equilibrium was a tacit understanding forged through centuries of mutual bloodshed. Though there were no explicit agreements, both parties were reluctant to breach it. Within the Beast Mountains, martial emperors faced few adversaries, making it easy to slay beasts. Yet, should a demon emperor become enraged and venture into human territory, ordinary humans would be utterly defenseless, resulting in significant casualties. This constituted a delicate balance. However, the actions of Elder Dan had disrupted this established order, inciting the anger of the woman in red. Now, unable to locate Elder Dan, Ling Xiao was merely a two-star martial spirit. Despite his formidable combat prowess, comparable to that of a martial king, he was still viewed as insignificant by the woman in red, who had no desire to engage with him. "Is this blood spirit fruit tree yours?" the woman asked, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the tree. No. I arrived too late and only saw the tree, but no fruit," Ling Xiao replied. Choosing to deny any ownership, uncertain of her intentions, if she desired the fruit, would he dare to refuse? That would be tantamount to courting death. He claimed he had not obtained any, suggesting she seek the martial emperor she mentioned instead. "Is that so? Then the martial emperor is not your accomplice. How did you manage to reach the depths of these mountains?" the woman in red inquired again, her overwhelming aura nearly forcing Ling Xiao to kneel. Yet, in a critical moment, he forced himself to shift positions, settling on the ground instead. Ling Xiao seethed with anger but could only stifle it. He knelt before the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Who else had the right to demand his submission? Yet, unwilling as he was, facing such a powerful enemy, he could only silently vow that one day he would reclaim everything. "I do not know any martial emperor. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do," Ling Xiao managed to say with difficulty. Then, with an air of pride, he continued, "As for entering the depths of the Beast Mountains, without the demon emperors intervening, the other beasts are mere fodder." Ha! Such bold words. "Outside, there is a small eagle that has attained the rank of Beast King. If you can defeat it, I shall grant you a way out. If not, and you are deceiving me, then consider the consequences." The woman in red chuckled lightly, setting the stage for their contest. Ling Xiao nearly burst into laughter at the prospect of competing against his own mount. This would be far too easy. Yet, it was clear that she did not grasp the nature of his connection with the golden feather blazing eagle, a fact he could not reveal. He swiftly communicated with the eagle, instructing it to cooperate and feign ignorance. As for the battle, he was confident enough to give it his all, lest she uncover any discrepancies or perceive a defeat as a loss of face for the eagle. "Is your word true?" Ling Xiao asked, wanting to clarify the stakes, for matters of life and death warranted precision. Though such powerful beings typically honored their word, it was better to be cautious. "Humph, my word is indeed law. Defeat it, and you may leave freely. I shall not hinder you," the woman in red declared with a cold snort. "Very well. May I take a moment to recover?" Ling Xiao requested. Though there had been no combat, her intermittent pressure had drained him significantly. "The battle will commence in half an hour. I have no time to waste here," the woman replied nonchalantly, stroking the small cat nestled in her arms. "Thank you." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude before promptly settling down to recuperate. "Mother, why grant him time to recover? He is merely a human. Why not kill him directly?" Suddenly, the small cat in the woman's embrace spoke. To Ling Xiao's astonishment, this was no ordinary creature but a beast king. However, he kept his composure, deciding to deal with it later. The small kitten, though recently born, was a product of her union with the white tiger. An 8th-tier beast. Through sheer luck and effort, she had achieved her breakthrough to become an 8th-tier beast sovereign, thanks to the 9th-tier spirit herb, the sunflower, gifted by the white tiger. Her child, despite its infancy, was already a beast king, and she cherished it dearly, carrying it everywhere to prevent any misfortune. The White Tiger clan was immensely powerful, having produced a white tiger demon emperor in the past. Other tiger clans were merely vassals. Bear offspring with a white tiger was a matter of supreme honor for the purple flame sun tiger, and her child carried noble white tiger blood. While she had reached the pinnacle of 8th-tier beasts, her child's potential was limitless, destined for greatness, and would be her reliance. What a trivial creature! Let them perform for you shortly. That would be quite amusing. The woman cooed, unabashedly. Ling Xiao silently took note of this small kitten, his discomfort notwithstanding. Strength was paramount. He would have to endure. One day, he would capture it and bring it to the beast arena to experience the harshness of reality. As time passed, Ling Xiao focused on his recovery while the woman amused herself with her cat. The golden feather blazing eagle remained on edge, aware that neither the woman in red nor Ling Xiao was within its reach, forcing it to comply with the circumstances. Chapter 54. The attempt to invade. The Beast Emperor's seal. When the time came, Ling Xiao stood up, ready for the woman's command. You are quite obedient. Have you recovered? The woman inquired. The time has come, Ling Xiao replied coolly. Very well. Let me see what gives you the audacity to venture here alone. Begin. The woman in red instructed carelessly. That moment, the small kitten in her arms fell silent, its excitement palpable, resembling an audience member at the beast arena. Ling Xiao and the golden feather blazing eagle were merely performers for their entertainment. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao summoned all his strength, despite having previously defeated the golden feather blazing eagle. He knew he needed to exert his full power once more. Celestial thunder. Ling Xiao called upon the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder to empower himself. Startling the woman in red, without further ado, he charged toward the golden feather blazing eagle, unleashing his full might. Although the eagle understood it was outmatched, it obeyed Ling Xiao's command and fought with all its strength. However, the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. As Ling Xiao revealed the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder, the woman in red regarded him with newfound respect. The enigmatic, seamless sword technique was unleashed, leaving the golden feather blazing eagle to endure a relentless assault. Despite its robust physique, it could not withstand for long. Seeing this, the woman realized Ling Xiao would undoubtedly emerge victorious. What martial technique is this? How peculiar! The small kitten exclaimed, mesmerized. Though born recently, it had become a beast king due to its lineage. Yet its combat prowess remained feeble. Even against ordinary beast kings, it might struggle in its eyes. Ling Xiao was akin to an early-stage 5th-tier beast, yet he dominated the golden feather blazing eagle effortlessly. Leaving it utterly astonished, the woman remained silent, observing intently, causing Ling Xiao to feel uneasy, worried she might reconsider. Yet, with no alternative, he pressed on with the battle. Eventually, the golden feather blazing eagle could no longer withstand the onslaught. Collapsing heavily to the ground, prompting Ling Xiao to halt, he turned to the woman in red, awaiting her verdict. Ling Xiao's strength had convinced the woman in red that he might indeed have ventured into the depths of the mountains alone. However, this did not sufficiently prove he had no connection to the vanished martial emperor. Upon seeing the blood spirit fruit tree, she had also contemplated obtaining the fruits, as they could enhance her child's bloodline. As the ruler of the Beast Mountains, she felt it inappropriate to go back on her word, yet she also recognized that the blood spirit fruits might not be in Ling Xiao's possession. Considering he had approached the tree from a distance, after considerable thought, she resolved to honor her promise and allow Ling Xiao to leave. You performed admirably. This time, I shall spare your life. Depart. After a lengthy silence, the woman finally spoke. Thank you, esteemed one. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude, turning to leave without hesitation. As for the golden feather blazing eagle, it would have to fend for itself in its return. Once Ling Xiao departed, the golden feather blazing eagle looked at the woman with hope. Injured and vulnerable, it risked perishing without assistance. Humph! Useless wretch! Seek your own fortune, the woman coldly scoffed, turning away without a glance at the golden feather blazing eagle. The poor eagle's gaze dimmed as it lay on the ground, awaiting its fate. Anticipating the return of its master to rescue it, Ling Xiao dared not linger nearby after departing, fearing that the woman's spirit might track him. He ran far away, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he contacted Dan Lao within the storage ring. Master, do you think that woman will pursue me? rest assured, she is headed towards the outskirts of the mountains. While you've run in the wrong direction, ahead is fraught with danger. Have you not noticed the absence of any monstrous beasts here? Dan Lao cautioned. What? Could we potentially encounter the Beast Emperor? Ling Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. With the appearance of the woman in red, he was reluctant to let his master intervene, fearing it would attract that terrifying woman. However, without Dan Lao's assistance, he himself was no match for the Beast Emperor. Venturing deeper into the mountains posed significant risks. If you continue towards the outskirts, that woman will likely follow you until you leave the Beast Mountain range. Running in the opposite direction has allowed you to evade her for now. The presence of a beast sovereign here is already remarkable. There shouldn't be another one now. You must conceal your aura and proceed with caution. I will keep watch over our surroundings. Point 1 must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. What is there to fear with a beast emperor? Only then might we discover more treasures. Dan Lao advised. So, master, do you mean we should raid that woman's lair? Heh, that could be quite enjoyable. I nearly lost my life just moments ago, and that damn little kitten. Let us destroy their nest and take out our frustrations. Ling Xiao chimed in. Hurry, do not dawdle. If that woman returns, it would bode ill for us. Also, your mount is still waiting for you to save it. If you delay too long, it may succumb to its injuries. Dan Lao urged. All right, we shall steal her crystal right away. Ling Xiao nodded, immediately suppressing his aura and swiftly advancing in the direction indicated by Dan Lao. Stop. There is the aura of a beast emperor to the left ahead. Circle right, Dan Lao suddenly warned. All right. How many beast emperors are there in this Beast Mountain range? This is ridiculous, Ling Xiao exclaimed as he began to navigate around. This location, being one of the perilous areas of the Tianfeng Empire, was not surprising for the presence of beast emperors, but it was unlikely there would be too many. Otherwise, the Tianfeng Empire could not withstand the expansion of the monstrous beasts, Dan Lao remarked. Indeed, that is reassuring. Otherwise, this place would be exceedingly dangerous, Ling Xiao replied. However, shortly after deviating from the path, Dan Lao called for a halt again. Master, what is it? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. There is again the aura of a beast emperor to the right ahead. Dan Lao stated. What? Are there really this many beast emperors? What should we do now? Ling Xiao inquired. Both sides are blocked by beast emperors, and the rear likely leads to the lair of the beast sovereign. Dan Lao analyzed, then after a careful assessment, added, retreat slightly to the left. We will pass through the middle. Pass through? Master, are you jesting? If we disturb the two beast emperors, both may awaken. Ling Xiao expressed his concerns. Enough of your nonsense. Although I can only wield the power of a martial emperor at present, my soul is not something these beast emperors can compare against. Their understanding of the power of the soul is still far from adequate. Dan Lao replied confidently, Very well. If Master believes it will work, then I shall proceed. But if we are discovered, you must shield me. The Beast Emperor is not the same as the Beast Sovereign. If I am casually slain, I shall be wronged, Ling Xiao muttered as he moved cautiously according to Dan Lao's instructions, carefully retreating towards the space between the two Beast Emperors. Chapter 55. Ling Xiao's Revenge and Tremendous Gains with Dan Lao's Soul Interference. Ling Xiao safely retreated to the boundary between the two Beast Emperors' blockade. We are to pass through here, Ling Xiao inquired. Yes, let us act. I am here, Dan Lao declared with solemnity. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a slight alleviation of his tension. Though had he seen the seriousness etched on his master's face, he would not have felt so at ease. While Dan Lao had once been an alchemist with considerable expertise in the manipulation of souls, his current condition was not complete. Thus, fully shielding both beast emperors was not entirely foolproof. Fortune favors the bold. Sometimes, to gain more, one must take certain risks, Dan Lao mused within the storage ring in his current state. Facing the beast sovereign was entirely without hope. However, he was confident in protecting Ling Xiao's escape. Yet, that was the worst-case scenario, for employing certain forbidden techniques might render him unable to endure, potentially leading to his eternal downfall. Nevertheless, he was aware of Ling Xiao's resentment towards the beast sovereign for having suppressed him, and his seemingly reckless flight was, in truth, intentional. Ling Xiao had deduced that the beast sovereign would pursue him and did not fully trust his words. Yet he chose to act contrary to expectation and ventured deeper. Was it merely to evade? Without harboring any ulterior motives, how could that be possible? Yet, he refrained from articulating his thoughts, since Ling Xiao wished to proceed. Then let it be. He would merely fulfill his supporting role. Fortuitously, Ling Xiao successfully traversed the blockade of the two beast emperors, revealing a valley ahead, adorned with waterfalls, streams, and vibrant flowers, a sight most enchanting. At the heart of the valley lay a bamboo grove, with winding paths meandering through it. Through the bamboo, one could vaguely discern quaint bamboo houses and pavilions, exuding a unique ambience, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Imbued with an ethereal quality. This is the lair of that tigress? I never expected it to be so picturesque. The arrangements here are quite exquisite, Ling Xiao remarked in admiration upon witnessing the valley's splendor. The setting was indeed uniquely crafted, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. A monstrous beast, forsaking a cave, had instead constructed such a dwelling. It was indeed unconventional. This was also characteristic of the purple flame-fiery sun tiger. It was precisely due to her such habits that she attracted the occasional passing 8th-grade monstrous beast, the white tiger, with whom she bore offspring. Although Ling Xiao marveled at the distinctive arrangements, he was not there to admire the scenery. He wondered where that detestable woman stored her treasures. Ling Xiao, musing to himself, swiftly navigated through the bamboo path, soon arriving at a vast courtyard nestled deep within the grove. He did not hesitate to enter the courtyard, heading straight for the bamboo building. However, as he moved quickly, Ling Xiao suddenly halted, his face lighting up with joy. Following Ling Xiao's gaze, it became apparent that the courtyard was adorned with various embellishments. The peculiar flowers and herbs decorating the courtyard left Ling Xiao astounded. Those were spirit herbs, at the very least of 5th-grade quality: hawthorn, heavenly incense, azure cloudvine, and luoing orchid. Dan Lao, emerging from the storage ring, observed the spirit herbs with great excitement. All spirit herbs? Ha ha ha, we struck gold. This trip was truly worthwhile, Ling Xiao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. All right, you go check the bamboo building. I will personally handle these spirit herbs. This beast sovereign is truly a reckless fiend, carelessly planting the spirit herbs she collected here. It seems she has not tended to them for long, or many would surely have withered. This is the creation Dan soil. No wonder. Even with such haphazard planting, they still thrive. What a travesty, Dan Lao remarked, exhilarated by the sight of the garden. However, his excitement was tempered by the realization that the spirit herbs were not cultivated appropriately, prompting him to decry the woman in red as a foolhardy wastrel. These spirit herbs are evidently not mature. How shall we transport them? If we store them in the storage ring, they will likely wither upon our return. Ling Xiao suddenly queried. Dan Lao was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he pondered the dilemma. This was indeed a difficult problem to resolve. If the spirit herbs withered due to transplantation, it would be a tremendous waste. Surely, they could not carry these spirit herbs around the Beast Mountain range. That would invite disaster. Noting Dan Lao's contemplative frown, Ling Xiao held onto a notion, uncertain of its feasibility. Yet, it seemed Dan Lao had no better alternatives. So they might as well give it a try, as the loss would not be significant. Moreover, Ling Xiao was determined to haul away everything of value from this place, leaving nothing but rubble behind. He was not only there to seek opportunities, but also to exact revenge. As he pondered, Ling Xiao said, "Disciple has a plan, though I am uncertain of its effectiveness." "Oh? Do share." Dan Lao's interest was piqued. "Master, do you remember the spatial realm of my central Danfield?" Ling Xiao replied. Dan Lao responded, "Are you suggesting we store these spirit herbs within your central Danfield?" "Precisely. My central Danfield is somewhat extraordinary. It is crafted to mirror the world, with ample space to accommodate these spirit herbs along with the creation Dan soil," Ling Xiao explained. His central Danfield was unique, though it could not yet be considered a true world. It contained the essence of heaven and earth, ensuring that the spirit herbs within would not wither quickly. Once they exited the Beast Mountain range and returned to their clan, they could naturally transplant and cultivate them. After all, these were at least 5th-grade herbs, with several 6th-grade specimens, and even 3 7th-grade spirit herbs. Once matured, they represented a considerable fortune. That is indeed a fine plan. Give it a try, Dan Lao, having sensed the wonders of Ling Zhao's central Danfield, immediately dug up a 5th-grade spirit herb with its soil, urging Ling Xiao to proceed with the test. Ling Xiao nodded, enveloping the spirit herb with its soil in his soul power and pulling it towards the central Danfield. Success. Although it required some effort, the exertion was not excessive. Ling Xiao successfully stored the spirit herb within the central Danfield and, after sensing it, declared, "Let us begin." Elder Dan took action, beginning to harvest the miraculous medicinal soil and spiritual herbs from the garden, while Ling Xiao was responsible for storing them within the space of his dantian. Soon, the once beautiful garden transformed into a vast pit, utterly ruining the aesthetics of the courtyard. It looks quite pleasing this way. Much more agreeable to the eye. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Elder Dan remained speechless. He was aware of Ling Zhao's simmering frustration but chose not to comment further. Subsequently, Ling Xiao entered the bamboo building, where he discovered around 70 or 80 jade boxes in one of the rooms. Upon opening one, he found it contained a primary ingredient for the ice crystal pill, frosty jade vine. Ha ha ha, this old tigress actually stored these spiritual herbs here. She certainly deserves her misfortune. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, unceremoniously collecting all the jade boxes into his spatial ring without bothering to examine each one. Although the purple flame sun tiger had only recently unified the Beast Mountain range, it had indeed gathered the essence of the entire region. Just recently, the Beast Emperor and Beast King had presented these as tributes, and now they had all conveniently fallen into Ling Zhao's hands. The ores there were also extraordinary. We must collect them quickly and leave this place. The Beast Sovereign could return at any moment. Encountering them would be most unfortunate, Elder Dan cautioned. Understood, Master, Ling Xiao nodded. Swiftly scavenging through the various rooms of the bamboo building, he gathered everything, useful or not, into Elder Dan's spatial ring. This petulant behavior left Elder Dan feeling helpless, while his spatial ring was not small. He still resided within it, and throwing everything inside seemed rather unnecessary. Nevertheless, he meticulously inspected all the items and organized them into categories. After finishing the scavenging, Ling Xiao exited the bamboo building, gazing at its uniquely styled architecture. Suddenly, the inked jade sky blade appeared in his hand. With a few swift strokes, he turned and departed. As Ling Xiao exited the courtyard, a creaking sound echoed behind him, followed by the sound of the bamboo building collapsing into a heap of ruins. Ling Xiao felt invigorated, not bothering to look back as he retraced his steps. Chapter 56. Saving the golden feather flame eagle. Carefully traversing the two Beast Emperor's blockade lines, Ling Xiao felt refreshed. Humming a cheerful tune as he hurried towards the territory of the golden feather flame eagle. Master, our harvest this time is tremendous. Do we have enough materials for alchemy? Ling Xiao inquired. This time, we have all the primary ingredients for alchemy. Upon returning, we can find a large city to purchase some auxiliary herbs, and then we can concoct both the ice crystal pill and the blood flower pill. However, we must leave the Beast Mountain range as swiftly as possible. I can only imagine that the Beast Sovereign will be infuriated upon discovering the state of its lair, and the Beast Mountain range is likely to become exceedingly perilous. Elder Dan replied, Indeed. Then let us return to the family estate. Although Pingyang City is a small town, it is tranquil, and the forces within are not overly powerful. We should be able to conduct our alchemy without disturbance. Ling Xiao stated. Returning to the family is certainly an option. The unrest in the Beast Mountain range is unlikely to settle down for several months. Elder Dan concurred. Meanwhile, shortly after Ling Xiao's escape, the purple flame sun tiger headed towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, unwilling to relinquish the blood spirit crystal fruit. The small tiger in her arms had a commendable bloodline. Yet she desired even more. Additionally, during the juvenile stage, consuming the blood spirit crystal fruit would greatly enhance the bloodline. Mother, you should not have let that human go. If we kill him, we can seize the miraculous heavenly god thunder from him. Whether the blood spirit crystal fruit is with him or not is quite evident, the little cub complained. However, I have already spoken my word. How can I easily go back on it? This entire Beast Mountain range is my territory, and as a sovereign, I must uphold my promises. Yet, with a human martial emperor entering, I sensed that aura was quite unfamiliar. Has a new martial emperor emerged from the human empire of Tianfeng? The woman in red mused. The speed at which humans cultivate is indeed enviable. If I could find you a transformation pill, allowing you to transform early, with your aptitude, your advancement speed would surely be significantly faster. The woman in red added, but we've traveled so far, and yet there is still no sign of that human. Have we possibly gone the wrong way? The little cub queried. We are already nearing the outskirts of the mountain range. What could be the matter? Is it possible he did not return to the human territory? This direction is a necessary path for humans to return. The woman in red paused, somewhat puzzled. Are we nearing human territory? Can we take a look? The curious little cub asked. It is best not to venture too easily into human territory. Though they may be physically frail, they are exceedingly cunning and possess various means. In the future, if you must deal with them, be wary. That lad is simply fortunate. Let us return, the woman in red concluded. The blood spirit crystal fruit tree has a remarkable property. If nurtured with blood, it can accelerate its growth. In no more than a century, it will bear fruit again. So there is no need to continue searching. As she spoke, the woman in red abandoned her pursuit of Ling Xiao and prepared to return to claim the blood spirit crystal fruit tree. Ling Xiao, arriving at the territory of the golden feather flame eagle ahead of her, stepped into the valley, where he found the golden feather flame eagle lying mournfully on the ground. Upon seeing Ling Xiao's return, the eagle was filled with emotion, nearly brought to tears. It had cooperated with Ling Xiao, sustaining severe injuries due to his actions, yet it bore the pain, believing that Ling Xiao would come to its rescue. However, after Ling Xiao's departure, a whole day passed without his return, and it felt as though its blood was about to run dry, filled with dread. Thankfully, its master had indeed thought of it and finally returned. Good, everything is well. Here is a 4th-rank recovery pill. Come, eat it. Ling Xiao approached, in good spirits, kindly offering the recovery pill given by Elder Dan to the golden feather flame eagle. Thank you, master. The golden feather flame eagle hurriedly expressed gratitude as it swallowed the pill. Elder Dan observed, noting that the pills had been in his spatial ring for too long, losing some of their potency. Given the severity of the eagle's injuries, 1 pill might not suffice. Perhaps I should provide a few more. As beast bodies are quite formidable, there's no need to worry too much, Ling Xiao communicated through thought. Cough. Let me see what I can find. Elder Dan pondered, recognizing the necessity. He had been a 9th-rank alchemist in life, and while he did not have many low-tier pills, he was uncertain of when he had placed them in his spatial ring, having not paid attention to them before. Here is a blood amber pill and a life bone pill. Let it consume these as well. They should have some effect, definitely enough to ensure its survival. Once we are out, I shall concoct a creation pill, and all will be well, Elder Dan declared, providing Ling Xiao with 2 additional pills, which he had painstakingly located in the corners of his spatial ring. Fortunately, as an alchemist, the jade bottles containing the pills were still in decent condition. Otherwise, they would have truly lost their efficacy. Ling Xiao, not yet well versed in alchemy, did not overthink the pills given by Elder Dan. He simply opened the golden feather flame eagle's mouth and fed the pills to it. Not long after, the eagle began to convulse, prompting Ling Xiao to ask in surprise, Master, what is happening? Cough. It is nothing. It will subside shortly, Elder Dan said, somewhat awkwardly, forcing himself to remain calm. The pills were on the verge of expiration. While they had some healing effects, the pain might be somewhat intensified, but overall, the situation was not dire. Oh, Ling Xiao replied, no longer concerned. After more than half an hour, the golden feather flame eagle finally lay still, no longer trembling. Though it felt its injuries had significantly improved, it was immensely grateful to Ling Xiao, unaware that Elder Dan had previously experimented with the efficacy of expired pills on it. We should take our leave, Elder Dan reminded. Leave now? But the golden feather flame eagle doesn't seem fully recovered. Ling Xiao hesitated. Let it shrink its body and perch on your shoulder. It is best to depart the Beast Mountain range as soon as possible. Elder Dan advised. Right? How could I forget? Ling Xiao suddenly realized that Beast Kings had the ability to freely alter their sizes. He then instructed the golden feather flame eagle, you should shrink your body. We will leave immediately. Yes, master. The golden feather flame eagle, having regained some strength, found it easy to change its form. It quickly shrank from its original massive size, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, to that of a sparrow, flying onto Ling Xiao's shoulder. Ling Xiao was about to turn and leave when he caught sight of the blood spirit crystal fruit tree out of the corner of his eye and immediately dashed toward it. Opportunities should not be squandered. This blood spirit crystal fruit tree will take several hundred years to bear fruit again. Taking it now would be futile. It is better to leave it here. Elder Dan's voice interrupted, urging him to reconsider. Several hundred years, indeed. If there were a method for rapid cultivation, I would undoubtedly take it, leaving nothing for my enemies, Ling Xiao retorted. Ling Xiao muttered a phrase before turning to leave the valley. Chapter 57. Devouring spirit bodies. After departing from the valley, Ling Xiao hastily made his way toward the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range, where Feng Linwan and Di Xiaoxiao were still waiting in the canyon. However, he was aware that the purple flame sun tiger had also ventured to the mountain's periphery, so for safety's sake, he chose to take a lengthy detour. Nevertheless, he traveled at a swift pace, evading several monster beasts thanks to Dan Lao's warnings, and made good time. Upon arriving in the territory of the golden feather flame eagle, the purple flame sun tiger found no sign of the eagle. Although puzzled, it noticed that the blood spirit crystal fruit tree remained intact and did not dwell on it further. After harvesting from the fruit tree, it surveyed the monster beast mountain range and gradually returned to its lair. 3 days later, upon returning to its den, it was met with utter devastation, instantly igniting its fury. Damn it! Who dares to cause chaos here? The little tiger cub exclaimed, its body rapidly expanding as it charged toward the ruins of the bamboo hut. Everything was gone, all of it. It began to rummage through the debris in search of something, but soon, it slumped down in despair, murmuring to itself. Advancement for monster beasts was no simple feat. It required a considerable investment of time. Aside from their innate bloodlines, the quickest method for them to ascend after birth was to transform. Yet, for those with noble bloodlines who reached adulthood at levels above 7, it was one thing. For those who fell short of that mark, assistance was imperative for transformation. The most effective aid was the devouring transformation grass. Of course, transformation pills were even better, guaranteeing a successful transformation without the accompanying agony. However, monster beasts were generally not adept at alchemy, often resorting to directly consuming the transformation grass. If one failed, they would simply try another until they succeeded. The purple flame sun tiger had initially prepared 2 stalks of transformation grass for the little cub. However, having just recently been born, it could not bear to subject the cub to the pain of transformation right away. Yet now, all of it had been taken by Ling Xiao, which was the source of the little cub's sorrow. A fierce roar erupted, echoing with immense rage. Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman hurriedly arrived at the scene, their expressions filled with disbelief and fear as they beheld the wreckage of the courtyard. They were the other 2 beast emperors of the monster beast mountain range. How could you guard this place so poorly? You're utterly useless. The purple flame sun tiger seethed. Please, Your Excellency, forgive us. The 2 of them trembled, collapsing to their knees at a loss for words. They were oblivious to the destruction of the Lord's territory. Although they had sealed off the routes leading here, it was evident that they had failed in their duties. Damn little thief, when I catch you, I will surely flay you alive. The purple flame sun tiger, through the lingering aura, had already confirmed Ling Xiao's presence in the area. Cursing under its breath, it waved a hand to conjure an image of Ling Xiao, commanding, "Go find him immediately and bring him back to me." "Yes, I will relay your orders at once," one of the beast emperors hastily replied. "You 2 should search personally. Though this little thief is merely at the level of a martial spirit 2-star, his strength is no trivial matter. Even ordinary beast kings are no match for him." The purple flame sun tiger cautioned. Understood. The 2 beast emperors were taken aback but still accepted the command. Soon after, the 2 beast emperors set out, causing the entire monster beast mountain range to erupt into chaos. Although it was said that beast kings were not necessarily Ling Xiao's equals, with the orders from the tiger sovereign, all monster beasts were mobilized to search for Ling Xiao. If they could not defeat him, they could at least relay information. The news was disseminated through the beast emperors to the various beast kings, who then passed it on to their subordinates, leading all monster beasts to scurry about in search of Ling Xiao. Ordinarily, each beast king, and even the 4th and 5th tier monster beasts, had their designated territories and would not easily cross boundaries. However, with the Tiger Sovereign S directive, this rule was shattered. By the time the purple flame sun tiger returned to its lair, Ling Xiao was already not far from the canyon where Feng Linwan resided. The monster beast mountain range was thrown into disarray, beginning from its depths. Ling Xiao had reached the outskirts, and within a day, he would be able to return to Luyun town without significant peril. Upon arriving at the canyon, however, Ling Xiao found Feng Linwan absent, with only Yi Xiaoxiao present. "Young master has returned," Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and inquired, "Where is my mother?" "Madam has gone to hunt monster beasts. She will return by night," Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Ling Xiao had embarked on an expedition deep into the monster beast mountain range, while Feng Linwan had not been idle either. Her innate talent was relatively impressive, though her progress had been slow over the years due to a lack of focus on cultivation. With Ling Xiao's recovery and renewed ability to cultivate, along with having taken on a mentor, she felt considerably reassured. Now, cultivation was back on the agenda, and having found some spiritual herbs in the monster beast mountain range, her advancement speed had been quite commendable lately. She had also reached the level of a martial spirit 1 star. Each day, she ventured out to hunt monster beasts, gather monster cores, procure materials, and search for spiritual herbs, reaping substantial rewards. Ling Xiao glanced at the sky, noting that dusk had fallen. Although he felt some concern, he was now at the edge of the monster beast mountain range, and staying an extra night should pose no issues, so he decided to rest in the canyon for a while. "Very well, let us wait for mother to return. You should also prepare. Tomorrow we shall depart and return to our clan," Ling Xiao said. Then I shall go prepare a meal," Yi Xiaoxiao declared, considering herself a servant. Although she wished to spend more time with Ling Xiao, her shy nature made finding conversation difficult, so she hurried off to cook instead. After running off, she chastised herself internally. So foolish! Yet, with Ling Xiao back and the impending return to the clan, there would be ample time to catch up. Seeing Ling Xiao's weary appearance, it was clear he had not been comfortable living in the monster beast mountain range, which made her heart ache, prompting her to earnestly prepare the meal. Having spent over 2 months in the monster beast mountain range, Ling Xiao had merely subsisted on casual fare and had not truly enjoyed a proper meal. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoxiao preparing food, he smiled and did not intervene. This girl, she doesn't focus on her cultivation and spends all her time fussing over food. Ling Xiao chuckled. Her physique is somewhat special, but it has yet to be activated. Once it is, her cultivation speed will be remarkably swift. Dan Lao suddenly interjected. "Oh? What kind of physique does she have?" Ling Xiao asked, somewhat surprised. "I cannot ascertain that just yet. We will need to verify it once you return to your clan. If my suspicions hold true, it is an exceedingly rare physique with great potential," Dan Lao remarked. Ling Xiao's curiosity was piqued, but Dan Lao remained vague, prompting Ling Xiao to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Master, do enlighten me about what kind of physique she might possess. You keep saying it's special, which only heightens my curiosity." Ling Xiao muttered, "It's just that it's not yet certain. Look at how anxious you've become. Fine, I shall tell you." "Why so insatiably curious?" Dan Lao said. Ling Xiao was unconcerned and patiently awaited Dan Lao's explanation. Dan Lao did not keep him waiting long, stating, "I suspect she possesses the devouring spirit body. This physique is incredibly rare. Initially, it resembles that of a normal person. However, once the spirit body is activated, the cultivation speed becomes exceedingly abnormal. Yet, activating this physique is no easy task. One could say it is fraught with peril. Furthermore, while it can directly devour souls to absorb the majority of their energy, this also leads to the accumulation of chaotic elemental energy within her body, hindering her advancement to martial saint. There have been cases where individuals activated this physique and reached the peak of martial sovereign in just over a decade. Yet one such individual took over 1,000 years to break through to martial saint, only succeeding after obtaining a 9th-tier spiritual herb. As Dan Lao spoke, he sighed. The way of heaven seeks balance. Perhaps this is the nature of gain and loss. Then how can this physique be activated? And what is this ninth-tier spiritual herb? Ling Xiao inquired. To activate this physique, she must devour a spirit body. This method is rather sinister and viewed as demonic, making it detested by the masses. Moreover, she is merely a martial apprentice. How could she possibly contend with a spirit capable of manifesting a virtual body? This is undoubtedly courting death. There is a significant risk of being possessed by the opponent's spirit. Thus, it requires a stroke of fortune. The ninth-tier spiritual herb is called the Reincarnation Thousand-Turn Lotus. If consumed, it allows one to undergo reincarnation, refining their elemental energy, Dan Lao explained. This poses quite a challenge. If the opponent's soul is not strong enough and their physical body is destroyed, their spirit will naturally dissipate. Those with high soul realms must possess formidable strength, making them difficult adversaries, Ling Xiao remarked. Indeed, Dan Lao affirmed. Chapter 58. Ling Xiao's doubts regarding the devouring spirit body. Yi Xiaoxiao's hopes the ability to devour souls is undeniably sinister in nature. While it allows for rapid cultivation, it inevitably breeds enmity, making the path of growth arduous. Ling Xiao fell into silence, contemplating the implications of aiding Yi Xiaoxiao in her ascent. He would become a target for many. Was such a course of action truly worth it? However, given the rarity of this physique, failing to leverage it would indeed be a pity. Is the devouring spirit body solely capable of consuming souls? Are there no other spirit bodies it can devour? Ling Xiao inquired. Spirit bodies, are they not synonymous with soul bodies? Dan Lao replied. Not necessarily. For instance, there are spirit bodies born from the heavenly divine thunder. Those birthed from pills or even those from weapons. Though their souls may be incomplete, they are still spirit bodies, are they not? Why must one only devour human souls? Ling Xiao argued. Devouring spirit bodies. Perhaps it is indeed viable to avoid collecting human souls, thereby minimizing the accumulation of hatred. However, such celestial anomalies are exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Shenlei, we indeed know a few places. However, that is the nourishment for your growth. Must it be relinquished to her? Elder Dan also found merit in Ling Xiao's words, yet they seemed rather impractical. After all, the number of those unique spiritual entities is limited, and they are not easily obtained. If one were to deliberately seek out those spiritual bodies, the rapid cultivation advantage of devouring spiritual entities may very well vanish. What about the demon beasts? Ling Xiao remained unconvinced that it is possible, but the souls of demon beasts are ferocious. Excessive consumption may impact one's sanity, Elder Dan cautioned. Impact one's sanity? Would human souls not affect one's sanity as well? Ling Xiao inquired, perplexed. No matter how unique the spiritual entity, devouring a soul results in the fusion of two souls. A drastic change in personality would not astonish him. How could there be no effect at all? There is always a trade-off. To gain strength, one must endure some influence, which is quite reasonable. It is a matter of choosing the lesser of two evils. This is about affecting sanity, not personality. If your friend or family were to undergo a drastic change in character, you might accept it, but what if she goes mad, failing to recognize even you? What then? Elder Dan asked calmly. The reason this physique is scarcely documented is due to its inherent limitations. Few have truly risen relying on this physique, which is why it is not widely known. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent. To assist her in rising only to become a stranger. What would be the point? To expend effort nurturing a powerful lunatic would be akin to insanity. Surely this influence can be eliminated? Otherwise, aside from the rapid cultivation, this physique would be utterly worthless. After a lengthy silence, Ling Xiao finally spoke. Naturally, when you refine and merge with the heavenly divine thunder, do you not also extinguish their sentience? With proper refinement, the influence can indeed be minimized, Elder Dan affirmed. Proper refinement? Is there a corresponding technique for this physique? Ling Xiao's eyes brightened. There is, however, it seems to be lost to time or perhaps collected by certain great powers. In my day, I was curious and sought to gather such knowledge, but many sought elixirs, and no one presented the techniques pertaining to devouring spiritual entities. Elder Dan replied, Is that so? Is that all the information you possess regarding the devouring spiritual physique? Could there be some miscommunication? Ling Xiao questioned, He felt that such a rare physique seemed rather futile. If souls can be devoured, then surely other forms of energy could be as well. Cultivation is fundamentally a process of absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth to strengthen oneself. From initially deriving energy from food to generating inner strength, to directly absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth and comprehending their rules, one gradually ascends to the pinnacle of cultivation. The so-called devouring spiritual physique cannot violate this basic principle. It merely starts from a different point. Teacher, concoct a pill for Yi Xiao to refine and see. I feel the rumor that the devouring spiritual physique can only consume souls is sheer folly. Ling Xiao asserted. Have you considered the consequences? She is still in the body-refining stage, with fragile meridians, and cannot bear the potency of those strength-enhancing elixirs. If her physique cannot be activated, it would ruin her path of cultivation. Or worse, pose a threat to her life? Elder Dan hesitated. He possessed limited knowledge about the devouring spiritual physique, and perhaps there were indeed inaccuracies. But is Ling Xiao suggesting to experiment on Yi Xiao? Prepare healing elixirs, for the worst outcome would be her cultivation being impacted. Her life should not be endangered in her current state. Achieving any significant progress seems unlikely. If her cultivation is affected, she would be relegated to a maid. Then I shall ensure her safety for a lifetime. Only upon succeeding would she regain her true self, rather than living in this state of confusion. Ling Xiao gazed at Yi Xiao, who was diligently preparing food in the distance. This was not a matter of Ling Xiao being callous or dismissive of Yi Xiao. Rather, this is a world of martial cultivation. Without strength, one is destined to remain at the bottom. Why Yi Xiao's fate has been fraught with misfortune. After the death of old Yi, she once harbored thoughts of giving up on life. To this end, Feng Linwan attempted to kindle her spirit through hatred, yet to little effect. Later, Ling Xiao's appearance reignited her will to live. However, knowing her limited talent, she felt quite inferior. Her insistence on becoming a maid is a testament to that. Moreover, upon meeting her this time, Ling Xiao noticed her cultivation had not advanced at all. This was the Demon Beast mountain range, where daily consumption of demon beast meat should have yielded some benefits. Yet, her cultivation remained stagnant, while her culinary skills had improved. Clearly, she had abandoned cultivation to focus on these relatively trivial culinary pursuits. What achievements could she hope to attain? Ling Xiao was on the cusp of advancing to the martial king level, where one could fast and remain unaffected by the need for food. Observing her reduced to an ordinary person, destined to leave this world in 100 years, Ling Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. Although he saved her life, how could he bear to have her serve as a maid for eternity? If there is an opportunity, it must be seized. In this vast continent, lacking strength makes it exceedingly difficult to live as an ordinary person. Even with protection, conditions may not be favorable. He had been a failure for over a decade, and his mother, as a clan elder and the second strongest, also suffered the repercussions of numerous misfortunes. During his prior struggles in cultivation, he had more time to observe and reflect. He witnessed the living conditions of the clan servants, saw beggars clustered in the city, and observed the desperate struggles of those with low cultivation striving for survival. Human nature is starkly realistic. In such a world, only strength matters. Without it, one is relegated to servitude, and sometimes, one may not even qualify. Although Ling Xiao had not yet sought Yi Xiao's opinion, he believed that even in the face of danger, as long as there was hope, she would be willing to give it a try. She had forsaken revenge and discarded her dignity simply because she saw no hope. With hope, there comes motivation, and thus the will to strive. Seeing her smile brightly yet with a cautious, evasive gaze, Ling Xiao felt a twinge of heartache. Let her try. If there truly is no way, then so be it. Chapter 59. Seeking Feng Linwan. Preparing to return to the clan, Ling Xiao resolved firmly and ceased further contemplation. Upon returning to the clan, he would discuss matters with Yi Xiao. As time passed, the sky outside should have darkened. Yet Feng Linwan had not returned. Remembering Feng Linwan, Ling Xiao grew increasingly anxious as nightfall approached. Teacher, it must be dark outside by now, and my mother has yet to return. Could there be some danger? As he spoke, he gazed towards the canyon's heights. If you are concerned, go search for her. She returns daily and should not venture too far, Elder Dan advised. Thus, Ling Xiao informed Yi Xiaoxiao and exited the canyon, intending to search the vicinity for Feng Linwan. Though cautious, Feng Linwan had explored most of the area nearby. Finding anything of worth would prove challenging. Moreover, having just broken through to martial spirit, she felt confident against fifth-tier demon beasts. Even if she were to lose, she could still escape. Hence, she had wandered a bit further today. This was still the edge of the Demon Beast Mountain range, where typically only fourth-tier demon beasts roamed, and fifth-tier ones were rarely sighted. However, her luck seemed unfavorable, as she had collected 2 spiritual herbs and was about to return when she suddenly encountered a fifth-tier demon beast, the Tianyun Kanjing. This creature possessed incredible speed and sharp eyesight, and despite her attempts to evade, Feng Linwan was detected. Thus, a battle ensued. Feng Linwan utilized the terrain to maneuver while seeking an opportunity to flee. Yet, within the dense forest, while it limited the Tianyun Kanjing's attacks and reduced peril, escaping proved exceedingly difficult. With those keen eyes locked onto her, every time she attempted to flee, it would swiftly pursue her from above. This left Feng Linwan feeling quite helpless. Furthermore, she could not simply run away. Should she leave the forest and enter open ground, the Tianyun Kanjing's full combat prowess would be unleashed, and she could potentially be overmatched and face danger. Nevertheless, the Tianyun Kanjing displayed remarkable patience. Even after over an hour of entanglement, it had yet to capture Feng Linwan but showed no signs of giving up. At this moment, Feng Linwan hid within the dense foliage, using the towering trees as cover while the Tianyun Kanjing circled above, waiting for an opportunity. Both sides remained in a stalemate. Ling Xiao sought her out but was uncertain of her exact location. Fortunately, he had his steed, the Jinyu Lai Yandiao. Although these demon beasts could not yet speak, they could communicate simply among themselves. Utilizing this, Ling Xiao managed to ascertain the general direction Feng Linwan had taken today. How could Mother be so reckless, venturing deep into the mountains? Ling Xiao remarked as he swiftly advanced through the mountain range. With a clearer understanding of Feng Linwan's route, his concern deepened. After all, the activities he had undertaken deep within the mountains were likely already discovered. That was the beast sovereign, the true ruler of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Her wrath would not be easily quelled. While the exact situation remained uncertain, it was undeniable that the Demon Beast Mountain range had become increasingly perilous. He had guessed correctly. Although the order from the Xianliang tiger had only been issued recently, it had already spread to the outskirts. The Tianyun Kanjing had emerged from the depths of the mountains precisely for this reason. While it was clear that Feng Linwan was not the target of the Beast Sovereign's capture, the Tianyun Kanjing had no specific aim in seeking Ling Xiao. Encountering a human, if it could devour them, it would gain considerable strength, and thus, it was unwilling to let her go. There is a fifth-tier demon beast ahead. Your mother is over there, Elder Dan suddenly remarked. What has happened to my mother? Is she injured? Ling Xiao anxiously inquired. Rest assured, she is unharmed. She has merely been detained by that demonic beast. Upon hearing Elder Dan's words, Ling Xiao felt little relief in his heart. Rather, he accelerated his advance. It was only when Feng Linwan's figure entered his soul detection range that he gradually calmed down. It seemed that the Demon Lord had indeed begun to take action. How swift they are, Elder Dan continued. She is the sovereign of this realm. With a mere command, numerous demonic beasts spring into action. This is hardly surprising. We have already encountered fifth-tier demonic beasts. We must depart from this place post-haste. Indeed, I had originally planned to rest for the night, but it seems that will no longer be possible, Ling Xiao remarked as he produced the inked jade heaven-splitting blade. This demonic beast must be slain. It cannot be allowed to relay any information. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. After all, he was aware that there were 2 beast emperors and 1 beast lord nearby. Should they also come close, there would be no escape. The martial sovereign level is capable of tearing through space, traversing the void at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao approached silently, suddenly leaping into the air, and with a single stroke, severed the head of the heavenly cloud song eagle. This abrupt turn of events startled Feng Linwan, but upon recognizing Ling Xiao, she was instantly filled with excitement. Shower, have you completed your training? Are you injured? Feng Linwan rushed to Ling Xiao's side, examining him with deep concern. Mother, I am perfectly fine. Some matters have arisen. Let us discuss them after we leave the demonic beast mountain range, Ling Xiao reassured her. What has happened? Feng Linwan inquired with curiosity. I have offended the demon lord within the demonic beast mountain range, and I suspect that a riot will soon ensue. Although we are merely on the periphery, it is likely that a beast tide will soon erupt, Ling Xiao explained succinctly. A beast tide? How could such a thing happen? Feng Linwan exclaimed in astonishment. The Tianfeng Empire has existed for nearly 10 millennia. Yet she had never heard of a beast tide. The sudden announcement of an impending beast tide left her incredulous. It cannot truly be termed a beast tide. It is unlikely to encroach upon human territory. However, the unrest among the demonic beasts in the mountain range will certainly lead to the emergence of some high-tier demonic beasts in this vicinity. For the time being, the area surrounding the demonic beast mountain range will be quite perilous. We should leave at once. It is fortuitous that we can return to the family for a period of recuperation, Ling Xiao stated. It is certain that the demon lord Xian Liangu is enraged. However, to suggest a beast tide attacking human territory is excessive. Furthermore, even if Xian Liangu is a beast lord, the demonic beast factions within the mountain range stand little chance. She may lead the demonic beasts to defeat the Tianfeng Empire. But there are other human empires in the vicinity. If a racial war were to erupt, a single beast lord would be insufficient to withstand human retaliation. Then let us return to the family to take cover. You were in danger, and your uncle and the others are quite worried. It is indeed time to head back, Feng Linwan remarked, casting a glance at Ling Xiao, her heart laden with concern. After all, Ling Xiao had sustained grave injuries, and the family had given up on treatment. She concealed this matter and had written to her elder brother to inform him. Yet, in every situation, nothing is absolute. If someone in the family were to slip up and reveal the truth to Ling Xiao, it would inevitably cause him distress. Although the family head was powerless in this regard, she understood her elder brother's predicament. However, as the party involved, Ling Xiao would naturally harbor resentment. The family had treated the mother and son well enough, and now that Ling Xiao was unharmed, she wished to prevent any bitterness from festering in his heart. The Feng family was a small clan. To survive in this continent, sometimes choices must be made. It is not a matter of human indifference, but rather a lamentable necessity. The helplessness of the weak. Chapter 60. Not recognizing the golden inlay, silence enveloped the group as they swiftly returned to the canyon. If there is anything that needs tidying up, do so quickly. We should leave the demonic beast mountain range as soon as possible, Ling Xiao urged, observing Yi Xiaoxiao preparing a meal, feeling a sense of helplessness. Are we leaving so soon? Yi Xiaoxiao asked with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, a touch of confusion in her tone. Yes, after we eat, we will depart immediately. This place is no longer safe, Ling Xiao replied. Though he was concerned, he chose not to rush. Then I shall serve the meal for the young master and madam. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao cheerfully went to prepare the food. Sigh, that girl. Feng Linwan sighed helplessly as she watched Yi Xiaoxiao's retreating figure. You should treat her better. She is already quite pitiful. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words regarding Feng Linwan's peculiar attitude towards Yi Xiaoxiao. He could not fathom why she seemed particularly soft-hearted towards her. There were many others who were equally unfortunate, yet only Yi Xiaoxiao could elicit such compassion. After the meal, the trio set off towards Luyun town under the cover of night. Oh, there are 4 of us. We mustn't forget Elder Dan. Is there still no news? Xian Liangu inquired. Esteemed lord, we have scoured the entire mountain range, but have not discovered any trace of him, the beast emperor Han Bingjiao replied. His head bowed. From his direction, it can be inferred that he is from the human Tianfeng Empire. Luyun town is where he entered the mountain, Xian Liangu stated. I shall head to Luyun town and ensure he does not escape. Han Bingjiao asserted. The Tianfeng Empire possesses only 3 martial emperors. We can directly pressure the royal family to surrender him, or we shall annihilate the Tianfeng Empire. Another beast emperor, Guangshu Ashur, suddenly interjected. The Tianfeng Empire is not so easily intimidated. Should we engage them in battle, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage, Han Bingjiao countered. With a lord present, what do we have to fear from the human races of the southwest continent? Humph, Guangshu Ashur retorted. Enough. Continue the search within the demonic beast mountain range. Eliminate all humans who have entered, Xian Liangu commanded. Though she was enraged, she did not lose her composure. Engaging in a full-scale war with humans was not a viable option, especially since she had only recently broken through to the Lord level. Forcing the human empire would be futile. The two races had been in conflict since ancient times, resulting in mutual destruction. Only through compromise had the current situation been achieved. Though she appeared formidable as a beast lord in the southwest continent, she understood that humans were not to be underestimated. The status of martial emperors is merely superficial. Should she take action, it would not be surprising if a martial lord or even a semi-holy martial being emerged from hiding. Take, for instance, the dean of Lingyun Academy. He had merely disappeared, not perished. On the surface, the academy's vice-dean was merely at the peak of martial emperor, but it was certain that there were martial lords stationed within. Though she had lost some spiritual herbs, with some effort, they could still be procured. However, if she were to encounter an unforeseen event, her offspring would barely reach adulthood. Thus, she could only vent her anger within the confines of the demonic Beast Mountain range. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately, Han Bingjiao replied, receiving the order. Seeing Xian Liangu's resolution, Huang Xueshe refrained from further comment, bowing respectfully before departing. However, the expression on its face revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Mother, shall we simply let that little thief go? The young cub asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Sigh. What other choice do we have? The transformation grass in the mountain range is still there, but it has yet to mature. We shall wait a while longer, Xian Liangu sighed, her gaze darkening as she watched Huang Xueshe leave. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao and his companions, who were returning to Luyun town, they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Xian Liangu had deduced that Luyun town was their entry point into the demonic Beast Mountain range, yet she had only dispatched her subordinates to pursue them, refraining from taking action herself. Otherwise, with the speed of a beast lord breaking through space, she would undoubtedly have intercepted them. All of this was thanks to the instigation of the Beast Emperor Huang Xueshe. Had it not been for his urging, Xian Liangu might have continued to pursue Ling Xiao. It is possible that she would have personally come after him. Before dawn, Ling Xiao and his party arrived at Luyun town. The town, shrouded in the night, exuded tranquility and harmony. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a crisis was looming. The inhabitants of this town largely depended on the demonic Beast Mountain range for their livelihood, gathering spiritual herbs, hunting low-tier demonic beasts, and mining for ores. Each day, a multitude of individuals ventured into the mountains. Now, however, the Beast Emperor was en route, and the fates of those who had entered the mountains were grim. Nonetheless, Ling Xiao paid little heed to these matters as they set off towards Hejiang City once more. The demonic Beast Mountain range had yielded great rewards, yet they still lacked some auxiliary herbs for alchemy. Hejiang City could be regarded as the stronghold of the Mingyu sect, bustling with activity, and it was likely that these readily available auxiliary herbs could be procured. Upon returning to Hejiang City, Ling Xiao felt a swell of emotion. The first time he had arrived here, he had been left with nothing but his soul, hiding within Feng Linwan's spatial ring. Although he had discovered Elder Dan's spatial ring and reunited with his beloved Baiming Yao, now, having successfully resurrected and standing once more in this city, he felt no desire to revisit the past. Thinking of Baiming Yao's return to her family, his heart was solely focused on hastening his cultivation to search for her in the central domain. Go procure the medicinal materials. We should head to the treasure pavilion. It is the largest shop in the city and boasts the most comprehensive selection of herbs, Ling Xiao suggested. Feng Linwan and Yi Xiaoxiao naturally had no objections. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion and after some inquiries, the three followed a maid to the second floor. Elder Dan was preparing to refine 5th and 6th grade elixirs, and even the auxiliary herbs required were of considerable quality, with the lowest being 4th-tier spiritual herbs. These were quite precious at the treasure pavilion, and the prices were anything but cheap. Ling Xiao gathered the necessary spiritual herbs, but when it came time to settle the bill, he found himself short of gold coins. This provoked a change in the expression of the maid leading them. However, in the end, Feng Linwan once again produced the piece of nether ink gold, intending to sell it. The commotion here caught the attention of some others, and an elder approached, none other than Dan Wangliyong. Greetings, elderly, the staff of the treasure's pavilion saluted. Though these individuals were unfamiliar with the nether ink gold, They were aware that Ling Xiao and his companions had purchased items but could not afford the gold coins. Nonetheless, since Ling Xiao had presented something to sell as collateral, the steward did not rush to speak, but cast a discontented glance at Ling Xiao. He then remarked, "Elderly, they have purchased spiritual herbs but lack sufficient gold coins. They wish to sell this item. However, I am not acquainted with this ore, and the price I offered was too low. Hence the dispute. It is nothing of great significance. Since we have encountered the elder here, might I request your insight?" As he spoke, the steward handed the piece of nether ink gold to Li Yong. Ling Xiao was instantly rendered speechless. He had not intended to sell it. This item was genuinely challenging to appraise. In the central domain, it would fetch an astronomical value, making it unsuitable for trade here. As a sixth-tier alchemist and a powerful martial king, Li Yong was certainly well-versed, yet his expertise lay primarily in alchemy. Even if the spiritual herbs were of excellent grade, he might not recognize them if he had never seen them before. However, this ore, aside from weaponsmiths, was not easily identified by many. Li Yong examined it for a considerable time. Sensing that the ore was extraordinary, yet he truly did not recognize it. However, unlike the steward, he did not hastily offer a price but rather inquired, "What price do you intend to sell it for?" "Elderly, they are asking an exorbitant price. Do not be deceived by them." The steward's voice was filled with frustration when discussing the price. "What do you expect?" Ling Xiao, under the guidance of Dan Lao, knows the value of this nether ink gold. However, Feng Linwan has already begun negotiating a price with someone. Ling Xiao, feeling helpless, thought it unwise to suddenly declare he would not sell, as that would be a mockery. Thus, he proposed a price of 1 billion gold coins, hoping to deter the steward. As for the insufficient gold coins, he could exchange techniques and martial skills from Dan Lao's spatial ring. In the steward's eyes, 1 billion gold coins was a staggering sum, yet he was unaware that Ling Xiao had merely spoken the figure offhandedly. The true value of this far exceeded that amount. Chapter 61. The recognized nether ink gold. Elderly, we no longer intend to sell this ore. The deficit in gold coins can be compensated by selling this advanced Shintier martial skill, Ling Xiao said immediately upon realizing the situation. He genuinely feared that a knowledgeable individual would come forth and offer 10 billion gold coins to purchase it, which would be a significant loss for him. "Young friend, why the haste? If the price is unsuitable, we can negotiate slowly. Y Treasure's Pavilion has always conducted fair transactions, and the Tianfeng Empire does possess a modest reputation." Li Yong replied gently, not swayed by the steward's one-sided account. Such demeanor sparked a sense of goodwill within Ling Xiao, prompting him to awkwardly say, "This ore was mistakenly taken by my mother. I have no intention of selling it, and I merely mentioned a price offhand. This advanced Shintier martial skill is sufficient to cover the deficit in gold coins needed to purchase the spiritual herbs. So I hope this elder can be understanding." "Oh, I see. Trade is free, so there's no cause for concern," Li Yong remarked, glancing at Feng Linwan, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes, before proceeding to return the nether ink gold to Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, someone suddenly interrupted the gathering. "Hold on." The voice stirred curiosity among the crowd. It turned out to be the Yuchun martial emperor, accompanied by his entourage, and the one who had spoken up was his brother, Yu Mingquan, a renowned collector and master appraiser within the empire. "What is the asking price for this ore? I will buy it." Yu Mingquan strode over to Li Yong, snatching the ore with a face full of delight as he began to caress it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Trouble had arrived. It is often said that wealth should not be flaunted. While the true value of this ore remained undiscovered by others, should it be recognized, it could lead to complications. "Elder, we are not selling this ore," Ling Xiao declared. "Elder Yu, he is asking for 10 billion gold coins." The steward interjected. "10 billion gold coins? Young friend, you are quite well informed," Yu Mingquan praised. "What ore could possibly be valued at 10 billion gold coins?" The Yuchun martial emperor asked, surprised by the price. Everyone stepped back. Yu Mingquan, noticing Ling Xiao's displeased expression, waved to dismiss the maids and steward. "Brother, lend me some gold coins. I wish to purchase this ore," he said passionately, gazing intently at the Yuchun martial emperor. "This ore is valued at 10 billion? You possess quite the collection. Surely you have that much gold?" Yuchun martial emperor inquired, perplexed. "This is nether ink gold. And such a large piece could be refined into treasures or even pure yang treasures by a skilled weaponsmith. 10 billion gold coins is hardly sufficient, Yu Mingquan replied, casting a glance at Ling Xiao. He had deduced that Ling Xiao must be aware of the ore's value when Ling Xiao initially declared he would not sell it. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Ling Xiao exhibited no surprise. Only a grave expression. Young friend, I will offer 50 billion gold coins. How about selling it to me? Yu Mingquan proposed. Elder, we have no intention of selling, Ling Xiao reiterated. At this moment, Feng Linwan's mind was in turmoil. The ore she had nearly used as collateral was, in fact, worth such a fortune. Observing Ling Xiao's reluctance to part with it and witnessing Yu Mingquan's determined demeanor, she realized she had stirred up trouble. Although she was uncertain of the opponent's identity, their attire clearly indicated they were high-ranking members of the Mingyu sect. Despite the presence of Dan Lao, she was unsure of how much combat power he retained. Given that he was merely a soul, the Mingyu sect was home to the formidable Yuqian martial emperor. Should hostilities arise, the consequences could be dire. At this moment, she could not interject and could only watch nervously from the sidelines. 60 billion. Yu Mingquan raised his offer once more. This caused a collective quickening of heartbeats among the others, aside from Ling Xiao and the Yuqian martial emperor. This was the southwest continent, not the central domain. Such a significant increase in price was rarely seen, even at top-tier auctions. Elder, why must you make things difficult for a junior? This is not merely a matter of gold coins. We truly have no intention of selling, Ling Xiao said, feeling increasingly uneasy. Young man, sometimes you must learn to adapt. Do you comprehend the saying? To possess a gem is to invite disaster? A voice suddenly sounded, amplifying the tension in the atmosphere. Who are you, senior? Ling Xiao inquired, his expression serious as he turned to face the source of the voice. I am Chen Yujia, the Grand Elder of the Mingyu sect. This is our sect master, the Yuqian martial emperor. This is our elder, Dan Wangli Yang. And this is the sect master's brother, Yu Shizhi. Chen Yujia introduced the individuals present. At this juncture, the others remained silent. The value of the ore was clear to all. That is the Grand Elder suggesting a strong-arm acquisition? Ling Xiao asked. The Grand Elder was formidable, and Ling Xiao sensed he stood little chance against him. However, the greatest threat remained the Yuqian martial emperor, so after speaking, Ling Xiao cast a glance at him. 100 billion gold coins. Our Mingyu sect can only mobilize this amount in a short time. The Yuqian martial emperor stated. This is a considerable price, and besides, this ore in your possession likely holds little use. Otherwise, why would you be willing to part with it? It is my ignorance of this, or that led to this misunderstanding. Feng Linwan interjected anxiously, yet was halted by Ling Xiao's gentle tug, preventing her from continuing. In truth, explanations bore little weight. The decision ultimately rested with the other party. I do not intend to sell. Ling Xiao said calmly. Feng Linwan grew anxious. The value of the ore depended significantly on who possessed it. She had held on to this ore for over a decade without deriving any benefit. If they could obtain 100 billion gold coins, it would facilitate the purchase of abundant cultivation resources to enhance their abilities, which would be far more advantageous. Ling Xiao's stance could lead to danger if the other party chose to act aggressively. She would prefer to take action herself. Yet, Ling Xiao firmly held her arm, silencing her. Truly, a young bull is not afraid of tigers. You must understand that strength holds the utmost importance in this realm. Chen Yujia spoke. What? Is this a threat? Elderly just stated that trade is free, yet now you wish to go back on your word? Ling Xiao replied, his expression darkening. Haha, I am merely reminding you. If you choose to perceive it as a threat, that is entirely your prerogative. Chen Yujia scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Their willingness to negotiate with Ling Xiao stemmed from the fact that both he and Feng Linwan were exceptionally talented martial artists. Preferring not to offend them too gravely, however, Ling Xiao's blatant refusal to compromise was nothing short of foolishness. Strength is the foundation of all, regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be. If it is cut short, they become worthless. Return the ore to me. We have matters to attend to and shall not delay you further, Ling Xiao said, extending his hand towards Yu Mingquan. Yu Mingquan clearly hesitated to return the ore and instead looked to the Yuqian martial emperor. The Grand Elder's expression turned icy, a cold glimmer of murderous intent emanating from him. Dan Wang Liang also subtly implied a desire to block Ling Xiao's escape route. The atmosphere grew tense. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao exhibited not a hint of panic, standing there casually. "Return it to him." Eventually, the Yuqin martial emperor spoke, having discerned that Ling Xiao seemed to possess some leverage and was currently planning something significant, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, they were unable to find any skilled artificer capable of harnessing the properties of this or leading them to relinquish it. Chapter 62. Greed leads to destruction. Ultimately, the martial emperor Yuchun chose to abandon the nether ink gold, which brought a sigh of relief to Ling Xiao. Although Yu Mingquan felt reluctant, upon hearing the decision from the martial emperor, he reluctantly handed the nether ink gold to Ling Xiao. However, as Ling Xiao received the nether ink gold, he could distinctly sense Yu Mingquan's unwillingness to let go. Regardless of the circumstances, this crisis had been averted, and Ling Xiao stored the nether ink gold in his spatial ring, preparing to depart. "Hold on." The martial emperor Yuchun halted Ling Xiao, stating, "Their martial skills are worth far more than the gold coins we owe them. Compensate them for the difference." Having decided to forego the nether ink gold, he had no desire to take advantage of Ling Xiao's few coins. In the eyes of the Mingyu sect, such a modest sum was hardly worth consideration. Ling Xiao had not intended to claim those coins, considering over 100,000 gold coins beneath his notice. Yet, since the martial emperor had brought it up, he would not refuse. The Grand Elder Chen Yujie, seeing the martial emperor's resolution, refrained from further discussion and tossed a crystal card to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao casually glanced at it, discovering it contained 250,000 gold coins, clearly 100,000 more than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, as it was a gift, he accepted it without hesitation. Subsequently, he cupped his hands in gratitude to the martial emperor Yuchun and departed with Feng Lin Wan and Yi Xiaoxiao from the treasure pavilion. "Master, why let that young man go? He shows too little appreciation for our generosity." Chen Yujie questioned, puzzled as he watched Ling Xiao and his companions leave. "There's no necessity. We may possess the ore, but without a master artificer, it is merely a stone in our hands. Right now, the priority is to assist me in capturing the divine thunder of Ding Fire. Once I secure the Ding Fire divine thunder, my combat strength will dramatically increase, possibly allowing me to advance further. That is of paramount importance." The young man remained composed upon learning of my identity. "He must have some form of backing, so there is no need to hold a grudge against him," replied Martial Emperor Yuchun. His grand scheme was indeed to capture the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. Indeed, it was the adventure group, the Flowing Cloud Heavenly Eagle, led by Keita, that ultimately contacted the higher echelons of the Mingyu sect, selling the information regarding the Ding Fire Divine Thunder to Martial Emperor Yuchun. Thus, a confrontation between Yuchun and Ling Xiao was avoided this time, yet it seemed inevitable in the near future. However, it was too early to speculate. The divine thunder of heaven and earth was not easily subdued or refined, and Martial Emperor Yuchun needed to prepare thoroughly. This visit was specifically to seek out Dan Wang Liang for alchemical concoctions at the treasure pavilion. A matter of great importance that he took to heart. Li Yang had arrived earlier at the treasure pavilion to procure spiritual herbs, as he lacked certain auxiliary materials for his alchemy. Shortly thereafter, the steward was summoned, and Li Yang presented a list of spiritual herbs, instructing, "Please procure these materials as soon as possible." The steward took the list, glanced at it, and hesitantly replied, "Some of these materials will require some time to prepare. Our current inventory is insufficient." "What? Insufficient inventory? These are merely auxiliary materials. How can the treasure pavilion be lacking?" Li Yang responded with displeasure. "Please, Elder, do not be angry. A few of these spiritual herbs were just purchased by that young man. If you require them, we may need to source them from other merchants, which will take a bit of time." The steward explained. It turned out that the pills Li Yang sought to concoct were indeed the Ice Frost pill and the Blood Blossom pill. While the treasure pavilion had sufficient auxiliary materials, some were coincidentally purchased by Ling Xiao. What spiritual herbs did he buy?" Li Yang inquired, astonished. The steward looked again at the list in his hand, equally surprised as he replied, "The materials he acquired are all listed here. However, the elder requires a greater variety." "All of them?" Li Yang exclaimed, glancing at the Grand Elder and Martial Emperor Yuchun. "Are they also attempting to concoct Blood Blossom pills and Ice Frost pills?" Martial Emperor Yuchen speculated. These two pills are rather unique. What could they possibly need them for? Grand Elder Chen Yujie remarked. Casting a suspicious glance at Martial Emperor Yuchen and Dan Wangli Yang, go. Locate Keita and ascertain whether he has sold information to anyone else, Martial Emperor Yuchen commanded, his expression darkening. Understood. I shall go personally. Chen Yujie turned and departed from the treasure pavilion. Should we send someone to keep an eye on that youth? Li Yang asked. Investigate his identity and movements, Martial Emperor Yuchen contemplated before responding. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Ling Xiao proceeded directly to the flying station, chartering a flying beast to head towards Pingyang City. Unbeknownst to him, Martial Emperor Yuchen had begun to suspect him of being aware of the Ding Fire Divine Thunder's information and was already en route back to his clan. The Mingyu sect wielded immense influence, and upon issuing orders, Martial Emperor Yuchen quickly received intelligence. This was due to Bei Ming Yao having previously instructed Mingyu sect disciples to investigate Feng Lin Wan. Consequently, Feng Lin Wan was quickly recognized, and Ling Zhao's identity as her son was swiftly confirmed, a small family in Pingyang City. Why is Yao investigating her? Upon discovering Ling Zhao's identity and realizing Bei Ming Yao had previously looked into Feng Lin Wan, Martial Emperor Yuchen felt perplexed. Where are they headed now? Martial Emperor Yuchen inquired. Reporting to the sect master, they have rented a flying beast at the flying station, heading towards Pingyang City. A disciple replied, returning to the clan, send someone to monitor Pingyang City. If there are any unusual movements, report back immediately, Martial Emperor Yuchen instructed. Yes, the disciple complied and left. Martial Emperor Yuchen pondered deeply, determined to acquire the Ding Fire Divine Thunder without any mishaps. However, as night fell, Grand Elder Chen Yujie had yet to return, which surprised Martial Emperor Yuchen. Keita was merely an ordinary adventurer living on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain. Did it truly require so long for the Grand Elder to handle such a matter? Yet, the situation was undeniably unreasonable, prompting him to furrow his brow. This was not a matter of Grand Elder procrastination. Keita, having sold the information to Martial Emperor Yuchen and receiving considerable benefits, had promised not to leak any further information. However, human greed is innate. With such simple gains, Keita's desire blossomed. Thus, he secretly made his way to Tianfeng imperial capital, preparing to sell the information to the royal family for a substantial profit before departing from the Tianfeng Empire. Upon arriving at Luyun town, Chen Yujie did not find Keita. After conducting inquiries, he swiftly annihilated the Heavenly Eagle Adventurer group in a fit of rage and set off towards the imperial capital to intercept Keita. However, although the Martial Emperor traveled faster than the flying beasts of the station, Keita had departed earlier and arrived at Tianfeng imperial capital first, successfully meeting with the royal guardian, Jiang Fengyu. When Chen Yujie finally intercepted Keita in the imperial capital, Keita was busy counting the benefits he had received from the royal family. Are you pleased? Chen Yujie's icy voice echoed behind Keita, startling him from his excitement. Keita slowly turned, facing Chen Yujie, his expression instantly filled with terror. Yet, Chen Yujie had no desire for idle conversation. He directly seized Keita by the throat. Lifting him into the art iron silence, he watched as Keita's neck was snapped. Only after disposing of Keita's corpse did Chen Yujie leave the imperial capital, his face shadowed with gloom. A moment of greed had cost Keita his life, leaving the Heavenly Eagle Adventurer group in utter ruin. Upon seeing the riches Keita had amassed, Chen Yujie realized the royal family had indeed received the information. It was too late for any words. He decisively killed Keita and prepared to return to report to Martial Emperor Yuchen and discuss strategies. Chapter 63, Homecoming, The Shock of the Elders. When Martial Emperor Yuchen received the news, he was immediately filled with fury. He regretted not allowing Chen Yujie to eliminate Keita and eradicate the Heavenly Eagle Adventurer group to prevent any leaks. However, in a moment of mercy, he had deemed Keita a mere pawn and sent him off with some benefits. Now, the royal family also had knowledge of the information, unwittingly granting him an additional rival. What shall we do now? The royal family, having received the news, will undoubtedly pursue the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. Chen Yujie stated, First, let us prepare the elixirs. No one can obstruct my acquisition of the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. If the royal family wishes to contend, I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Martial Emperor Yuchen declared. Now that the royal family was aware of the information, if he acted preemptively against them, it would likely lead to greater dissemination of the news, offering no advantage to him. Conversely, should the Mingyu sect remain inactive while others bickered over it, they would be in a more favorable position to deal with the royal family. Although the royal family possessed two martial emperors, their cultivation levels were still somewhat inferior to that of Martial Emperor Yuchun. He was confident that even against two, he could prevail. Thus, the Mingyu sect began procuring the necessary auxiliary materials for alchemy, and the royal family did not impede their efforts. Simultaneously, in a garden behind the imperial palace in the capital, two elderly men sat facing each other, sipping tea. The Mingyu sect is set to concoct the Ice Frost pill and the Blood Blossom pill. Should we not create some trouble for them? One elder inquired. He was none other than the old marshal of the empire, Lin Changtian, while the man opposite him was the royal guardian, Jiang Fengyu. There is no need for that. We have ample materials to concoct the Blood Blossom pill. As for the Ice Frost pill, we lack a skilled alchemist. Let Dan Wang toil for it, Jiang Fengyu remarked. In any case, the Ice Cold pill is meant to restrain the power of the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. With the intervention of the Mingyu sect, that should suffice. Once we seize the weakened Ding Fire Divine Thunder, the identity of the one who has limited its power becomes inconsequential. Indeed, however, the young Yuchun martial emperor is rather formidable, Lin Changtian sighed. Though the two of them were considerably older than the Yuchun martial emperor, his exceptional talent had allowed him to surpass them in cultivation, inciting feelings of envy and resentment. Yet, when it came to contending with the Mingyu sect, they felt somewhat outmatched. Despite the fact that their royal faction boasted more martial kings than the Mingyu sect, many of them were merely at the early stage of martial king in a previous confrontation against the four elders of the Mingyu sect. Even with a 2-to-1 advantage, their chances of victory were merely 50-50. This was indeed a source of frustration for the royal family. The upcoming struggle for the Ding Fire Divine Thunder was of paramount importance. While they harbored aspirations of certain success, the outcome remained uncertain. However, even if we fail to obtain it, we must thwart any possibility of the Mingyu sect acquiring it. We cannot allow the Mingyu sect to grow stronger. Should we fail and allow the Mingyu sect to possess the Ding Fire Divine Thunder, it could spell disaster for the empire, Jiang Fengyu stated gravely. Over the years, the pressure exerted by the Mingyu sect on the royal family had been overwhelming, with the royal family consistently finding themselves at a disadvantage in their struggles. Naturally, these conflicts had taken place in the shadows, especially considering the predatory gaze of surrounding empires. There had been no direct confrontations, as the Mingyu sect had yet to annihilate the royal family and had to fend off other empires alone. Yet, should the Yuchun martial emperor acquire the Ding Fire Divine Thunder, greatly enhancing his combat prowess or even breaking through to a new realm, the balance would be irrevocably shattered. The royal family, the Mingyu sect, and Lingxiao were all preparing. When the time came, the contest for the Ding Fire Divine Thunder would undoubtedly be fiercely contested. However, as of now, they remained in the preparatory phase, and everyone appeared remarkably calm. Although Pilking Liang was a 6th-grade alchemist, the crafting of 6th-grade pills was no simple feat. His success rate in pill creation was not particularly high, and moreover, refining 6th-grade pills was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Lingxiao had taken over 5 days to return to Pingyang City. This was the place where Lingxiao was born and raised, and upon returning, he felt a profound sense of familiarity. They had dismounted their flying beast from a distance and entered the city without attracting much attention. Upon arriving at the family gate, the guards finally recognized them and promptly reported to the clan head, Feng Bohan. Before Lingxiao could reach the family hall, Feng Bohan had already come out to greet them. Accompanied by several elders, that moment, Feng Bohan appeared lively and wore a beaming smile. Upon seeing Feng Linwan and Lingxiao, he warmly exclaimed, "Little sister has returned. Xiao it's good to see you back on your feet." "Elder brother, greetings to all the elders," Feng Linwan greeted. "I have seen my uncle, and I appreciate your concern. I am well now," Lingxiao said, bowing respectfully. That moment, he was unaware of the events that had transpired in the family following his injury. After paying his respects to Feng Bohan, he nodded in acknowledgement to the other elders. Upon entering the family hall, Lingxiao looked at Feng Bohan with some surprise and asked, "Uncle, have you broken through to martial spirit?" This is indeed a joyous occasion worthy of celebration. Ha ha ha. I fortuitously broke through a few days ago. Feng Bohan laughed heartily, clearly elated. Congratulations, elder brother. Feng Linwan expressed her congratulations. Today, with the return of the fifth elder and showerer, it is indeed a moment of great joy. The clan leader's breakthrough to martial spirit is also a cause for celebration. With such double happiness, we should gather to celebrate. What do you think? Clan leader? The first elder said with a broad smile. Indeed, it is time to celebrate. Let our Feng family unite to celebrate in Pingyang City, Feng Bohan declared. Now, first elder, second elder, and fourth elder, you three immediately summon the family's elite above the level of master to prepare for action. The clan leader and the fifth elder shall directly assault the three families in the city to eliminate their upper echelons. The third elder and shower will remain at the family to guard against any unforeseen events. Feng Bohan suddenly commanded. Yes, clan leader. The elders promptly responded. Feng Linwan and Ling Xiao exchanged surprised glances at Feng Bohan's abrupt command. However, Ling Xiao quickly came to terms with his uncle's unconventional method of celebration, finding it rather refreshing. Yet, he did not wish to remain behind to guard the family. Therefore, before the elders could leave the family hall, Ling Xiao released his aura and said, I shall accompany my uncle into battle. This calm declaration left several elders and Feng Bohan momentarily stunned. Xiao you have broken through to martial spirit? Feng Bohan was the first to recover, asking excitedly. Yes, I am now a 2-star martial spirit. Not only have I broken through to martial spirit, Ling Xiao replied. He suddenly paused, looking at Feng Linwan. Feng Linwan smiled and also stood up, releasing her aura, saying, and I have also broken through to martial spirit. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, excellent. Feng Bohan laughed with exuberance. Heaven bless our Feng family. Heaven bless our Feng family. The first elder Feng Lycan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly muttering to himself. The second elder's previously stern face now wore an expression of shock, his beard trembling. The third elder, who had been half asleep, was now wide awake. The eloquent Feng Bowling was left speechless, gazing blankly at Ling Xiao, while he had prepared himself for Feng Linwan's breakthrough to martial spirit. Having always known of her exceptional talent, Ling Xiao's transformation from the family's most useless member, who had struggled with body refinement just 3 months prior, to now being a 2-star martial spirit and the family's strongest member, was an inconceivable contrast that left him in disbelief. The family's decline had suddenly been reversed with the emergence of 3 martial spirits, leaving everyone astonished, thrilled, and exhilarated, their hearts still racing with excitement. Chapter 64. Annihilation of the Chui family. Once the elders gradually regained their composure, Feng Bohan issued another command. I, along with my sister and Xiao will go to eliminate the Grand Masters of the 3 families. The first elder, second elder, and third elder will lead the other family masters to deal with the remaining members of the 3 families, while the fourth elder will stay behind to guard the family. We shall split into 3 groups and annihilate the 3 families in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao smiled and said, then I shall accompany the third elder to the Chui family. Good, I will go with the second elder to the Li family. My sister and the first elder will go to the Yuan family, Feng Bohan stated. Although the Chui family was the strongest, Feng Bohan had initially intended to confront them personally. However, upon Ling Xiao's interjection, he did not oppose it, for Ling Xiao was now even stronger than he was. Instantly, everyone sprang into action, with the suddenly summoned clan members left perplexed, waiting for Feng Bohan to announce what was happening. Yet, Feng Bohan wasted no time, issuing a direct command, move out. The bewildered clan members were divided into 3 groups, following Feng Bohan, Feng Linwan, and Ling Xiao as they set off. As they neared the other 3 families in the city, the clan members began to speculate. Boom! Upon arriving outside the Chui family's gates, Ling Xiao wasted no words and directly slashed at the door. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed, and the guards were naturally obliterated. This display of overwhelming power left the clan members trailing behind in sheer astonishment. Yet, there was no time for them to linger in shock, as the Chui family members, alerted by the commotion, rushed toward the entrance. Feng family? Are you trying to provoke a war? The head of the Chui family exclaimed angrily, seeing the destroyed door and the fallen guards. At the same time, he felt a surge of panic. The three families were well aware of the Feng family's strength, having secretly allied to maintain their standing in the city. Now, with the Feng family launching a sudden assault, they had no opportunity to notify one another. The Chui family, standing alone, had no confidence in opposing the Feng family. It was all too sudden. They had received no prior warning. This was precisely Feng Bohan's strategy. It could be deemed premeditated or a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it achieved the desired effect. At this point, the head of the Chui family was still foolishly questioning the situation, demonstrating his naivety. This was not the start of a war. Rather, the war had already begun and was about to conclude. Ling Xiao declared. Following this, he waved his hand, leaving no survivors. You brat, you're seeking death. The head of the Chui family, witnessing Ling Xiao's command resulting in the immediate death of his disciples, was filled with rage. Kill this brat. I will take someone down with me, he ordered, charging toward Ling Xiao in swift pursuit. Three elders from the Chui family followed, attempting to seize the opportunity to capture Ling Xiao. However, this was a foolish move. Ling Xiao had initially intended to intercept them to prevent excessive casualties among his clan members, but this turn of events saved him considerable effort. Overestimating yourselves? If you are so eager, then go. Ling Xiao activated his lightning step. Moving like a flash of lightning, swiftly darting past the Chui family head and the three elders, directing his gaze toward the battlefield. The clan members hesitated, contemplating whether to assist Ling Xiao. However, as Ling Xiao zipped past the Chui family's experts, their movements halted. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept through, and suddenly, the four members of the Chui family collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, the Feng family's momentum surged, while the Chui family descended into chaos. Although the third elder was there to support and resolve some of the more troublesome members of the Chui family, the pace was far too slow. Additionally, the Chui family undoubtedly had members dispatched to the city markets and shops, and it was best not to prolong the confrontation. Cutting the grass without uprooting it will only allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. The sudden upheaval instigated by Feng Bohan was designed to catch the three prominent families off guard, with the intent of uprooting them entirely, leaving no lingering threats. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao drew his blade and joined the fray. Naturally, he did not intend to engage in reckless slaughter. His focus was solely on exterminating the members of the Chui family who were at the master level or above, leaving the remaining adversaries to be dealt with by others who accompanied him. After ensuring a faction remained to secure the area, he led a contingent directly to the market district of the city. Once the battle concluded, the task of cleaning the battlefield became paramount. As a lesser family with limited resources, the accumulation of wealth from the three major families presented a significant opportunity. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Chui family market, he encountered the second elder of the Chui family hastily approaching, evidently having received news and eager to return to his clan. Where are you rushing off to, Elder Chui? Ling Xiao intercepted his path. Feng family. Are you not afraid that the three families will unite to eradicate you? The second elder of the Chui family retorted, his expression dark. This notion has lingered for quite some time. Hasn't it? Unfortunately, you have no opportunity left, Ling Xiao scoffed. Though the Feng family had once been the strongest in the city, they faced exclusion due to their later migration. Nevertheless, at that time, although they had departed from the imperial capital, the family still boasted martial spirits, allowing them to establish a foothold in Pingyang City. However, 40 years prior, Ling Xiao's great-grandfather, the grandfather of Feng Bohan, passed away, leaving the family devoid of martial spirits. The other three families frequently conspired, harboring intentions to jointly annihilate the Feng family. Yet, at that juncture, the family still had several grandmasters, which deterred the three families from making a decisive move, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. It was only after the unexpected demise of Feng Bohan's father that the Feng family found themselves in a precarious position. Nevertheless, the engagement between Feng Linwan and the Qin family of the imperial capital provided a semblance of stability against the three families. The Feng family's withdrawal from the engagement and subsequent fallout with the Qin family were not received lightly. It took the three major families several years to become aware of this development. The Feng family's ability to annul the engagement without facing retaliation implied they had some form of backing. This was precisely why Ling Xiao's father, Lei Yaoguang, had issued a covert warning to the Qin family. The three major families in Pingyang City, lacking insight into the true strength of the Feng family, had maintained an uneasy peace until now. You, the waste of the Feng family, dare to flaunt your arrogance before me? Prepare to die. The second elder of the Cui family lunged at Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's reputation as a waste was not universally acknowledged, it was no secret either. The second elder, sensing no aura emanating from Ling Xiao, still attempted to kill him. Little did he know that a separation of 3 days could lead to a fresh perspective. Ha! How utterly tedious! Ling Xiao merely drew his blade, and before anyone could register what had transpired, the head of the second elder from the Cui family rolled to the ground, an occurrence so bizarre it defied belief. This was the essence of Ling Xiao's current untraceable sword technique, which had achieved an initial level of imperceptibility. As long as an opponent's cultivation did not exceed his own, they would find it exceedingly difficult to detect his movements. Third elder, seal off this market and eradicate the remaining influence of the Cui family. Provide me with 10 individuals. I shall pay a visit to the Li family market, Ling Xiao commanded. Very well. It appears there is no one here capable of threatening this old fellow. The third elder responded cheerfully. Though the third elder typically appeared disheveled, during the battle, he showed no mercy towards the women and children of the Cui family, revealing a ruthless side that reshaped Ling Xiao's perception of him. It was indeed fitting for him to remain in this place in times like these. Compassion must be set aside. TOC's control of the entire city, the market was of utmost importance, as it directly impacted the family's future revenue. Without pause, Ling Xiao hastened towards the Li family market. Chapter 65. The unexpected arrival of the L family. The Li family market lacked any elders to oversee it, allowing Ling Xiao to seize it with ease. He annihilated all masters and above from the Li family, leaving Feng Jingxian to oversee the remaining 9 individuals who would secure and inventory the market's assets. Feng Jingxian, a peer of Feng Linwan, had yet to break through to the Grandmaster level, but her peak master cultivation was sufficient for the task at hand. Ling Xiao proceeded alone towards the Yuan family market. Among the 4 major families in Pingyang City, the Yuan family was considered the weakest, boasting only 4 Grandmasters, 3 at the initial Grandmaster level and the clan leader at the 8th star. This was the only reason they managed to maintain their position in the city. Having already conquered the markets of the Cui and Li families, Ling Xiao did not place much importance on the Yuan family market. However, upon entering the Yuan family market, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. A group of Yuan family members encircled a young man, who bore an expression of arrogance, seemingly awaiting something, while onlookers maintained a cautious distance. Approaching with curiosity, Ling Xiao scrutinized the young man, by his attire. It was clear he did not belong to the Yuan family, yet the Yuan family members appeared to regard him as their leader. Are you from the Feng family? Is it just you? The arrogant youth inquired. Just me is sufficient to annihilate you all, Ling Xiao replied calmly. It became evident that the market areas were in close proximity, and Ling Xiao's previous actions had stirred the Yuan family market. After all, his objective was to gain control over the markets. Eliminating the Cui and Li family members was merely a means to this end, while sparing others would ensure the markets remained operational. News of his deeds had undoubtedly reached this area. Initially, the Yuan family members were in a state of panic, but the presence of the proud youth, who was accompanied by the Yuan family's young lady, had galvanized their forces. The reason they did not retreat to their family stronghold or flee was precisely due to the presence of this arrogant youth. He was El Weiqi, the young master of the L family from Xinwei City, who had somehow formed a romantic bond with the Yuan family's young lady, Yuan Qingqian, and was in Pingyang City to finalize their engagement. The L family was the dominant force in Xinwei City, boasting a martial king within their ranks. Although this young man was only at the 3rd star master level, he held confidence in his family's backing, believing the Feng family would not dare to strike against him. Thus he awaited their arrival. As for the Yuan family's stronghold, they felt no concern due to the presence of the head of the L family as a guest, a powerful martial spirit at the 5th star level. Annihilate us? You should reconsider before speaking. I am from the L family of Xinwei City, and the Yuan family has already formed an alliance with us, the arrogant youth declared. The L family of Xinwei City? The martial king family? Ling Xiao inquired, his tone curious rather than apprehensive. However, the Yuan family members assumed the Feng family would not dare to offend the L family, given the martial kings were immensely powerful. with only 13 in the entire Tianfeng Empire. Moreover, these martial kings were divided into two factions, with 4 belonging to the Mingyu sect and the remaining 9 affiliated with the royal faction. Holding positions within the court, to provoke them would mean opposing the Tianfeng Empire. Thus, families with martial kings held significant status within the empire. Is that so? But the distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. My Feng family has already taken action. By now, the Yuan family has likely turned into a river of blood. What will you do then? Ling Xiao asserted. A mere third-star martial king did not instill fear in him. In fact, he could contend against such a figure with the golden feather flame eagle perched upon his shoulder. As for the royal family's scrutiny, Ling Xiao had Dan Lao on his side. With a martial emperor-level combatant, would the royal family dare to provoke him? The Mingyu sect already controlled nearly half of the Tianfeng Empire, and the royal family lacked the courage to confront a martial emperor. You should be more concerned about the individuals from your Feng family heading to my family stronghold. The head of the L family is currently visiting the Yuan family, Yuan Qingshan retorted with a hint of mockery. The sudden emergence of a martial spirit from the Feng family astonished her. However, given that it was merely a recent breakthrough, she felt secure knowing the head of the L family was a martial spirit of the 5th star level. Ensuring the safety of her family's stronghold, Ling Zhao's expression changed. Feng Linwan had indeed taken people to the Yuan family stronghold, and should the head of the L family intervene, she would stand little chance. Go! Protect my mother! Ling Xiao immediately commanded the golden feather flame eagle. The eagle spread its wings and soared away from Ling Zhao's shoulder, vanishing in a flash of golden light. A beast? You actually possess a spirit beast. El Weiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Spirit beasts were notoriously difficult to tame, particularly those above the 4th tier. They were not easily subdued. The spirit beasts at the Tianfeng Empire's flying station were merely tier 3, and they were not even tamed by the empire itself, but purchased from specialized breeding sections. Lower-tier spirit beasts were seldom regarded as companions, being deemed useless, while higher-tier spirit beasts were notoriously challenging to train, resulting in their rarity. Ling Xiao understood that with the head of the L family present at the Yuan family, dispatching his spirit beast for rescue indicated its high tier. Should your Feng family retreat this time, I, El Weiqi, can consider sparing you, provided you offer some form of compensation, El Weiqi proposed. The tier of that spirit beast remained uncertain, but it might be formidable enough to contend with a 5th star martial spirit. He did not wish to force the Feng family into a corner, fearing they might resort to desperate measures, leading to mutual destruction. If he were to perish here, it would be up to his family's great-grandfather to avenge him. A matter he deemed irrelevant. You're not as foolish as you appear. However, today the Yuan family must be eradicated. Since your L family has chosen to involve yourselves, you will pay the price for it. Ling Xiao declared resolutely. The golden feather flame eagle had already arrived at the Yuan family stronghold. Through their bond, he sensed that Feng Linwan was gravely injured, igniting his fury and chilling his tone. Do you think possessing a spirit beast makes you invincible? The wrath of a martial king family is not something your insignificant Feng family can endure. El Weiqi threatened, emphasizing the weight of the title martial king. Yet, a martial king was merely that. Would Ling Xiao truly be intimidated? Apart from those at the 8th and 9th stars, who possessed exceptional combat prowess, he was confident in his ability to handle most martial kings. This threat held no weight against him. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort, swiftly launching an attack against Lu Weiqi and the members of the Yuan family. Anxious about Feng Linwan's injuries, he deemed it unnecessary to waste words on these lifeless beings. Ling Zhao's unreserved slaughter was beyond the capacity of even the most formidable grandmasters to withstand, in mere moments, as he ceased his assault. The ground lay strewn with corpses. From this point forward, this marketplace belongs to my Feng family. The Yuan family shops are now ours as well. Keep your hands to yourselves. To reach out carelessly could cost you your lives. Ling Xiao warned as he surveyed the crowd in his haste to depart. With no one to guard this place, he had no choice but to act as he did. After speaking, Ling Xiao headed straight for the Yuan family's stronghold. Is the Feng family truly this domineering? I never noticed before. They even dared to strike against the Lu family, a clan of martial kings. How audacious! The crowd murmured. Yet none dared to touch the belongings of the former Yuan family. Regardless of what the Feng family might do in the future, they were not inclined to provoke the wrath of the Feng clan at present. Chapter 66. Feng Linwan injured, preparing to refine pills when Ling Xiao hurriedly arrived at the Yuan family's residence. It had already been engulfed in flames. The golden feather flame sculpture stood guard protectively in front of Feng Linwan, whose lips bore traces of blood, her complexion pale, and her clothing soaked with blood from numerous wounds. Before them, several individuals stood in terror, confronting the golden feather flame sculpture. Looking at the clan members that Feng Linwan had brought, only the eldest elder remained unscathed. The others bore various injuries, with 6 corpses laid out on the adjacent ground. "Mother, how are you?" Ling Xiao rushed to Feng Linwan's side, his voice laced with concern. "I'm fine. Just need some time to recuperate." Feng Linwan replied with a faint smile. Despite her grave injuries, she sought to reassure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, however, was not convinced. He was far from blind, and his formidable spiritual sense could easily discern the severity of her wounds. If she did not receive timely treatment, her life could be in danger. "Master, please provide me with healing pills," Ling Xiao urged urgently. "I'm out of healing pills. First, take your mother back to the clan. I will refine some pills immediately. There is still time, so do not worry." Dan Lao communicated. Having annihilated a few minor families, with the strongest among them being mere grandmasters, Dan Lao had not taken it seriously and had been engrossed in his own cultivation, unaware of the unforeseen calamity that had transpired. The healing pills had long been depleted. Otherwise, the golden feather flame sculpture would not still be in a state of partial recovery. With Dan Lao's words, Ling Xiao managed to calm himself slightly. He lifted Feng Linwan and declared, "Kill them all. That man is the head of the Lu family," the eldest elder cautioned, his voice tinged with concern. Ling Xiao abruptly turned to face the elder, his eyes blazing with ferocity. "I said, kill them all." Startled by his intensity, the elder instinctively took a step back. In that moment, with Feng Linwan gravely injured, Ling Xiao's countenance was fraught with menace, and the chilling aura of his murderous intent could erupt at any moment. The elder felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not speak further. Let them perish. Though the golden feather flame sculpture had not fully recovered, as a beast king, it could easily contend with a 5-star martial spirit and several grandmasters. As Ling Xiao exuded an aura of lethal intent, it wasted no time in launching itself into the fray, swiftly subduing several opponents. Seeing Ling Xiao still nearby, the golden feather flame sculpture's eyes twirled with a glint of mischief as it seized the corpse of the Lu family head. Its claws flailing as it reduced the remains to a gruesome spectacle, it was well aware of the strictness of its master and dared not provoke Ling Xiao's ire. "Beast King." The elder's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. The other clan members gazed at the golden feather flame sculpture with a mixture of awe and respect. This was a beast king, a being of equal status to a martial king. Perhaps even more formidable. Ling Xiao's return had already astonished the clan, but who could have anticipated that the little bird sleeping upon his shoulder was, in fact, a beast king? The elder, attempting to regain his composure, felt an urge to slap himself for his earlier indiscretion in offending Ling Xiao. How could he have guessed that Ling Xiao's familiar was a beast king? Had he known sooner, he would not have felt such trepidation. The Lu family was powerful, boasting a martial king, and now they faced off against a beast king. They were not without their own means of defense. Sighing at the thought of Ling Xiao's earlier gaze, the elder felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. "Stop dawdling. Go extinguish the flames and salvage whatever can be saved." Ling Xiao, cradling Feng Linwan, prepared to leave, and the golden feather flame sculpture, having dispatched its foes, followed suit. The elder issued commands to the clan members. "Yes," the crowd responded, and those not severely wounded began to busy themselves. That moment, Feng Bohan arrived with some clan members. "What caused the fire? Has this place been dealt with?" "Excellent. Ha, by the way, where is my third sister?" Feng Bohan asked, somewhat perplexed but still excited, his curiosity piqued by Feng Linwan's absence. Upon inquiring, he suddenly spotted the corpses of the clan members, and his expression shifted to one of grave concern as he turned to the elder. "There was an accident. The 5th elder is gravely injured, and 6 clan members have perished." The elder sighed heavily, recounting the events to Feng Bohan. How is my third sister's condition? Feng Bohan pressed. It's hard to say, however. Ling Xiao has taken her back to the clan. We should return as well. If Ling Xiao cannot help her, we need to send someone to procure healing pills immediately, the elder replied, at present. Ling Xiao was the strongest in the clan, possessing a beast king as a companion, and was thus a vital asset to their family. Feng Linwan was also a martial spirit, and the elder felt an acute sense of urgency. Understood. Feng Bohan nodded, promptly turning to head back to the clan. Where is Shower? Upon returning, Feng Bohan inquired of a clan member. Young Master Ling Xiao has taken the fifth elder back to the courtyard where they reside. The sixth elder is over there. The clan member quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Feng Bohan and the elder made their way towards Ling Xiao's residence, while the clan member hurried off. The news of the successful annihilation of the three major families had already spread, and the Feng clan members were now busily engaged in various tasks. Just as they reached the courtyard where Ling Xiao and Feng Linwan resided, they encountered Feng Buoyang, who was emerging from within. How is my third sister? Feng Bohan inquired anxiously. Her injuries are severe, but Shower said he would treat her and instructed me to leave. He requested not to be disturbed until he emerged. Feng Buoyang replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Next, Dan Lao would be refining pills for Feng Linwan's recovery, and Ling Xiao wished to keep Dan Lao's existence a secret, allowing only Yi Xiaoxiao to remain behind while sending Feng Buoyang out. The clan should be able to gather some healing pills. We should look for those that can aid in recovery and send them over, Feng Bohan said, glancing around the courtyard and contemplating. The elder and Feng Buoyang nodded in agreement, and the three of them departed. Having just eradicated the three major families in the city, they needed to assess resources, organize the marketplace, and tend to the injured clan members. There were countless matters to attend to, and as the clan leader and elder, they found themselves exceedingly busy. Since Ling Xiao had barred entry, they turned to their own tasks. Before long, Feng Bohan instructed Feng Buoyang to send over some healing pills, including hemostatic powder, bone recovery pills, and flesh regeneration pills. However, these were merely third-tier pills and would offer little assistance for Feng Linwan's grave injuries. There are no better pills available in the city, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Presenting the pills once more, well, this is certainly better than nothing. The clan is currently preparing to procure healing pills, so let Shower wait a moment, Feng Buoyang replied. Uncle, we truly do not need them. Moreover, the clan need not purchase healing pills. Convert the gold into spiritual herbs and send them over. We will buy spiritual herbs in bulk. The more, the better die in the future. The clan will not need to purchase healing pills. Ling Xiao's voice echoed from within the room. Purchase spiritual herbs? Shower, you can refine pills. Feng Buoyang exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. My master is currently refining pills. The clan will not lack for healing pills in the future. Just follow my instructions and do not disturb me for the time being, Ling Xiao replied. Refining pills? Feng Buoyang was taken aback, but soon a wave of immense joy surged within him. He hurried off to inform Feng Bohan. Chapter 67. Dan Lao begins pill refining. Big brother, good news. Before even entering the clan hall, Feng Buoyang exclaimed excitedly. What are you so flustered about? Aren't you a grown man? Can you not be a bit more composed? As the clan elder, Feng Bohan reprimanded him. You should possess a demeanor that remains unshaken even in the face of calamity. I have good news. Feng Buoyang felt somewhat disheartened by his brother's admonition. Speak then. What is it? Feng Bohan finally relented. I just returned from Shower. He did not accept the healing pills, stating he had no need for them. Furthermore, he mentioned he is currently refining pills and instructed that no one should disturb him. He also told me the clan need not purchase healing pills anymore, as they will not be needed in the future. Feng Buoyang elaborated, observing the sudden change in expression on Feng Bohan's and the elders' faces, intentionally pausing for dramatic effect. You mean Shower can refine pills? The elder, who had been seated, immediately sprang to his feet, voice raised in excitement. What does the clan need to do? Can you not finish your thoughts in one go? Feng Bohan approached Feng Buoyang, visibly displeased. Composure, composure. Feng Buoyang responded, I'll give you composure. Speak quickly. Feng Bohan retorted, delivering a warning kick. What must the clan do? The elder echoed, equally curious. Feng Buoyang, feeling a sense of grievance as he sat on the ground. lamented how he had been instructed to maintain a composed demeanor, only to be bullied by his own family. However, Ling Xiao's decision to have the family acquire spiritual herbs signifies an intention to create elixirs for the family, which is indeed a splendid development, rendering any quarrel with those two ill-mannered individuals unnecessary. Feng Wuling rose gracefully, brushing off the dust from his robe and adjusting his cuffs, preparing to speak after clearing his throat. This series of actions caused Feng Wuhan, the main character, to twitch in irritation, nearly compelling him to deliver another kick to this fellow. Even the Grand Elder felt a slight itch in his teeth. If the family no longer needed to purchase elixirs and could solely focus on acquiring spiritual herbs, it implied a future of elixir production for the family. Upon finishing his declaration, Feng Wuling held his head high. As if he had rendered a monumental service to the family, "I shall issue the orders at once," the Grand Elder responded. "First, gather all the gold coins from the three families and utilize them to procure spiritual herbs. Go to the surrounding cities, but be careful not to inflate the prices," Feng Wuhan instructed. "Understood," the Grand Elder affirmed, decisively departing without casting another glance at Feng Wuling, completely disregarding him. Feng Wuhan returned to his seat, leisurely sipping tea, which left Feng Wuling feeling quite stifled. He stood there striking a pose for quite some time, only to be ignored. "Brother," Feng Wuling's voice echoed with a hint of grievance. "Ahem. Why are you still here? If you have nothing to do, go see if there are any remnants of the three great families in the city. Why are you just standing here? Everyone else in the family is busy. And as an elder, how can you be so idle?" Feng Wuhan coughed lightly and remarked. "You, Feng Wuling, furious, flicked his sleeves and left the family hall. Once Feng Wuling departed, Feng Wuhan could not help but chuckle softly. Typically, Feng Wuling was rather capricious, lacking organization in his tasks, and often resorted to petty cleverness, attempting to turn his words against him. Truly a fanciful notion. In Ling Xiao's chamber, Feng Linwan sat pale on the bed, channeling her energy to heal her injuries. Ling Xiao stood quietly beside her, while Dan Lao also made his appearance, sitting cross-legged before a dark cauldron. Flames danced within the cauldron, and he deftly added various spiritual herbs. His movements fluid and elegant. He was in the process of refining a fifth-grade elixir, the creation pill. Upon closer inspection, one would notice two distinct liquids swirling within the cauldron, moving gracefully in the orange-red flames. This indicated the simultaneous refinement of two elixirs, both fifth grade, a true testament to the prowess of a master alchemist. Ling Xiao initially observed and learned from the side, but his concern for Feng Linwan's injuries distracted him, prompting Dan Lao to send him to watch over his mother. Feng Linwan required an elixir for her healing, and the injuries of the golden feather flame eagle were not entirely resolved, which was why Dan Lao intended to concoct two elixirs. Before long, all the herbs were refined, and the liquid within the cauldron churned vigorously, prompting Dan Lao to focus intently. Now, he was not the same as before. His strength had significantly diminished, and what was once a simple task of alchemy now bore pressure. Alas, that was a close call, Dan Lao sighed inwardly. This was his first time refining elixirs in front of Ling Xiao, and he wished to showcase his skills. Yet, despite viewing the fifth-grade elixir as a low-tier concoction, he had almost faltered while condensing the elixirs, causing him to sweat nervously. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the process in the end. Watching the initial success of the elixir's condensation, Dan Lao let out a sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, spiritual herbs were hard to come by, and while the golden feather flame eagle was generally all right, Feng Linwan was in dire need of the elixir for her survival. Although this endeavor was successful, it was a significant blow to Dan Lao, intensifying his desire to recover swiftly. With a surge of vitality from the heavens and earth, Dan Lao finally relaxed. This was a sign that the elixirs were nearing completion. The fluctuation of energy also caught Ling Xiao's attention, prompting him to gaze at the cauldron. Under the scrutiny of his soul power, he observed two elixirs swirling within the flames, continuously absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, becoming increasingly rounded and translucent. Indeed, my master is formidable, refining two fifth-grade elixirs at once. Ling Xiao marveled, filled with admiration for Dan Lao. However, he noticed something peculiar. The elixir seemed somewhat different from the one the golden feather flame eagle had consumed. Could it be that this was a 5th-grade elixir while the one consumed by the golden feather flame eagle was a 4th-grade elixir? Suddenly, Ling Xiao realized that the crystalline elixirs bore a striking difference from the one administered to the golden feather flame eagle in the Beast Mountain range. They were far more transparent. Abruptly, the elixirs ceased their rotation, no longer absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. With a soft clang, the energy of the heavens and earth flowed backward, creating a gentle sound as it collided within the cauldron. Dan Lao flicked his finger lightly, opening the cauldron and retrieving the 2 elixirs into a jade vial. All done. Administer these, and there should be no issue, Dan Lao stated, tossing the vial to Ling Xiao. After a moment's thought, he retrieved additional herbs, intending to continue refining, aiming to produce the elixirs necessary for subduing the divine flame thunder. Initially, he had planned to teach Ling Xiao some alchemical techniques, but since Ling Xiao could not yet mobilize his energy to create flames, any instruction would be futile. It would be better to wait until Ling Xiao subdued the divine flame thunder before imparting knowledge. Therefore, Dan Lao did not harbor any expectations of Ling Xiao learning anything at the moment and continued with his alchemical work. Ling Xiao took the elixirs and promptly said, "Thank you, Master. You've worked hard." Dan Lao nodded, refraining from further words as he began preparing for the next concoction. Observing this, Ling Xiao did not interrupt. Instead, he took out one of the elixirs and hurriedly said to Feng Linwan, "Mother, please take the elixir." Feng Linwan opened her eyes and replied, "No need to worry, my child. I am fine." Accepting the elixir, she added, "Dan Lao is refining elixirs. You should go watch. With this creation pill, I will recover soon." "Yes, mother. Please take the elixir." "I shall go now," Ling Xiao responded. The golden feather flame eagle perched on his shoulder gazed longingly at the elixir in Ling Xiao's hand, yet it seemed Ling Xiao was oblivious to its eagerness. As Ling Xiao prepared to observe Dan Lao's alchemical process, the golden feather flame eagle grew anxious, shifting its small claws on Ling Xiao's shoulder. "This is for you. You performed well yesterday." Ling Xiao tossed the creation pill to it, saying casually, "Thank you, Master. It was my duty." The golden feather flame eagle swallowed the elixir in one gulp, hurriedly expressing its gratitude, feeling immensely pleased at being praised by Ling Xiao. Chapter 68. The Blood Flower Pill is completed. Feng Linwan seizes the opportunity to break through. "Master, are you preparing to refine the blood flower pill?" Ling Xiao inquired as he approached, noticing the neatly arranged spiritual herbs. "Indeed. Observe closely. While the blood flower pill is not particularly difficult to refine, and most 5th-grade alchemists can succeed, many novice alchemists mistakenly classify it as a high-level 4th-grade elixir. However, this perception is fundamentally flawed. Not to mention that the recipe has been passed down through generations. There must be a reason for its enduring legacy. Just considering the primary ingredients required, blood ginseng and blood condensing vine, there exists a significant disparity. Normally, blood ginseng and blood condensing vine mature after 300 years, qualifying them as 5th-grade spiritual herbs suitable for alchemy. However, these 2 herbs, if not harvested, will continue to grow. A 3,000-year-old blood ginseng king is already a 6th-grade spiritual herb, and after 10,000 years, it may even produce blood spirit marrow, which is a 7th-grade spiritual herb. The same is true for blood condensing vine. Thus, the differences in the refinement of the blood flower pill are substantial. Provided the alchemist masters the process, it is entirely possible to elevate its grade. Those who believe it to be simple are merely those who utilize high-level spiritual herbs to produce low-level elixirs. Utterly inept, Dan Lao elaborated to Ling Xiao, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "The primary ingredients we have this time are of considerable age, so I expect the elixirs produced will be quite effective. Currently, my strength is limited. Even the flames I can conjure are significantly weakened. Otherwise, elevating the elixir to 6th grade would not be difficult." Dan Lao's lamentation reflected his current limitations, as he felt somewhat out of touch with the skill he once possessed. "Master, there is no need to rush. Soon enough, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and prepare the materials necessary for your revival," Ling Xiao reassured, recognizing the underlying frustration in Dan Lao's words. "There is no need for haste. In cultivation, impatience is counterproductive. Your progress has been remarkably swift. I have waited for over 100 years. I am not concerned with a moment's delay. Now, pay close attention. Your soul power is formidable. Absorb and comprehend this process. Once you successfully refine the divine flame thunder, you will also be ready to formally learn alchemy. Alchemy is indeed beneficial for consolidating energy and enhancing control. Each of your advancements involves substantial leaps, making it ideal to refine elixirs right after a breakthrough to solidify your realm, Dan Lao advised. While combat is the most effective means to solidify one's realm, it is unwise to seek out conflict without cause, as that would be utterly reckless. After all, one cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. If one harbors enmity and faces retaliation, it is not guaranteed that one will always emerge unscathed. The path of cultivation is inevitably fraught with setbacks. However, maintaining a mindset of not provoking trouble and, when faced with adversity, not fearing it, is indeed a superior attitude. Ling Xiao nodded and seated himself beside Dan Lao. This time, Dan Lao approached the alchemical process with great caution. Although the elixir was also of 5th rank, its potential for enhancement was substantial, and every increment of improvement was crucial to Ling Xiao's success in refining the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. The purpose of this elixir was to manifest a blood-red essence that would protect Ling Xiao's body and meridians. The process of refining the divine thunder of heaven and earth is, in fact, quite straightforward. It involves swallowing the essence of the divine thunder and utilizing it as a source of celestial energy along the prescribed cultivation path for its refinement. However, the divine thunder is inherently ferocious and possesses a potent sentience, making it resistant to being tamed by cultivators. Its violent energy can wreak havoc on a cultivator's meridians, body, and even soul, rendering it exceedingly perilous. It is precisely for this reason that alchemists devised the method of employing elixirs to safeguard the cultivator's meridians. As Dan Lao commenced the alchemical process, various spiritual herbs were cast into the flames, incinerating them to extract their essence, which was then combined. The amalgamation of these essences resulted in remarkable transformations, eventually stabilizing and compressing into an elixir, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, culminating in the formation of the pill. Although this process may sound simple, the mastery of the flames is of paramount importance. Should the flames be too intense, the essence of the herbs could be destroyed. Conversely, if the flames lack sufficient power, the essence would fail to be extracted. The duration of the alchemical process also holds significance, as it pertains to the thoroughness with which impurities are eliminated from the herbal concoction. Any trace of impurity could jeopardize the formation of the elixir. This demands that the alchemist possesses an intimate understanding of the characteristics of various herbs, with a keen sensitivity to the fluctuations in the herbal essence, allowing for timely adjustments. Ling Xiao's spirit was acutely attuned, absorbing Dan Lao's explanations, gradually becoming immersed in the process. As dawn approached, the blood essence pill reached its critical juncture of formation. Should the formation succeed, it would essentially signify the success of this alchemical endeavor. Although there remained a subsequent nurturing phase for the elixir, this stage was virtually devoid of potential mishaps under the adept hands of the master alchemist, Dan Lao. With Dan Lao's spiritual force compressing the herbal essence, the energy within the cauldron surged violently. Yet, Dan Lao remained composed, deftly adjusting the flame's temperature while maintaining a firm grip on the herbal liquid. Orchestrating its rotation, as time passed, the liquid grew increasingly stable, gradually taking on the form of the elixir. At this juncture, the swirling elixir began to emanate a devouring force, drawing in the celestial energy that surged toward the cauldron. Suddenly, Dan Lao made a hand gesture, causing the external celestial energy to become even more turbulent, intensifying the gathering energy. This indicated that Dan Lao was elevating the grade of the elixir, prompting Ling Xiao to ponder deeply. The room was suffused with celestial energy, and at that moment, Feng Linwan also unleashed a surge of devouring power. Her injuries had healed, and the residual energy from the elixir, combined with the overwhelming celestial energy from the environment, instigated her breakthrough to the 2nd star of martial spirit. Due to Dan Lao's manipulation, this blood essence pill evidently required a longer duration to absorb celestial energy compared to the creation pill, naturally resulting in a greater absorption of energy. Ling Xiao's spirit remained fixated on the elixir within the cauldron, acutely sensing the terrifying energy contained within. Eventually, the rotation of the elixir slowed and ceased. Suddenly, an unusual blood-colored mist formed around the elixir, eliciting a hint of a smile from Dan Lao. While it had not yet reached the level of a 6th-rank elixir, it was unmistakably on the cusp. When a 6th-rank elixir is formed, a mist envelopes the cauldron. Although this phenomenon had not fully manifested, the presence of the mist still brought satisfaction to Dan Lao. With a wave of his hand, Dan Lao opened the cauldron and retrieved the elixir. Ling Xiao, filled with joy, rose to his feet. "Thank you, Master. This is wonderful." A double celebration. Dan Lao, in good spirits, smiled at Feng Linwan. "Mother, you've made a breakthrough." Ling Xiao beamed at Feng Linwan, his face alight with joy. Assisting others in their breakthroughs can only be achieved through the crafting of 6th-rank elixirs. Those below this rank have limited capacity for gathering celestial energy, rendering their impact minimal. Of course, as one ascends in rank, such assistance becomes less significant, Dan Lao remarked. That is quite commendable. If alchemy can yield such effects, Ling Xiao hesitated momentarily. He intended to seize the opportunity during the subsequent crafting of the ice pill to aid his family members in enhancing their cultivation. However, he was concerned that this might excessively deplete the celestial energy gathered by the elixirs, potentially jeopardizing the alchemical process. Chapter 69. Ling Xiao's considerations. What troubles you? Dan Lao inquired curiously, noticing Ling Xiao's sudden indecision. "Master, you are aware of the situation within my family. My kin generally possess low cultivation levels. I am considering utilizing your crafting of the 6th-rank ice pill to elevate their abilities. Yet, will this not siphon too much celestial energy from the elixirs, leading to potential failure in the alchemical process?" Ling Xiao expressed his thoughts. When cultivating, an abundance of celestial energy naturally accelerates progress and assists in ascension. However, those below the Grandmaster level do not have a clear perception of celestial energy, and their cultivation methods differ, so the assistance rendered may be limited. At this early stage, acceleration can still be achieved through elixirs. However, the energy within these elixirs is typically too volatile for those below the Grandmaster level to endure, leaving most to rely on medicinal baths for their training. In this case, prepare some condensing spirit flowers, strengthening bone vines, tranquil heart grasses, and preferably 3rd-tier water element beast pills. I will concoct a potion that enhances energy absorption, classified as 3rd rank, which will likely be quite gentle, allowing warriors, martial masters, and even grandmasters to significantly boost their cultivation speed. As for your notion of aiding others in their breakthroughs, it is worth attempting. The fluctuations caused by 6th-rank elixirs are so intense that they cannot be influenced by a mere handful of low-tier cultivators. You can have your clan members at the late Grandmaster level and above practice in the outer courtyard. It should prove beneficial. While they may not necessarily break through, that will depend on their own efforts. The slow pace of cultivation in the southwest continent and the difficulty of breakthroughs are also attributed to the relative scarcity of celestial energy. The celestial energy concentrated during the crafting of 6th-rank elixirs significantly enhances the local energy density, which should yield considerable effects, Dan Lao concluded. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Ling Xiao acknowledged. However, this endeavor will require more than just a few individuals. I fear that an excessive number may trigger the failure of the alchemical process, which would be quite disadvantageous. Ling Xiao articulated his concerns. This method is viable, though during the alchemical process, alchemists typically prefer a serene environment with fewer people to avoid disruptions. While this approach is well known, 6th-rank alchemists hold esteemed positions and generally do not cater to low-rank cultivators. Thus, this practice is not commonly seen. Moreover, in the central domain, where celestial energy is abundant, it is relatively easier for individuals to break through to martial spirit, making it less worthwhile to hire an alchemist at a great cost, Dan Lao elaborated. Dan Lao's observations were indeed astute. In the realm of martial cultivation, reaching the martial king stage serves as a significant barrier for many. Furthermore, mere talent is insufficient. The cultivation method also plays a crucial role. For those below the high tier of mysterious grade techniques, breaking through to martial king is exceedingly challenging. To ascend to martial venerable, one must possess at least a high tier earth grade technique. As for martial saint, without a heavenly grade technique, breakthroughs are virtually impossible. Of course, there are exceptions, with a few individuals managing to succeed with lower-tier techniques. But such cases are rare. Additionally, weaker techniques imply a relatively lesser amount of internal energy at the same level, resulting in a slower cultivation pace. This is a testament to the significance of cultivation methods. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements shortly, Ling Xiao responded. His desire to enhance his family's strength was also driven by ulterior motives. He was destined to venture into the central domain, but before he could establish a foothold there, it was improbable that he could bring all those he cherished along. Even Feng Linwan might not be willing to depart. Lei Yaoguang had not yet perished, and it was highly likely he had not left the southwest continent. Previously, Ling Xiao's presence had prevented Feng Linwan from searching in peace. As Ling Xiao's cultivation improved and the gap between them widened, she would feel increasingly incapable of protecting her son and, once she let go of Ling Xiao to embark on his own journey, would undoubtedly set out to find Lei Yaoguang. Ling Xiao also yearned to search for him, yet he lacked any leads. He preferred to focus on enhancing his cultivation, with a higher level of strength. The search would become significantly easier. Strengthening his family's power would afford him greater peace of mind when he departed. He did not wish to look back one day, only to find that his familiar loved ones had vanished. At that moment, Feng Linwan awoke. Congratulations, mother, on your recovery and cultivation breakthrough. Ling Xiao approached her. I never anticipated that this misfortune would lead to such fortune, allowing me to break through to the second star of martial spirit. I must express my gratitude to Dan Lao, Feng Linwan replied with a smile. All is well. I am a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest, Dan Lao said with a smile before returning to his spatial ring to recover from the exertion. The ingredients for the ice pill were limited to 2 portions, which were essential for subduing the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. Only by suppressing it could Ling Xiao hope to access its true essence. Both of these pills must succeed, as one alone may not suffice. Moreover, the elixir, upon bursting, releases energy that gradually dissipates, thereby imposing a time constraint on the use of the Ding Fire Divine Thunder. One pill may not suffice, thus it is prudent to be prepared. Elder Dan begins to recuperate, while Ling Xiao accompanies Feng Linwan out of the room, intending to consult with Feng Bohan. Let us go and visit Uncle Mi. He must be quite concerned as well, Feng Linwan suggests. Indeed, I have matters to discuss with Uncle too, Ling Xiao replies. Perfect. Let us be on our way, Feng Linwan exclaims. Ling Xiao nods, and the two proceed towards the family hall. Just as they arrive at the entrance, Feng Bohan arrives as well. Third sister, are you well? He inquires joyfully upon seeing Feng Linwan. I'm fine now, brother. No need for concern, she assures him as she approaches. Please, come in and take a seat. The Grand Elder and others will be here shortly, Feng Bohan replies. The family has been busy all day yesterday with the other 3 major clans in the city, having initially secured control over the territory, and today there are certainly matters to discuss. Moreover, Ling Xiao's actions yesterday in dispatching the head and heir of the Lu family will not go unnoticed in Xinwei City. The Lu family will undoubtedly seek retribution, necessitating preparations on their part. Ling Xiao, preoccupied with concerns for Feng Linwan's injuries, had momentarily overlooked this matter. Now that they are in the family hall, it is essential to deliberate once the elders arrive. Although Ling Xiao possesses a Beast King as a companion, the Feng family does not fear the Lu family. However, the Lu family remains unaware of this. All they know is that their patriarch was slain by the Feng family, a grievance that cannot be overlooked. Given the intelligence held by the Lu family, they are bound to approach with righteous fury. Without adequate preparation, it is certain that some of the clan's younger members may suffer injuries, or even worse, death. Ling Xiao contemplates these pressing issues, feeling a slight headache. The intricacies of clan affairs are indeed burdensome. Were he alone, he would not have to worry so. Yet, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent to these matters. However, today's family hall is certainly unusual, and he anticipates unexpected developments. Upon entering the hall, Feng Bohan takes the seat of honor, while Feng Linwan, as an elder of the clan, occupies her designated position. Ling Xiao, having never attended a family assembly before, lacks a fixed seat. He had intended to find a random seat, as he plans to depart for Xinwei City once the elders arrive to discuss the pressing matters. He prefers to take the initiative rather than wait passively for opportunities. When trouble arises and he possesses sufficient strength, it is far better to resolve the issue proactively. Chapter 70. Becoming the clan's young master shower. Come sit over here. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take a seat beside Feng Linwan, Feng Bohan intervened. Ling Xiao looked over to see that the seat Feng Bohan indicated was somewhat forward, seemingly closer than that of the Grand Elder, which appeared to breach decorum. The seating arrangement in the family hall represents one's status within the clan. Although he is currently the most formidable in the family, being merely an elder would be his rightful rank. While he could claim such a position based on strength, it would be rather presumptuous given that the other elders are his seniors, and he has yet to establish his status as an elder. Moreover, even if he were to become an elder, he would prefer not to sit so prominently. It is too ostentatious, which does not align with his character. Uncle, it would not be appropriate for me to sit there. I would rather take a seat beside my mother. Ling Xiao declined respectfully. Come, just sit down for now. I will explain later. Other seats are already occupied. Feng Bohan insisted. Occupied? Not just by a few elders, but by other clan members too. Are we convening a family assembly? Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. Indeed, today's matters are quite significant, as the family has unified control over Pingyang City, establishing dominance in the region. Certain changes must be addressed, Feng Bohan clarified. But isn't this seat a bit too forward? Ling Xiao still hesitated. Just take a seat. The other clan members should be arriving soon. Feng Bohan insisted. Very well, Ling Xiao conceded reluctantly. Shortly after Ling Xiao sat down, the Grand Elder and the Third Elder arrived simultaneously, followed closely by the direct descendants of his lineage. Ling Xiao glanced at the Grand Elder, who simply smiled kindly and nodded before taking his usual seat. The other clan members following the Grand Elder regarded Ling Xiao's prominent position with curiosity. However, given that everyone was aware of Ling Xiao being the clan's foremost powerhouse and possessing a Beast King, they dared not voice their objections. Moreover, with the Grand Elder not opposing it, they felt unqualified to comment and each sought their seats, resulting in over 10 people seated in the hall. Ling Xiao noted that the other clan members were not clustered closely together. Rather, they were dispersed throughout. Many seats remained unoccupied at the front, likely designated for the Second Elder's lineage and their own. Additionally, a number of clan members gathered at the entrance of the hall. Though they may be distantly related, they are still of the Feng family. They may not have seats in the hall, yet they are required to attend significant family meetings. Observing the situation, Ling Xiao sensed that today's family assembly was indeed extraordinary. He glanced at Feng Bohan, only to find him quietly sipping tea, with no intention of speaking. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to await further developments, knowing they would eventually be addressed. Before long, the Second Elder arrived with a group of clan members, closely followed by Feng Boling, who also brought a throng of relatives. The hall was soon filled to capacity. The entrance was also crowded with numerous clan members. Seeing this, Ling Xiao assumed that the family assembly was about to commence. However, he noticed that Feng Bohan and several elders remained seated quietly, seemingly awaiting something. Were all the clan members not yet present? What were they waiting for? Ling Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At that moment, a heavy yet orderly footfall echoed, steady and powerful. Intrigued, Ling Xiao extended his spiritual sense and observed the old steward leading a contingent of over 100 family guards into the hall. These guards, while not particularly formidable in cultivation, ranging from 5 to 6 stars in martial prowess, with only a few squad leaders reaching 7 or 8 stars, still represented a significant force for the family. The captain of the guard, Feng Yi, was a 2-star master, while the vice-captains, Lu Yin and Shuigang, held 1-star master ranks. Though none of these individuals bore the Feng bloodline, many were the outstanding descendants of the family's servants and thus constituted a formidable asset to the clan. Following the family guard, a number of family servants entered, their cultivation even lower, typically engaged in menial tasks. Ling Xiao had not realized that even Yi Xiao, whom he had left in the courtyard, had been summoned, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings.